Defiant in the face of a 37-count indictment.
The ridiculous and baseless indictment of me by the Biden administration's weaponized Department of Injustice will go down as among the most horrific abuses of power in the history of our country.
Writing, hard to believe that the leading candidate by far of the opposition party got indicted. This is strictly third world. And vowing, if elected, to appoint a, quote, real special prosecutor to investigate President Biden, an appointment he, as president, would not have the authority to make directly. Outside the courthouse in Miami, security preparations underway for the nation's most high-profile defendant. A special counsel alleging Mr. Trump mishandled classified documents and obstructed efforts to retrieve them, saying boxes of classified information were kept in Mar-a-Lago storage rooms, a ballroom, even a bathroom, and alleging at one point the former president suggested to lawyers hiding or destroying the documents. Elected Republicans largely rallying around Mr. Trump, even his presidential rivals, and blasting the Biden Justice Department.
I think there needs to be one standard of justice in this country.
You can't protect Democrats while targeting and hunting Republicans.
President Joe Biden, that has a number of classified documents sitting in a garage. The idea of equal justice is not playing out here.
But not Mr. Trump's former Attorney General Bill Barr, calling the charges serious.
If even half of it is true, then he's toast, and it's very, very damning.
And this from former Trump UN ambassador and current GOP candidate Nikki Haley.
If this indictment is true, if what it says is actually the case, President Trump was incredibly reckless with our national security.
Our thanks to Garrett for that report.
We are learning more about the fiery crash that brought down a section of I-95 in Philadelphia. Police say a tanker truck carrying nearly 9,000 gallons of gas apparently lost control on the curve of an exit ramp and slammed into a wall under the interstate. Rescue workers pulled a body from the wreckage Monday. Family members tell our Philadelphia station that it was the truck's driver, Nathaniel Moody, who was found dead in the rubble. His cousin described him as a hardworking family man.
Former Italian Prime Minister and media tycoon Silvio Berlusconi has died at 86. The conservative populist was one of the most divisive and influential political and media leaders in post-war Italy. He served for a record 9 years in total across decades in administrations plagued by scandals, often prominently featuring himself. Less than 10 years ago, he was sentenced to prison for tax fraud, which was ultimately lowered to community service on account of his age. A cause of death was not given here, but he was known to suffer from leukemia.
The head of the Atomic Energy Agency is in Ukraine in direct response to the dam explosion crisis in Kherson. Rafael Grossi of the IAEA says he will assess the situation in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Foreign correspondent Chapman Bell, who's following the story for us, joins us now. And Chapman, good morning. How has the blast at the Kakhovka Dam impacted the plant?
Well, Francis, good morning. Well, while this dam blast has caused catastrophic flooding in the area, there are new worries for that Zaporizhzhia power plant that has been a cause for concern throughout this war after Russian forces overtook the nuclear power plant. And these newest issues involve the water that's essential for cooling the 6 nuclear reactors on site, as well as the spent fuel storage on site. And there have been discrepancies in the water levels for the reservoirs that feed the plant with this essential water for keeping these reactors cool, and the ponds that feed the plant with this essential water. So what he's there for is to check these discrepancies, make sure that there's not an issue for concern, and also to get his team that's been on site since several months into this war wider access to check these levels. And he also plans to meet with Zelensky today and present a plan for assistance to moving forward so that they can monitor this and make sure that they keep this nuclear power plant from becoming a catastrophe. We expect the leader of the IAEA to update us later today. Francis.
All right, and Chapman, what's the latest that we know on the flooding?
Well, Francis, I mean, it is a humanitarian disaster so far, and also threatens to be an ecological disaster. But so far, at least 10 people have died in this flooding. Dozens, though, are still missing, and thousands displaced. And even once these water levels recede, there is a worry that getting drinking water to these people and rehousing many of these people who have lost everything in the midst of a war. So it is an ongoing disaster, Francis.
Yeah, catastrophic aftermath we're seeing on a daily basis there. Chapman, thank you.
There will be some severe weather stretching from the plains to the southeast today. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking those storms and more. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. We've got really from the southeast to parts of the southern plains the potential for some strong to severe storms later today. It looks like the biggest impact will be hail and, of course, winds, but tornado threat is looking low, but we can't, of course, rule that out. 19 million people are at risk, though, later this afternoon. Tennis ball-sized hail is expected for places basically from Dallas stretching into Georgia. That's going to be what we watch into the afternoon and evening hours as the system starts to work through. It's not just today, though. We'll see that continue into tomorrow as well. We've also got a system working through parts of the Great Lakes in the northeast over the next 2 days, so we'll pick up on some rain there. But the thunderstorms will still be possible and potentially strong and even severe as we get into tomorrow. Still in that same area from the southern plains to the southeast, so watch for that for your Wednesday, too. Meanwhile, the rain, not all that impressive, but needed in parts of the northeast. A different story down through the southeast where we could see upwards of 5 to even 8 inches with the potential for some flooding through the next couple of days. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Warm temperatures expected in Des Moines. Meanwhile, Chicago dealing with some showers and a high of 68 degrees. Real warm as we look down towards Texas. Temperatures into the mid-90s for Dallas with some thunderstorms possible. Triple digits for San Antonio and San Angelo. High there of 103 this afternoon. It's going to be a warm one, guys. That's a look at the weather across. That's a look at your local weather. I'll send it back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. We'll see you in a bit. All right, check out this catch of the day. An Italian fisherman caught a 9-foot catfish. He wrestled with it for 40 minutes before he was able to reel it in. Look at this thing.
Wow.
The fisherman made the discovery in the Po River. It's the longest in Italy. The catfish could set a new world record. The man used a spinning technique to hook the monster catfish. He did eventually release it back into the water. Wow.
Wow. I mean, it's obviously bigger than him. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wellington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las
From
Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wellington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with more on the Utah mother accused of poisoning her husband and later writing a children's book about grief as she appeared in court yesterday. The proceedings released new details about her search history just days after her husband's death. Here's Erin McLaughlin with more.
Corey Richens, the mother of 3 accused of killing her husband Eric, denied bail.
The defendant would pose a substantial danger to the community if released on bail.
The outcome of an emotional detention hearing in Utah, Corey appearing in handcuffs, at one point facing Eric's sister Amy, who delivered a scathing victim impact statement.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed.
Corey visibly upset as the prosecution described the text messages she says she sent after finding Eric's body and performing CPR to save his life.
And do those text messages read, "I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life"?
Yes.
A detective testifying there was reason to believe no CPR was performed prior to emergency services arrival. As the prosecution argues, Corey poisoned Eric with a lethal dose of fentanyl in order to claim more than $1 million in life insurance. New details emerge about the Utah mom's alleged search history after her husband's death, including searches for luxury prisons for the rich. How long does life insurance take to pay? And can the FBI find deleted text messages?
The state's making a big leap in their evidence.
The defense arguing there's no evidence that Corey, who wrote a book to help her children cope with their grief, did anything to Eric.
It could have been accidental. Being bad with money does not make you a murderer.
Corey Richens has yet to enter a plea. The following court hearing is set for next week.
All right, thanks to Erin McLaughlin for that report.
Keyshawn Sewell, the NYPD's 45th commissioner, has announced she is stepping down from that post. Sewell was the first woman to lead the largest police department in the world. NBC New York is reporting that she sent a memo to staff announcing her decision, saying in part she will never step away from her advocacy and support for the NYPD. It is unclear, though, when or why Sewell is leaving.
App-based delivery workers in New York City just got a raise. The Big Apple just rolled out its first mandated minimum wage rate of nearly $18 an hour, and it plans to increase to just under $20 an hour in April of 2025. Many gig workers using apps like Uber, Grubhub, and DoorDash have primarily relied on tips. Advocates say this is a step in the right direction, but not everyone agrees. A spokesperson for DoorDash called the move misguided, saying it could result in fewer opportunities for its delivery workers, price out customers out of orders, and also affect jobs at local restaurants.
Still to come here, the NBA Finals go down to the wire as the Nuggets try to win their first title ever.
And a jersey worn by the great one sells for a great price.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Heat were playing for their playoff lives in Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Miami led at the half, but Nikola Jokic pulled the Nuggets back into the game. The game went back and forth until Bruce Brown gave the Nuggets a lead that they would not give up.
It's over. At last, the long wait is over. After 47 years, the Denver Nuggets can finally call themselves NBA champions.
Denver wins the game 94-89, capturing their first title in franchise history. After scoring 28 in the series clincher, Jokic was named Finals MVP. He became the first player ever to lead the playoffs in total points, rebounds, and assists. 28 years old, 28 points, a well-deserved MVP honor there. And Denver is going crazy right now because this is the first time they've even made it to the finals.
100%. And hopefully, I'm sure people are still out there celebrating. Clearly, you and I are giving Lakers love. Accidentally,
Lakers
by
vibes.
the way. Lakers vibes here, too.
Maybe next year, Lakers.
There you go. From a championship clinched to a spot on the championship on the line. Stanford's Drew Bowser hit a blooper to the outfield, but the ball gets lost in the lights. It falls, and the Cardinal walk it off in dramatic fashion. Stanford beats Texas 76 and punches their ticket to Omaha and the Men's College World Series. So tough, all because of lights, right?
Because of
all
the
because of lights.
What a heartbreaker there. Well, Wayne Gretzky broke plenty of records in his NHL career, and now his jerseys are breaking some records of their own. An autographed New York Rangers uniform that Gretzky wore in his final NHL game sold at auction for over $715,000. Wow. That's the highest price for an American-based hockey jersey ever. Gretzky recorded his final assist in that uniform on April 18th, 1999 against the Penguins. And the sweater that he played for when he played for the Oilers in Edmonton went for like $1.45 million last week. So
insane. Yeah. Major bragging rights for the owner of that one.
Absolutely.
All right, coming up, record temps could heat up the South. More when we come back.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. It's going to be a warm afternoon in parts of Texas. Triple digits in places like Del Rio, headed to 106. It'll feel like 107. 100 degrees this afternoon in San Antonio. It'll feel like 109. And it's not just today. It's through the next couple of days, really. We'll sit at about 107 on Thursday, and San Angelo gets even warmer by Friday. San Antonio, triple digits for the next couple of days. Take it easy out there. We'll be right back.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
You know, they say a penny saved is a penny earned, and this couple just hit the jackpot. A California family found 1 million pennies in their late father's home after doing some cleaning. Miguel Almaguer spoke with a man who found the secret stash.
If a picture is worth 1,000 words, one could argue this one is worth 1,000,000. Packed inside these bags, boxes, and crates, an estimated 1 million pennies.
These are lead sealed directly from the banks.
John Reyes tells NBC4 Los Angeles this is just some of the treasure discovered while cleaning out his father-in-law's home.
These have literally been untouched for decades.
Reyes was knee-deep in a crawl space when he hit the jackpot, discovering roughly $10,000 in pennies, many of which could be rare.
I've had quite a few collectors tell me that this is something that should not be sold until we know what's going on.
The windfall started to become a downfall when Reyes says banks told him there wasn't enough room in their vaults to store all of his change. Reyes says his father-in-law believed in the value of metals, buying and storing pure copper pennies as investments before he died.
We started going through the arduous process of looking at the pennies, and that quickly turned into, we don't know what we're doing, and then we decided to pop open a couple of beers and have those instead.
Banking on the belief some of the pennies are collectibles, Reyes is listing the cash, or in this case coins, for $25,000. Soon the family could get a big payday, hoping to prove a penny is worth more than a cent. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
That is beyond amazing, the fact that he kept it a secret and that they found it.
Right, and it makes you think every time you just kind of discard a penny or I'll just put it back.
There you go.
It could add up. Coca-Cola is fizzing up sales with the launch of a new limited edition flavor. The soda maker has teamed up with Riot Games, publisher of League of Legends, to create a new drink aimed at gamers. The drink is paired with virtual experiences as League of Legends players can be transported to Coca-Cola Creations Hub by scanning the QR code on an Ultimate soda can. Coca-Cola Ultimate is now available in regular and zero sugar varieties for a limited time only. And I saw someone on TikTok actually wrote, it tastes like banana Laffy Taffy.
Ooh, banana Laffy Taffy. Now, Coke, and once it's on TikTok, here we go. TikTok made me do it.
You better get it. You better get it.
Yeah, so fun to do.
Well, thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Tuesday. Be safe. And we'll see you right back here tomorrow. Enjoy. The historic federal arraignment of Donald Trump in just a few hours. The former president will step into a Miami courthouse as a criminal defendant.
It was the incident that shocked the nation, a first grader shooting his teacher, why the mom is now facing charges.
A stunning blow to Bernie, Miami's mascot, KO'd by Conor McGregor. Inside, the stunt gone wrong.
And costly confection, why the sweet tooth could be making a dent in your wallet. It is Tuesday, June 13th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. A nearly week-long legislative blockade led by a small group of conservative crusaders came to an end on Wednesday, but they still haven't been able to shake their concerns about their party's leader. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, what led to this holdup and how was it resolved?
Good morning, Francis. So the House floor had been at a standstill since last Tuesday. A group of 11 hardline House Republicans voted alongside Democrats against a procedural rule that blocked a package of GOP bills from coming to the floor. Many of these House members are part of the far-right House Freedom Caucus. These lawmakers held up the legislation out of frustration with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the deal he made with President Biden on the debt ceiling at the end of last month. This standoff finally came to an end on Monday. Speaker McCarthy cut a temporary deal with these rogue Republicans, paving the way for the bills to be brought to the House floor for a vote. Now, the package consists of a number of GOP messaging bills, including 2 for protecting gas stoves. But the bills are expected to meet their end in the Senate. Francis.
All right, and Bree, the feud with McCarthy has clearly escalated since the debt deal was passed. So what comes next in their relationship?
So one of the congressmen that led this effort, or the obstruction effort, is Ralph Norman from South Carolina. And he emerged from Monday's meeting with McCarthy saying that while he wants these bills to move forward, he does have some concerns about the economic security of the country. Another prominent McCarthy critic, that's Matt Gaetz out of Florida, added that the power sharing agreement that McCarthy negotiated with Republicans in order to win the speakership must be renegotiated. Gaetz teased further spats with McCarthy down the road if that deal is not changed. Part of that original agreement includes the motion to vacate, which would force a vote that could potentially remove McCarthy from the speakership. Now, that idea was floated by some of these Republicans during the passage of the debt agreement, but it never did come to fruition, Francis.
All right, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
And now to an NBC News exclusive for you this morning. The Office of Special Counsel, a government watchdog agency, says that White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre violated the Hatch Act during a press briefing last November. The Hatch Act is designed to forbid federal employees from engaging in electoral politics while on the job. The complaint, filed by a conservative watchdog group, said that Jean-Pierre made comments during a press briefing that were disparaging to GOP candidates, including referring to MAGA Republican officials who don't believe in the rule of law. Now, despite this, the Office of Special Counsel said that they would not pursue disciplinary disciplinary action against Jean-Pierre, as it was unclear whether she was aware that the language she used was actually prohibited. The White House said they take the law seriously, and they are now reviewing the opinion.
The mother of the 6-year-old who shot a Virginia teacher has entered a guilty plea. Deja Taylor admitted to using marijuana while owning a firearm, which is a federal crime. She's accused of lying about her drug use when she bought a gun that her son used to shoot first-grade teacher Abby Zwerner. Taylor faces 18 to 24 months in prison when she is sentenced in October.
This case is separate from the state charges Taylor's facing when the case goes to trial in August. Those include child neglect and reckless storage of a firearm.
We are learning more about the fiery crash that brought down a section of I-95 in Philadelphia. Police say a tanker truck carrying nearly 9,000 gallons of gas apparently lost control on the curve of an exit ramp and slammed into a wall under the interstate. Rescue workers pulled a body from the wreckage Monday. Family members tell our Philadelphia station that it was the truck's driver, Nathaniel Moody, who was found dead in the rubble. His cousin described him as a hard-working family man.
Now to heartbreak in western New York after one person died on a tour boat ride along the Erie Canal. Officials are investigating what caused the boat to capsize during a routine cruise in an underground cave, which sent several other passengers on board into the water. Jesse Kirsch has more.
After an underground tour boat that appears to be like this one capsized in western New York, police are trying to figure out how a tourist attraction along the Erie Canal turned deadly. In Lockport, New York, near Buffalo, authorities say the boat with 29 adults on board somehow flipped over in a cave, leaving one person dead with 11 more sent to the hospital.
A number of victims were on top of that boat initially when rescues got to them.
But authorities say it appears at one point a man believed to be around 60 years old was trapped underneath and died.
And it did take some time to get him recovered and back to a safe location. Unfortunately, he had succumbed to his injuries.
Officials say some taller people were able to walk to safety on their own, with first responders rescuing 16 others.
We had 11 people total taken to area hospitals for minor injuries, the worst of which we believe is about a broken arm and a possible head injury.
The mayor of Lockport says the attraction has operated for decades without incident. The operator has not responded to NBC's request for comment, as authorities tell us no one on board was wearing a life vest.
Could this have been avoided if they were wearing life vests?
Hard to say. We still don't know what capsized the boat. And even with a life jacket on, if the boat flipped in a certain way, somebody could still have been trapped under there.
Questions unanswered after a day of exploration gone wrong. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
The Department of Defense says that 22 American service members have been injured in what's being described only as a helicopter mishap in the northeast of Syria. In a statement on Twitter, U.S. Central Command said that 10 of them had to be evacuated outside the area of operations for medical treatment. CENTCOM says that no enemy fire was reported, but did not further explain the circumstances around the incident.
The head of the Atomic Energy Agency is in Ukraine this morning. This is in direct response to the dam explosion crisis in Kherson. Rafael Grossi of the IAEA says he will assess the situation at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. And we now want to bring in foreign correspondent Chapman Bell, who is following this story for us. Chapman, good morning. How has the blast at the Kakhovka Dam impacted that plant there?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, while that dam blast has caused catastrophic flooding in the area, there are new worries now for that Zaporizhia power plant that has been a cause for concern since the early days of the war when Russian forces occupied it and there had been shelling in the area causing the plant to go offline and lose electricity. These new worries, though, involve the water that supplies cooling to the 6 nuclear reactors on site as well as the spent fuel on site. And there have been discrepancies in the water levels of the reservoir that feed this power plant with this essential water for keeping these reactors and other spent fuel cool. And so that's why Grossi's there. He wants he and his team to monitor and check these levels, see what these discrepancies are. He wants his team to have wider access to the area and also present a plan of assistance to President Zelensky when he meets with him today. We'll have an update from them after their meeting to see how they proceed and what they've discovered. But they're really trying to prevent any catastrophe at this nuclear power plant that has been so problematic since the early days of this war. Jessica?
And on that note, what is the latest that we know on the flooding?
Well, we know that while floodwaters have decreased slightly, we do know there have been at least 10 people confirmed dead. Dozens, though, are still missing, and thousands have been displaced. But as these floodwaters recede, there's still going to be ongoing problems in the cleanup and containment, as well as drinking water and other things. Well, that's difficult in any flood, but in the middle of a war, it's going to be all the more difficult. Jessica?
All right, Chapman, thank you.
Former Italian Prime Minister and media tycoon Silvio Berlusconi has died at the age of 86. The conservative populist was one of the most divisive and influential political and media leaders in post-war Italy. He served for a record 9 years in total across decades in administrations plagued by scandals, often prominently featuring Berlusconi himself. Less than 10 years ago, he was sentenced to prison for tax fraud, which was ultimately lowered to community service on account of his age. A cause of death was not given, but he was known to suffer from leukemia.
We're in for some severe weather stretching from the plains to the southeast later today. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking those storms. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. We've got really folks from Dallas all the way to Savannah dealing with the potential for some strong storms this afternoon. 19 million people included in that. The tornado risk is fairly low, but we will see the potential for some strong winds, and not to mention a big area dealing with the potential for some tennis ball size hail. That does include, again, Dallas, Montgomery, Jackson, out towards Macon. We'll see that potential through the afternoon and even into the evening hours, so be aware of that. There's the system that we see working through kind of stationary front with a low along it. So we'll still deal with the potential for some heavy rain as well as we get into tomorrow, too, in this same kind of area. More strong storms really focused from Louisiana again into parts of the Carolinas, Florida, and Georgia as we head into your Wednesday. It'll be something you'll deal with tomorrow, too. Not to mention, we've got some rain working through the Northeast and parts of the Great Lakes, but the heaviest of the rain in the eastern half of the country next couple of days is going to be focused towards the southeast. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures ending up into the low 80s for Des Moines, upper 60s in Chicago with some showers focused towards the Rockies, triple digits across much of Texas, San Angelo, San Antonio, over 100 degrees, 90 degrees for Jackson with some thunderstorms this afternoon possible. Guys, that is a look at your forecast. I'll send it back over to you.
Angie, thank you. A trucking company is looking to turn gamers into drivers.
And if you love chocolate, and we do, you may want to start saving up as costs continue to rise.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, as the truck driver shortage continues, one company is putting up billboards on major highways to help recruit new drivers. But you'd only drive by them if you're playing the game American Truck Simulator. Schneider National has begun buying up ad space on billboards inside the game to try to entice players to take on the open road for real. And after an infrastructure bill signed last year lowered the age limit for truck drivers from 21 to 18, Schneider may be able to appeal to a younger group of potential drivers.
Wall Street giant JP Chase has agreed to a $290 million settlement with Jeffrey Epstein's victims. The payment resolves claims the bank financially supported Epstein's sex trafficking ring even after his 2008 arrest and guilty plea to committing sex crimes in Florida. JP Chase tells CNBC the settlement is not an admission of liability, but that any association was a mistake. A similar lawsuit against JP Morgan is ongoing in the U.S. Virgin Islands, alleging the bank facilitated Epstein's abuse of young women in the territory.
If you have a sweet tooth, we've got some bitter news. Chocolate is expected to get more expensive after cacao prices just hit a 7-year high. And sugar prices are also surging after reaching an 11-year high back in April. An analyst telling CNBC that El Nino is expected to bring lower than average rainfall to West Africa, where cacao is largely grown. This could continue to contribute to those rising costs.
All right, still to come, a shocking smackdown at Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Why Conor McGregor gave the Heat mascot more than just a third degree.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
The Denver Nuggets may have taken NBA Finals, but it's not the only beating Miami faced on the court. UFC champ Conor McGregor under fire after this stunt gone wrong sent the Heat's mascot Bernie to the hospital. Stephen Romo has more.
Former UFC champion Conor McGregor landing his first knockout punch in years. But it was not for a title belt. It was against the Miami Heat mascot, Bernie. The punch in what was supposed to be a promotional stunt for McGregor's pain relief spray caught on camera by fans attending Friday's NBA Finals game between the Heat and the Denver Nuggets. The Irishman is seen socking Bernie with a left hook, leading to the character falling on the floor. Moments later, McGregor lands a brutal second punch while Bernie was already down. Then teammates step in to drag the mascot off the court while McGregor tries to spray him with the product. The Athletic reporting the man in the mascot suit was brought to the emergency room. The Heat saying Saturday that the employee, who was not identified, received pain medication and was resting at home. McGregor, the gregarious fighter, became a UFC powerhouse through the 2010s, racking up a 21-3 record and titles in multiple weight classes. Known for his banter out of the ring.
I certainly know I'm going to win. I certainly know that.
His persona drawing huge crowds, like in this massive exhibition fight against undefeated Floyd Mayweather. And the money followed. McGregor was Forbes' highest paid athlete in 2021, beating out the likes of superstars Lionel Messi and LeBron James. But he's only won a single fight since 2017 and hasn't fought since injuring his left leg 2 years ago. McGregor is expected to fight again later this year. His team and Title Sports, the company that produced the pain relief product, did not return NBC's request for comment. It's not the first time a fighter has taken out a mascot. In 2018, heavyweight champ Deontay Wilder decked this character on TV. UFC founder Dana White weighing in.
What's up with mascots wanting to get punched in the face by professional fighters? What do you expect?
Back in Miami, the Heat's head coach making light of the stunt gone wrong over the weekend.
That's the Miami Heat toughness that we're talking about. We won't reveal who that is, but he's tough. You can take a punch and get back up, and yeah, he's not going to miss any time.
The Miami Heat telling NBC News the man inside the Bernie costume is on the road to recovery.
Our thanks to Stephen for that report.
When we come back here on Early Today, Angie's tracking where temperatures could hit record highs this Tuesday. But first, young activists in Montana are standing up to the state by taking their climate claims to court.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Young Montana residents are leading a first-of-its-kind trial over the climate. 16 youth plaintiffs ranging from 5 to 22 years old say the state's long-standing dependence on fossil fuels is causing dangerous climate disruption. The group is represented by Our Children's Trust. It's a nonprofit public interest law firm. The suit hopes to prove the Republican-controlled state has violated Montana's constitution for a clean and healthful environment.
Let's bring back in NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman watching some warming temperatures this week.
Yeah, warm for sure in parts of Texas, ladies. We're going to see triple-digit temperatures. We'll see the potential also for some record highs across that area. And it's not just today. It'll be something we deal with for a couple of days. Meanwhile, some strong storms stretch from the southern plains all the way into the southeast. Main threat is going to be some heavy rain that you'll see over the next few days, but also that hail, the strong wind, a low risk of tornadoes. That's the good news there. Some showers and storms, too, around the Great Lakes and into parts of New England. Those will be around here for a little while longer. The cool conditions stay with us here, though, in parts of the Great Lakes in the northeast as that system works through. 77 degrees in Pittsburgh today, 68 for Detroit. Not a whole lot of cooling here, or warming, rather, over the next few days. It'll be a warm one for us, guys. It'll be a nice one, but a little cool.
All right, we'll take it. Thanks, Angie. We have a quick break and then a live update from Miami, where the city is bracing for a historic day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
History is about to be made in South Florida. Within hours, Donald Trump will become the first former president to be arraigned on federal charges. The former commander-in-chief is accused of mishandling some of our military's most sensitive documents. NBC's Jay Gray joins us now from outside the Miami courthouse. And Jay, what can we expect to happen today?
Yeah, ladies, good morning. Look, the indictment alleges former President Donald Trump violated the Espionage Act, hiding away in his Mar-a-Lago home some of our nation's most guarded secrets, many of the documents dealing with national security. The former president has denied any wrongdoing and says he will plead not guilty inside this courthouse today. Police, federal agents, and protesters have been in Miami for days.
Now is my president. Now, tomorrow, and forever. And I defend him.
The crowd and security expected to intensify outside the federal courthouse over the next several hours, where former President Donald Trump is expected to voluntarily surrender to prosecutors.
The FBI, Miami police, U.S. Marshals, everyone's monitoring.
He'll likely enter the courthouse through an underground tunnel and will be processed by both federal marshals and the FBI. Once inside the courtroom, the former president will enter a plea on 37 counts from 7 separate charges, including obstruction of justice, destruction or falsification of records, conspiracy, and false statements.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone. Violations of those laws put our country at risk.
Images released by the Department of Justice show boxes of classified documents scattered throughout Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. The former president says he's done nothing wrong, labeling the indictment the boxes hoax.
The ridiculous and baseless indictment of me by the Biden administration's weaponized Department of Injustice will go down as among the most horrific abuses of power in the history of our country.
Advisors to Mr. Trump say they don't expect him to take any kind of plea deal in the case. The special counsel says he'll request a speedy trial. Yeah, look, Miami police on high alert this morning say they are prepared for crowds from 5,000 to 50,000 from both sides of this controversial case to gather throughout the day here. Jessica, Francis.
All right, Jay, thank you so much. It is going to be a very long day of headlines, culminating with the president or former president coming back to here to New Jersey area and expected to speak tonight, but so much happening in between.
Yes, and if the arraignment is anything like it was in Lower Manhattan a couple of weeks ago, definitely will be an intense day.
Yeah. Thanks so much for watching Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. We hope you have a great Tuesday.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you for being here right now on Morning News Now. Donald Trump facing the fallout ahead of his historic arraignment. Just hours from now, the former president is set to surrender and appear before a federal judge in Miami. Then he's expected to enter a plea on dozens of criminal charges filed against him over classified documents found at his Mar-a-Lago home.
Make no mistake about it, we're taking this event extremely serious. We know that there is a potential of things taking a turn for the worst.
Now law enforcement are bracing for demonstrations. We have team coverage from Florida and Washington this morning. Also this morning, gridlocked, growing concerns about the impacts of that major interstate collapse in Philadelphia. Commuters already dealing with the headache of the closure of I-95, and now a new warning that a supply chain slowdown could be on the way. The impact this could have on you, plus the latest on the investigation. At risk this morning, a new warning about a deadly outbreak of fungal meningitis in Mexico. So far, at least 4 Americans have died from it. Now authorities are searching for others who may have been exposed. We'll tell you how dangerous it is, how it can spread, plus how you can keep your family safe. Finally, the doctor is in, and he's just 19 years old. Later this hour, we will meet an impressive young man who just became one of the world's youngest PhDs. We'll ask him how he did it and what's in store for the future. Sorry to make you feel bad about your own accomplishments at first thing in the morning.
We get to address him as doctor, which is going to be exciting.
Very, very cool. We can't wait to talk to him. But we begin this morning, of course, on former President Trump's historic federal indictment and what we will see today in a Florida courtroom.
We are just hours away from something this country has never witnessed before, a former president voluntarily surrendering to authorities to face federal charges. As you can imagine, security is ramped up in Miami ahead of today's hearing. Trump is expected to make his first court appearance on charges alleging that he knowingly and unlawfully kept classified documents after leaving the White House. Trump and his lawyers maintain he has done nothing wrong. The former president traveled from New Jersey yesterday to his Trump National Doral Resort in Florida ahead of today's hearing. He was greeted by both protesters and supporters. This all comes at a crucial time for the Republican frontrunner in the 2024 race, but he is still on the campaign trail with a birthday fundraiser set for later tonight on the eve of his 77th birthday. We have a full team covering every angle this morning. We're going to start with NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian in Miami and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Ken, walk us through what's expected to happen today. I think even if you don't have a law degree, you know that first court appearances tend to be rather short affairs. How long is this one expected to last?
That's right, Joe. Good morning. It's unclear, of course, but as we saw in New York, it didn't take very long. Mr. Trump is expected to enter this courthouse through an underground passageway, so it's unclear whether we'll even see him. As you know, no cameras allowed in federal court. The first thing he'll do is surrender and be processed by the federal marshals. And for a typical defendant, that would include being fingerprinted, mugshot taken, some other procedures they don't discuss. Unclear if all that's going to apply to Mr. Trump. I've been told all along it would, but look, he's going to be accompanied by armed Secret Service agents. He's a former president, so there's no playbook for this. At some point, he will move to the courtroom on the 13th floor here, where he'll have both, as you said, a first appearance and an arraignment, assuming that he has local counsel, which we believe he does. And so what that all entails is he gets to waive reading of the indictment, a 49-page indictment. Generally, defendants do waive the reading of that. He'll be asked for a plea to these charges. We, of course, expect that he'll plead not guilty. And then we'll see what kind of conditions, if any, this magistrate judge imposes. In a sense, there's a bond question here, but no one expects Mr. Trump to be ordered detained. It's possible, though, a bond could be set. It's also possible this magistrate could place certain restrictions on Mr. Trump. You know, typically federal defendants don't get to savage the prosecution and the court system and the FBI and call their prosecutor deranged without hearing from the judge in the case. Of course, Mr. Trump is running for president, so it's a different situation here. We'll just have to see how this all plays out. But high drama here in Miami, guys.
Absolutely. Danny, let's bring you in here on set with us. Ken just said something I want to follow up on there. He said, if he has local counsel, we believe he does. Walk us through the importance of that and what we're kind of looking for here.
There's been a lot made of the fact that Trump is heading down to his arraignment without local Florida lawyers. It is not a big deal. This is an arraignment. In fact, hypothetically, the public defender can step in and handle an arraignment. It is as bare bones as Ken just described. It might take less time to happen than it did for Ken to describe what happens at an arraignment, because you waive the formal reading. It's basically an entry of a not guilty plea. Interested to see if there are any conditions placed on him, but this is something that anyone can stand in for. And he doesn't just have anyone going down with him. He has Todd Blanche, who is a very, very experienced, very capable former federal prosecutor. He can easily handle an arraignment, even if he's not the planned ultimate Florida counsel that they have down there. I mean, it's always a good idea to have local counsel in a case like this, but the reality is federal court is federal court. These federal charges and statutes are the same nationwide. Somebody who is experienced in D.C. could easily handle an arraignment in Florida, no problem.
Ken, let's talk about the other big part of this story today, which is what is security going to look like for today's arraignment? Are there any worries at all about what's going to happen outside of the courthouse?
Well, Joe, of course there are worries, but the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are reporting that they see no credible threats of organized violence, and that probably explains why, for example, the public street in front of me here, in front of this courthouse, has not been closed off. So the public still has access. There are barriers. There are a lot of security officers and vehicles here, but this courthouse was built to be secure. There are a limited number of entrances, so I don't think the worry is so much around this courthouse. The Miami police have said that they're going to deploy in force today. They do expect protests, and they will try to do whatever they can to tamp down any possible violence. Private analysts who have been looking at pro-Trump social media say there are a lot of people vowing violence and vowing protests, but it's unclear how seriously to take all that. But of course, there is a heightened level of concern. It only takes one deranged person to really make mayhem here. So a lot of people watching, guys.
Danny, do you think that we might hear anything on the fact that the former president is pretty outspoken, both about this as well as his state indictment, all these different things we've seen? He gave an interview last night to a Boston radio host. He's talked about it on his own social media platform, Truth Social. Will we hear anything about that today from the judge?
Maybe not today, but what I expect will happen is that sooner or later, and this could happen in the New York State case as well, sooner or later Trump will push the envelope. If he hasn't already, he may in the future, criticizing prosecutors, which, by the way, he should be able to criticize the prosecutors. He should be able to shout witch hunt. That's a form of political speech, and I expect there isn't a federal judge who wouldn't conclude that that kind of rhetoric is political speech. But it's also very close to the line of potential witness intimidation, other other kinds of non-protected speech. The challenge for any federal judge imposing conditions is that they're dealing with a defendant who has an unprecedented public access to speech. It doesn't really matter as much if an unknown defendant is able to speak or not speak. Any judge is going to realize that this is a defendant who can affect not only the trial, but possible witnesses. And those are things that a judge has to balance. But if I'm a federal judge overseeing this case, I really shy away from this issue because it is thorny. It pits the First Amendment, not just any kind of speech, but political speech, directly against the importance of keeping and preserving a right to a fair trial. Because that's really what this is about. Ironically, you have to tamp Trump down in order to preserve his right to a fair trial.
All right. Ken and Danny, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Now let's turn to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. She is outside Trump National Doral, Miami, where the former president spent the night. Hi, Dasha. Good morning. So let's talk about the political aspect of all of this, because this is not just a former president facing this federal indictment. It's somebody who's currently running for president again, and there has been mixed reaction from most of his GOP rivals, some who are kind of going after the Justice Department here, not the former president, but Chris Christie, who has made going after Trump a centerpiece of his own campaign, was pretty blunt last night. Let's listen to some of that.
It is a very tight, very detailed, evidence-laden indictment, and the conduct in there is awful. Then they come with a grand jury subpoena, and then according to the indictment, you tell your lawyers, tell them we don't have anything, even though you have dozens and dozens of boxes of material. That's obstruction of justice if it's true.
Dasha, walk us through what else we heard from Chris Christie, as well as just how this is shaping up to be a piece of this campaign for all the people that are running in this race right now.
Well, look, Savannah, we knew that Chris Christie was going to be the sort of bull in the china shop as he entered this race, that he was going to shift the dynamic because he would be the one candidate that would be very vocally and very directly going after the former president. What we didn't know was just how much this indictment would time up with his entering the race. And now he has this opportunity to sort of set the anti-Trump tone in the race. And the argument that he laid out last night was really that, look, the vast majority of Republicans who are supporting Trump are pointing to the Justice Department, pointing to the FBI, pointing to Joe Biden, pointing to the media. But he said, what about Trump? What about what he did in this case, which was, in his words, sort of an unforced error, where he is keeping these documents and when he knows that he is under intense scrutiny in this case. And so he's saying you got to look at the end of the day where the buck stops. The question is, does the tone shift for any of the other candidates? We did hear from Nikki Haley on Fox yesterday, where we did see a shift. She continued to make the argument that the DOJ and other government agencies need to be looked at under a microscope. But she said if any of this is true, then this is very serious, and this is a national security problem with these classified documents. So a tonal shift for Nikki Haley. Will that happen with any of the other candidates? Really hard to say at this point.
Absolutely. Let's also talk about the polls. This does not seem to be hurting him. According to those polls, he's still got a sizable lead, obviously making him still very popular among Republican voters. I know you're talking to voters while you are out there. What are some of them saying? What are you hearing, Dasha?
Well, look, whenever the Trump base sees that their guy, sees that the former president is getting attacked, they rally, right? And we had some of our teams out talking to some of the voters that were outside waiting for his motorcade to pass by, and here's what they had to say.
I know there's allegations of him trying to hide stuff. But what about Biden?
Yes, residents, citizens, we're fed up with this. It's going to be a large turnout of supporters at the courthouse from all over the U.S.
Now, these are supporters. There are voters who are getting sort of fatigued with the endless legal problems that Trump is facing. And so those are the folks that the other candidates who are trying to chip away at that Trump base are going to be going after. They're going to be saying, look, while Trump is dealing with this legal headache, we're out there, we're knocking on doors, we're making progress, talking to the American people and saying how we're going to change their lives. So we'll see if that argument works, or if Trump is Trump and that big wall of support is just too hard to climb.
And Dasha, quickly tell us what to expect after this. We know Trump will head back to Bedminster for a fundraiser. What might we see and hear from him?
Well, look, if you talk to any lawyer or legal expert, they will tell you that this is the most serious legal problem that the former president has faced. But if you look at how Trump and his team are playing this, they are playing this just like every other challenge that they have faced in the past, whether it was the first indictment, whether it was any other lawsuit that they've faced. They're saying that they are the victims here, and they're making the argument, Trump is making the argument that they're not going after him, that they are going after you. They are going after the American people. That is his message, and it really resonates with his base. And so I expect that you will hear something very similar in his message as he uses this, as we've seen in the past, to raise money for his campaign, and he uses this to boost himself politically, even if it's a hit legally.
Dasha Burns, we know you'll stay on it, of course. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, good morning. So we have heard, of course, plenty of reaction on the Hill to this Trump indictment, mainly along party lines. We are hearing again from House Speaker McCarthy. What is his take?
Well, look, McCarthy is saying this time what he said the last time that Trump was indicted, which is still a stunning statement. But lawmakers now, to the extent that this is normalizing, have a playbook for this. McCarthy drawing from that, as many of his House Republican colleagues are, by pointing to a two-tiered system of justice and making these points yesterday with reporters in the halls. Watch.
What about those pictures? Was that a good look for the former president to have boxes in a bathroom?
I don't know. Is it a good picture to have boxes in a garage that opens up all the time? A bathroom door locks. You know what concerns me is you have these, a lot of these documents behind a Corvette in a garage with the door wide open.
So you're watching McCarthy there, of course, trying to equivocate between what's happening with former President Trump and the investigation that President Biden is currently under for the lesser number of classified documents that were found at his home and his and one of the universities that were holding his Senate documents and documents from his time as vice president. But look, that equivocation is part of the point for Republicans. And what's so interesting about the question that McCarthy didn't engage with there is whether this is a bad look from the former president and the substance of what's actually being talked about here. I think what's striking is that Republican reactions, at least on the congressional side, haven't changed very much before the indictment was unsealed and after the indictment was unsealed. And that's because they're not contending with the substance of it, unlike people like Chris Christie, a former prosecutor himself, who can look at this and see things in it that they point to and say, this could be pretty bad for Trump.
I mean, so Ali, McCarthy is certainly not the first Republican to try and draw comparisons between Trump and President Biden when it comes to their handling of classified material. Remind us what the White House has said before about the Biden case. Explain why Republicans are making these comparisons.
Look, Republicans are making these comparisons because both Trump and Biden had special counsels assigned to them for the finding of classified documents here. It's the same thing that we saw for former Vice President Mike Pence when he was found to have a small number of these classified documents. His case is now closed. The difference here, though, between Pence and Biden and Trump, Pence and Biden being on this side and Trump being on the other, is that Trump did not hand over these documents when repeatedly asked for them. And we see in this indictment at one point, he says that he, A, doesn't want anyone going through his boxes, and then B, asks his lawyer if they can just say that they don't have the documents in question. That is something that prosecutors can look at as obstruction. And it points to the thing that Senator Mitt Romney has said about this consistently, which is he doesn't understand the why here. Why Trump didn't just turn this over, because in some ways that makes this a crisis of Trump's own making. He could have just turned these documents over, which is what the Biden team and frankly the Pence team would say that they did.
Ali, very quickly here, what are we hearing from Democrats on the Hill ahead of the arraignment?
Very little. And that's because many of them are pointing to this as a process that should play out. They're not trying to hyper-politicize this to the extent that it can be any less political than it already is, but they're taking their cues from the White House, especially on this, many of them pointing to the fact that there cannot be anyone who's above the law, and that's why they're watching this process play out as it is.
All right, Hallie Vitale, thank you so much. And we will have much more on the arraignment of former President Trump throughout the day here on NBC News Now. And NBC News will carry a special report this afternoon of the arraignment when it happens. You can watch it on NBC and NBC News Now.
Well, now let's get to the latest on that highway collapse in Philadelphia. Authorities in the area are saying the effects of the collapse could potentially be felt well beyond the city of Philadelphia and for months to come. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa with more.
Commuters in a crunch after a fiery crash that collapsed a critical section of I-95 in Philadelphia.
Out of control here.
Thick plumes of smoke emanating from an accident involving a tanker below that authorities say was carrying 8,500 gallons of gasoline Sunday morning.
What can you tell us about the circumstances leading up to the vehicle fire?
The tractor and trailer was trying to navigate the curve, lost control of the vehicle, landed on its side, and ruptured the tank and ignited the fire.
The commercial truck crushed by the collapse. Pennsylvania State Police confirming a body was recovered from the wreckage.
And you can see just how massive of an undertaking the rebuilding process will be. Crews right now clearing out 500 tons of debris.
I-95 is the East Coast's main highway, stretching from Florida to Maine. And this section typically sees 160,000 vehicles a day. Now severed, the transportation secretary warns both commuters and the supply chain will feel the impact.
This is going to be a major disruption in that region, and it's really going to affect the whole Northeast.
All right, pulling up where 95 is closed now.
Standstill traffic snaking along I-95 as drivers brace for longer commutes, and the interstate closure funnels people onto local roads.
This is a way that I would never take to work under normal circumstances.
The devastation is reminiscent of an interstate failure from a fire in Atlanta back in 2017, worsening the gridlock for weeks. Steel girders supporting overpasses like the one in Philadelphia can become vulnerable when exposed to flames. According to engineering experts, steel loses about 20% of its strength at 750 degrees and half of its strength at 1,000.
If you heat up the structural material, it gradually softens, it loses the ability to carry the weight that was above it. And as a result, we can have damage to the bridge, and in extreme cases, you can have full collapse.
Our thanks to Emily Aketa for that report. Well, yesterday, the governor of Pennsylvania signed an emergency disaster declaration to get federal funding to fix that highway.
Time for a look at your morning news now weather forecast. Severe weather is impacting a big part of the South.
Angie Lastman is with us and has all the details. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, guys. We've got some quiet conditions out west. We've got a little bit of rain working through the Great Lakes and parts of the Northeast. And yes, we do have the potential for some strong storms to develop basically from Texas all the way over to Georgia, including parts of the Carolinas and, of course, Florida. Now, 19 million people are at risk with this. The main hazards are going to be the large hail as well as the strong winds. The good news is that tornado threat is very low through the afternoon and evening hours today, but I do want you to be aware of the hail threat because we're talking tennis ball size or larger. So from Dallas all the way to Macon, you'll want to be aware of this into the afternoon. And again, even after the sun goes down this evening, that'll be something that you deal with. And it's not just a today problem. It's also tomorrow, too, that you'll want to have a way to get those alerts because we once again will be seeing an elevated risk of some of these strong to even severe storms developing into the afternoon and evening hours. Tomorrow, too, same kind of impact, same hazards, the hail, the wind with that tornado threat low, but we can't rule out, of course, an isolated tornado, so just be aware of that. Here's the area for hail that could potentially develop into your Wednesday. Now, this is the system that we're continuing to watch. You can see some of these thunderstorms rolling through into the afternoon hours and evening hours today. It's fairly stationary, but still we'll be watching for some of those showers up near the Great Lakes, but this is the one that really is going to have the rain with it, packing a punch when it comes to heavy rainfall, and that risk for flooding will track into the afternoon and evening hours today and through the next couple of days. Through the Great Lakes in the Northeast, rather, this is just a good kind of soaking rain. We really need it. Part of the drought conditions across this area will hopefully be improved. Maybe an inch in some of the more widespread spots, maybe up to 2 inches in a few spots, but down through the Southeast, a different story. very localized amounts up to 8 inches possible.
Wow.
It does include places like Montgomery and into parts of Georgia and near Jackson, Tupelo. We could see some heavy rain. So just watch for the flooding concerns. That'll be something that we deal with through the day today. Places like, again, Montgomery to Savannah have that slight risk for flash flooding. Meanwhile, check out this heat, guys, in Texas. It is a scorcher down there. And it's not just today. These are triple-digit temperatures from San Antonio, San Angelo, heading to 103. Some of these feels-like temperatures this afternoon are going to be 108 and maybe even higher. And look at these actual high temperatures in places like Del Rio through the end of the week. 109 on Thursday and Friday. You add in the humidity, you're feeling really warm, really uncomfortable. So just taking it easy. If you have any strenuous activity to do outdoors, make sure you're staying hydrated in those spots, especially for the kiddos that are outside. A much different story through the Midwest, though. We're below normal. 68 degrees in Detroit, low 70s in Pittsburgh. Two different stories there.
Very different, all right.
Yeah, so much going on, as always. Angie, thank you.
This morning, basketball fans in Colorado are celebrating a historic win for the Denver Nuggets. For the first time ever, the team won the NBA title.
Yes, I got a lot of friends in Denver who had a fun night. Well, it was a two-time MVP, Nikola Jokic, who led the charge. The Nuggets snagged the Game 5 win over the Miami Heat in a 94-89 victory. 28 of those points were scored by Jokic, who was also named MVP of the finals.
Yes, it was a home game. This was the scene outside of Ball Arena in downtown Denver last night. As you can see, no surprise, hundreds, maybe even thousands of fans poured into the streets to celebrate, some of them setting off fireworks along the way.
The fun is scheduled to continue on Thursday when the city holds a parade and rally to mark the historic moment.
Coming up, a popular treatment for depression is now being called into question. Later this hour, the new research that shows the impacts of ketamine, that they could be overhyped.
But first, we'll have an update on those 4 children who spent 40 days in the Amazon jungle after a deadly plane crash. We're learning new information about how they were able to survive. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are continuing our coverage of this just incredible story of the 4 children who survived deep in the Amazon jungle for 40 days after a plane crash that killed 3 adults that included their mother.
The children, now recovering at a hospital in Bogota, are proving their resilience. That's to put it mildly. NBC's Kelly Kobiea has the latest.
The miracle moment when rescuers found 4 siblings deep in the Amazon jungle, hungry, covered in insect bites, but alive after 40 days in the forest. The youngest, a 1-year-old. Over the weekend, lifting them to safety. The family overjoyed. The father of 2 of the children calling it a miracle of God. The children from an indigenous tribe were on board this Cessna with their mother and 2 adults when it went down May 1st. At the crash site, rescuers found 3 adult bodies, but no children. Their mother was alive for 4 days, their father said, telling them before she died they had to leave. For weeks, searchers found clues: half-eaten fruit, small footprints, a baby bottle, tiny shoes. The children's grandmother said the eldest child, 13-year-old Leslie, always took care of her siblings and knew what was safe to eat, reportedly taking cassava flour from the wreckage. Their grandmother's voice blared out across the jungle, telling the children to stay still. Rescuers finally found them near a river using camping gear Leslie took from the wreckage and say they heard those messages from their grandmother. The children now recovering at a hospital. The director says they're weak, but speaking and drawing. These pictures tweeted by the Colombian military, one saying, "Siempre bendecida," always blessed. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News.
What a message there, my goodness. All right, more international headlines now. A massive overnight attack in central Ukraine.
Claudia Lavonga joins us now with that and other headlines. Hey, Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Officials in Ukraine said at least 6 people have died after a Russian missile strike hit an apartment building in President Zelensky's hometown. And the mayor of the town of Kryvyi Rih said that at least 25 other people were wounded and at least 7 others are still trapped under the rubble. In a message posted on social media, President Zelensky, who was born in that town, said Russian killers continue their war against residential buildings, ordinary cities, and people. Now let's go to Mexico City, where the mayor, Claudia Sheinbaum, announced she will step down in the hope she will become the ruling party's choice as candidate for the next presidential election in 2024. The 60-year-old mayor is one of the 2 favorite candidates that will be chosen by Morena, the party of the current president, Andrés Obrador, who cannot seek re-election. Sheinbaum underlined her credentials as a scientist and environmentalist, pledging to continue Obrador's transformation of Mexico with her own stamp. If elected, she will become the country's first female president. And let's end this short tour of the world in London, where on Saturday, King Charles III will celebrate his birthday by riding on horseback during the so-called Trooping of the Colour. The traditional horse riding event has marked official birthdays of monarchs for 260 years. Well, the king will be joined by 1,500 soldiers, 300 horses, 400 musicians, and countless fans of the monarchy and tourists, of course, who will come together to say for the first time, happy birthday, King Charles. Back to you guys.
Wow.
Sounds just like my birthday party. Just a quiet, subtle event.
Lots of horses.
Lots of horses, always. Thank you, Claudio.
Thanks. Coming up on Morning News Now, new concerns about a deadly outbreak in Mexico that has so far killed 4 Americans. A new warning from health experts this morning as they race to find anyone else who may have been exposed to this fungal meningitis. What you can do to stay safe.
Plus, you've heard the term eating your feelings. Well, now we know there's actual science to back it up. We're going to talk about the link between your brain, stress, and your favorite snacks after the break.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I cloned it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back with a new warning this morning about a deadly outbreak that is concerning health experts.
Yeah, this is really serious. This is all because of the recent spread of fungal meningitis linked to 2 medical clinics in Mexico. So far, 4 U.S. patients have already died, and health officials are racing to find anyone else who might have been exposed. Here to help us understand what is going on is NBC News senior medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Doctor, thank you for joining us. I understand this is a really important discussion that we should be having and kind of raising the alarm bells about. First of all, just tell us what's going on here. What is this exposure about? What's happening at these clinics? And are we being concerned enough about what's happening right now for these people who might have been exposed?
Yeah, so this is really interesting, right? There's 2 clinics in Mexico where people were going to get cosmetic procedures like breast augmentations or liposuction. And as part of that procedure, you can do an epidural anesthesia, meaning that you stick a needle in the spine and you numb those nerves that can kind of numb sensations in the arms or the chest or the legs, wherever the surgery was. But it turns out people who had those procedures, something went wrong, and we sort of introduced a fungus into the body, into the meninges, which is a layer of tissue that sort of protects the brain and spinal cord, and we're seeing what's called fungal meningitis. And what's really concerning here, guys, I spoke to the CDC last week about this. They can't get a hold of patients. For whatever reason, maybe it was wrong names, wrong phone numbers that they gave at the clinics. Even the ones they can get a hold of aren't taking this seriously, and they're not getting in for testing.
So this is a fungal meningitis, different from bacterial. Let's talk about what's the difference, how contagious is it, how dangerous is it?
So there's some similarities and differences. The similarities here, the symptoms are pretty similar, right? We have a high fever, we can have a stiff neck, lights can bother you, and you get that really severe headache, usually up here in the front. But what's different here, guys, and what the key is, fungal meningitis can take up to 30 days to present, maybe even longer, versus bacterial meningitis after the exposure. You get sick pretty quickly. You know you have it. For fungal meningitis, you may have it, but it kind of takes a while to brew, and that's why everybody, symptoms or not, who is exposed needs to get tested ASAP.
Oh, my goodness. So who's most exposed here? And what is, I think Joe asked about contagion between somebody who has it, can you pass it on?
Yeah, so really when we're talking about the patient population at risk here is young women in their 30s. That seems to be a majority of people who were exposed who had these procedures like the breast augmentations, the liposuction. But what's different here, viral and bacterial meningitis, you can spread from person to person. This one, fungal meningitis, not usually contagious. So the good news is if you're around somebody who had it, you should be okay.
All right, that's good to hear. We're breathing a little easier.
Women in their 30s with migraine-like symptoms. Thank you so much, Dr. Syal. Great to see you. Well, it's time now for our weekly mental health check-in. Today, we're taking a look at the effects of ketamine on treating depression and just why your brain tells you to grab the chips and the ice cream maybe sometimes when you're stressed.
Plus, what to do if you're trying to plan the perfect wedding, and that has you at your wits' end. Dr. Soumya Dave joins us now to break it all down for us. Dr. Dave, good morning. So let's start with this ketamine story. It's been hailed as a means for treating depression in recent years. A new study now says that might be overhyped. What do we know here?
So researchers looked at 119 articles about ketamine, and now these articles peaked in 2019 when the FDA approved the ketamine-derived nasal spray. And what researchers found is that 37% of these articles had inaccurate statements relating to ketamine's safety, how effective it was, and how long it worked for. Now, we've talked before on this segment about how depression is a leading cause of disability worldwide. So, of course, there's a need for a treatment and a cure. It's also very complex, and ketamine is not the first-line treatment. The long-term effects are still being studied. So it's so important to talk to a qualified provider to figure out the right and safest treatment plan possible.
Good information there, Doctor. Now let's talk about this emotional eating that a lot of us do. You know, we turn to certain snacks, certain comfort foods if we are stressed or upset. Well, I understand that now we're hearing there is some science actually behind that, how our brains make that connection, seek those things out. Tell us about this.
So I love when there's science to explain something that I've done for years and years. Now, we have a part of our brains that tells us when we are full. It signals to us that we don't want any more food. When we are stressed, that part of our brain becomes silenced. And what happens is that we feel a sense of reward when we're eating. So what do? We keep eating. It's a natural cycle that goes on. At the Garvin Institute of Medical Research, a report came out that found that mice who had a high-fat diet gained less weight than mice who had the same high-fat diet and who were stressed. So stress is really that important component here that determines how things go. always emphasize having accessible, nutrient-dense foods nearby, and also, of course, practicing self-care, prioritizing sleep, prioritizing socialization, and talking to a mental health provider if things feel overwhelming, because stress impacts every part of our bodies.
All good advice. I think Savannah just got stressed out seeing the In-N-Out burgers.
That is exactly correct. Sorry
Tabe.
to everybody at home, just blocking chips, wings, we're not helping.
Breakfast is going to be a little high calorie this morning. All right, Dr. Tabe, the month of June is seen as the start of wedding season. Trying to plan that perfect wedding can oftentimes take a toll on your mental health and maybe everyone around you. What are some of the ways to prevent that need for perfection from getting unhealthy and hurting your mental health?
You know, what's so interesting is perfectionism, this idea of flawlessness, of being able to have no mistakes, that has been going up since the 80s overall. And when it comes to weddings, we have more images than ever of what a perfect wedding looks like, whether that's on social media, photos from loved ones. What I always recommend to a couple is to really go back to your values and then go outward from there. So if you want to talk to your guests, then maybe a smaller wedding is the right fit. If there's a cause that you and your partner are really passionate about, maybe making donations to that cause in lieu of party favors might work better. And also remembering that this is not a competition. Everybody makes mistakes, and you're here to celebrate a relationship and also the bonds you've made with your families and communities. So shifting that focus can also help a little bit when it comes to those really high standards.
Great perspective. And instead of putting all that time and effort into food, just serve In-N-Out burgers and you'll be good to go.
One of my best friends did that, and it was the best wedding meal I've ever had.
There you go.
There
all
you
right.
go.
Dr. Sonia.
Thank you. Coming up, a young man who's breaking barriers in the academic world. When we come back, we will talk to a 19-year-old who just got his PhD about how he did it and what is next for him.
Plus, going nuts. Savannah's going to share the success story behind a family business and how it rose to peanut prominence. You're watching Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You got to see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with financial headlines and some good news for Apple.
Silvana Hanam joins us this morning with that and other headlines for us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Apple is nearing another historic milestone after the stock closed at a record high yesterday, just a week after the company unveiled its new mixed reality Vision Pro headset. Now, Apple's market valuation is just a stone's throw away from $3 trillion. The stock is up about 40% this year, outpacing gains in the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 index. And analysts say it's not just the headset that's driving up Apple's value. They also predict sales of the upcoming iPhone 15 and Apple Services business will further boost shares. Chocolate lovers could soon experience a bitter aftertaste. Prices are up 14% in the past year, according to Nielsen IQ, and they could rise further due to lower supplies of cocoa. Now, prices of cocoa hitting a 7-year high last week, and it's the El Nino weather phenomenon is forecast to bring lower rainfall and powerful winds to West Africa, which is home to a large portion of the world's cocoa crops. And Netflix is in talks to live stream a celebrity golf tournament this fall. The Wall Street Journal reports that it would feature professional golfers from the series Full Swing and Formula One drivers from Drive to Survive. Now, it would be Netflix's first live streaming sports event. The company's first live event was a Chris Rock comedy special in March. Apple TV Plus and Amazon Prime Video already have live sports with rights to Major League Soccer, MLB, and NFL Thursday night games, guys.
Wow, I love both of those shows.
Oh, well,
and
there
not
you
to
go.
brag or anything, but yesterday I interviewed Lando Norris, one of the major F1 drivers, and we raced each other in go-karts, and did pretty good.
Love it. Did you win?
This show was made for you.
No, but
okay,
it was
spoiler
close.
alert.
It took him 3 laps to catch up, but you'll find out.
Wow, all right.
Nicely done.
I may have gotten a tiny head start, but that's not that important.
2 laps. Savannah, thank you.
Thanks. Well, a 19-year-old in California is breaking academic barriers.
Tanishq Abraham graduated high school at just 10 years old. Now, after successfully defending his dissertation, he is one of the youngest PhD holders in the world at just 19.
So cool.
Dr. Tanishq Abraham joins us now to discuss this amazing accomplishment. How fun is this?
Yeah.
Dr. Abraham, good morning. That is a huge title for just 19. How does it feel to hear us call you that? I mean, what does it mean to get your PhD?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Really excited to be here. Yeah, this is it's a bit, a big moment for me. Yeah, I'm still getting used to hearing people call me Dr. Tanishq, but yeah, it's been a long journey with lots of ups and downs. So I'm really happy to be here at the end of this wonderful journey. So yeah.
So, doctor, how tough was this at your age? I mean, this is usually something people are doing in their late 20s, maybe their early 30s. What was it like to just, be a teenager and be going through this type of school?
Yeah, I think, it was a unique experience, and I was just trying to be like any regular student, I guess. But of course, there were some challenges that came along the way. Being a young student, and so yeah, of course. I try my best to interact with everyone, and I socialize with everyone. But of course, for example, I cannot go to the bars with other PhD students or things like that. But I still gained a lot of friends throughout the process, and of course, it's been a really exciting and wonderful experience. And yeah, of course, getting a PhD at any age is a huge accomplishment, but I think it means a whole lot for me to be able to do it this early on as well.
So, Doctor, we have a fun flashback for you. About 8 years ago, you joined MSNBC to talk about what you wanted to be when you grow up. Let's take a listen.
When I grow up, I do want to become a doctor and a medical researcher, and in the long term, also become a president.
All right, so you got the first part of that done. My question is, can we expect like a 2024 presidential announcement coming from you, or what's next?
Sure, why not? I think, I'm of course really excited about medical AI research. Now that's kind of been my recent interest. That was the focus of my PhD, and I'm continuing down that route. I recently founded a medical AI research organization as well, which is called NEDARC. So that's a direction that I think there's a lot of promise in that. And really excited to lead efforts in this space. But yeah, eventually down the line, we'll see where life takes me.
So, Doctor, AI is something that we've been talking about a ton on this show here at NBC News. We've been loving covering it, but a lot of it comes with some stuff that sounds sort of scary and then some things that sound absolutely amazing. To you, anything we should be worried about and anything you're particularly excited about in your field?
Yeah, I think in the field of AI, there's a lot of opportunity, but of course, lots of risk as well that we have to be careful about how these systems are being deployed. But I think overall, people who are going to be using AI to augment their workflows and help them with their work, I think those are the people that are going to be succeeding. So I think we should all be looking into ways to use AI to improve our own workflows.
Very cool. Dr. Abraham, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you for joining us. So good to have you. All right, well,
thank you for having me.
This next story is a little nutty. The Braverman family has spent nearly a century bringing people together through their snacks. Well, their business, Nuts.com, has grown over the years from humble beginnings to peanut prominence. It's a 94-year-old business. I spent a day out in Cranford, New Jersey with the Bravermans getting a full access tour of all things nuts. Take a look.
I said I want to join the family business, and my dad and my uncle said, "You are nuts."
43-year-old Jeff Braverman is the CEO of Nuts.com, a family business shelling out fresh snacks for nearly a century.
The nut business. Tell me about it.
Our grandfather, as a young boy, just selling candy on a street corner, had an opportunity to start a little nut store in 1929. We've had plenty of adversity over the years, and we're still here and thriving.
Jeff's grandfather, affectionately known as Poppy Saul, had no idea his little nut shop at the New Jersey Mulberry Street Market would turn into this. But the journey from street-side stand to thriving online retailer didn't come without its challenges.
We went off to fight in World War II. Kind of was that small store for, the next 60 years or so.
After college, Jeff went into investment banking, but he knew he wanted a crack at the family trade. Having started his career at the height of the dot-com boom, he saw that opportunity online.
I remember this distinctly. It was December 4th, 2003. It's Christmas. We need to launch this new website. And it was like the floodgates open. My dad, he said, "Shut it off." And we said no.
Over the next 20 years, the Nuts business transformed into a 140,000 square foot facility, processing tens of millions of pounds of snacks a year. Everything from nuts to chocolate to dried fruits, even gummy bears. I asked Jeff, self-described chief nut, to show me around.
Glasses and hairnet.
Amazing.
Try to be as cool as me, please. Wow. This is like major Willy Wonka vibes.
We're gonna go into the peanut roasting room.
And that is the famous roaster.
We're gonna meet the master roasters, Uncle Sandy and my dad.
So show me how this works.
And it takes about 20 to 25 minutes, and they're done, and then they come out, and then we have the hot nuts.
Get your hot peanuts here!
Next, it was time for my happy place.
I can tell where we are by the smell of chocolate.
We make the most amazing chocolate-covered things in here, and my cousin David's going to show you exactly how we go about doing that.
So nice to see you.
Welcome to my office.
I wasn't going to leave without getting my hands dirty, so I gloved up.
These are our freshly roasted almonds.
Okay.
We bring them in direct from the growers, roast them in-house, and then we cover them in chocolate. And you slowly ladle some in. Back and forth. And you want to build a layer of chocolate.
What if I mess up this batch?
You can't mess it up.
Just one batch of almonds takes hours through this old-fashioned process.
And so this is what you call each one a work of art?
Yes.
I believe it.
Time for a little reward.
He realized I have been here this whole time and I have not tried one thing.
You shall now.
It is time.
I got the whole family together to taste test as we put together some personalized gift baskets.
I'm in charge of quality control.
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Well, Kenneth, you better try another one to make sure.
Can I get into this one first?
Oh my God.
You guys are definitely family.
And the secret to working with family without going nutty?
Well, we like to joke around and and have a good time, there is a lot of love and respect. We all come together when we need to, and we succeed.
Just the sweetest family. 94 years in business together, so neat to see.
Sweet and salty.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
Coming up, 3 decades of love. This morning, one woman is sharing her secret to a successful marriage after nearly 30 years.
When we come back, how she says they've kept the spark alive. This is Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Finally this hour, keeping the spark alive. We're taking a look at the keys to a successful relationship.
Today's show anchor Jenna Bush Hager met up with the best-selling author Helen Ellis to discuss her new book, Kiss Me in the Coral Lounge, and how she's been able to keep the love alive in her own marriage for nearly 3 decades.
During the pandemic, a lot of couples tried making bread or maybe yoga. What did you and your husband try?
Viagra. And let me tell you, it's better than banana bread. Much better.
Author Helen Ellis is known for her funny and unfiltered humor. And now she is speaking out about life with her husband, Lex. Together for almost 30 years and married for 21, she is still madly in love and sharing her secrets.
Keep it going, keep it going.
Why did you want to write this?
It's me saying, oh my gosh, I have to tell you about my husband. How we deal with the snoring, how we deal with planning for later in life, how we deal with weddings and our sex life.
Ellis is unapologetic when it comes to describing the kind of couple she and Lex are not.
We are not a couple who does half marathons. We are not a couple who wants to come and stay in your guest room.
No, y'all decided you're not a couple that has children.
That's right, we are not a couple that has children.
She says that's a formula that works for them. Ellis named her new book, Kiss Me in the Coral Lounge, Intimate Confessions from a Happy Marriage. The Coral Lounge is the room in her New York City apartment where she and her husband hunkered down during the pandemic, and where she realized once again in this special place, all their own, how much she loved her husband.
It's like there's a million different ways to live. Yeah. And we don't have to live the way that everybody lived before us necessarily.
No, and that's the Coral Lounge. This is the second bedroom that does not have children and does not have house guests. He painted the apartment when you were 45. That was the real decision of, okay, we're gonna have a 2 living room apartment. It reminds me every time I step in here that we made.
Y'all made the best decision.
We made the best decision for us. And people know
Ellis isn't afraid to go against the norms. She rejects the notion that marriage is work and considers it more like play, ensuring the fun always remains.
It seems like humor is sort of a cornerstone, a North Star of who you are, but also of your relationship.
It really is. My attitude towards my marriage is the same attitude I have
towards writing these pieces, and that's be funny, be honest, and be kind. You know, that's my rule. This is from, I think, 2017.
You made this Valentine?
We made these together.
Ellis writes about the traditions she and Lex have created over the years, such as foregoing gifts and instead opting to make handcrafted Valentines to each other.
It feels like you find joy in the smallest moments, like the little parts of life that really are life, you know?
It's true, you know, joy is small, romance is small. The most romantic thing that my husband does is every year he gives me a piece of paper with a number on it. And the number is the days that we've been together.
One night I got home from traveling, and Henry, my husband, had put a little Post-it note, and he drew 2 ships. And then he wrote 2 ships passing, ...
Oh,
I know. But you're right that things don't, marriage doesn't need to be filled with grand gestures.
We don't do Christmas gifts. We don't do birthday gifts. The marriage is the gift.
Her stories filled with everyday life, the habits, the problems, the solutions, something so many of us can relate to. Well, almost.
Every story, I was like, oh, I see myself here. I see myself right here. I see a friend right here. And I haven't, except for the Viagra part.
Yet.
Our thanks to Jenna Bush Hager for that reporting. While Helen's book, Kiss Me in the Coral Lounge, is out today.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thanks everybody for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, historic day. Donald Trump is set to appear in federal court today to face criminal charges. The first time a former president will surrender to the same federal agents he once led. This morning, streets around the Miami federal courthouse are locked down. Police are on high alert, and the crowds, along with the law enforcement watching them, are only expected to grow. We're in South Florida with the last-minute preparations, and what we can expect is the most high-profile defendant in American history prepares to appear before a judge. Disaster declaration. We're hearing grim new information about that fiery crash that has crippled one of the country's busiest interstates. As a massive rebuild kicks into high gear this morning, drivers could face months of traffic delays. What investigators are now saying about the moments just before the crash. Remarkable rescue. Dramatic new video shows the moment 4 children were found deep in the Colombian Amazon 40 days after their plane crashed. Now the children are starting to share what happened. We'll have more on what their mother's last words to them were and how the oldest child was able to help keep her siblings alive. And final spin. After more than 4 decades, Wheel of Fortune host Pat Sajak says he's ready to retire, but not before one last spin of the wheel. We're taking a look back at his iconic career hosting a game show that brings joy to millions. He's going to do one more season, and then after 40-plus years, calling it quits.
Yeah, wow. Surprise yesterday.
Exactly.
To hear.
More on that surprise in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning with the arraignment of former President Donald Trump on criminal charges just hours from now.
Trump arrived in Miami yesterday, spending the night at his Doral Golf Club. Later today, he will appear in a Miami courtroom to be arraigned on charges stemming from the classified documents investigation led by special counsel Jack Smith. That investigation shifted into high gear last August when the FBI discovered dozens of boxes containing marked classified documents scattered inside Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Well, Trump is now facing 37 counts, including 31 counts under the Espionage Act. The former president has denied any wrongdoing in the case and is expected to plead not guilty. We have team coverage this morning of Trump's arraignment, including NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns and legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. We will talk to both of them in just a moment, but we're going to get started with the other person you see on your screen there, are Garrett Hake, who joins us from Miami. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, the former president set to arrive here, likely underground coming in, underground coming out. And of course, there are no cameras in federal court, which means only a handful of people will see the former president plead not guilty today to these historic charges.
Donald Trump poised to make history this morning as a federal criminal defendant, facing arraignment before a judge this afternoon. The former president returning to Florida Monday, cheered on by a small group of supporters outside his Doral Golf Club.
It's a disgrace. It's a witch hunt.
The whole thing is a scam.
Mr. Trump remains defiant in the face of a 37-count indictment, accused by the special counsel of mishandling classified documents and obstructing efforts to retrieve them. According to the indictment, the material included top-secret information about weapons capabilities of the U.S. and foreign countries, U.S. nuclear programs, and potential U.S. military vulnerabilities.
Our laws that protect national defense information are critical to the safety and security of the United States.
Mr. Trump on social media attacking his indictment as, quote, strictly third world, and vowing, if elected, to appoint a real special prosecutor to investigate President Biden, an appointment a president has no power to make directly. Republicans, including House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, largely rallying to Mr. Trump's defense.
The idea of equal justice is not playing out here, and so that's a real concern to all Americans.
But some of Mr. Trump's Republican presidential rivals say the charges are serious, including former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
The conduct in there is awful. And we're in a situation where there are people in my own party who are blaming DOJ. How about blame him? He did it.
And Mr. Trump's former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley.
If this indictment is true, if what it says is actually the case, President Trump was incredibly reckless with our national security.
It's a full circle moment for Mr. Trump, who in 2016 relentlessly attacked Hillary Clinton for storing classified emails on a personal server, arguing it disqualified her from the presidency.
In my administration, I'm going to enforce all laws concerning the protection of classified information. No one will be above the law.
Amid calls for protests from Mr. Trump and some of his allies, Miami's mayor and police chief say they're confident they have the resources to keep the city safe.
We're taking this event extremely serious. We know that there's a potential of things taking a turn for the worst.
One of the big questions going into today's hearing is who will represent Mr. Trump in court. Remember, his two lead defense attorneys both resigned late last week. He hasn't announced their replacements, but Todd Blanche, a former federal prosecutor who's also working on the New York City case, is expected to be at least a part of this new legal team. Guys.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. And now let's bring in NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns and NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Thank you both for joining us. Dasha, I will start with you because you are on the ground right outside of where the former president spent the night at his resort there. What is the scene like there right now? That's one of these other big stories unfolding. What's going to happen on these streets today that are in lockdown? Do we know what to expect at this point?
Well, Savannah, right now, right here where we are, things are pretty quiet this morning. We don't expect to see a whole lot of activity right here until a little bit later, where we do know that there will be some protests at the courthouse. We don't know what the scene is going to look like. It's unclear how big the crowds will be. We know officials are preparing for a range of possibilities here, and they don't expect a mass sort of aggressive, violent protest. But as we know, it only takes one lone person to cause a scene or to cause some chaos or a dangerous situation. So everyone is on high alert right now. We don't expect to hear from the former president until he heads back to Bedminster later today. But I will be keeping an eye on my inbox, because if it's anything like the last time he was indicted in that New York case, we do expect that he will be fundraising off of this. And last time around, I received a flurry of emails seeing him trying to sort of rally support around the indictment. And already this morning, we received an email that said this indictment is election interference. So again, legally and politically, these are sort of two separate issues for the former president. Politically, he's really using this to rally support. Savannah.
Kristen, let's bring you in here and talk about something that's been kind of bubbling up as a point of conversation here. According to the Washington Post, Trump spent yesterday afternoon looking for a Florida lawyer to join his defense team. So there's no confirmation yet that he's found one. He traveled from New Jersey down to Florida with an attorney of his, but looking for this local lawyer. This has been an issue for Trump in the past, hiring and then retaining lawyers. But tell us why he needs to find a lawyer for this court appearance, why he's looking for one in Florida. What is this about?
Well, it can be based on a number of factors. You know, when we look at Trump's pattern with lawyers, including Michael Cohen, Evan Cochran, Donald Trump really isn't in the market for a lawyer. What he really is in the market for is a human shield. So that's really going to make finding an attorney really challenging, which is even further complicated by the fact that he also has to find an attorney who's local, so knows the judges, and can gain favor that way, but then also an attorney who specializes in national security to really help navigate those charges that he's facing under the Espionage Act. And that's a really niche field. And the pool of available talent is already limited. And then you add Trump's notorious reputation to the mix, and you're really left with even fewer attorneys who even would be willing to accept the risks of taking him on as a client and the harm to their own reputation and the scrutiny that they would receive. So it's going to be really challenging for Trump to find an attorney based on all of those factors.
Definitely. Dasha, after today's arraignment, the plan here is that the former president's going to fly back to New Jersey, planning to deliver remarks at a campaign fundraising event tonight. This is ahead of his birthday tomorrow. What can we expect from that event, and what do we anticipate hearing from him, especially when we know that there is concern about how much he's speaking about this indictment, about these charges?
Well, the one thing that'll be interesting to see today, Savannah, is does he get any sort of guidance from the court here today about what he can and cannot say? We know we've seen that in the past. He hasn't really been very limited in his words or very restrictive in how he talks about these cases. I expect that he will continue along this similar line of making the case that he is being attacked, and in fact that it's not just him being attacked, but it is the American people who are being attacked. And that has really been the power in how Trump has framed this case for his base and for the voters that have supported him in the past, that this is not about him, that this is about all of those who support him being targeted by an unjust system. And that's what makes it so difficult, frankly, for some of his rivals in this race to break from him in this case, because he has made it so compelling for his supporters, and breaking from him is sort of breaking from the base of the Republican Party in a way that could potentially hurt his rivals if they were to go astray. So he may be legally in more serious trouble than he ever has been, but politically he is playing this in the same way that he has played every other legal hurdle that he's faced, where he is using this to rally political support, to fundraise, and to help build momentum for his primary race.
Yeah, and to that point, Dasha, after we saw the indictment here in New York, those state charges, we saw that fundraising bump after the president sent out those emails, things like that. Kristen, I also want to ask you about something we haven't been talking about as much, but will be appearing, is expected to appear anyway, alongside the former president at today's arraignment. This aide, a former military valet at the Trump White House, also facing these charges. Walk us through what he's looking at, and if it's possible that prosecutors could offer him a plea deal.
Yeah, he's looking at those same charges as Donald Trump: the obstruction of justice, the false statements, and the hiding and concealment of these classified documents as more of a conspiracy charge. And, you know, with any plea deal, the question really is going to really boil down to whether the prosecutor is willing to offer enough incentives to make that defendant forego his or her constitutional right to a trial. And in this case, and in any case where there is someone charged with something related to Trump, the question really is going to be whether the prosecutor's incentive can outweigh any of Trump's perceived incentives, right? The case against Walt Nauta is really supported in this case by substantial evidence, you know, including text messages, photographs, corroborated details of his involvement in moving those boxes. And that strong evidence suggests that the prosecution may not necessarily need to offer him any type of plea deal. And if they do, his credibility could be undermined by the false statements that he gave to the FBI during the interview, if in fact the allegations in the indictment is true. But I think one of the most important things is to look at how Trump has rewarded his loyal members by pardons and clemency, and certainly if he has any expectation of winning the presidential race, Nauta may not want to consider any plea deal.
So, Dasha, quickly before I let you go, just walk us through what's next. I think people are wondering, look, he's on a presidential campaign right now, being arraigned today. What does this mean?
Well, that's exactly it. Look, he's going to be looking for a lawyer, as we talked about, and he's also going to be campaigning at the same time as he's dealing with now not just one, but two indictments. So he's going to be on these parallel tracks of politics and legal issues, and how he juggles those two things, and how he either, keeps them separate or very much melds the two together will be important to watch. And for his legal team, kind of a scary thing to watch if you're his lawyer, and seeing how he may or may not cross that line in terms of saying things that maybe you don't want to say very publicly at a time when you are under intense legal scrutiny, Savannah.
Dasha, thank you so much. Kristen, thank you so much. We appreciate you both diving in on this on an important day. And we're going to have much more on the arraignment of former President Trump throughout the day here on NBC News Now. That includes a special report this afternoon when the arraignment is actually happening. So be sure to keep your TV, your screens, your computers right here. Well, the United States Central Command says 22 service members were injured in a, quote, helicopter mishap that occurred last Sunday in northeastern Syria. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has the details.
Hey there, good day to you. The U.S. military is calling it a helicopter mishap this past Sunday, resulting in injuries for 22 service members. U.S. Central Command, which oversees operations in the Middle East, said the injuries were of different degrees and added in a statement, the service members are receiving treatment for their injuries and 10 have been evacuated to higher care facilities. The cause of the incident, this statement says, is under investigation, though no enemy fire was reported. And that could be a crucial detail because in late April, the Army ordered a temporary aviation stand down after a spate of domestic helicopter crashes in training missions, resulting in at least 14 soldiers being killed. These are early days, so we can't say this latest crash is connected, but it will surely be top of mind as the military investigates what caused this.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you very much.
Now, the latest on that highway collapse in Philadelphia. It has officially been declared a disaster, and authorities in the area are saying the effects of the collapse could potentially be felt well beyond Philadelphia for months to come. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Philly with the latest. Emily, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Well, we now know it was a deadly incident. Authorities recovering a body from the wreckage, and family members say it was the man behind the wheel of the tanker that crashed into the interstate behind me. As for the ripple effects we're seeing from this road closure, already major impacts on commuters, travel, and commerce. This morning, a massive rebuilding process kicking into high gear after that tanker crash engulfed I-95 in Philadelphia, reducing the northbound lanes to rubble. Surveillance video showing the fiery collision, and now officials revealing new details about the moments just before it.
From what we understand, the tractor and trailer was trying to navigate the curve, lost control of the vehicle, landed on its side, and ruptured the tank and ignited the fire.
The crash considered an accident?
Yes.
Authorities confirming they've recovered a body from the rubble. They've yet to identify the individual, but family members say it was Nathaniel Moody, a husband and father described as an experienced truck driver.
His older sister called me and she said, Ike, she said, the state troopers just left Teresa in Jersey and they told her they pulled the body from the truck.
The commercial truck had been carrying 8,500 gallons of gasoline, fueling intense flames, hot enough to compromise steel girders supporting the roadway. 160,000 vehicles rely on this section of I-95 each day, a main transportation artery now severed for weeks, if not months. Pennsylvania's governor officially declaring the scorched thoroughfare a disaster, and AAA warning the disruption could have a sweeping impact across the region.
This is going to have a ripple effect in terms of how people travel, how truckers deliver things, how people get, north and south of here on their summer vacation, their summer road trips.
Snarled traffic already snaking through the Philadelphia area.
Here you can see the traffic is really building up and really going all the way down.
As commuters brace for the long road ahead.
And crews are working around the clock. On the ground here, you can see just how much progress they've already made over the past 48 hours on the northbound side. But the rubble is about to multiply. Officials say that fiery crash was so hot, it also compromised the southbound lanes, which now need to be demolished over the next couple of days. We're also learning that Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg will be on the ground on site here in just a few hours surveying this massive undertaking. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you.
Well, an investigation is underway after one person was killed and several others were hurt when their tour boat capsized. It happened yesterday in a cave along the Erie Canal in upstate New York, east of Niagara Falls. First responders pulled people out of the water after those first calls for help came in. One passenger was killed when he became trapped under the boat after it went bottom up. 16 people were pulled from the water. 11 of them were taken to the hospital for minor injuries and hypothermia. The cause of the capsizing is not yet known.
New details this morning on the story we've been following of the Utah mother who wrote a children's book on grief after her husband died, only to later be accused of poisoning him. The latest development, a judge denied bail to the mother of three during an emotional court hearing. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with more on that. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Eric Richins passed away in the couple's bedroom in March of 2022. His wife, Corey, was arrested last month, charged with aggravated murder. And this morning, she remains behind bars after a detention hearing featuring dramatic accusations from a member of her late husband's family.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed. If Corey was in fact willing to kill Eric for money, who's to say that what she will not do?
Amy Richins, Eric's sister, pleading with the judge to deny bail in an emotional victim's impact statement.
Please protect what Eric put his life on the line for, his three boys. Thank you.
With witness testimony from a detective, a private investigator, and a forensic accountant, prosecutors painted a picture of Corey as a calculating killer who acquired dozens of fentanyl pills. The autopsy later revealing a massive dose of the substance in her husband's body.
5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead. And the person who benefited the most from Eric being dead is the defendant.
Prosecutors also revealing new details about the Utah mom's alleged internet activity, including searches for luxury prisons for the rich. How long does life insurance take to pay? And can the FBI find deleted text messages?
There's nothing to show that Corey did anything to Eric.
The defense arguing these searches were merely in response to what was happening with the investigation, not evidence as of guilt, and claiming there's no evidence linking Corey to the murder.
It could have been accidental. Being bad with money does not make you a murderer.
Corey, who wrote a book to help her children cope with their grief, sitting handcuffed in the courtroom, becoming emotional at times. As a prosecutor described the text messages, she says she sent after finding Eric's body and performing CPR in an attempt to save his life.
And do those text messages read, "I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life"?
Yes.
The detective later testifying there's reason to believe no CPR was performed prior to paramedics' arrival. The judge ultimately siding with the prosecution.
The defendant would pose a substantial danger to the community if released on bail.
Prosecutors are pointing to money as a possible motive. They allege the couple had been arguing over real estate and that Corey was in debt, alleging she'd forged at least one life insurance application for Eric. The defense claims Eric's death left her worse off financially. Corey Richins has yet to enter a plea. Another court hearing is set for next week. Joe.
All right, Aaron, thank you.
Now it is time for another check of your morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with more. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. We start in Texas where, boy, it's feeling like summer there. Temperatures heading to 106 in Del Rio today. San Antonio, 100 degrees. Laredo, you're going to hit 105. These numbers, they're just a couple of degrees warmer than normal in some spots, but check out San Angelo, 10 degrees warmer than normal. The feels like temperatures later this afternoon are also going to be even warmer than what you just saw there. 108, 109 in some spots. So take it easy crazy. And that goes for the next couple of days. Del Rio ends up at 109 for the actual temperature by Thursday and Friday. San Antonio will be into the triple digits all the way through the end of the work week. And even Houston, you'll get into those triple digits by Thursday and Friday. So really warm, warmer than normal conditions setting up over Texas for really the extended period. Meanwhile, a different story as we look towards the Midwest and the Northeast. Temperatures kind of hanging out a little below normal, upper 60s for some spots like Buffalo, Detroit, and Chicago. They'll deal with some showers today, too. As if you're looking for the warmer air, though, it starts to creep in tomorrow for parts of the Midwest. Upper 80s in Minneapolis, Des Moines heading to 88 degrees. But then it kind of takes hold across much of the Northeast and parts of the Mid-Atlantic as we get into the later parts of the work week and into the weekend, the most important time of the week, of course. 84 on Saturday for Cincinnati, 88 in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. Looking pretty good in New York, too, as we round out the work week. 80 on Friday and 82 on Saturday. Now, we do have some rain to contend with in some spots, and some of those areas could deal with some even strong storms. That rain that you're seeing across parts of the Midwest, it's part of a system that's going to slowly work its way to the east. Right now, it is bringing rain to the Northeast. We saw some rounds of rain yesterday in parts of New York. We'll also see that continuing for the Midwest today around the Great Lakes. But we do have some thunderstorms already bubbling up in parts of the South. And this is the area that we're going to watch to see some of those stronger storms developing into the afternoon hours today and stretching into the evening, too. 19 million people are included in this. So heads up if you live in this area. You could see mainly the strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Hail will be one of the bigger threats this afternoon. The good news, if you're looking for it, is that our tornado threat is low. But tennis ball size hail is very possible, stretching from parts of Georgia into Texas. Now, tomorrow, a similar area going to be under those same kind of hazards, or the possibility of them, I should say. Less amounts of people, 9 million, but still Jackson, Montgomery, you're all included in this, and it does include those same hazards. An isolated tornado possible, but again, it's the hail that will get your attention. And the rain. We'll have some heavy rain working through. It actually doesn't look like it is quite as impressive as it initially was, guys, but still we could see some widespread amounts of maybe 3 inches up to 5 inches. So we will have some localized flooding on the table for folks as we get into the next couple of days. So just a heads up with all of that.
All right.
Watch out for that hail. Angie, thank you.
Coming up, daring rescues are playing out as deadly floodwaters slam parts of Cuba. The urgent evacuations by boat and by helicopter as water rushes into homes and wipes out roads.
Also, new details in that incredible story of survival. A mother's last message to her children after a deadly plane crash in the Colombian jungle, and how 4 children, all under 14, were able to survive for 40 days. Stay with us.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with more on that remarkable story of the 4 children who survived 40 days in the Amazon jungle. They were the only survivors of a deadly plane crash, living off of fruits, nuts, and just sheer will. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now with the latest on this just remarkable story that we cannot get enough details on. Kelly, good morning.
It's so true, Savannah, and we're learning more about how the children survived from the children themselves. They've been telling relatives about how they hid in tree trunks to escape from snakes and other animals in the jungle, and how they used what they found in the wreckage of the plane to help keep them all alive. This morning, the 4 siblings who survived 40 days deep in the Amazon jungle are slowly regaining their strength at a military hospital and talking about the moment they were found last Friday by a team of military and indigenous searchers. The eldest girl, 13-year-old Leslie, was carrying her 1-year-old sister and holding her other sister's hand. They ran to hug me, and Leslie said, "I'm hungry," the searcher says. The Cessna carrying the 4 siblings and their mother crashed deep in the Amazon forest May 1st. It took 2 weeks to locate the wreckage. Searchers found 3 adult bodies in the plane, but no children. The father of the 2 youngest children says the eldest told him their mother was alive for 4 days and told her children before she died that they had to leave. Their grandfather says they stayed by the plane, surviving on the 3 pounds of cassava flour they traveled with. And eventually, when no one came to help, the siblings started walking. For weeks, searchers found clues: half-eaten fruit, small footprints, a baby bottle, a tiny pair of shoes. Their grandfather said Leslie fed her 1-year-old sister baby formula until it ran out, then only water. The other siblings surviving on berries and seeds they found in the jungle. Their family says the kids heard this recorded message in their grandmother's voice, telling them to stop moving. The children finally found just in time. Their grandfather saying Leslie was too tired to walk. The children now playing with each other, reading and drawing pictures, the hospital director said, including these, thanking the military and indigenous search teams. One picture with the words "Siempre Bendecida," always blessed. And the relatives of these children say that their ancestral knowledge passed down from their grandmother really was key to helping them survive. But one searcher also says that Leslie was really smart, that she took camping gear, a flashlight with batteries that still worked, and an empty water bottle, all from that wreckage when they started walking, using that water bottle to fill up with water when they were close to a water source, always staying close to a river, and even creating a makeshift shelter with some of that camping gear to protect them. Savannah, just incredible details. And this morning, the hospital director says all of the children are in good spirits.
Oh,
Savannah.
That is such good news. Just an incredible story, Kelly. Great details there. Thank you so much.
All right, whether wine is good or bad for you is a topic that has been debated a lot over the years. Well, today we have some good news, assuming you like wine.
Exactly. If you're a wine drinker, that's right. Doctors are now saying light to moderate drinking can help keep the stress away, and then that can lead to better heart health.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now with this incredibly good news. Who's impacted in this study? And remind us what moderate level of drinking is.
And that's the important part. The other important part is it's alcohol. So it's not wine.
wine, it's not beer, it's not whiskey, it's alcohol, the alcohol content itself. And over the years, like you mentioned, it's been controversial. It's gone back and forth as to whether it can be healthy for us, light to moderate or not. And part of it has been saying, okay, the supplements in there, the flavonoids that are in there, the different antioxidants, those are what are helping us out. But this study's saying, no, that's not what's happening. Instead, what's happening is it is actually affecting our amygdala. And the amygdala is part of the brain that basically gives us our stress response. And so when we get stressed during the day, the amygdala dictates how we respond to that. Alcohol, in the study they found, would actually dampen that response and so keep those stress levels under control. Light to moderate, 1 or less drinks a day for women. 1 drink a day for women. For men, 1 to 2 drinks a day is considered light to moderate.
So when we think, I've had a long day, I just am going through a breakup, whatever is making you upset, and you're like, I just want a glass of wine to take the edge off. That's real.
That's real, and that's what's happening here. And what they found is they looked at over 50,000 people. It's the biobank that Mass General Brigham has. And they looked at 50,000 people. Of those, they took about 750, and they actually did CAT scans on their brains. Wow. And they found that those that were light to moderate drinkers of alcohol, the amygdala reacted less. It had less of a light up in the CAT scan, showing it wasn't reacting quite as much. And over time, they also found out that it's not just while they were drinking, because we think, okay, we take a drink for a couple hours, I'll have stress under control, but it was throughout the day. It acted on the amygdala. Even if you drank it in the evening, it acted for the next 24 hours or so, and so it really helped out in that case.
Obviously, we have to be clear, drinking alcohol can come with health risks, especially if it's too much. So how do we weigh the positives and negatives?
And that's what the researchers, a lot of experts, myself included, say we want to make sure that these caveats are in there. Drinking is not something, and they're saying, don't start drinking because of this study if you don't drink before. If you do drink at light to moderate, then, take some belief in that, okay, this could possibly help out. If cardiac events are your problem, if you have a family history of cardiac issues or cardiac risks. On the other hand, if you have cancer risks in your family or you yourself are at higher risk for cancer, then no, any amount of alcohol can be a problem, so you want to be careful there. So again, you have to weigh your own health risks, your own health issues, and whether this might be able to help you or not. But they are saying, don't go ahead and start drinking, but if you are drinking, this could help out. The other thing the study is showing us is that stress response, how we respond to stress, is the important part. And so they're hoping they can take this data and say, okay, let's find ways you can respond. We know exercise, meditation, those types of things can help us, but is there some other way we can find a way to help? Because that can get it better off and better under control.
All right, Dr. John Torres, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Interesting stuff there.
Coming up, floods in Cuba turning deadly.
Yeah, water seen rushing into homes as residents are pulled to safety by a helicopter. We'll tell you about the dramatic rescue efforts. That's up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. This morning, floods are devastating Cuba. The island nation was hit with record rainfall, destroying homes and critical crops. And as a result, the military is evacuating thousands of civilians to dry ground. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more.
A flooding emergency in Cuba turns deadly. Raging water sweeping through homes, leaving communities underwater, thousands evacuated, and at least one person killed. The military using helicopters in some areas to rescue families, including women and children. They warned us before, but we didn't want to leave, and now we had to get out, said this man after he boarded one of the military helicopters. Others, like this elderly couple, rescued on boats from their homes. Cuba's central and eastern areas are the most affected after a weekend of heavy rain causing rivers to overflow. Over 400 rural communities affected by the flooding. We're trying to save everything we can while helping neighbors, said this man. Official media reporting some 10,000 homes have been damaged and more than 7,000 people have been evacuated. Days of rain have left the ground saturated with water, with dams at capacity, and the forecast indicating more rain may come in a country where the needs are overwhelming.
Lack of food, lack of medicine, lack of gasoline, which affects aid to any part of the country right now.
The flooding already damaging over 2,000 acres of crops, including fruits and vegetables, vital to help with those food shortages.
Added disasters such as flooding or hurricanes, and it becomes almost unbearable for the Cuban people right now.
Many bracing for another tough year with a new hurricane season just beginning. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
All right, let's get you some more international headlines now with breaking news out of central England, where a suspect has been arrested for the murders of 3 people.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, the police in the UK say that 3 people have been found dead in the streets of Nottingham and 3 others were found injured elsewhere in the city after they were hit by a van. Now, the police believe the incidents are linked and said a man was arrested on suspicion of murder and is now in custody. Detectives are trying to establish what happened, but said the investigation is still in the early stages. Now let's go to Pakistan, where more than 80,000 people are being evacuated as a powerful cyclone is expected to make landfall on Thursday. According to officials, the cyclone named Bipar Joy will bring sustained wind speed of up to 84 miles per hour, with gusts up to 93 miles per hour. The cyclone is expected to make landfall on the coast of the southern Sindh province, where experts predict up to 12 inches of rain and 12 feet high storm surges, which could inundate low-lying settlements. And let's end this short tour of the world in Seoul. The capital of South Korea is celebrating the 10th anniversary of the foundation of BTS, the country's and perhaps the world's most famous K-pop band. The city is marking the occasion by lighting up in purple, the signature color of the band, its bridges, landmarks, and skyscrapers, including the City Hall and the World Lotte Tower. But that's not all. Today, the post office starts issuing stamps marking the anniversary, and on Saturday, fireworks will explode over the Han River Park. How about that?
Wow.
I can't believe it's been 10 years.
I can't believe they're getting their own stamp. Like the Queen. Very cool. Claudio, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, breaking inflation data out just moments ago.
We're going to dig into the numbers, what it means in the fight against inflation, and ultimately your wallet with our white tennis shoe experts. That is coming
look at
up
that
next.
team,
Stay with
like
us.
the Avengers.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We are back with some breaking economic data.
That's right. Inflation cooled to 4% in May on an annual basis. That is the lowest level in 2 years. On a monthly basis, inflation came in at 0.1%. Well, here to dig a little deeper into these numbers is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver, our go-tos on a morning like this. Good morning to both of you. Brian, just take us through these numbers. How do they compare to the previous month, cooling to 4%?
Yeah, let's give a little context here. So again, this is a yearly inflation rate that we're talking about here. So prices rose by 4% between May of this year and May of last year. And that's encouraging because that's a slower pace than the 4.9% that we had seen in April, and then much slower than the 9% that we had seen in the summer of last year. Well, that is a weird number that I just drew. But either way, those are the numbers that we're looking at. So inflation coming down, although prices are still rising. Where did we see the price increases or changes over the month? Well, we saw food change by about just 0.2% between April and May. Were monthly figures that we're talking about here. Energy actually declined 3.6% as gasoline prices were very much closely in view over the last month. And then shelter, this is the cost of just putting a roof over your head. Think mortgages and also rent, increasing by 0.6% between April and May. So things like just living and also food remaining more expensive, although we did get some encouraging signs on energy costs declining between those months.
So, Caleb, let's get your reaction to this. We know the goal is down. How down is this?
Yeah. This is down. This is the slowest pace in 2 years. Remember, the Federal Reserve wants inflation close to 2%. We're getting there just very slowly. Very encouraging signs here, especially in that shelter number. The food costs are still high, especially food at home. But meats, poultry, and fish, the things that were so expensive earlier this year, they've come down a lot. It's the breads, the cereals, the bakery. That's costing a lot of money right now. So I would say go carb-free for a little while if you want to save some money. But a very encouraging number here. Getting closer and closer to that 2% number. Fed meets tomorrow. Big decision coming. This just gives them more ammunition to pause on those Fed rate hikes.
Money and diet advice.
I was going to say carb-free. Many benefits
all day long.
This month, apparently. All right, Brian, you just did a little bit of this, but can you take us a little bit more in depth on some categories or where we are seeing biggest price changes?
Yeah, well, again, we have to remember that prices are still increasing, albeit at a slower pace now. So where do we see price increases? Things like apparel, personal care, education. The CPI breaks down a lot of these types of categories. But look, in the food category, it's very interesting to see pork and fish decline, as Caleb was just alluding to. And maybe if you can't eat carbs, maybe I would suggest protein perhaps, because egg prices fell, get this, 13.8% just between April and May. That's the largest increase that we've seen in the index since January of 1951. So eggs getting a lot cheaper.
Of course,
this our
eggs
medical
were
roundup,
$400 not that long ago.
Yeah,
so it's like they had nowhere else to go. So Caleb, you alluded to the Fed meeting. Of course, the expectation was they're going to take a pause. So what do we think happens this month and perhaps even down the road? Could we maybe not see any more hikes at all?
Yeah, the Fed meets in 1 day, 5 hours and 18 minutes. I'm not counting, you're counting. But the Fed is likely to pause. We look at something called the Fed Watch tool. 95% probability the Fed will pause here, potentially pause again when it meets later this summer. We might be at what we call the terminal rate, the final rate where the Fed keeps rates high for a while, but they're going to be high for a while. It's not like we're coming right back down the hill here. So get used to high rates and this inflation cooling a little bit, but high on both sides just for a little while longer.
So, Brian, bottom line, for somebody at home, what does this mean for our wallets, just average American? Is relief on the horizon or not?
Yeah, well, again, prices are still rising, and economists say where we really want to be is instead of 4%, somewhere closer to 2%. But to Caleb's point, a lot of people are watching what does this mean for borrowing costs, right? Credit card rates are high. Mortgage rates are more than double where they were compared to during the pandemic. And because the Federal Reserve, even if they stop or skip an interest rate hike, that doesn't mean that they're cutting interest rates. So don't expect to see 3% mortgages anytime soon, although maybe it's possible we've reached the top with rates somewhere around 6.5%. But again, don't necessarily get excited about seeing 3% borrowing costs on homes anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, Kayla, but at what point, what do they take into consideration when they do start to actually cut the interest rates again?
Yeah, they're looking at liquidity. Are banks loaning to one another? Are banks loaning to businesses? We had a lot of tightening there with the bank failures, so they want to see what's going in there. They also want to look at consumer spending. That is 2/3 of our GDP. We got a big number on retail sales this Thursday. Consumers have been spending, even though credit card APRs are high and balances are high. We keep on spending. We're pretty good at it. The Fed's watching that as well.
All right, Brian, Caleb, thank you for the economic updates. Thank you for the suggestion of Atkins, keto, whatever that is. Thank
Got
you.
it all covered.
Yeah.
All right, more financial headlines now. The Federal Trade Commission moving to stop Microsoft's and Activision Blizzard's multi-billion-dollar merger.
CNBC's Savannah Hanau is back with us with that and some other news for us. Hey there.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so the Federal Trade Commission has filed a lawsuit to block Microsoft's nearly $70 billion takeover of Activision Blizzard. That's the maker of popular video games like Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and Candy Crush. Regulators in the U.S. and the U.K. have argued that the deal could hurt competition in the gaming market. The FTC already took Microsoft to court last year to block the sale, but that trial isn't scheduled until August, and the process doesn't keep the parties from closing the deal. If Microsoft can complete the deal as scheduled in July, it would be nearly impossible to reverse course. Amazon is testing the use of artificial intelligence to generate summaries of product reviews. The feature gives users an overview of what shoppers like and dislike about something they bought. Now, there is a disclaimer that the summary is AI generated from the text of customer reviews. Amazon has long relied on AI to deliver targeted ads and recommendations. Using AI to summarize reviews could be useful, as Amazon has millions of products on its site and there can be thousands of reviews on a single item. And Reddit went down yesterday for millions of users around the world, just as hundreds of popular forums on the platform are protesting new pricing changes. Subreddits, including videos and best of, went dark or set access to private yesterday in retaliation to proposed charges for third-party app developers. Reddit's changes follow a similar move by Twitter earlier this year to start charging developers for access to its data, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
After more than 40 years as the host of Wheel of Fortune, Pat Sajak has announced he does plan to retire after next season. It marks the end of a record-breaking run, hosting one of the most watched and beloved game shows in history. Now, last year, he indicated he was near the end of his impressive run. Now he has made it official. For the last 4 decades, Pat Sajak, along with his longtime co-host Vanna White, have brought humor.
I'm the quintessential loquacious quizmaster, so.
Heart.
Want some money?
Yes.
Yes, she does.
Good old-fashioned fun into millions of American homes.
Thank you. Vanna, it's our 40th season. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it.
In a tweet late Monday, Sajak writes, "Well, the time has come. I've decided that our 41st season, which begins in September, will be my last. It's been a wonderful ride." It was 1981 when the show's first host, Chuck Woolery, handed the reins over to Sajak, who helped make Wheel one of the longest-running and most successful syndicated game shows of all time. Sony, which owns the show, says it draws more than 26 million viewers a week. Sajak has won 3 Daytime Emmys for Outstanding Game Show Host and won a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2011, along with the late Jeopardy host Alex Trebek.
Al, Isabel, thanks a million for being here. We have a $5,000 minimum for your
Thank
charity,
goodness.
so.
Our own superfan, Al Roker, even appeared on the show as a contestant with his mom more than 20 years ago. Got to visit again in 2016. Sajak told Al the key to his success, putting the show first.
People are not tuning in necessarily to see let's see how clever Pat is tonight. They like the game. And the game's the star, the players are the star, and you kind of have to step back.
Fans took to social media to express their appreciation for so many memories over the years. A steady presence who let contestants do the talking.
Claim to be a newlywed. This true?
Yeah, I mean, 1.5 years. Is that a newlywed?
I think so.
And of course, the guessing.
I've got a good feeling about this.
That's right.
Pat Sajak now ready to let someone else take a spin. So who will that be? Well, no word yet on who's going to take over as host when Pat Sajak steps down. Sony did say in a statement they look forward to celebrating his outstanding career throughout the rest of this upcoming season, and that he has agreed to continue as a consultant for a few years after he leaves. So he'll have his fingerprints on it in a little bit.
Yeah,
it's going to be intriguing to see how they do this.
Certainly. I've already been seeing some guesses online, so we'll have to see.
I wonder if they're going to do the celebrity thing like Jeopardy did. We'll have to wait and see if that happens again.
That was a whole other thing.
And hopefully they don't follow that exact path. All right.
Coming up, with Father's Day just days away, we are showing one father and daughter's heartwarming story.
The questions he asked her every year for her birthday and the message they're now sharing with the world.
On the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Well, last month, French fashion house Dior unveiled this very chic wetsuit with a $3,300 price tag. Well, now, Dior has released the ultimate accessory to go with it. A $10,500 surfboard, handcrafted in France from sustainable materials. It's got fins, leash, a cover, and display stand, and of course it's got a diamond tail. Joe, I know you like to, shred the gnar, so maybe this is for you.
I don't even know what that means. You don't actually use it, right? I mean, I assume you put it in a case and stare at it.
Right.
All right. Great. Father's Day is coming. The perfect segue to our next story, the documentary that's streaming just in time for Father's Day. It's called How Do You Measure a Year? It's an Oscar-nominated film that chronicles a simple birthday ritual between the director, Jay Rosenblatt, and his daughter. He has interviewed her every year on her birthday from the age of 2 to 18. Today, anchor Jenna Bush-Hager has their story.
Birthday. Hi. Hi. My name is Ella. Test, 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 test. Okay, let's start.
And look at the other. A birthday ritual that began when Ella Rosenblatt was 2 years old.
Every year, me and Dad film together.
Oh, yes, for your birthday.
Yeah.
From the age of 2 to 18, Ella sat in this exact spot, answering questions from her father, Jay Rosenblatt, a filmmaker.
It's so simple and yet profound. What were you hoping to do with it?
I just thought that this would be a great project, that if it didn't turn into a film, it would be a great archive for her.
That keepsake for Ella is now a new HBO documentary, How Do You Measure a Year?, which was nominated for an Academy Award.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
Put on makeup and eat gum. To be a good person, but not be perfect.
This is the second year in a row Jay earned an Oscar nod.
I like it a lot.
Jay made 3 other films with his daughter, but this one is his most personal.
What do you want to say to your older self? Let's talk about you and me for a second.
He asked Ella the same questions year after year, even braving those tween years.
Our relationship has been tough this past year.
Jay says yearly check-ins about their relationship an added plus.
But we always make up and forgive each other in the end, so I feel pretty good about it.
Part of the magic is watching his baby grow up right before his eyes.
What is power?
I don't know.
What do you think it means? What does power mean?
Power means, I don't know. Feel my muscles. Power is being yourself. That takes a lot of power.
What else, as a father, when you watched it back, came to mind?
How amazing a person she is and how much I love her. Ella, as a parent, it goes by so fast. So part of my motivation in filming her is just to hold on to it as long as you can.
What would you say about who she's become?
I think she's become who she has always been. She's just an older version of it. She's just a wonderful being. I feel so lucky.
Thanks to Jenna for that report. Rosenblatt earned his second Oscar nomination for How Do You Measure a Year, which will debut tomorrow on HBO. You can also stream it on Max just in time for Father's Day.
Oscars, wow, that is awesome.
That does it for this
Beautiful
hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you for being here right now on Morning News Now. Donald Trump facing the fallout ahead of his historic arraignment. Just hours from now, the former president is set to surrender and appear before a federal judge in Miami. Then he's expected to enter a plea on dozens of criminal charges filed against him over classified documents found at his Mar-a-Lago home.
Make no mistake about it, we're taking this event extremely serious. We know that there is a potential of things taking a turn for the worst.
Now law enforcement are bracing for demonstrations. We have team coverage from Florida and Washington this morning. Also this morning, gridlocked, growing concerns about the impacts of that major interstate collapse in Philadelphia. Commuters already dealing with the headache of the closure of I-95. And now a new warning that a supply chain slowdown could be on the way. The impact this could have on you, plus the latest on the investigation. At risk this morning, a new warning about a deadly outbreak of fungal meningitis in Mexico. So far, at least 4 Americans have died from it. Now authorities are searching for others who may have been exposed. We'll tell you how dangerous it is, how it can spread, plus how you can keep your family safe. Finally, the doctor is in, and he's just 19 years old. Later this hour, we will meet an impressive young man who just became one of the world's youngest PhDs. We'll ask him how he did it and what's in store for the future. Sorry to make you feel bad about your own accomplishments at first thing in the morning.
We get to address him as doctor, which is going to be exciting.
Very, very cool. We can't wait to talk to him. But we begin this morning, of course, on former President Trump's historic federal indictment and what we will see today in a Florida courtroom.
We are just hours away from something this country has never witnessed before, a former president voluntarily surrendering to authorities to face federal charges. As you can imagine, security is ramped up in Miami ahead of today's hearing. Trump is expected to make his first court appearance on charges alleging that he knowingly and unlawfully kept classified documents after leaving the White House. Trump and his lawyers maintain he has done nothing wrong. The former president traveled from New Jersey yesterday to his Trump National Doral Resort in Florida ahead of today's hearing. He was greeted by both protesters and supporters. This all comes at a crucial time for the Republican frontrunner in the 2024 race, but he is still on the campaign trail with a birthday fundraiser set for later tonight on the eve of his 77th birthday. We have a full team covering every angle this morning. We're going to start with NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian in Miami and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Ken, walk us through what's expected to happen today. I think even if you don't have a law degree, you know that first court appearances tend to be rather short affairs. How long is this one expected to last?
That's right, Joe. Good morning. It's unclear, of course, but as we saw in New York, it didn't take very long. Mr. Trump is expected to enter this courthouse through an underground passageway, so it's unclear whether we'll even see him. As you know, no cameras allowed in federal court. The first thing he'll do is surrender and be processed by the federal marshals. And for a typical defendant, that would include being fingerprinted, mugshot taken, some other procedures they don't discuss. Unclear if all that's going to apply to Mr. Trump. I've been told all along it would, but look, he's going to be accompanied by armed Secret Service agents. He's a former president, so there's no playbook for this. At some point, he will move to the courtroom on the 13th floor here, where he'll have both, as you said, a first appearance and an arraignment, assuming that he has local counsel, which we believe he does. And so what that all entails is he gets to waive reading of the indictment, 49-page indictment. Generally, defendants do waive the reading of that. He'll be asked for a plea to these charges. We, of course, expect that he'll plead not guilty. And then we'll see what kind of conditions, if any, this magistrate judge imposes. In a sense, there's a bond question here, but no one expects Mr. Trump to be ordered detained. It's possible, though, a bond could be set. It's also possible this magistrate could place certain restrictions on Mr. Trump. You know, typically federal defendants don't get to savage the prosecution and the court system and the FBI and call their prosecutor deranged without hearing from the judge in the case. Of course, Mr. Trump is running for president, so it's a different situation here. We'll just have to see how this all plays out. But high drama here in Miami, guys.
Absolutely. Danny, let's bring you in here on set with us. Ken just said something I want to follow up on there. He said, if he has local counsel, we believe he does. Walk us through the importance of that and what we're kind of looking for here.
There's been a lot made of the fact that Trump is heading down to his arraignment without local Florida lawyers. It is not a big deal. This is an arraignment. In fact, hypothetically, the public defender can step in and handle an arraignment. It is as bare bones as Ken just described. It might take less time to happen than it did for Ken to describe what happens at an arraignment, because you waive the formal reading. It's basically an entry of a not guilty plea. Interested to see if there are any conditions placed on him, but this is something that anyone can stand in for. And he doesn't just have anyone going down with him. He has Todd Blanche, who is a very, very experienced, very capable former federal prosecutor. He can easily handle an arraignment, even if he's not the planned ultimate Florida counsel that they have down there. I mean, it's always a good idea to have local counsel in a case like this, but the reality is federal court is federal court. These federal charges and statutes are the same nationwide. Somebody who is experienced in D.C. could easily handle an arraignment in Florida, no problem.
Ken, let's talk about the other big part of this story today, which is what is security going to look like for today's arraignment? Are there any worries at all about what's going to happen outside of the courthouse?
Well, Joe, of course there are worries, but the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are reporting that they see no credible threats of organized violence, and that probably explains why, for example, the public street in front of me here, in front of this courthouse, has not been closed off. So the public still has access. There are barriers. There are a lot of security officers and vehicles here, but this courthouse was built to be secure. There are a limited number of entrances, so I don't think the worry is so much around this courthouse. The Miami police have said that they're going to deploy in force today. They do expect protests, and they will try to do whatever they can to tamp down any possible violence. Private analysts who have been looking at pro-Trump social media say there are a lot of people vowing violence and vowing protests, but it's unclear how seriously to take all that. But of course, there is a heightened level of concern. It only takes one deranged person to really make mayhem here. So a lot of people watching, guys.
Danny, do you think that we might hear anything on the fact that the former president is pretty outspoken, both about this as well as his state indictment, all these different things we've seen. He gave an interview last night to a Boston radio host. He's talked about it on his own social media platform, Truth Social. Will we hear anything about that today from the judge?
Maybe not today, but what I expect will happen is that sooner or later, and this could happen in the New York State case as well, sooner or later Trump will push the envelope. If he hasn't already, he may in the future, criticizing prosecutors, which, by the way, he should be able to criticize the prosecutors. He should be able to shout witch hunt. That's a form of political speech, and I expect there isn't a federal judge who wouldn't conclude that that kind of rhetoric is political speech. But it's also very close to the line of potential witness intimidation, other kinds of non-protected speech. The challenge for any federal judge imposing conditions is that they're dealing with a defendant who has an unprecedented public access to speech. It doesn't really matter as much if an unknown defendant is able to speak or not speak. Any judge is going to realize that this is a defendant who can affect not only the trial, but possible witnesses. And those are things that a judge has to balance. But if I'm a federal judge overseeing this case, I really shy away from this issue because it is thorny. It pits the First Amendment, not just any kind of speech, but political speech, directly against the importance of keeping and preserving a right to a fair trial. Because that's really what this is about. Ironically, you have to tamp Trump down in order to preserve his right to a fair trial.
All right. Ken and Danny, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Now let's turn to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. She is outside Trump National Doral, Miami, where the former president spent the night. Hi, Dasha. Good morning. So let's talk about the political aspect of all of this, because this is not just a former president facing this federal indictment. It's somebody who's currently running for president again. And there has been mixed reaction from most of his GOP rivals, some who are kind of going after the Justice Department here, not the former president, but Chris Christie, who has made going after Trump a centerpiece of his own campaign, was pretty blunt last night. Let's listen to some of that.
It is a very tight, very detailed, evidence-laden indictment, and the conduct in there is awful. Then they come with a grand jury subpoena, and then according to the indictment, you tell your lawyers, tell them we don't have anything, even though you have dozens and dozens of boxes of material. That's obstruction of justice if it's true.
Dasha, walk us through what else we heard from Chris Christie, as well as just how this is shaping up to be a piece of this campaign for all the people that are running in this race right now.
Well, look, Savannah, we knew that Chris Christie was going to be the sort of bull in the china shop as he entered this race, that he was going to shift the dynamic because he would be the one candidate that would be very vocally and very directly going after the former president. What we didn't know was just how much this indictment would time up with his entering the race. And now he has this opportunity to sort of set the anti-Trump tone in the race. And the argument that he laid out last night was really that, look, the vast majority of Republicans who are supporting Trump are pointing to the Justice Department, pointing to the FBI, pointing to Joe Biden, pointing to the media. But he said, what about Trump? What about what he did in this case, which was, in his words, sort of an unforced error, where he is keeping these documents and when he knows that he is under intense scrutiny in this case. And so he's saying you got to look at the end of the day where the buck stops. The question is, does the tone shift for any of the other candidates? We did hear from Nikki Haley on Fox yesterday, where we did see a shift. She continued to make the argument that the DOJ and other government agencies need to be looked at under a microscope. But she said if any of this is true, then this is very serious, and this is a national security problem with these classified documents. So a tonal shift for Nikki Haley. Will that happen with any of the other candidates? Really hard to say at this point.
Absolutely. Let's also talk about the polls. This does not seem to be hurting him. According to those polls, he's still got a sizable lead, obviously making him still very popular among Republican voters. I know you're talking to voters while you are out there. What are some of them saying? What are you hearing, Dasha?
Well, look, whenever the Trump base sees that their guy, sees that the former president is getting attacked, they rally, right? And we had some of our teams out talking to some of the voters that were outside waiting for his motorcade to pass by, and here's what they had to say.
I know there's allegations of him trying to hide stuff. But what about Biden?
Yes, residents, citizens, we're fed up with this. It's going to be a large turnout of supporters at the courthouse from all over the U.S.
Now, these are supporters. There are voters who are getting sort of fatigued with the endless legal problems that Trump is facing. And so those are the folks that the other candidates who are trying to chip away at that Trump base are going to be going after. They're going to be saying, look, while Trump is dealing with this legal headache, we're out there, we're knocking on doors, we're making progress, talking to the American people and saying how we're going to change their lives. So we'll see if that argument works, or if Trump is Trump and that big wall of support is just too hard to climb.
And Dasha, quickly tell us what to expect after this. We know Trump will head back to Bedminster for a fundraiser. What might we see and hear from him?
Well, look, if you talk to any lawyer or legal expert, they will tell you that this is the most serious legal problem that the former president has faced. But if you look at how Trump and his team are playing this, they are playing this just like every other challenge that they have faced in the past, whether it was the first indictment, whether it was any other lawsuit that they've faced. They're saying that they are the victims here, and they're making the argument, Trump is making the argument that they're not going after him, that they are going after you. They are going after the American people. That is his message, and it really resonates with his base. And so I expect that you will hear something very similar in his message as he uses this, as we've seen in the past, to raise money for his campaign, and he uses this to boost himself politically, even if it's a hit legally.
Dasha Burns, we know you'll stay on it, of course. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, good morning. So we have heard, of course, plenty of reaction on the Hill to this Trump indictment, mainly along party lines. We are hearing again from House Speaker McCarthy. What is his take?
Well, look, McCarthy is saying this time what he said the last time that Trump was indicted, which is still a stunning statement. But lawmakers now, to the extent that this is normalizing, have a playbook for this. McCarthy drawing from that, as many of his House Republican colleagues are, by pointing to a two-tiered system of justice and making these points yesterday with reporters in the halls. Watch.
What about those pictures? Was that a good look for the former president to have boxes in a bathroom?
I don't know. Is it a good picture to have boxes in a garage that opens up all the time? A bathroom door locks. You know what concerns me is you have these, a lot of these documents behind a Corvette in a garage with the door wide open.
So you're watching McCarthy there, of course, trying to equivocate between what's happening with former President Trump and the investigation that President Biden is currently under for the lesser number of classified documents that were found at his home and his and one of the universities that were holding his Senate documents and documents from his time as vice president. But look, that equivocation is part of the point. For Republicans, and what's so interesting about the question that McCarthy didn't engage with there is whether this is a bad look from the former president and the substance of what's actually being talked about here. I think what's striking is that Republican reactions, at least on the congressional side, haven't changed very much before the indictment was unsealed and after the indictment was unsealed. And that's because they're not contending with the substance of it, unlike people like Chris Christie, a former prosecutor himself, who can look at this and see things in it that they point to and say, this could be pretty bad for Trump.
I mean, so Ali, McCarthy is certainly not the first Republican to try and draw comparisons between Trump and President Biden when it comes to their handling of classified material. Remind us what the White House has said before about the Biden case. Explain why Republicans are making these comparisons.
Look, Republicans are making these comparisons because both Trump and Biden had special counsels assigned to them for the finding of classified documents here. It's the same thing that we saw for former Vice President Mike Pence when he was found to have a small number of these classified documents. His case is now closed. The difference here, though, between Pence and Biden and Trump, Pence and Biden being on this side and Trump being on the other, is that Trump did not hand over these documents when repeatedly asked for them. And we see in this indictment at one point, he says that he, A, doesn't want anyone going through his boxes, and then B, asks his lawyer if they can just say that they don't have the documents in question. That is something that prosecutors can look at as obstruction. And it points to the thing that Senator Mitt Romney has said about this consistently, which is he doesn't understand the why here. Why why Trump didn't just turn this over, because in some ways that makes this a crisis of Trump's own making. He could have just turned these documents over, which is what the Biden team and frankly the Pence team would say that they did.
Allie, very quickly here, what are we hearing from Democrats on the Hill ahead of the arraignment?
Very little. And that's because many of them are pointing to this as a process that should play out. They're not trying to hyper-politicize this to the extent that it can be any less political than it already is, but they're taking their cues from the White House, especially on this, many of them pointing to the fact that there cannot be anyone who's above the law, and that's why they're watching this process play out as it is.
All right, Allie Vitale, thank you so much. And we will have much more on the arraignment of former President Trump throughout the day here on NBC News Now. And NBC News will carry a special report this afternoon of the arraignment when it happens. You can watch it on NBC and NBC News Now.
Well, now let's get to the latest on that highway collapse in Philadelphia. Authorities in the area are saying the effects of the collapse could potentially be felt well beyond the city of Philadelphia and for months to come. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa with more.
Commuters in a crunch after a fiery crash that collapsed a critical section of I-95 in Philadelphia.
Out of control here.
Thick plumes of smoke emanating from an accident involving a tanker below that authorities say was carrying 8,500 gallons of gasoline Sunday morning.
What can you tell us about the circumstances leading up to the vehicle fire?
The tractor and trailer was trying to navigate the curve, lost control of the vehicle, landed on its side, and ruptured the tank and ignited the fire.
The commercial truck crushed by the collapse. Pennsylvania State Police confirming a body was recovered from the wreckage. And you can see just how massive of an undertaking the rebuilding process will be. Crews right now clearing out 500 tons of debris. I-95 is the East Coast's main highway, stretching from Florida to Maine. And this section typically sees 160,000 vehicles a day. Now severed, the transportation secretary warns both commuters and the supply chain will feel the impact.
This is going to be a major disruption in that region, and it's really going to affect the whole Northeast.
All right, pulling up where 95 is closed now.
Standstill traffic snaking along I-95 as drivers brace for longer commutes, and the interstate closure funnels people onto local roads.
This is a way that I would never take to work under normal circumstances.
The devastation is reminiscent of an interstate failure from a fire in Atlanta back in 2017, worsening the gridlock for weeks. Steel girders supporting overpasses like the one in Philadelphia can become vulnerable when exposed to flames. According to engineering experts, steel loses about 20% of its strength at 750 degrees and half of its strength at 1,000.
If you heat up the structural material, it gradually softens, it loses the ability to carry the weight that was above it. And as a result, we can have damage to the bridge, and in extreme cases, you can have full collapse.
Our thanks to Emily Aketa for that report. Well, yesterday, the governor of Pennsylvania signed an emergency disaster declaration to get federal funding to fix that highway.
Time for a look at your morning news now weather forecast. Severe weather is impacting a big part of the South.
Angie Lastman is with us and has all the details. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, guys. We've got some quiet conditions out west. We've got a little bit of rain working through the Great Lakes and parts of the Northeast. And yes, we do have the potential for some strong storms to develop basically from Texas all the way over to Georgia, including parts of the Carolinas and, of course, Florida. Now, 19 million people are at risk with this. The main hazards are going to be the large hail as well as the strong winds. The good news is that tornado threat is very low through the afternoon and evening hours today, but I do want you to be aware of the hail threat because we're talking tennis ball size or larger. So from Dallas all the way to Macon, you'll want to be aware of this into the afternoon. And again, even after the sun goes down this evening, that'll be something that you deal with. And it's not just a today problem. It's also tomorrow, too, that you'll want to have a way to get those alerts because we once again will be seeing an elevated risk of some of these strong to even severe storms developing into the afternoon and evening hours. Tomorrow, too, same kind of impact, same hazards, the hail, the wind with that tornado threat low, but we can't rule out, of course, an isolated tornado. So just be aware of that. Here's the area for hail that could potentially develop into your Wednesday. Now, this is the system that we're continuing to watch. You can see some of these thunderstorms rolling through into the afternoon hours and evening hours today. It's fairly stationary, but still we'll be watching for some of those showers up near the Great Lakes, but this is the one that really is going to have the rain with it, packing a punch when it comes to heavy rainfall, and that risk for flooding will track into the afternoon, evening hours today and through the next couple of days. Through the Great Lakes in the Northeast, rather, this is just a good kind of soaking rain. We really need it. Part of the drought conditions across this area will hopefully be improved. Maybe an inch in some of the more widespread spots, maybe up to 2 inches in a few spots. But down through the Southeast, a different story. Localized amounts up to 8 inches possible. Wow. It does include places like Montgomery and into parts of Georgia and near Jackson, Tupelo. We could see some heavy rain. So just watch for the flooding concerns. That'll be something that we deal with through the day today. Places like, again, Montgomery to Savannah have that slight risk for flash flooding. Meanwhile, check out this heat, guys, in Texas. It is a scorcher down there. And it's not just today. These are triple-digit temperatures from San Antonio, San Angelo, heading to 103. Some of these feels-like temperatures this afternoon are going to be 108 and maybe even higher. And look at these actual high temperatures in places like Del Rio through the end of the week. 109 on Thursday and Friday. You add in the humidity, you're feeling really warm, really uncomfortable. So just taking it easy. If you have any strenuous activity to do outdoors, make sure you're staying hydrated in those spots, especially for the kiddos that are outside. A much different story through the Midwest, though. We're below normal. 68 degrees in Detroit, low 70s in Pittsburgh. Two different stories there.
Very different, all right.
Yeah, so much going on, as always. Angie, thank you.
This morning, basketball fans in Colorado are celebrating a historic win for the Denver Nuggets. For the first time ever, the team won the NBA title.
Yes, I got a lot of friends in Denver who had a fun night. Well, it was a two-time MVP, Nikola Jokic, who led the charge. The Nuggets snagged the Game 5 win over the Miami Heat in a 94-89 victory. 28 of those points were scored by Jokic, who was also named MVP of the finals.
Yes, it was a home game. This was the scene outside of Ball Arena in downtown Denver last night. As you can see, no surprise, hundreds, maybe even thousands of fans poured into the streets to celebrate, some of them setting off fireworks along the way.
The fun is scheduled to continue on Thursday when the city holds a parade and rally to mark the historic moment.
Coming up, a popular treatment for depression is now being called into question. Later this hour, the new research that shows the impacts of ketamine, that they could be overhyped.
But first, we'll have an update on those 4 children who spent 40 days in the Amazon jungle after a deadly plane crash. We're learning new information about how they were able to survive. This is Morning News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are continuing our coverage of this just incredible story of the 4 children who survived deep in the Amazon jungle for 40 days after a plane crash that killed 3 adults that included their mother.
The children, now recovering at a hospital in Bogota, are proving their resilience. That's to put it mildly. NBC's Kelly Kobiea has the latest.
The miracle moment when rescuers found 4 siblings deep in the Amazon jungle, hungry, covered in insect bites, but alive after 40 days in the forest. The youngest, a 1-year-old. Over the weekend, lifting them to safety. The family overjoyed. The father of 2 of the children calling it a miracle of God. The children from an indigenous tribe were on board this Cessna with their mother and 2 adults when it went down May 1st. At the crash site, rescuers found 3 adult bodies, but no children. Their mother was alive for 4 days, their father said, telling them before she died they had to leave. For weeks, searchers found clues: half-eaten fruit, small footprints, a baby bottle, tiny shoes. The children's grandmother said the eldest child, 13-year-old Leslie, always took care of her siblings and knew what was safe to eat, reportedly taking cassava flour from the wreckage. Their grandmother's voice blared out across the jungle, telling the children to stay still. Rescuers finally found them near a river using camping gear Leslie took from the wreckage, and say they heard those messages from their grandmother. The children now recovering at a hospital. The director says they're weak, but speaking and drawing. These pictures tweeted by the Colombian military, one saying, "Siempre bendecida," always blessed. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News.
What a message there, my goodness. All right, more international headlines now. A massive overnight attack in central Ukraine.
Claudia Lavanga joins us now with that and other headlines. Hey, Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Officials in Ukraine said that at least 6 people have died after a Russian missile strike hit an apartment building in President Zelensky's hometown. Now, the mayor of the town of Kryvyi Rih said that at least 25 other people were wounded and at least 7 others are still trapped under the rubble. In a message posted on social media, President Zelensky, who was born in that town, said Russian killers continue their war against residential buildings, ordinary cities, and people. Now let's go to Mexico City, where the mayor, Claudia Sheinbaum, announced she will step down in the hope she will become the ruling party's choice as candidate for the next presidential election in 2024. The 60-year-old mayor is one of the 2 favorite candidates that will be chosen by Morena, the party of the current president, Andrés Obrador, who cannot seek re-election. Sheinbaum underlined her credentials as a scientist and environmentalist, pledging to continue Obrador's transformation of Mexico with her own stamp. If elected, she will become the country's first female president. And let's end this short tour of the world in London, where on Saturday, King Charles III will celebrate his birthday by riding on horseback during the so-called Trooping of the Colour. The traditional horse riding event has marked official birthdays of monarchs for 260 years. Well, the king will be joined by 1,500 soldiers, 300 horses, 400 musicians, and countless fans of the monarchy and tourists, of course, who will come together to say for the first time, happy birthday, King Charles. Back to you guys.
Wow.
Sounds just like my birthday party. Quiet, subtle event.
Lots of horses.
Lots of horses, always. Thank you, Claudio.
Thanks. Coming up on Morning News Now, new concerns about a deadly outbreak in Mexico that has so far killed 4 Americans. A new warning from health experts this morning as they race to find anyone else who may have been exposed to this fungal meningitis. What you can do to stay safe.
Plus, you've heard the term eating your feelings. Well, now we know there's actual science to back it up. We're going to talk about the link between your brain, stress, and your favorite snacks after the break.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with a new warning this morning about a deadly outbreak that is concerning health experts.
Yeah, this is really serious. This is all because of the recent spread of fungal meningitis linked to 2 medical clinics in Mexico. So far, 4 U.S. patients have already died, and health officials are racing to find anyone else who might have been exposed. Here to help us understand what is going on is NBC News senior medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Doctor, thank you for joining us. I understand this is a really important discussion that we should be having and kind of raising the alarm bells about. First of all, just tell us what's going on here. What is this exposure about? What's happening at these clinics? And are we being concerned enough about what's happening right now for these people who might have been exposed?
Yeah, so this is really interesting, right? There's 2 clinics in Mexico where people were going to get cosmetic procedures like breast augmentations or liposuction. And as part of that procedure, you can do an epidural anesthesia, meaning that you stick a needle in the spine and you numb those nerves that can kind of numb sensations in the arms or the chest or the legs, wherever the surgery was. But it turns out people who had those procedures, something went wrong, and we sort of introduced a fungus into the body, into the meninges, which is a layer of tissue that sort of protects the brain and spinal cord, and we're seeing what's called fungal meningitis. And what's really concerning here, guys, I spoke to the CDC last week about this. They can't get a hold of patients for whatever reason. Maybe it was wrong names, wrong phone numbers that they gave at the clinics. Even the ones they can get a hold of aren't taking this seriously, and they're not getting in for testing.
So this is a fungal meningitis, different from bacterial. Let's talk about what's the difference, how contagious is it, how dangerous is it?
So there's some similarities and differences. The similarities here, the symptoms are pretty similar, right? We have a high fever, we can have a stiff neck, lights can bother you, and you get that really severe headache, usually up here in the front. But what's different here, guys, and what the key is, fungal meningitis can take up to 30 days to present, maybe even longer, versus bacterial meningitis after the exposure. You get sick pretty quickly. You know you have it. For fungal meningitis, you may have it, but it kind of takes a while to brew, and that's why everybody, symptoms or not, who is exposed needs to get tested ASAP.
Oh, my goodness. So who's most exposed here? And what is, I think Joe asked about contagion between somebody who has it, can you pass it on?
Yeah, so really when we're talking about the patient population at risk here is young women in their 30s. That seems to be a majority of people who are exposed to have these procedures like the breast augmentations, the liposuction. But what's different here, viral and bacterial meningitis, you can spread from person to person. This one, fungal meningitis, not usually contagious. So the good news is if you're around somebody who had it, you should be okay.
All right,
That's good.
It's good to hear. We're breathing a little easier.
Women in their 30s with migraine-like symptoms. Thank you so much, Dr. Sal. Great to see you. Well, it's time now for our weekly mental health check-in. Today, we're taking a look at the effects of ketamine on treating depression and just why your brain tells you to grab the chips and the ice cream maybe sometimes when you're stressed.
Plus, what to do if you're trying to plan the perfect wedding and that has you at your wits' end. Dr. Soumya Dave joins us now to break it all down for us. Dr. Dave, good morning. So let's start with this ketamine story. It's been hailed as a means for treating depression in recent years. A new study now says that might be overhyped. What do we know here?
So researchers looked at 119 articles about ketamine, and now these articles peaked in 2019 when the FDA approved the ketamine-derived nasal spray. And what researchers found is that 37% of these articles had inaccurate statements relating to ketamine's safety, how effective it was, and how long it worked for. Now, we've talked before on this segment about how depression is a leading cause of disability worldwide. So, of course, there's a need for a treatment and a cure. It's also very complex, and ketamine is not the first-line treatment. The long-term effects are still being studied. So it's so important to talk to a qualified provider to figure out the right and safest treatment plan possible.
Good information there, Doctor. Now let's talk about this emotional eating that a lot of us do. You know, we turn to certain snacks, certain comfort foods if we are stressed or upset. Well, I understand that now we're hearing there is some science actually behind that, how our brains make that connection, seek those things out. Tell us about this.
So I love when there's science to explain something that I've done for years and years. Now, we have a part of our brains that tells us when we are full. It signals to us that we don't want any more food. When we are stressed, that part of our brain becomes silenced. And what happens is that we feel a sense of reward when we're eating. So what do? We keep eating. It's a natural cycle that goes on. At the Garvin Institute of Medical Research, a report came out that found that mice who had a high-fat diet gained less weight than mice who had the same high-fat diet and who were stressed. So stress is really that important component here that determines how things go. Always emphasize having accessible, nutrient-dense foods nearby, and also, of course, practicing self-care, prioritizing sleep, prioritizing socialization, and talking to a mental health provider if things feel overwhelming, because stress impacts every part of our bodies.
All good advice. I think Savannah just got stressed out seeing the In-N-Out burgers.
That is exactly correct. Sorry
Dave.
to everybody at home, just blocking chips, wings, not helping.
Breakfast is going to be a little high calorie this morning. All right, Dr. Dave, the month of June is seen as the start of wedding season. Trying to plan that perfect wedding can oftentimes take a toll on your mental health and maybe everyone around you. What are some of the ways to prevent that need for perfection from getting unhealthy and hurting your mental health?
You know what's so interesting is perfectionism, this idea of flawlessness, of being able to have no mistakes, that has been going up since the 80s overall. And when it comes to weddings, we have more images than ever of what a perfect wedding looks like, whether that's on social media, photos from loved ones. What I always recommend to a couple is to really go back to your values and then go outward from there. So if you want to talk to your guests, then maybe a smaller wedding is the right fit. If there's a cause that you and your partner are really passionate about, maybe making donations to that cause in lieu of party favors might work better. Also remembering that this is not a competition. Everybody makes mistakes, and you're here to celebrate a relationship and also the bonds you've made with your families and communities. So shifting that focus can also help a little bit when it comes to those really high standards.
Great perspective. And instead of putting all that time and effort into food, just serve In-N-Out burgers and you'll be good to go.
One of my best friends did that, and it was the best wedding meal I've ever had.
There you go.
There you go. Shout out, Adam's like a dad. Thank you. Coming up, a young man who's breaking barriers in the academic world. When we come back, we will talk to a 19-year-old who just got his PhD about how he did it and what is next for him.
Plus, going nuts. Savannah's going to share the success story behind a family business and how it rose to peanut prominence. You're watching Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news.
sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wellington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with financial headlines and some good news for Apple.
Silvana Hanam joins us this morning with that and other headlines for us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Apple is nearing another historic milestone after the stock closed at a record high yesterday, just a week after the company unveiled its new mixed reality Vision Pro headset. Now, Apple's market valuation is just a stone's throw away from $3 trillion. The stock is up about 40% this year, outpacing gains in the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 index. And analysts say it's not just the headset that's driving up Apple's value. They also predict sales of the upcoming iPhone 15 and Apple Services business will further boost shares. Chocolate lovers could soon experience a bitter aftertaste. Prices are up 14% in the past year, according to Nielsen IQ, and they could rise further due to lower supplies of cocoa. Now, prices of cocoa hitting a 7-year high last week, and it's the El Nino weather phenomenon is forecast to bring lower rainfall and powerful winds to West Africa, which is home to a large portion of the world's cocoa crops. And Netflix is in talks to live stream a celebrity golf tournament this fall. The Wall Street Journal reports that it would feature professional golfers from the series Full Swing and Formula One drivers from Drive to Survive. Now, it would be Netflix's first live streaming sports event. The company's first live event was a Chris Rock comedy special in March. Apple TV Plus and Amazon Prime Video already have live sports with rights to Major League Soccer, MLB, and NFL Thursday night games, guys.
Wow, I love both of those shows.
Oh, well,
and
there
not
you
to
go.
brag or anything, but yesterday I interviewed Lando Norris, one of the major F1 drivers, and we raced each other in go-karts and did pretty good.
Love it. Did you win?
This show was made for you.
No,
but
okay.
it was
Spoiler
close.
alert.
It took him 3 laps to catch up, but you'll find out.
Wow. All right.
Nicely done.
I may have gotten a tiny head start, but that's not that important.
2 laps. Savannah, thank you.
Thanks. Well, a 19-year-old in California is breaking academic barriers.
Tanishq Abraham graduated high school at just 10 years old. Now, after successfully defending his dissertation, He is one of the youngest PhD holders in the world at just 19.
So cool.
Dr. Tanish Abraham joins us now to discuss this amazing accomplishment. How fun is this?
Yeah.
Dr. Abraham, good morning. That is a huge title for just 19. How does it feel to hear us call you that? I mean, what does it mean to get your PhD?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Really excited to be here. Yeah, this is it's a bit, a big moment for me. Yeah, I'm still getting used to hearing people call me Dr. Tanish, but yeah, it's been a long journey with lots of ups and downs. So I'm really happy to be here at the end of this wonderful journey. So yeah.
So, doctor, how tough was this at your age? I mean, this is usually something people are doing in their late 20s, maybe their early 30s. What was it like to just, be a teenager and be going through this type of school?
Yeah, I think, it was a unique experience, and I was just trying to be like any regular student, I guess. But of course, there were some challenges that came along the way. Being a young student, and so yeah, of course, I tried my best to interact with everyone, and I socialized with everyone. But of course, for example, I cannot go to the bars with other PhD students or things like that. But I still gained a lot of friends throughout the process, and of course, it's been a really exciting and wonderful experience. And yeah, of course, getting a PhD at any age is a huge accomplishment, but I think it means a whole lot for me to be able to do it this early on as well.
So, Doctor, we have a fun flashback for you. About 8 years ago, you joined MSNBC to talk about what you wanted to be when you grow up. Let's take a listen.
When I grow up, I do want to become a doctor and a medical researcher, and in the long term, also become a president.
All right, so you got the first part of that done. My question is, can we expect like a 2024 presidential announcement coming from you, or what's next?
Sure, why not? I think, I'm of course really excited about medical AI research. Now that's kind of been my recent interest. That was the focus of my PhD, and I'm continuing down that route. I recently founded a medical AI research organization as well, which is called MedArc. So that's a direction that I think there's a lot of promise in that, and really excited to lead efforts in this space. But yeah, eventually down the line, we'll see where life takes me.
So, Doctor, AI is something that we've been talking about a ton on this show here at NBC News. We've been loving covering it, but a lot of it comes with some stuff that sounds sort of scary and then some things that sound absolutely amazing. To you, anything we should be worried about and anything you're particularly excited about in your field?
Yeah, I think in the field of AI, there's a lot of opportunity, but of course, lots of risk as well that we have to be careful about how these systems are being deployed. But I think overall, people who are going to be using AI to augment their workflows and help them with their work, I think those are the people that are going to be succeeding. So I think we should all be looking into ways to use AI to improve our own workflows.
Very cool. Dr. Abraham, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you for joining us. So good to have you. All right, well,
thank you for having me.
This next story is a little nutty. The Braverman family has spent nearly a century bringing people together through their snacks. Well, their business, Nuts.com, has grown over the years from humble beginnings to peanut prominence. It's a 94-year-old business. I spent a day out in Cranford, New Jersey with the Bravermans getting a full access tour of all things nuts. Take a look.
I said I want to join the family business, and my dad and my uncle said, "You are nuts."
43-year-old Jeff Braverman is the CEO of Nuts.com, a family business shelling out fresh snacks for nearly a century.
The nut business. Tell me about it.
Our grandfather, as a young boy, just selling candy on a street corner, had an opportunity to start a little nut store in 1929. We've had plenty of adversity over the years, and we're still here and thriving.
Jeff's grandfather, affectionately known as Poppy Saul, had no idea his little nut shop at the New Jersey Mulberry Street Market would turn into this. But the journey from street side stand to thriving online retailer didn't come without its challenges.
He went off to fight in World War II, kind of was that small store for, the next 60 years or so.
After college, Jeff went into investment banking, but he knew he wanted a crack at the family trade. Having started his career at the height of the dot-com boom, he saw that opportunity online.
I remember this distinctly. It was December 4th, 2003. It's Christmas. We need to launch this new website. And it was like the floodgates open. My dad, he said, shut it off. And we said no.
Over the next 20 years, the nuts business transformed into a 140,000 square foot facility, processing tens of millions of pounds of snacks a year. Everything from nuts to chocolate to dried fruits, even gummy bears. I asked Jeff, self-described chief nut, to show me around.
Glasses and hairnet.
Amazing.
Try to be as cool as me, please. Wow. This is like major Willy Wonka vibes.
We're going to go into the peanut roasting room.
And that is the famous roaster.
We're going to meet the master roasters, Uncle Sandy and my dad.
So show me how this works.
And it takes about 20 to 25 minutes, and they're done, and then they come out, and then we have the hot nuts.
Get your hot peanuts here!
Next, it was time for my happy place.
I can tell where we are by the smell of chocolate.
We make the most amazing chocolate-covered things in here. And my cousin David's going to show you exactly how we go about doing them.
So nice to see you.
Welcome to my office.
I wasn't going to leave without getting my hands dirty, so I gloved up.
These are our freshly roasted almonds.
Okay.
We bring them in direct from the growers, roast them in-house, and then we cover them in chocolate. And you slowly ladle some in. Back and forth. And you want to build a layer of chocolate.
What if I mess up this batch?
You can't mess it up.
Just one batch of almonds takes hours through this old-fashioned process.
And so this is what you call each one a work of art?
Yes.
I believe it.
Time for a little reward.
He realized I have been here this whole time and I have not tried one thing.
You shall now.
It is time.
I got the whole family together to taste test as we put together some personalized gift baskets.
I'm in charge of quality control.
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Well, Kenneth, you better try another one to make sure.
Can I get rid of this one first?
Oh, my God.
You guys are definitely family.
And the secret to working with family without going nutty?
While we like to joke around and have a good time, there is a lot of love and respect. We all come together when we need to, and we succeed.
Just the sweetest family. 94 years in business together, so neat to see.
Sweet and salty.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
Coming up, 3 decades of love. This morning, one woman is sharing her secret to a successful marriage after nearly 30 years.
When we come back, how she says they've kept the spark alive. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Finally, Finally this hour, keeping the spark alive. We're taking a look at the keys to a successful relationship.
Today's show anchor Jenna Bush Hager met up with the best-selling author Helen Ellis to discuss her new book, Kiss Me in the Coral Lounge, and how she's been able to keep the love alive in her own marriage for nearly 3 decades.
During the pandemic, a lot of couples tried making bread or maybe yoga. What did you and your husband try?
Viagra. And let me tell you, it's better than banana bread. Much better.
Author Helen Ellis is known for her funny and unfiltered humor. And now she is speaking out about life with her husband, Lex. Together for almost 30 years and married for 21, she is still madly in love and sharing her secrets.
Keep it going, keep it going.
Why did you want to write this?
It's me saying, oh my gosh, I have to tell you about my husband. How we deal with the snoring, how we deal with planning for later in life, how we deal with weddings and our sex life.
Ellis is unapologetic when it comes to describing the kind of couple she and Lex are not.
We are not a couple who does half marathons. We are not a couple who wants to come and stay in your guest room.
No, y'all decided you're not a couple that has children.
That's right, we are not a couple that has children.
She says that's a formula that works for them. Ellis named her new book, Kiss Me in the Coral Lounge, Intimate Confessions from a Happy Marriage. The Coral Lounge is the room in her New York City apartment where she and her husband hunkered down during the pandemic, and where she realized once again in this special place, all their own, how much she loved her husband.
It's like there's a million different ways to live. Yeah. And we don't have to live the way that everybody lived before us necessarily.
No, and that's the Coral Lounge. This is the second bedroom that does not have children and does not have house guests. We painted the apartment when we were 45. That was the real decision of, okay, we're gonna have a 2 living room apartment. It reminds me every time I step in here that we made.
Y'all made the best decision.
We made the best decision for us. And people know
Ellis isn't afraid to go against the norms. She rejects the notion that marriage is work and considers it more like play, ensuring the fun always remains.
It seems like humor is sort of a cornerstone, a North Star of who you are, but also of your relationship.
It really is. My attitude towards my marriage is the same attitude I have towards writing these pieces, and that's be funny, be honest, and be kind. That's my rule. This is from, I think, 2017.
You made this Valentine's?
We made these together.
Ellis writes about the traditions she and Lex have created over the years, such as foregoing gifts and instead opting to make handcrafted Valentines to each other.
It feels like you find joy in the smallest moments, like the little parts of life that really are life.
It's true. Joy is small, romance is small. The most romantic thing that my husband does is every year he gives me a piece of paper with a number on it. And the number is the days that we've been together.
One night I got home from traveling, and Henry, my husband, had put a little Post-it note, and he drew 2 ships. And then he wrote 2 ships passing, ...
Oh,
I know. But you're right that marriage doesn't need to be filled with grand gestures.
We don't do Christmas gifts. We don't do birthday gifts. The marriage is the gift.
Her stories filled with everyday life, the habits, the problems, the solutions, something so many of us can relate to. Well, almost.
Every story, I was like, oh, I see myself here. I see myself right here. I see a friend right here. And I haven't, except for the Viagra part.
Yet.
Our thanks to Jenna Bush Hager for that reporting, while Helen's book, Kiss Me in the Coral Lounge, is out today.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thanks everybody for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, historic day. Donald Trump is set to appear in federal court today to face criminal charges. The first time a former president will surrender to the same federal agents he once led. This morning, streets around the Miami federal courthouse are locked down. Police are on high alert, and the crowds, along with the law enforcement watching them, are only expected to grow. We're in South Florida with the last-minute preparations, and what we can expect is the most high-profile defendant in American history mystery prepares to appear before a judge. Disaster declaration. We're hearing grim new information about that fiery crash that has crippled one of the country's busiest interstates. As a massive rebuild kicks into high gear this morning, drivers could face months of traffic delays. What investigators are now saying about the moments just before the crash. Remarkable rescue. Dramatic new video shows the moment 4 children were found deep in the Colombian Amazon 40 days after their plane crashed. Now the children are starting to share what happened. We'll have more on what their mother's last words to them were and how the oldest child was able to help keep her siblings alive. And final spin. After more than 4 decades, Wheel of Fortune host Pat Sajak says he's ready to retire, but not before one last spin of the wheel. We're taking a look back at his iconic career hosting a game show that brings joy to millions. He's going to do one more season, and then after 40-plus years, calling it quits.
Yeah, wow. Surprise yesterday.
Exactly.
Good hear.
More on that surprise in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning with the arraignment of former President Donald Trump on criminal charges just hours from now.
Trump arrived in Miami yesterday, spending the night at his Doral Golf Club. Later today, he will appear in a Miami courtroom to be arraigned on charges stemming from the classified documents investigation led by special counsel Jack Smith. That investigation shifted into high gear last August when the FBI discovered dozens of boxes containing marked classified documents scattered inside Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Well, Trump is now facing 37 counts, including 31 counts under the Espionage Act. The former president has denied any wrongdoing in the case and is expected to plead not guilty. We have team coverage this morning of Trump's arraignment, including NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns and legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. We will talk to both of them in just a moment, but we're going to get started with the other person you see on your screen there, are Garrett Hake, who joins us from Miami. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, the former president set to arrive here, likely underground coming in, underground coming out. And of course, there are no cameras in federal court, which means only a handful of people will see the former president plead not guilty today to these historic charges. Donald Trump poised to make history this morning as a federal criminal defendant, facing arraignment before a judge this afternoon. The former president returning to Florida Monday, cheered on by a small group of supporters outside his Doral Golf Club.
It's a disgrace. It's a witch hunt. The whole thing is a scam.
Mr. Trump remains defiant in the face of a 37-count indictment, accused by the special counsel of mishandling classified documents and obstructing efforts to retrieve them. According to the indictment, the material included top-secret information about weapons capabilities of the U.S. and foreign countries, U.S. nuclear programs, and potential U.S. military vulnerabilities.
Our laws that protect national defense information are critical to the safety and security of the United States.
Mr. Trump on social media attacking his indictment as, quote, strictly third world, and vowing, if elected, to appoint a real special prosecutor to investigate President Biden, an appointment a president has no power to make directly. Republicans, including House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, largely rallying to Mr. Trump's defense.
The idea of equal justice is not playing out here, and so that's a real concern to all Americans.
But some of Mr. Trump's Republican presidential rivals say the charges are serious, including former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
The conduct in there is awful. And we're in a situation where there are people in my own party who are blaming DOJ. How about blame him? He did it.
And Mr. Trump's former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley.
If this indictment is true, if what it says is actually the case, President Trump was incredibly reckless with our national security.
It's a full circle moment for Mr. Trump, who in 2016 relentlessly attacked Hillary Clinton for storing classified emails on a personal server, arguing it disqualified her from the presidency.
In my administration, I'm going to enforce all laws concerning the protection of classified information. No one will be above the law.
Amid calls for protests from Mr. Trump and some of his allies, Miami's mayor and police chief say they're confident they have the resources to keep the city safe.
We're taking this event extremely serious. We know that there is a potential of things taking a turn for the worst.
One of the big questions going into today's hearing is who will represent Mr. Trump in court. Remember, his two lead defense attorneys both resigned late last week. He hasn't announced their replacements, but Todd Blanche, a former federal prosecutor who's also working on the New York City case, is expected to be at least a part of this new legal team. Guys.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. And now let's bring in NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns and NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Thank you both for joining us. Dasha, I will start with you because you are on the ground right outside of where the former president spent the night at his resort there. What is the scene like there right now? That's one of these other big stories unfolding. What's going to happen on these streets today that are in lockdown? Do we know what to expect at this point?
Well, Savannah, right now, right here where we are, things are pretty quiet this morning. We don't expect to see a whole lot of activity right here until a little bit later, where we do know that there will be some protests at the courthouse. We don't know what the scene is going to look like. It's unclear how big the crowds will be. We know officials are preparing for a range of possibilities here, and they don't expect a mass sort of aggressive, violent protest. But as we know, it only takes one lone person to cause a scene or to cause some chaos or a dangerous situation. So everyone is on high alert right now. We don't expect to hear from the former president until he heads back to Bedminster later today. But I will be keeping an eye on my inbox, because if it's anything like the last time he was indicted in that New York case, we do expect that he will be fundraising off of this. And last time around, I received a flurry of emails seeing him trying to sort of rally support around the indictment. And already this morning, we received an email that said this indictment is election interference. So again, legally and politically, these are sort of two separate issues for the former president. Politically, he's really using this to rally support. Savannah.
Kristen, let's bring you in here and talk about something that's been kind of bubbling up as a point of conversation here. According to the Washington Post, Trump spent yesterday afternoon looking for a Florida lawyer to join his defense team. So there's no confirmation yet that he's found one. He traveled from New Jersey down to Florida with an attorney of his, but looking for this local lawyer. This has been an issue for Trump in the past, hiring and then retaining lawyers. But tell us why he needs to find a lawyer for this court appearance, why he's looking for one in Florida. What is this about?
Well, it can be based on a number of factors. You know, when we look at Trump's pattern with lawyers, including Michael Cohen, Evan Cochran, Donald Trump really isn't in the market for a lawyer. What he really is in the market for is a human shield. So that's really going to make finding an attorney really challenging, which is even further complicated by the fact that he also has to find an attorney who's local, so knows the judges, and can gain favor that way, but then also an attorney who specializes in national security to really help navigate those charges that he's facing under the Espionage Act. And that's a really niche field. And the pool of available talent is already limited. And then you add Trump's notorious reputation to the mix, and you're really left with even fewer attorneys who even would be willing to accept the risks of taking him on as a client and the harm to their own reputation and the scrutiny that they would receive. So it's going to be really challenging for Trump to find an attorney based on all of those factors.
Definitely. Dasha, after today's arraignment, the plan here is that the former president's going to fly back to New Jersey, planning to deliver remarks at a campaign fundraising event tonight. This is ahead of his birthday tomorrow. What can we expect from that event, and what do we anticipate hearing from him, especially when we know that there is concern about how much he's speaking about this indictment, about these charges?
Well, the one thing that'll be interesting to see today, Savannah, is does he get any sort of guidance from the court here today about what he can and cannot say? We know we've seen that in the past. He hasn't really been very limited in his words, or very restrictive in how he talks about these cases. I expect that he will continue along the similar line of making the case that he is being attacked, and in fact that it's not just him being attacked, but it is the American people who are being attacked. And that has really been the power in how Trump has framed this case for his base and for the voters that have supported him in the past, that this is not about him, that this is about
all of those who support him being targeted by an unjust system. And that's what makes it so difficult, frankly, for some of his rivals in this race to break from him in this case, because he has made it so compelling for his supporters, and breaking from him is sort of breaking from the base of the Republican Party in a way that could potentially hurt his rivals if they were to go astray. So he may be legally in more serious trouble than he ever has been, but politically he is playing this in the same way that he has played every other legal hurdle that he's faced, where he is using this to rally political support, to fundraise, and to help build momentum for his primary race.
Yeah, and to that point, Dasha, after we saw the indictment here in New York, those state charges, we saw that fundraising bump after the president sent out those emails, things like that. Kristen, I also want to ask you about something we haven't been talking about as much, but will be appearing, is expected to appear anyway, alongside the former president at today's arraignment. This aide, a former military valet at the Trump White House, also facing these charges. Walk us through what he's looking at and if it's possible that prosecutors could offer him a plea deal.
Yeah, he's looking at those same charges as Donald Trump: the obstruction of justice, the false statements, and the hiding and concealment of these classified documents as more of a conspiracy charge. And, you know, with any plea deal, the question really is going to really boil down to whether the prosecutor is willing to offer enough incentives to make that defendant forego his or her constitutional right to a trial. And in this case, and in any case where there is someone charged with something related to Trump, the question really is going to be whether the prosecutor's incentive can outweigh any of Trump's perceived incentives. Right? The case against Walt Nauta is really supported in this case by substantial evidence, you know, including text messages, photographs, corroborated details of his involvement in moving those boxes. And that strong evidence suggests that the prosecution may not necessarily need to offer him any type of plea deal. And if they do, his credibility could be undermined by the false statements that he gave to the FBI during the interview, if in fact the allegations in the indictment is true. But I think one of the most important things is to look at how Trump has rewarded his loyal members by pardons and clemency. And certainly if he has any expectation of winning the presidential race, Nauta may not want to consider any plea deal.
So, Dasha, quickly before I let you go, just walk us through what's next. I think people are wondering, look, he's on a presidential campaign right now, being arraigned today. What does this mean?
Well, that's exactly it. Look, he's going to be looking for a lawyer, as we talked about, and he's also going to be campaigning at the same time as he's dealing with now not just one, but two indictments. So he's going to be on these parallel tracks of politics and legal issues, and how he juggles those two things, and how he either, keeps them separate or very much melds the two together will be important to watch. And for his legal team, kind of a scary thing to watch if you're his lawyer, and seeing how he may or may not cross that line in terms of saying things that maybe you don't want to say very publicly at a time when you are under intense legal scrutiny, Savannah.
Dasha, thank you so much. Kristen, thank you so much. We appreciate you both diving in on this on an important day. And we're going to have much more on the arraignment of former President Trump throughout the day here on NBC News Now. That includes a special report this afternoon when the arraignment is actually happening. So be sure to keep your TV, your screens, your computers right here. Well, the United States Central Command says 22 service members were injured in a, quote, helicopter mishap that occurred last Sunday in northeastern Syria. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has the details.
Hey there, good day to you. The U.S. military is calling it a helicopter mishap this past Sunday, resulting in injuries for 22 service members. U.S. Central Command, which oversees operations in the Middle East, said the injuries were of different degrees and added in a statement, the service members are receiving treatment for their injuries and 10 have been evacuated to higher care facilities. The cause of the incident, this statement says, is under investigation, though no enemy fire was reported. And that could be a crucial detail because in late April, the Army ordered a temporary aviation stand down after a spate of domestic helicopter crashes in training missions, resulting in at least 14 soldiers being killed. These are early days, so we can't say this latest crash is connected, but it will surely be top of mind as the military investigates what caused this.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you very much.
Now, the latest on that highway collapse in Philadelphia. It has officially been declared a disaster, and authorities in the area are saying the effects of the collapse could potentially be felt well beyond Philadelphia for months to come. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Philly with the latest. Emily, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Well, we now know it was a deadly incident. Authorities recovering a body from the wreckage, and family members say it was the man behind the wheel of the tanker that crashed into the interstate behind me. As for the ripple effects we're seeing from this road closure, already major impacts on commuters, travel, and commerce. This morning, a massive rebuilding process kicking into high gear after that tanker crash engulfed I-95 in Philadelphia, reducing the northbound lanes to rubble. Surveillance video showing the fiery collision, and now officials revealing new details about the moments just before it.
From what we understand, the tractor and trailer was trying to navigate the curve, lost control of the vehicle, landed on its side, and ruptured the tank and ignited the fire.
The crash considered an accident?
Yes.
Authorities confirming they've recovered a body from the rubble. They've yet to identify the individual, but family members say it was Nathaniel Moody, a husband and father described as an experienced truck driver.
His older sister called me and she said, Ike, she said, the state troopers just left Teresa in Jersey, and they told her they pulled the body from the truck.
The commercial truck had been carrying 8,500 gallons of gasoline, fueling intense flames, hot enough to compromise steel girders supporting the roadway. 160,000 vehicles rely on this section of I-95 each day, a main transportation artery now severed for weeks, if not months. Pennsylvania's governor officially declaring the scorched thoroughfare a disaster, and AAA warning the disruption could have a sweeping impact across the region.
This is going to have a ripple effect in terms of how people travel, how truckers deliver things, how people get, north and south of here on their summer vacation, their summer road trips.
Snarled traffic already snaking through the Philadelphia area.
Here you can see the traffic is really building up and really going all the way down.
As commuters brace for the long road ahead.
And crews are working around the clock. On the ground here, you can see just how much progress they've already made over the past 48 hours on the northbound side. But the rubble is about to multiply. Officials say that fiery crash was so hot, it also compromised the southbound lanes, which now need to be demolished over the next couple of days. We're also learning that Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg will be on the ground on site here in just a few hours, surveying this massive undertaking. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you.
Well, an investigation is underway after one person was killed and several others were hurt when their tour boat capsized. It happened yesterday in a cave along the Erie Canal in upstate New York, east of Niagara Falls. First responders pulled people out of the water after those first calls for help came in. One passenger was killed when he became trapped under the boat after it went bottom up. 16 people were pulled from the water. 11 of them were taken to the hospital for minor injuries and hypothermia. The cause of the capsizing is not yet known.
New details this morning on the story we've been following of the Utah mother who wrote a children's book on grief after her husband died, only to later be accused of poisoning him. The latest development, a judge denied bail to the mother of three during an emotional court hearing. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with more on that. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Eric Richins passed away in the couple's bedroom in March of 2022. His wife, Corey, was arrested last month, charged with aggravated murder. And this morning, she remains behind bars after a detention hearing featuring dramatic accusations from a member of her late husband's family.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed. If Corey was in fact willing to kill Eric for money, who's to say that what she will not do?
Amy Richins, Eric's sister, pleading with the judge to deny bail in an emotional victim's impact statement.
Please protect what Eric put his life on the line for, his three boys. Thank you.
With witness testimony from a detective, a private investigator, and a forensic accountant, prosecutors painted a picture of Corey as a calculating killer who acquired dozens of fentanyl pills. The autopsy later revealing a massive dose of the substance in her husband's body.
5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is a
That is someone who wants Eric dead. And the person who benefited the most from Eric being dead is the defendant.
Prosecutors also revealing new details about the Utah mom's alleged internet activity, including searches for luxury prisons for the rich. How long does life insurance take to pay? And can the FBI find deleted text messages?
There's nothing to show that Corey did anything to Eric.
The defense arguing these searches were merely in response to what was happening with the investigation, not evidence as of guilt, and claiming there's no evidence linking Corey to the murder.
It could have been accidental. Being bad with money does not make you a murderer.
Corey, who wrote a book to help her children cope with their grief, sitting handcuffed in the courtroom, becoming emotional at times. As a prosecutor described the text messages, she says she sent after finding Eric's body and performing CPR in an attempt to save his life.
And do those text messages read, "I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life"?
Yes.
The detective later testifying there's reason to believe no CPR was performed prior to paramedics' arrival. The judge ultimately siding with the prosecution.
The defendant would pose a substantial danger to the community if released on bail.
Prosecutors are pointing to money as a possible motive. They allege the couple had been arguing over real estate and that Corey was in debt, alleging she'd forged at least one life insurance application for Eric. The defense claims Eric's death left her worse off financially. Corey Richins has yet to enter a plea. Another court hearing is set for next week. Joe.
All right, Aaron, thank you.
Now it is time for another check of your morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with more. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. We start in Texas where, boy, it's feeling like summer there. Temperatures heading to 106 in Del Rio today. San Antonio, 100 degrees. Laredo, you're going to hit 105. These numbers, they're just a couple of degrees warmer than normal in some spots, but check out San Angelo, 10 degrees warmer than normal. The feels like temperatures later this afternoon are also going to be even warmer than what you just saw there. 108, 109 in some spots. So take it easy. And that goes for the next couple of days. Del Rio ends up at 109 for the actual temperature by Thursday and Friday. San Antonio will be into the triple digits all the way through the end of the work week. And even Houston, you'll get into those triple digits by Thursday and Friday. So really warm, warmer than normal conditions setting up over Texas for really the extended period. Meanwhile, a different story as we look towards the Midwest and the Northeast. Temperatures kind of hanging out a little below normal, upper 60s for some spots like Buffalo, Detroit, and Chicago. They'll deal with some showers today, too. If you're looking for the warmer air, though, it starts to creep in tomorrow for parts of the Midwest. Upper 80s in Minneapolis, Des Moines heading to 88 degrees. But then it kind of takes hold across much of the Northeast and parts of the Mid-Atlantic as we get into the later parts of the work week and into the weekend, the most important time of the week, of course. 84 on Saturday for Cincinnati, 88 in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. Looking pretty good in New York, too, as we round out the work week. 80 on Friday and 82 on Saturday. Now, we do have some rain to contend with in some spots, and some of those areas could deal with some even strong storms. That rain that you're seeing across parts of the Midwest, it's part of a system that's going to slowly work its way to the east. Right now, it is bringing rain to the Northeast. We saw some rounds of rain yesterday in parts of New York. We'll also see that continuing for the Midwest today around the Great Lakes. But we do have some thunderstorms already bubbling up in parts of the South. And this is the area that we're going to watch to see some of those stronger storms developing into the afternoon hours today and stretching into the evening, too. 19 million people are included in this, so heads up if you live in this area. You could see mainly the strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Hail will be one of the bigger threats this afternoon. The good news, if you're looking for it, is that our tornado threat is low. But tennis ball size hail is very possible, stretching from parts of Georgia into Texas. Now, tomorrow, a similar area going to be under those same kind of hazards, or the possibility of them, I should say. Less amounts of people, 9 million, but still Jackson, Montgomery, you're all included in this, and it does include those same hazards. An isolated tornado possible, but again, it's the hail that will get your attention. And the rain. We'll have some heavy rain working through. It actually doesn't look like it is quite as impressive as it initially was, guys, but still we could see some widespread amounts of maybe 3 inches up to 5 inches. So we will have some localized flooding on the table for folks as we get into the next couple of days. So just a heads up with all of that.
All right.
Watch out for that hail. Angie, thank you.
Coming up, daring rescues are playing out as deadly floodwaters slam parts of Cuba. The urgent evacuations by boat and by helicopter as water rushes into homes and wipes out roads.
Also, new details in that incredible story of survival. A mother's last message to her children after a deadly plane crash in the Colombian jungle, and how 4 children, all under 14, were able to survive for 40 days. Stay with us.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with more on that remarkable story of the 4 children who survived 40 days in the Amazon jungle. They were the only survivors of a deadly plane crash, living off of fruits, nuts, and just sheer will. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now with the latest on this just remarkable story that we cannot get enough details on. Kelly, good morning.
It's so true, Savannah, and we're learning more about how the children survived from the children themselves. They've been telling relatives about how they hid in tree trunks to escape from snakes and other animals in the jungle, and how they used what they found in the wreckage of the plane to help keep them all alive. This morning, the 4 siblings who survived 40 days deep in the Amazon jungle are slowly regaining their strength at a military hospital and talking about the moment they were found last Friday by a team of military and indigenous searchers. The eldest girl, 13-year-old Leslie, was carrying her 1-year-old sister and holding her other sister's hand. They ran to hug me, and Leslie said, "I'm hungry," the searcher says. The Cessna carrying the 4 siblings and their mother crashed deep in the Amazon forest May 1st. It took 2 weeks to locate the wreckage. Searchers found 3 adult bodies in the plane, but no children. The father of the 2 youngest children says the eldest told him their mother was alive for 4 days and told her children before she died that they had to leave. Their grandfather says they stayed by the plane, surviving on the 3 pounds of cassava flour they traveled with. And eventually, when no one came to help, the siblings started walking. For weeks, searchers found clues: half-eaten fruit, small footprints, a baby bottle, a tiny pair of shoes. Their grandfather said Leslie fed her 1-year-old sister baby formula until it ran out, then only water. The other siblings surviving on berries and seeds they found in the jungle. Their family says the kids heard this recorded message in their grandmother's voice, telling them to stop moving. The children finally found just in time. Their grandfather saying Leslie was too tired to walk. The children now playing with each other, reading and drawing pictures, the hospital director said, including these, thanking the military and indigenous search teams. One picture with the words "Siempre Bendecida," always blessed. And the relatives of these children say that their ancestral knowledge passed down from their grandmother really was key to helping them survive. But one searcher also says that Leslie was really smart, that she took camping gear, a flashlight with batteries that still worked, and an empty water bottle, all from that wreckage when they started walking, using that water bottle to fill up with water when they were close to a water source, always staying close to a river, and even creating a makeshift shelter with some of that camping gear to protect them. Savannah, just incredible details. And this morning, the hospital director says all of the children are in good spirits.
Oh,
Savannah.
that is such good news. Just an incredible story, Kelly. Great details there. Thank you so much.
All right, whether wine is good or bad for you is a topic that has been debated a lot over the years. Well, today we have some good news, assuming you like wine.
Exactly. If you're a wine drinker, that's right. Doctors are now saying light to moderate drinking can help keep the stress away, and then that can lead to better heart health.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now with this incredibly good news. Who's impacted in this study? And remind us what moderate level of drinking is.
And that's the important part. The other important part is it's alcohol. So it's not wine, it's not beer, it's not whiskey, it's alcohol, the alcohol content itself. And over the years, like you mentioned, it's been controversial. It's gone back and forth as to whether it can be healthy for us, light to moderate or not. And part of it has been saying, okay, the supplements in there, the flavonoids that are in there, the different antioxidants, those are what are helping us out. But this study's saying, no, that's not what's happening. Instead, what's happening is actually affecting our amygdala. And the amygdala is part of the brain that basically gives us our stress response. And so when we get stressed during the day, the amygdala dictates how we respond to that. Alcohol, in the study they found, would actually dampen that response and so keep those stress levels under control. Light to moderate, 1 or less drinks a day for women. 1 drink a day for women. For men, 1 to 2 drinks a day is considered light to moderate.
So when we think, I've had a long day, I'm going through a breakup, whatever is making you upset, and you're like, I just want a glass of wine to take the edge off. That's real.
That's real, and that's what's happening here. And what they found is they looked at over 50,000 people. It's the biobank that Mass General Brigham has. And they looked at 50,000 people. Of those, they took about 750, and they actually did CAT scans on their brains. Wow. And they found that those that were light to moderate drinkers of alcohol, the amygdala reacted less. It had less of a light up in the CAT scan, showing it wasn't reacting quite as much. And over time, they also found out that it's not just while they were drinking, because we think, okay, we take a drink for a couple hours, I'll have stress under control, but it was throughout the day. It acted on the amygdala. Even if you drank it in the evening, it acted for the next 24 hours or so, and so it really helped out in that case.
Obviously, we have to be clear, drinking alcohol can come with health risks, especially if it's too much. So how do we weigh the positives and negatives?
And that's what the researchers, a lot of experts, myself included, say we want to make sure that those caveats are in there. Drinking is not something, and they're saying, don't start drinking because of this study if you don't drink before. If you do drink it light to moderate, then, take some belief in that, okay, this could possibly help out. If cardiac events are your problem, if you have a family history of cardiac issues or cardiac risks. On the other hand, if you have cancer risks in your family or you yourself are at higher risk for cancer, then no, any amount of alcohol can be a problem, so you want to be careful there. So again, you have to weigh your own health risks, your own health issues, and whether this might be able to help you or not. But they are saying, don't go ahead and start drinking, but if you are drinking, this could help out. The other thing the study is showing us is that stress response, how we respond to stress, is the important part. And so they're hoping they can take this data and say, okay, let's find ways you can respond. We know exercise, meditation, those types of things can help us, but is there some other way we can find a way to help? Because that can get it better off and better under control.
All right, Dr. John Torres, thank you so much.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Interesting stuff there.
Coming up, floods in Cuba turning deadly.
Yeah, water seen rushing into homes as residents are pulled to safety by a helicopter. We'll tell you about the dramatic rescue efforts. That's up next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, floods are devastating Cuba. The island nation was hit with record rainfall, destroying homes and critical crops. And as a result, the military is evacuating thousands of civilians to dry ground. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more.
A flooding emergency in Cuba turns deadly. Raging water sweeping through homes, leaving communities underwater, thousands evacuated, and at least one person killed. The military using helicopters in some areas to rescue families, including women and children. They warned us before, but we didn't want to leave, and now we had to get out, said this man after he boarded one of the military helicopters. Others, like this elderly couple, rescued on boats from their homes. Cuba's central and eastern areas are the most affected after a weekend of heavy rain causing rivers to overflow. Over 400 rural communities affected by the flooding. We're trying to save everything we can while helping neighbors, said this man. Official media reporting some 10,000 homes have been damaged and more than 7,000 people have been evacuated. Days of rain have left the ground saturated with water, with dams at capacity, and the forecast indicating more rain may come in a country where the needs are overwhelming.
Lack of food, lack of medicine, lack of gasoline, which affects aid to any part of the country right now.
The flooding already damaging over 2,000 acres of crops, including fruits and vegetables, vital to help with those food shortages.
Added disasters such as flooding or hurricanes, and it becomes almost unbearable for the Cuban people right now.
Many bracing for another tough year with a new hurricane season just beginning. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
All right, let's get to some more international headlines now with breaking news out of central England, where a suspect has been arrested for the murders of 3 people.
NBC's Claudio Labanga joins us with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, the police in the UK say that 3 people have been found dead in the streets of Nottingham and 3 others were found injured elsewhere in the city after they were hit by a van. Now, the police believe the incidents are linked and said a man was arrested on suspicion of murder and is now in custody. Detectives are trying to establish what happened, but said the investigation is still in the early stages. Now let's go to Pakistan, where more than 80,000 people are being evacuated as a powerful cyclone is expected to make landfall on Thursday. According to officials, the cyclone named Bipar Joy will bring sustained wind speed of up to 84 miles per hour, with gusts up to 93 miles per hour. The cyclone is expected to make landfall on the coast of the southern Sindh province, where experts predict up to 12 inches of rain and 12 feet high storm surges, which could inundate low-lying settlements. And let's end this short tour of the world in Seoul. The capital of South Korea is celebrating the 10th anniversary of the foundation of BTS, the country's and perhaps the world's most famous K-pop band. The city is marking the occasion by lighting up in purple, the signature color of the band, its bridges, landmarks, and skyscrapers, including the City Hall and the World Lotte Tower. But that's not all. Today, the post office starts issuing stamps marking the anniversary, and on Saturday, fireworks will explode over the Han River Park. How about that?
Wow.
I can't believe it's been 10 years.
I can't believe they're getting their own stamp. Like the Queen. Very cool. Claudio, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, breaking inflation data out just moments ago.
We're going to dig into the numbers, what it means in the fight against inflation, and ultimately your wallet with our white tennis shoe experts. That is coming
look at
up
that team,
next. Stay with
like
us.
the Avengers.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We are back with some breaking economic data.
That's right. Inflation cooled to 4% in May on an annual basis. That is the lowest level in 2 years. On a monthly basis, inflation came in at 0.1%. Well, here to dig a little deeper into these numbers is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver, our go-tos on a morning like this. Good morning to both of you. Brian, just take us through these numbers. How do they compare to the previous month, cooling to 4%?
Yeah, let's give a little context here. So again, this is a yearly inflation rate that we're talking about here. So prices rose by 4% between May of this year and May of last year. And that's encouraging because that's a slower pace than the 4.9% that we had seen in April, and then much slower than the 9% that we had seen in the summer of last year. Well, that is a weird number that I just drew. But either way, those are the numbers that we're looking at. So inflation coming down, although prices are still rising. Where did we see the price increases or changes over the month? Well, we saw food change by about just 0.2% between April and May, were monthly figures that we're talking about here. Energy actually declined 3.6% as gasoline prices were very much closely in view over the last month. And then shelter, this is the cost of just putting a roof over your head. Think mortgages and also rent, increasing by 0.6% between April and May. So things like just living and also food remaining more expensive, although we did get some encouraging signs on energy costs declining between those months.
So, Caleb, let's get your reaction to this. We know the goal is down. How down is this?
Yeah. This is down. This is the slowest pace in 2 years. Remember, the Federal Reserve wants inflation close to 2%. We're getting there just very slowly. Very encouraging signs here, especially in that shelter number. The food costs are still high, especially food at home. But meats, poultry, and fish, the things that were so expensive earlier this year, they've come down a lot. It's the breads, the cereals, the bakery. That's costing a lot of money right now. So I would say go carb-free for a little while if you want to save some money. But a very encouraging number here. Getting closer and closer to that 2% number. Fed meets tomorrow. Big decision coming. This just gives them more ammunition to pause on those Fed rate hikes.
Money and diet advice.
I was going to say carb-free. Many benefits
all day long
this month, apparently. All right, Brian, you just did a little bit of this, but can you take us a little bit more in depth on some categories or where we are seeing biggest price changes?
Yeah, well, again, we have to remember that prices are still increasing, albeit at a slower pace now. So where do we see price increases? Things like apparel, personal care, education. The CPI breaks down a lot of these types of categories. But look, in the food category, it's very interesting to see pork and fish decline, as Caleb was just alluding to. And maybe if you can't eat carbs, maybe I would suggest protein perhaps, because egg prices fell, get this, 13.8% just between April and May. That's the largest increase that we've seen in the index since January of 1951. So eggs getting a lot cheaper.
Of course,
is this our medical
eggs were
roundup?
$400 not that long ago.
Yeah,
so it's like they had nowhere else to go. So, Caleb, you alluded to the Fed meeting. Of course, the expectation was they're going to take a pause. So what do we think happens this month? And perhaps even down the road, could we maybe not see any more hikes at all?
Yeah, the Fed meets in 1 day, 5 hours, and 18 minutes. I'm not counting, you're counting. But the Fed is likely to pause. We look at something called the Fed Watch tool. 95% probability the Fed will pause here, potentially pause again when it meets later this summer. We might be at what we call the terminal rate, the final rate where the Fed keeps rates high for a while, but they're going to be high for a while. It's not like we're coming right back down the hill here. So get used to high rates and this inflation cooling a little bit, but high on both sides just for a little while longer.
So, Brian, bottom line, for somebody at home, what does this mean for our wallets? Just average American, is relief on the horizon or not?
Yeah, well, again, prices are still rising, and economists say where we really want to be is instead of 4%, somewhere closer to 2%. But to Caleb's point, a lot of people are watching what does this mean for borrowing costs, right? Credit card rates are high. Mortgage rates are more than double where they were compared to during the pandemic. And because the Federal Reserve, even if they stop or skip an interest rate hike, that doesn't mean that they're cutting interest rates. So don't expect to see 3% mortgages anytime soon, although maybe it's possible we've reached the top with rates somewhere around 6.5%. But again, don't necessarily get excited about seeing 3% borrowing costs on homes anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, Caleb, but at what point, what do they take into consideration when they do start to actually cut the interest rates again?
Yeah, they're looking at liquidity. Are banks loaning to one another? Are banks loaning to businesses? We had a lot of tightening there with the bank failures, so they want to see what's going on there. They also want to look at consumer spending. That is 2/3 of our GDP. We got a big number on retail sales this Thursday. Consumers have been spending, even though credit card APRs are high and balances are high. We keep on spending. We're pretty good at it. The Fed's watching that as well.
All right, Brian, Caleb, thank you for the economic updates. Thank you for the suggestion of Atkins, keto, whatever that is. Thank you.
Got it all covered.
Yeah.
All right, more financial headlines now. The Federal Trade Commission moving to stop Microsoft's and Activision Blizzard's multi-billion-dollar merger.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is back with us with that and some other news for us. Hey there.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so the Federal Trade Commission has filed a lawsuit to block Microsoft's nearly $70 billion takeover of Activision Blizzard. That's the maker of popular video games like Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and Candy Crush. Regulators in the U.S. and the UK have argued that the deal could hurt competition in the gaming market. The FTC already took Microsoft to court last year to block the sale, but that trial isn't scheduled until August, and the process doesn't keep the parties from closing the deal. If Microsoft can complete the deal as scheduled in July, it would be nearly impossible to reverse course. Amazon is testing the use of artificial intelligence to generate summaries of product reviews. The feature gives users an overview of what shoppers like and dislike about something they bought. Now, there is a disclaimer that the summary is AI generated from the text of customer reviews. Amazon has long relied on AI to deliver targeted ads and recommendations. Using AI to summarize reviews could be useful, as Amazon has millions of products on its site and there can be thousands of reviews on a single item. And Reddit went down yesterday for millions of users around the world, just as hundreds of popular forums on the platform are protesting new pricing changes. Subreddits, including videos and best of, went dark or set access to private yesterday in retaliation to proposed charges for third-party app developers. Reddit's changes follow a similar move by Twitter earlier this year to start charging developers for access to its data, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
After more than 40 years as the host of Wheel of Fortune, Pat Sajak has announced he does plan to retire after next season. It marks the end of a record-breaking run, hosting one of the most watched and beloved game shows in history. Now, last year, he indicated he was near the end of his impressive run. Now he has made it official. For the last 4 decades, Pat Sajak, along with his longtime co-host Vanna White, have brought humor.
I'm the quintessential loquacious quizmaster, so.
Heart.
Want some money? Yes, she does.
Good old-fashioned fun into millions of American homes.
Thank you. Vanna, it's our 40th season. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it.
In a tweet late Monday, Sajak writes, "Well, the time has come. I've decided that our 41st season, which begins in September, will be my last. It's been a wonderful ride." It was 1981 when the show's first host, Chuck Woolery, handed the reins over to Sajak, who helped make Wheel one of the longest-running and most successful syndicated game shows of all time. Sony, which owns the show, says it draws more than 26 million viewers a week. Sajak has won 3 Daytime Emmys for Outstanding Game Show Host and won a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2011, along with the late Jeopardy host Alex Trebek.
Al, Isabel, thanks a million for being here. We have a $5,000 minimum for your
Thank goodness.
So.
Our own superfan, Al Roker, even appeared on the show as a contestant with his mom more than 20 years ago. Got to visit again in 2016. Sajak told Al the key to his success, putting the show first.
People are not tuning in necessarily to see let's see how clever Pat is tonight. They like the game. And the game's the star, the players are the star, and you kind of have to step back.
Fans took to social media to express their appreciation for so many memories over the years. A steady presence who let contestants do the talking.
Claim to be a newlywed, this true?
Yeah, I mean, 1.5 years. Is that a newlywed?
I think so.
And of course, the guessing.
I've got a good feeling about this.
That's right.
Pat Sajak now ready to let someone else take a spin. So who will that be? Well, no word yet on who's going to take over as host when Pat Sajak steps down. Sony did say in a statement they look forward to celebrating his outstanding career throughout the rest of this upcoming season, and that he has agreed to continue as a consultant for a few years after he leaves. So he'll have his fingerprints on it in a little bit.
Yeah,
it's going to be intriguing to see how they do this.
Certainly. I've already been seeing some guesses online, so
Exactly.
we'll have to see.
I wonder if they're going to do the celebrity thing like Jeopardy did. We'll have to wait and see if that happens again.
That was a whole other thing.
And hopefully they don't follow that exact path. All right.
Coming up, with Father's Day just days away, we are sharing one father and daughter's heartwarming story.
The questions he asked her every year for her birthday and the message they're now sharing with the world.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, and Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Well, last month, French fashion house Dior unveiled this very chic wetsuit with a $3,300 price tag. Well, now Dior has released the ultimate accessory to go with it. A $10,500 surfboard, handcrafted in France from sustainable materials. It's got fins, leash, a cover, and display stand, and of course it's got a diamond tail. Joe, I know you like to, you know, shred the gnar, so maybe this is for you.
I don't even know what that means. You don't actually use it, right? I mean, it's. I assume you put it in a case and stare at it.
Right.
All right. Great. Father's Day is coming. The perfect segue to our next story, the documentary that's streaming just in time for Father's Day. It's called How Do You Measure a Year? It's an Oscar-nominated film that chronicles a simple birthday ritual between the director, Jay Rosenblatt, and his daughter. He has interviewed her every year on her birthday from the age of 2 to 18. Today, anchor Jenna Bush-Hager has their story.
Hi. Hi. My name is Ella. Test, 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 test. Okay, let's start.
And look at the other. A birthday ritual that began when Ella Rosenblatt was 2 years old.
Every year, me and Dad film together.
Oh, yes, for your birthday.
Yeah.
From the age of 2 to 18, Ella sat in this exact spot, answering questions from her father, Jay Rosenblatt, a filmmaker.
It's so simple and yet profound. What were you hoping to do with it?
I just thought that this would be a great project, that if it didn't turn into a film, it would be a great archive for her.
That keepsake for Ella is now a new HBO documentary, How Do You Measure a Year, which was nominated for an Academy Award.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
Put on makeup and eat gum. To be a good person, but not be perfect.
This is the second year in a row Jay earned an Oscar nod.
I like it a lot.
Jay made 3 other films with his daughter, but this one is his most personal.
What do you want to say to your older self? Let's talk about you and me for a second.
He asked Ella the same questions year after year, even braving those tween years.
Our relationship has been tough this past year.
Jay says yearly check-ins about their relationship an added plus.
But we always make up and forgive each other in the end, so I feel pretty good about it.
Part of the magic is watching his baby grow up right before his eyes.
What is power?
I don't know.
What do you think it means? What does power mean?
Power means, I don't know. feel my muscles. Power is being yourself. That takes a lot of power.
What else, as a father, when you watched it back, came to mind?
How amazing a person she is and how much I love her. Ella, as a parent, it goes by so fast. So part of my motivation in filming her is just to hold on to it as long as you can.
What would you say about who she's become?
I think she's become who she has always been. She's just an older version of it. She's just a wonderful being. I feel so lucky.
Thanks to Jenna for that report. Rosenblatt earned his second Oscar nomination for How Do You Measure a Year, which will debut tomorrow on HBO. You can also stream it on Max just in time for Father's Day.
Oscars, wow, that is awesome.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, and thanks everybody for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, historic day. Donald Trump is set to appear in federal court today to face criminal charges. The first time a former president will surrender to the same federal agents he once led. This morning, streets around the Miami federal courthouse are locked down. Police are on high alert, and the crowds, along with the law enforcement watching them, are only expected to grow. We're in South Florida with the last-minute preparations, and what we can expect is the most high-profile defendant in American history prepares to appear before a judge. Disaster declaration. We're hearing grim new information about that fiery crash that has crippled one of the country's busiest interstates. As a massive rebuild kicks into high gear this morning, drivers could face months of traffic delays. What investigators are now saying about the moments just before the crash. Remarkable rescue. Dramatic new video shows the moment 4 children were found deep in the Colombian Amazon 40 days after their plane crashed. Now the children are starting to share what happened. We'll have more on what their mother's last words to them were and how the oldest child was able to help keep her siblings alive. And final spin. After more than 4 decades, Wheel of Fortune host Pat Sajak says he's ready to retire, but not before one last spin of the wheel. We're taking a look back at his iconic career hosting a game show that brings joy to millions. He's going to do one more season, and then after 40-plus years, calling it quits.
Yeah, wow. Surprise yesterday.
Exactly.
Good to hear.
More on that surprise in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning with the arraignment of former President Donald Trump on criminal charges just hours from now.
Trump arrived in Miami yesterday, spending the night at his Doral Golf Club. Later today, he will appear in a Miami courtroom to be arraigned on charges stemming from the classified documents investigation led by special counsel Jack Smith. That investigation shifted into high gear last August when the FBI discovered dozens of boxes containing marked classified documents scattered inside Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Well, Trump is now facing 37 counts, including 31 counts under the Espionage Act. The former president has denied any wrongdoing in the case and is expected to plead not guilty. We have team coverage this morning of Trump's arraignment, including NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns and legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. We will talk to both of them in just a moment, but we're going to get started with the other person you see on your screen there, are Garrett Hake, who joins us from Miami. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, the former president set to arrive here, likely underground coming in, underground coming out. And of course, there are no cameras in federal court, which means only a handful of people will see the former president plead not guilty today to these historic charges. Donald Trump poised to make history this morning as a federal criminal defendant, facing arraignment before a judge this afternoon. The former president returning to Florida Monday, cheered on by a small group of supporters outside his Doral Golf Club.
It's a disgrace. It's a witch hunt. The whole thing is a scam.
Mr. Trump remains defiant in the face of a 37-count indictment, accused by the special counsel of mishandling classified documents and obstructing efforts to retrieve them. According to the indictment, the material included top-secret information about weapons capabilities of the U.S. and foreign countries, U.S. nuclear programs, and potential U.S. military vulnerabilities.
Our laws that protect national defense information are critical to the safety and security of the United States.
Mr. Trump on social media attacking his indictment as, quote, strictly third world, and vowing, if elected, to appoint a real special prosecutor to investigate President Biden, an appointment a president has no power to make directly. Republicans, including House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, largely rallying to Mr. Trump's defense.
The idea of equal justice is not playing out here, and so that's a real concern to all Americans.
But some of Mr. Trump's Republican presidential rivals say the charges are serious, including former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
The conduct in there is awful. And we're in a situation where there are people in my own party who are blaming DOJ. How about blame him? He did it.
And Mr. Trump's former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley.
If this indictment is true, if what it says is actually the case, President Trump was incredibly reckless with our national security.
It's a full circle moment for Mr. Trump, who in 2016 relentlessly attacked Hillary Clinton for storing classified emails on a personal server, arguing it disqualified her from the presidency.
In my administration, I'm going to enforce all laws concerning the protection of classified information. No one will be above the law.
Amid calls for protests from Mr. Trump and some of his allies, Miami's mayor and police chief say they're confident they have the resources to keep the city safe.
We're taking this event extremely serious. We know that there is a potential of things taking a turn for the worst.
One of the big questions going into today's hearing is who will represent Mr. Trump in court. Remember, his two lead defense attorneys both resigned late last week. He hasn't announced their replacements, but Todd Blanche, a former federal prosecutor who's also working on the New York City case, is expected to be at least a part of this new legal team. Guys.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. And now let's bring in NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns and NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Thank you both for joining us. Dasha, I will start with you because you are on the ground right outside of where the former president spent the night at his resort there. What is the scene like there right now? That's one of these other big stories unfolding. What's going to happen on these streets today that are in lockdown? Do we know what to expect at this point?
Well, Savannah, right now, right here where we are, things are pretty quiet this morning. We don't expect to see a whole lot of activity right here until a little bit later, where we do know that there will be some protests at the courthouse. We don't know what the scene is going to look like. It's unclear how big the crowds will be. We know officials are preparing for a range of possibilities here, and they don't expect a mass sort of aggressive, violent protest. But as we know, it only takes one lone person to cause a scene or to cause some chaos or a dangerous situation. So everyone is on high alert right now. We don't expect to hear from the former president until he heads back to Bedminster later today. But I will be keeping an eye on my inbox, because if it's anything like the last time he was indicted in that New York case, we do expect that he will be fundraising off of this. And last time around, I received a flurry of emails seeing him trying to sort of rally support around the indictment. And already this morning, we received an email that said this indictment is election interference. So again, legally and politically, these are sort of two separate issues for the former president. Politically, he's really using this to rally support. Savannah.
Kristen, let's bring you in here and talk about something that's been kind of bubbling up as a point of conversation here. According to the Washington Post, Trump spent yesterday afternoon looking for a Florida lawyer to join his defense team. So there's no confirmation yet that he's found one. He traveled from New Jersey down to Florida with an attorney of his, but looking for this local lawyer. This has been an issue for Trump in the past, hiring and then retaining lawyers. But tell us why he needs to find a lawyer for this court appearance, why he's looking for one in Florida. What is this about?
Well, it can be based on a number of factors. You know, when we look at Trump's pattern with lawyers, including Michael Cohen, Evan Cochran, Donald Trump really isn't in the market for a lawyer. What he really is in the market for is a human shield. So that's really going to make finding an attorney really challenging, which is even further complicated by the fact that he also has to find an attorney who's local, so knows the judges, and can gain favor that way. But then also an attorney who specializes in national security to really help navigate those charges that he's facing under the Espionage Act. And that's a really niche field. And the pool of available talent is already limited. And then you add Trump's notorious reputation to the mix, and you're really left with even fewer attorneys who even would be willing to accept the risks of taking him on as a client and the harm to their own reputation and the scrutiny that they would receive. So it's going to be really challenging for Trump to find an attorney based on all of those factors.
Definitely. Dasha, after today's arraignment, the plan here is that the former president's going to fly back to New Jersey, planning to deliver remarks at a campaign fundraising event tonight. This is ahead of his birthday tomorrow. What can we expect from that event, and what do we anticipate hearing from him, especially when we know that there is concern about how much he's speaking about this indictment, about these charges?
Well, the one thing that'll be interesting to see today, Savannah, is does he get any sort of guidance from the court here today about what he can and cannot say? We know we've seen that in the past. He hasn't really been very limited in his words, or very restrictive in how he talks about these cases. I expect that he will continue along the similar line of making the case that he is being attacked, and in fact that it's not just him being attacked, but it is the American people who are being attacked. And that has really been the power in how Trump has framed this case for his base and for the voters that have supported him in the past, that this is not about him, that this is about all of those who support him being targeted by an unjust system. And that's what makes it so difficult, frankly, for some of his rivals in this race to break from him in this case, because he has made it so compelling for his supporters, and breaking from him is sort of breaking from the base of the Republican Party in a way that could potentially hurt his rivals if they were to go astray. So he may be legally in more serious trouble than he ever has been, but politically he is playing this in the same way that he has played every other legal hurdle that he's faced, where he is using this to rally political support, to fundraise, and to help build momentum for his primary race.
Yeah, and to that point, Dasha, after we saw the indictment here in New York, those state charges, we saw that fundraising bump after the president sent out those emails, things like that. Kristen, I also want to ask you about something we haven't been talking about as much, but will be appearing, is expected to appear anyway, alongside the former president at today's arraignment. This aide, a former military valet at the Trump White House, also facing these charges. Walk us through what he's looking at, and if it's possible that prosecutors could offer him a plea deal.
Yeah, he's looking at those same charges as Donald Trump: the obstruction of justice, the false statements, and the hiding and concealment of these classified documents as more of a conspiracy charge. And, you know, with any plea deal, the question really is going to really boil down to whether the prosecutor is willing to offer enough incentives to make that defendant forego his or her constitutional right to a trial. And in this case, and in any case where there is someone charged with something related to Trump, the question really is going to be whether the prosecutor's incentive can outweigh any of Trump's perceived incentives, right? The case against Walt Nauta is really supported in this case by substantial evidence, you know, including text messages, photographs, corroborated details of his involvement in moving those boxes. And that strong evidence suggests that the prosecution may not necessarily need to offer him any type of plea deal. And if they do, his credibility could be undermined by the false statements that he gave to the FBI during the interview, if in fact the allegations in the indictment is true. But I think one of the most important things is to look at how Trump has rewarded his loyal members by pardons and clemency, and certainly if he has any expectation of winning the presidential race, Nauta may not want to consider any plea deal.
So, Dasha, quickly before I let you go, just walk us through what's next. I think people are wondering, look, he's on a presidential campaign right now, being arraigned today. What does this mean?
Well, that's exactly it. Look, he's going to be looking for a lawyer, as we talked about, and he's also going to be campaigning at the same time as he's dealing with now not just one, but two indictments. So he's going to be on these parallel tracks of politics and legal issues, and how he juggles those two things, and how he either, keeps them separate or very much melds the two together will be important to watch. And for his legal team, kind of a scary thing to watch if you're his lawyer, and seeing how he may or may not cross that line in terms of saying things that maybe you don't want to say very publicly at a time when you are under intense legal scrutiny, Savannah.
Dasha, thank you so much. Kristen, thank you so much. We appreciate you both diving in on this on an important day. And we're going to have much more on the arraignment of former President Trump throughout the day here on NBC News Now. That includes a special report this afternoon when the arraignment is actually happening. So be sure to keep your TV, your screens, your computers right here. Well, the United States Central Command says 22 service members were injured in a, quote, helicopter mishap that occurred last Sunday in northeastern Syria. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has the details.
Hey there, good day to you. The U.S. military is calling it a helicopter mishap this past Sunday, resulting in injuries for 22 service members. U.S. Central Command, which oversees operations in the Middle East, said the injuries were of different degrees and added in a statement, the service members are receiving treatment for their injuries and 10 have been evacuated to higher care facilities. The cause of the incident, this statement says, is under investigation, though no enemy fire was reported. And that could be a crucial detail because in late April, the Army ordered a temporary aviation stand down after a spate of domestic helicopter crashes in training missions, resulting in at least 14 soldiers being killed. These are early days, so we can't say this latest crash is connected, but it will surely be top of mind as the military investigates what caused this.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you very much.
Now, the latest on that highway collapse in Philadelphia. It has officially been declared a disaster, and authorities in the area are saying the effects of the collapse could potentially be felt well beyond Philadelphia for months to come. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Philly with the latest. Emily, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Well, we now know it was a deadly incident. Authorities recovering a body from the wreckage, and family members say it was the man behind the wheel of the tanker that crashed into the interstate behind me. As for the ripple effects we're seeing from this road closure, already major impacts on commuters, travel, and commerce.
This morning, a massive rebuilding process kicking into high gear after that tanker crash engulfed I-95 in Philadelphia, reducing the northbound lanes to rubble. Surveillance video showing the fiery collision, and now officials revealing new details about the moments just before it.
From what we understand, the tractor and trailer was trying to navigate the curve, lost control of the vehicle, landed on its side, and ruptured the tank and ignited the fire.
The crash considered an accident?
Yes.
Authorities confirming they've recovered a body from the rubble. They've yet to identify the individual, but family members say it was Nathaniel Moody, a husband and father described as an experienced truck driver.
His older sister called me and she said, Ike, she said, the state troopers just left Teresa in Jersey and they told her they pulled the body from the truck.
The commercial truck had been carrying 8,500 gallons of gasoline, fueling intense flames, hot enough to compromise steel girders supporting the roadway. 160,000 vehicles rely on this section of I-95 each day, a main transportation artery now severed for weeks, if not months. Pennsylvania's governor officially declaring the scorched thoroughfare a disaster, and AAA warning the disruption could have a sweeping impact across the region.
This is going to have a ripple effect in terms of how people travel, how truckers deliver things, how people get, north and south of here on their summer vacation, their summer road trips.
Snarled traffic already snaking through the Philadelphia area.
Here you can see the traffic is really building up and really going all the way down.
As commuters brace for the long road ahead.
And crews are working around the clock. On the ground here, you can see just how much progress they've already made over the past 48 hours on the northbound side. But the rubble is about to multiply. Officials say that fiery crash was so hot it also compromised the southbound lanes, which now need to be demolished over the next couple of days. We're also learning that Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg will be on the ground on site here in just a few hours surveying this massive undertaking. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you.
Well, an investigation is underway after one person was killed and several others were hurt when their tour boat capsized. It happened yesterday in a cave along the Erie Canal in upstate New York, east of Niagara Falls. First responders pulled people out of the water after those first calls for help came in. One passenger was killed when he became trapped under the boat after it went bottom up. 16 people were pulled from the water. 11 of them were taken to the hospital for minor injuries and hypothermia. The cause of the capsizing is not yet known.
New details this morning on the story we've been following of the Utah mother who wrote a children's book on grief after her husband died, only to later be accused of poisoning him. The latest development, a judge denied bail to the mother of three during an emotional court hearing. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with more on that. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Eric Richins passed away in the couple's bedroom in March of 2022. His wife, Corey, was arrested last month, charged with aggravated murder. And this morning, she remains behind bars after a detention hearing featuring dramatic accusations from a member of her late husband's family.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed. If Corey was in fact willing to kill Eric for money, who's to say that what she will not do?
Amy Richins, Eric's sister, pleading with the judge to deny bail in an emotional victim's impact statement.
Please protect what Eric put his life on the line for, his three boys. Thank you.
With witness testimony from a detective, a private investigator, and a forensic accountant, prosecutors painted a picture of Corey as a calculating killer who acquired dozens of fentanyl pills. The autopsy later revealing a massive dose of the substance in her husband's body.
5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead. And the person who benefited the most from Eric being dead is the defendant.
Prosecutors also revealing new details about the Utah mom's alleged internet activity, including searches for luxury prisons for the rich. How long does life insurance take to pay? And can the FBI find deleted text messages?
There's nothing to show that Corey did anything to Eric.
The defense arguing these searches were merely in response to what was happening with the investigation, not evidence as of guilt, and claiming there's no evidence linking Corey to the murder.
It could have been accidental. Being bad with money does not make you a murderer.
Corey, who wrote a book to help her children cope with their grief, sitting handcuffed in the courtroom, becoming emotional at times. As a prosecutor described the text messages, she says she sent after finding Eric's body and performing CPR in an attempt to save his life.
And do those text messages read, "I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life"?
Yes.
The detective later testifying there's reason to believe no CPR was performed prior to paramedics' arrival. The judge ultimately siding with the prosecution.
The defendant would pose a substantial danger to the community if released on bail.
Prosecutors are pointing to money as a possible motive. They allege the couple had been arguing over real estate and that Corey was in debt, alleging she'd forged at least one life insurance application for Eric. The defense claims Eric's death left her worse off financially. Corey Richins has yet to enter a plea. Another court hearing is set for next week. Joe.
All right, Aaron, thank you.
Now it is time for another check of your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with more. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. We start in Texas where, boy, it's feeling like summer there. Temperatures heading to 106 in Del Rio today. San Antonio, 100 degrees. Laredo, you're going to hit 105. These numbers, they're just a couple of degrees warmer than normal in some spots, but check out San Angelo, 10 degrees warmer than normal. The feels like temperatures later this afternoon are also going to be even warmer than what you just saw there. 108, 109 in some spots. So take it easy see, and that goes for the next couple of days. Del Rio ends up at 109 for the actual temperature by Thursday and Friday. San Antonio will be into the triple digits all the way through the end of the work week. And even Houston, you'll get into those triple digits by Thursday and Friday. So really warm, warmer than normal conditions setting up over Texas for really the extended period. Meanwhile, a different story as we look towards the Midwest and the Northeast. Temperatures kind of hanging out a little below normal, upper 60s for some spots like Buffalo, Detroit, and Chicago. They'll deal with some showers today, too. As if you're looking for the warmer air, though, it starts to creep in tomorrow for parts of the Midwest. Upper 80s in Minneapolis, Des Moines heading to 88 degrees. But then it kind of takes hold across much of the Northeast and parts of the Mid-Atlantic as we get into the later parts of the work week and into the weekend, the most important time of the week, of course. 84 on Saturday for Cincinnati, 88 in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. Looking pretty good in New York, too, as we round out the work week. 80 on Friday and 82 on Saturday. Now, we do have some rain to contend with in some spots, and some of those areas could deal with some even strong storms. That rain that you're seeing across parts of the Midwest, it's part of a system that's going to slowly work its way to the east. Right now, it is bringing rain to the Northeast. We saw some rounds of rain yesterday in parts of New York. We'll also see that continuing for the Midwest today around the Great Lakes. But we do have some thunderstorms already bubbling up in parts of the South. And this is the area that we're going to watch to see some of those stronger storms developing into the afternoon hours today and stretching into the evening, too. 19 million people are included in this, so heads up if you live in this area. You could see mainly the strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Hail will be one of the bigger threats this afternoon. The good news, if you're looking for it, is that our tornado threat is low. But tennis ball size hail is very possible, stretching from parts of Georgia into Texas. Now, tomorrow, a similar area going to be under those same kind of hazards, or the possibility of them, I should say. Less amounts of people, 9 million, but still Jackson, Montgomery, you're all included in this, and it does include those same hazards. An isolated tornado possible, but again, it's the hail that will get your attention. And the rain. We'll have some heavy rain working through. It actually doesn't look like it is quite as impressive as it initially was, guys, but still we could see some widespread amounts of maybe 3 inches up to 5 inches. So we will have some localized flooding on the table for folks as we get into the next couple of days. So just a heads up with all of that.
All right.
Watch out for that hail. Angie, thank you.
Coming up, daring rescues are playing out as deadly floodwaters slam parts of Cuba. The urgent evacuations by boat and by helicopter as water rushes into homes and wipes out roads.
Also, new details in that incredible story of survival. A mother's last message to her children after a deadly plane crash in the Colombian jungle, and how 4 children, all under 14, were able to survive for 40 days. Stay with us.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back now with more on that remarkable story of the 4 children who survived 40 days in the Amazon jungle. They were the only survivors of a deadly plane crash, living off of fruits, nuts, and just sheer will. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now with the latest on this just remarkable story that we cannot get enough details on. Kelly, good morning.
It's so true, Savannah, and we're learning more about how the children survived from the children themselves. They've been telling relatives about how they hid in tree trunks to escape from snakes and other animals in the jungle, and how they used what they found in the wreckage of the plane to help keep them all alive. This morning, the 4 siblings who survived 40 days deep in the Amazon jungle are slowly regaining their strength at a military hospital and talking about the moment they were found last Friday by a team of military and indigenous searchers. The eldest girl, 13-year-old Leslie, was carrying her 1-year-old sister and holding her other sister's hand. They ran to hug me, and Leslie said, "I'm hungry," the searcher says. The Cessna carrying the 4 siblings and their mother crashed deep in the Amazon forest May 1st. It took 2 weeks to locate the wreckage. Searchers found 3 adult bodies in the plane, but no children. The father of the 2 youngest children says the eldest told him their mother was alive for 4 days and told her children before she died that they had to leave. Their grandfather says they stayed by the plane, surviving on the 3 pounds of cassava flour they traveled with. And eventually, when no one came to help, the siblings started walking. For weeks, searchers found clues: half-eaten fruit, small footprints, a baby bottle, a tiny pair of shoes. Their grandfather said Leslie fed her 1-year-old sister baby formula until it ran out, then only water. The other siblings surviving on berries and seeds they found in the jungle. Their family says the kids heard this recorded message in their grandmother's voice, telling them to stop moving. The children finally found just in time. Their grandfather saying Leslie was too tired to walk. The children now playing with each other, reading and drawing pictures, the hospital director said, including these, thanking the military and indigenous search teams. One picture with the words "Siempre Bendecida," always blessed. And the relatives of these children say that their ancestral knowledge passed down from their grandmother really was key to helping them survive. But one searcher also says that Leslie was really smart, that she took camping gear, a flashlight with batteries that still worked, and an empty water bottle, all from that wreckage when they started walking, using that water bottle to fill up with water when they were close to a water source, always staying close to a river, and even creating a makeshift shelter with some of that camping gear to protect them. Savannah, just incredible details. And this morning, the hospital director says all of the children are in good spirits.
Oh,
Savannah.
That is such good news. Just an incredible story, Kelly. Great details there. Thank you so much.
All right, whether wine is good or bad for you is a topic that has been debated a lot over the years. Well, today we have some good news, assuming you like wine.
Exactly. If you're a wine drinker, that's right. Doctors are now saying light to moderate drinking can help keep the stress away, and then that can lead to better heart health.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now with this incredibly good news. Who's impacted in this study? And remind us what moderate level of drinking is.
And that's the important part. The other important part is it's alcohol. So it's not wine, it's not beer, it's not whiskey, it's alcohol, the alcohol content itself. And over the years, like you mentioned, it's been controversial. It's gone back and forth as to whether it can be healthy for us, light to moderate or not. And part of it has been saying, okay, the supplements in there, the flavonoids that are in there, the different antioxidants, those are what are helping us out. But this study's saying, no, that's not what's happening. Instead, what's happening is actually affecting our amygdala. And the amygdala is part of the brain that basically gives us our stress response. And so when we get stressed during the day, the amygdala dictates how we respond to that. Alcohol, in the study they found, would actually dampen that response and so keep those stress levels under control. Light to moderate, 1 or less drinks a day for women. 1 drink a day for women. For men, 1 to 2 drinks a day is considered light to moderate.
So when we think, I've had a long day, I just am going through a breakup, whatever is making you upset, and you're like, I just want a glass of wine to take the edge off. That's real.
And that's real, and that's what's happening here. And what they found is they looked at over 50,000 people. It's the biobank that Mass General Brigham has. And they looked at 50,000 people. Of those, they took about 750, and they actually did CAT scans on their brains. Wow. And they found that those that were light to moderate drinkers of alcohol, the amygdala reacted less. It had less of a light up in the CAT scan, showing it wasn't reacting quite as much. And over time, they also found out that it's not just while they were drinking, because we think, okay, we take a drink for a couple hours, I'll have stress under control, but it was throughout the day. It acted on the amygdala. Even if you drank it in the evening, it acted for the next 24 hours or so, and so it really helped out in that case.
Obviously, we have to be clear, drinking alcohol can come with health risks, especially if it's too much. So how do we weigh the positives and negatives?
And that's what the researchers, a lot of experts, myself included, say we want to make sure that those caveats are in there. Drinking is not something, and they're saying, don't start drinking because of this study if you don't drink before. If you do drink it light to moderate, then, take some belief in that, okay, this could possibly help out. If cardiac events are your problem, if you have a family history of cardiac issues or cardiac risks. On the other hand, if you have cancer risks in your family or you yourself are at higher risk for cancer, then no, any amount of alcohol can be a problem, so you want to be careful there. So again, you have to weigh your own health risks, your own health issues, and whether this might be able to help you or not. But they are saying, don't go ahead and start drinking, but if you are drinking, this could help out. The other thing the study is showing us is that stress response, how we respond to stress, is the important part. And so they're hoping they can take this data and say, okay, let's find ways you can respond. We know exercise, meditation, those types of things can help us, but is there some other way we can find a way to help? Because that can get it better off and better under control.
All right, Dr. John Torres, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Interesting stuff there.
Coming up, floods in Cuba turning deadly.
Yeah, water seen rushing into homes as residents are pulled to safety by a helicopter. We'll tell you about the dramatic rescue efforts. That's up next.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. This morning, floods are devastating Cuba. The island nation was hit with record rainfall, destroying homes and critical crops. And as a result, the military is evacuating thousands of civilians to dry ground. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more.
A flooding emergency in Cuba turns deadly. Raging water sweeping through homes, leaving communities underwater, thousands evacuated, and at least one person killed. The military using helicopters in some areas to rescue families, including women and children. They warned us before, but we didn't want to leave, and now we had to get out, said this man after he boarded one of the military helicopters. Others, like this elderly couple, rescued on boats from their homes. Cuba's central and eastern areas are the most affected after a weekend of heavy rain causing rivers to overflow. Over 400 rural communities affected by the flooding. We're trying to save everything we can while helping neighbors, said this man. Official media reporting some 10,000 homes have been damaged and more than 7,000 people have been evacuated. Days of rain have left the ground saturated with water, with dams at capacity, and the forecast indicating more rain may come in a country where the needs are overwhelming.
Lack of food, lack of medicine, lack of gasoline, which affects aid to any part of the country right now.
The flooding already damaging over 2,000 acres of crops, including fruits and vegetables, vital to help with those food shortages.
Added disasters such as flooding or hurricanes, and it becomes almost unbearable for the Cuban people right now.
Many bracing for another tough year with a new hurricane season just beginning. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
All right, let's get you some more international headlines now with breaking news out of central England, where a suspect has been arrested for the murders of 3 people.
NBC's Claudio Lavaga joins us with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, the police in the UK say that 3 people have been found dead in the streets of Nottingham and 3 others were found injured elsewhere in the city after they were hit by a van. Now, the police believe the incidents are linked and said a man was arrested on suspicion of murder and is now in custody. Detectives are trying to establish what happened, but said the investigation is still in the early stages. Now let's go to Pakistan, where more than 80,000 people are being evacuated as a powerful cyclone is expected to make landfall on Thursday. According to officials, the cyclone named Bipar Joy will bring sustained wind speed of up to 84 miles per hour, with gusts up to 93 miles per hour. The cyclone is expected to make landfall on the coast of the southern Sindh province, where experts predict up to 12 inches of rain and 12 feet high storm surges, which could inundate low-lying settlements. And let's end this short tour of the world in Seoul. The capital of South Korea is celebrating the 10th anniversary of the foundation of BTS, the country's and perhaps the world's most famous K-pop band. The city is marking the occasion by lighting up in purple, the signature color of the band, its bridges, landmarks, and skyscrapers, including the City Hall and the World Lotte Tower. But that's not all. Today, the post office starts issuing stamps marking the anniversary, and on Saturday, fireworks will explode over the Han River Park. How about that?
Wow.
I can't believe it's been 10 years.
I can't believe they're getting their own stamp. Like the Queen. Very cool. Claudio, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, breaking inflation data out just moments ago.
We're going to dig into the numbers, what it means in the fight against inflation, and ultimately your wallet with our white tennis shoe experts. That is coming up next. Stay with us.
Like the Avengers.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with some breaking economic data.
That's right. Inflation cooled to 4% in May on an annual basis. That is the lowest level in 2 years. On a monthly basis, inflation came in at 0.1%. Well, here to dig a little deeper into these numbers is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver, our go-tos on a morning like this. Good morning to both of you. Brian, just take us through these numbers. How do they compare to the previous month, cooling to 4%?
Yeah, let's give a little context here. So again, this is a yearly inflation rate that we're talking about here. So prices rose by 4% between May of this year and May of last year. And that's encouraging because that's a slower pace than the 4.9% that we had seen in April, and then much slower than the 9% that we had seen in the summer of last year. Well, that is a weird number that I just drew. But either way, those are the numbers that we're looking at. So inflation coming down, although prices are still rising. Where did we see the price increases or changes over the month? Well, we saw food change by about just 0.2% between April and May, were monthly figures that we're talking about here. Energy actually declined 3.6% as gasoline prices were very much closely in view over the last month. And then shelter, this is the cost of just putting a roof over your head, think mortgages and also rent, increasing by 0.6% between April and May. So things like just living and also food remaining more expensive, although we did get some encouraging signs on energy costs declining between those months.
So, Caleb, let's get your reaction to this. We know the goal is down. How down is this?
Yeah. This is down. This is the slowest pace in 2 years. Remember, the Federal Reserve wants inflation close to 2%. We're getting there just very slowly. Very encouraging signs here, especially in that shelter number. The food costs are still high, especially food at home. But meats, poultry, and fish, the things that were so expensive earlier this year, they've come down a lot. It's the breads, the cereals, the bakery. That's costing a lot of money right now. So I would say go carb-free for a little while if you want to save some money. But a very encouraging number here, getting closer and closer to that 2% number. Fed meets tomorrow. Big decision coming. This just gives them more ammunition to pause on those Fed rate hikes.
Money and diet advice.
I was going to say carb-free. Many benefits
all day long.
this month, apparently. All right, Brian, you just did a little bit of this, but can you take us a little bit more in depth on some categories or where we are seeing biggest price changes?
Yeah, well, again, we have to remember that prices are still increasing, albeit at a slower pace now. So where do we see price increases? Things like apparel, personal care, education. The CPI breaks down a lot of these types of categories. But look, in the food food category, it's very interesting to see pork and fish decline, as Caleb was just alluding to. And maybe if you can't eat carbs, maybe I would suggest protein perhaps, because egg prices fell, get this, 13.8% just between April and May. That's the largest increase that we've seen in the index since January of 1951. So eggs getting a lot cheaper.
Of course, eggs were
roundup,
$400 not that long ago.
Yeah,
so it's like they had nowhere else to go. So Caleb, you alluded to the Fed meeting. Of course, the expectation was they're going to take a pause. So what do we think happens this month? And perhaps even down the road, could we maybe not see any more hikes at all?
Yeah, the Fed meets in 1 day, 5 hours and 18 minutes. I'm not counting, you're counting. But the Fed is likely to pause. We look at something called the Fed Watch tool. 95% probability the Fed will pause here, potentially pause again when it meets later this summer. We might be at what we call the terminal rate, the final rate where the Fed keeps rates high for a while, but they're going to be high for a while. It's not like we're coming right back down the hill here. So get used to high rates and this inflation cooling a little bit, but high on both sides just for a little while longer.
So, Brian, bottom line, for somebody at home, what does this mean for our wallets, just average American? Is relief on the horizon or not?
Yeah, well, again, prices are still rising, and economists say where we really want to be is instead of 4%, somewhere closer to 2%. But to Caleb's point, a lot of people are watching what does this mean for borrowing costs, right? Credit card rates are high. Mortgage rates are more than double where they were compared to during the pandemic. And because the Federal Reserve, even if they stop or skip an interest rate hike, that doesn't mean that they're cutting interest rates. So don't expect to see 3% mortgages anytime soon, although maybe it's possible we've reached the top with rates somewhere around 6.5%. But again, don't necessarily get excited about seeing 3% borrowing costs on homes anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, Caleb, but at what point, what do they take into consideration when they do start to actually cut the interest rates again?
Yeah, they're looking at liquidity. Are banks loaning to one another? Are banks loaning to businesses? We had a lot of tightening there with the bank failures, so they want to see what's going on there. They also want to look at consumer spending. That is 2/3 of our GDP. We got a big number on retail sales this Thursday. Consumers have been spending, even though credit card APRs are high and balances are high. We keep on spending. We're pretty good at it. The Fed's watching that as well.
All right, Brian, Caleb, thank you for the economic updates. Thank you for the suggestion of Atkins, keto, whatever that is. Thank
Got
you.
it all covered.
Yeah.
All right, more financial headlines now. The Federal Trade Commission moving to stop Microsoft's and Activision Blizzard's multi-billion-dollar merger.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is back with us with that and some other news for us. Hey there.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so the Federal Trade Commission has filed a lawsuit to block Microsoft's nearly $70 billion takeover of Activision Blizzard. That's the maker of popular video games like Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and Candy Crush. Regulators in the U.S. and the UK have argued that the deal could hurt competition in the gaming market. The FTC already took Microsoft to court last year to block the sale, but that trial isn't scheduled until August, and the process doesn't keep the parties from closing the deal. If Microsoft can complete the deal as scheduled in July, it would be nearly impossible to reverse course. Amazon is testing the use of artificial intelligence to generate summaries of product reviews. The feature gives users an overview of what shoppers like and dislike about something they bought. Now, there is a disclaimer that the summary is AI generated from the text of customer reviews. Amazon has long relied on AI to deliver targeted ads and recommendations. Using AI to summarize reviews could be useful, as Amazon has millions of products on its site and there can be thousands of reviews on a single item. And Reddit went down yesterday for millions of users around the world, just as hundreds of popular forums on the platform are protesting new pricing changes. Subreddits, including videos and best of, went dark or set access to private yesterday in retaliation to proposed charges for third-party app developers. Reddit's changes follow a similar move by Twitter earlier this year to start charging developers for access to its data, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
After more than 40 years as the host of Wheel of Fortune, Pat Sajak has announced he does plan to retire after next season. It marks the end of a record-breaking run, hosting one of the most watched and beloved game shows in history. Now, last year, he indicated he was near the end of his impressive run. Now he has made it official.
For the last 4 decades, Pat Sajak, along with his longtime co-host Vanna White, have brought humor.
I'm the quintessential loquacious quizmaster, so.
Heart.
Want some money? Yes, she does.
Good old-fashioned fun into millions of American homes.
Thank you. Vanna, it's our 40th season. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it.
In a tweet late Monday, Sajak writes, "Well, the time has come. I've decided that our 41st season, which begins in September, will be my last. It's been a wonderful ride." It was 1981 when the show's first host, Chuck Woolery, handed the reins over to Sajak, who helped make Wheel one of the longest-running and most successful syndicated game shows of all time. Sony, which owns the show, says it draws more than 26 million viewers a week. Sajak has won 3 Daytime Emmys for Outstanding Game Show Host and won a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2011, along with the late Jeopardy host Alex Trebek.
Al, Isabel, thanks a million for being here. We have a $5,000 minimum for your
Thank
share.
goodness.
So.
Our own superfan, Al Roker, even appeared on the show as a contestant with his mom more than 20 years ago. Got to visit again in 2016. Sajak told Al the key to his success, putting the show first.
People are not tuning in necessarily to see let's see how clever Pat is tonight. They like the game. And the game's the star, the players are the star, and you kind of have to step back.
Fans took to social media to express their appreciation for so many memories over the years. A steady presence who let contestants do the talking.
Claim to be a newlywed, this true?
Yeah, I mean, a year and a half. Is that a newlywed?
I think so.
And of course, the guessing.
I've got a good feeling about this.
That's right.
Pat Sajak now ready to let someone else take a spin.
So who will that be? Well, no word yet on who's going to take over as host when Pat Sajak steps down. Sony did say in a statement they look forward to celebrating his outstanding career throughout the rest of this upcoming season and that he has agreed to continue as a consultant for a few years after he leaves. So he'll have his fingerprints on it in a little bit.
Yeah,
it's going to be intriguing to see how they do this.
Certainly. I've already been seeing some guesses online, so
Exactly.
we'll have to see.
I wonder if they're going to do the celebrity thing like Jeopardy did. We'll have to wait and see if that happens again.
That was a whole other thing.
And hopefully they don't follow that exact path. All right.
Coming up, with Father's Day just days away, we are showing one father and daughter's heartwarming story.
The questions he asked her every year for her birthday and the message they're now sharing with the world.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
we pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. Well, last month, French fashion house Dior unveiled this very chic wetsuit with the $3,300 price tag. Well, now Dior has released the ultimate accessory to go with it. A $10,500 surfboard, handcrafted in France from sustainable materials. It's got fins, leash, a cover, and display stand, and of course it's got a diamond tail. Joe, I know you like to, shred the gnar, so maybe this is for you.
I don't even know what that means. You don't actually use it, right? I mean, I assume you put it in a case and stare at it?
Right.
All right. Great. Father's Day is coming. The perfect segue to our next story, the documentary that's streaming just in time for Father's Day. It's called How Do You Measure a Year? It's an Oscar-nominated film that chronicles a simple birthday ritual between the director, Jay Rosenblatt, and his daughter. He has interviewed her every year on her birthday from the age of 2 to 18. Today, anchor Jenna Bush-Hager has their story.
Birthday. Hi. Hi. My name is Ella. Test, 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 test. Okay, let's start.
And look at the other. A birthday ritual that began when Ella Rosenblatt was 2 years old.
Every year, me and Dad film together.
Oh, yes, for your birthday.
Yeah.
From the age of 2 to 18, Ella sat in this exact spot, answering questions from her father, Jay Rosenblatt, a filmmaker.
It's so simple and yet profound. What were you hoping to do with it?
I just thought that this would be a great project, that if it didn't turn into a film, it would be a great archive for her.
That keepsake for Ella is now a new HBO documentary, How Do You Measure a Year?, which was nominated for an Academy Award.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
Put on makeup and eat gum. To be a good person, but not be perfect.
This is the second year in a row Jay earned an Oscar nod.
I like it a lot.
Jay made 3 other films with his daughter, but this one is his most personal.
What do you want to say to your older self? Let's talk about you and me for a second.
He asked Ella the same questions year after year, even braving those tween years.
Our relationship has been tough this past year.
Jay says yearly check-ins about their relationship an added plus.
But we always make up and forgive each other in the end, so I feel pretty good about it.
Part of the magic is watching his baby grow up right before his eyes.
What is power?
I don't know.
What do you think it means? What does power mean?
Power means, I don't know. Feel my muscles. Power is being yourself. That takes a lot of power.
What else, as a father, when you watched it back, came to mind?
How amazing a person she is and how much I love her. Ella, as a parent, it goes by so fast. So part of my motivation in filming her is just to hold on to it as long as you can.
What would you say about who she's become?
I think she's become who she has always been. She's just an older version of her. She's just a wonderful being. I feel so lucky.
Thanks to Jenna for that report. Rosenblatt earned his second Oscar nomination for How Do You Measure a Year, which will debut tomorrow on HBO. You can also stream it on Max just in time for Father's Day.
Oscars, wow, that is awesome.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Other news continues right now. Stick with us.
Hi, everyone. So glad you could be with us today. I'm Vicki Witt. And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Tuesday, June 13th, historic day. Former President Donald Trump will be on his way to the Miami federal courthouse where he'll voluntarily surrender to authorities. We are covering the unprecedented arraignment from all angles. Inflation nation. The price of consumer goods cooled again last month, this time to the lowest level in over 2 years. Why the supermarket cost, airfare, and hotel expenses are still sky high amid the drop. Miracle rescue. The 4 siblings who survived 40 days deep in the Amazon jungle are now telling their story, how they hid in tree trunks and used what was left from the wreckage to stay alive.
And heart health. Researchers say they've discovered that drinking alcohol in light to moderate quantities can actually be good for you. We have a medical expert here to explain why a glass of wine a day might just keep the doctor away.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with the high-stakes voluntary surrender of Donald Trump. It is the first time in American history that a former president is being charged with federal crimes. He's expected to appear before a judge today and plead not guilty to the 37 counts against him in connection with the classified documents case.
Here's the timeline as we know it. In the next hour or so, the former president will depart his golf resort in Doral, Florida. That's on the outskirts of Miami. He'll then head to the federal courthouse downtown. At approximately 3 p.m., he is expected to be arraigned with no cameras in the courtroom. After that, we expect him to fly back to his summer home in Bedminster, New Jersey, where tonight he plans to deliver remarks to a crowd of supporters. We have team coverage on this breaking story from all angles, from outside the courthouse in Miami to right here on set in New York. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Masoudian joins us now from Miami. Yasmin, one of the big questions heading into today's arraignment is who will be representing the former president in court. 2 of his attorneys who'd been handling this case for quite a while resigned in the wake of the indictment. Does Mr. Trump have a full legal team in place for today?
For today, he does, right? The question is whether or not he's going to add more folks to that team. I think a lot of legal analysts, a lot of legal experts are expecting the former president to add even more folks to his team in preparation for this thing to eventually go to trial. Let me take you through some of the developments that we've been learning in the last kind of 24 hours or so. So we're looking at Todd Blanche, right? He's a former federal prosecutor. And we know Todd from the New York hush money case, right? I actually interviewed him outside the courthouse in Manhattan after the former president was arraigned there alongside Joe Tacopina. He had newly joined that case. So he is now overseeing not only the New York hush money case, but also now this case here in Florida. Then we're looking at Chris Kise. Chris just joined the team last night. The thing with Chris Kise, though, is he was part of the team earlier. He had then left the Trump team and then rejoined yesterday evening. The reason being, from our understanding, is that he is barred in the state of Florida, right? You need a Florida attorney to represent you in Florida federal court, right? So he's really just there to sponsor Todd Blanche, right, to sit on the side of the former president, but Todd Blanche really is going to be doing all the talking. We expect, obviously, the former president, when he is arraigned, to enter a plea of not guilty, and then, of course, whether or not they're going to be discussing the terms of the release. We've heard about this already, right? No mugshot. They're going to be just entering a photo into the system. Fingerprints as well. Where the former president will be entering from with his motorcade is still in question, whether or not it's going to be behind me and he's going to be given a wave as he did in Manhattan, or if he's going to be going underground and not to be seen by supporters and protesters. We don't know. But again, an answer to your question is, as of now, he's got a full team. Whether or not that's going to change and he's going to add more is really in question.
Yasmin, Vicki here quickly before we let you go. We're looking at live pictures on the left side of the screen here showing what's happening. Describe what the mood is like and what you're seeing there on the ground.
Yeah, so that's happening right in front of me as I've been speaking, right? Over the last couple of hours, I arrived here just about 3 or 4 hours ago. The police presence was not as prominent as it is now, nor were the protesters, supporters as well. And we've seen both, by the way. But some of what you just saw on your screen there, right? You've got a lot of Trump supporters here in cars driving by along the street. The street behind me, where the possibility of the motorcade is going to come through, that is completely blocked off. So most of the traffic that we're seeing here with the Trump flags and the Trump supporters are going on right in front of us behind the camera I'm speaking to.
All right, MSNBC anchor Yasmin Masoudian in the middle of it all. Thank you so much. We want to bring in now legal analyst Angela Senadella, who joins us now here on set. Angela, good to have you. So according to this indictment that dropped Friday, the classified documents that Mr. Trump was allegedly keeping at Mar-a-Lago included secret information about the United States nuclear program, our potential military vulnerabilities, our weapons capabilities. What kind of evidence does the Department of Justice now need to present to back up their claims? I mean,
And we saw some photos in there. And also how much of this whole case overall is about him allegedly having the documents versus lying allegedly about having those documents.
So it's fascinating because this is all about the classified documents, but those classified documents likely can't even be presented in their entirety in front of a jury because the information itself is top secret. So we'll see how the defense and the prosecution will play that out. In terms of separating, though, these claims, we see that there were 5 counts for obstruction of justice for concealment, which means that they did not present that information willfully. They retained it. They did not actually share that when they were requested. And then we saw the 31 counts, which had to do with the retention of documents, as you said, the national defense secrets, not sharing those and not presenting them when the subpoena was shown. So 31 counts have to do with the Espionage Act, and the other counts do not. What are you expecting to see in the courtroom today? We heard from former President Donald Trump in a radio interview yesterday evening where he was asked if he planned to make any additional statements after entering his not guilty plea. He said, no, I think I'll just enter a not guilty plea. We know the lead judge in this case, Eileen Cannon, is controversial to some, right, because she previously ruled in a way that was favorable for Donald Trump back in September. But today, she's not going to be the one on that bench, right? It's going to be a magistrate judge by the name of Jonathan Goodman, a veteran there. Are we expecting any sort of surprises? And should people be reading into the fact that the judge who's supposed to be running this whole thing is not actually on the bench? So judges have so much discretion in order of the courtroom and also to maintain the impartiality of a trial and the evidence here. It's possible, as we've seen in previous Trump trials, previous indictment, that the judge could say that you can't talk about this at all. You can't talk on social media. You can't talk in public. And that would be crazy and wild because there is an election at play. So we could see that. All right. Thank you so much. Legal analyst Angela Sinadelis, thank you for your time today. We're going to switch back to Florida for political reaction on all of this and go to our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, we've been talking about the legal aspect of this. What's been the political response here, both from Republicans on the campaign trail and the ones on Capitol Hill?
It's a real spectrum, and I'll tell you, both publicly and in my conversations privately, we have been seeing that, depending, of course, on which rival campaign, which allies or critics of the former president you talk to. Let me start with what I think are some of the more interesting new developments this morning, this afternoon, Ellison and Vicky, and that is a sharper tone now from Nikki Haley, who is calling the conduct of Mr. Trump, if this indictment is accurate, she says, incredibly reckless. That is different from what we'd heard from her before. She obviously is in this race. She wants to run the White House. She is not polling to the numbers that Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis are at this moment. And this seems to be a way for her to sharpen her language against Donald Trump while still echoing his calls for weaponization. Chris Christie kind of thinks that's a political game. He said as much overnight in a new town hall, suggesting that these rivals of the former president are simply trying to win over these Republican primary voters by attacking the Department of Justice while still not going after the conduct, the substance of what this indictment lays out. Let me play for you a little bit of the sound that we've heard from that end of the spectrum, and then I want to talk to you about the new developments on the supportive end. Listen.
If this indictment is true, if what it says is actually the case, President Trump was incredibly reckless with our national security.
This case is a serious case with serious allegations. But in America, you're still innocent until proven guilty.
It is a very tight, very detailed, evidence-laden indictment. And the conduct in there is awful.
So you heard sort of the varying pieces of the spectrum from Chris Christie, from Tim Scott, from Nikki Haley there. On the other side of things, you are getting full-throated support for Donald Trump on the substance of what this indictment lays out, the national security secrets that the Department of Justice says he was careless with, from allies in Congress, for example. Congressman Byron Donalds, for example, saying, hey, there's lots of bathrooms in Mar-a-Lago. It's not as though those documents were in any such bathroom. I'm paraphrasing. Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker, pointing out that at least the bathroom door locks, for example. You are hearing that from Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, not a name that I expect to be familiar to a lot of people, but he was here this morning, also a Republican candidate for the White House, polling in the low single digits, we should note, but making the point to say that if he's elected, he would pardon Donald Trump, guys.
All right, well, we'll see what the voters think. Senior correspondent, Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Thank you, Hallie.
Thanks, Hallie. Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, renters are finally starting to catch a break. Rents for new leases are actually on track to fall on an annual basis. That's according to new data published in the Wall Street Journal. It's only the second time that we have seen this happen since the 2008 financial crisis.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So Deirdre, over the last 2 years, rents rose 25% across the country. As they say, what goes up must come down. So what are we expecting to see here?
Yeah, so for renters, this would certainly be good news. So it would offer some relief after months of seeing rents rise across the U.S., and it could even help ease inflation. However, it is bad news for investors who purchase buildings, hoping to cash in on rental hikes. They'll also have to contend with falling property values and higher interest rates. Meanwhile, chocolate lovers may have to pay even more soon to satisfy their cravings. Cocoa prices are surging to 7-year highs because of strained supplies, and chocolate producers are expected to keep passing on the higher costs to consumers. Nelson IQ data shows chocolate prices have already risen 14% in the past year. Guys, I guess you're going to have a little jar. The money you save in rent, put towards chocolate.
I like that.
That's a great investment
plan. Great advice.
Thanks,
yes, thanks, Deirdre.
All right, well, coming up, the I-95 highway collapse has been declared a disaster. Why this travel nightmare could last for months. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Right now, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is touring the collapsed stretch of I-95 in Philadelphia. This visit comes one day after officials recovered a body from the rubble. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda reports delays are expected for months to come.
Well, Ellison and Vicki, we now know it was a deadly incident. Authorities recovering a body from the wreckage, and family members say it was the man behind the wheel of the tanker that crashed into the interstate behind me. As for the ripple effects we're seeing from the road closure, already a major impact on commuters, travel, and commerce.
A massive rebuilding process kicking into high gear after that tanker crash engulfed I-95 in Philadelphia, reducing the northbound lanes to rubble. Surveillance video showing the fiery collision, and now officials revealing new details about the moments just before it.
From what we understand, the tractor and trailer was trying to navigate the curve, lost control of the vehicle, landed on its side, and ruptured the tank and ignited the fire.
The crash considered an accident?
Yes.
Authorities confirming they've recovered a body from the rubble. They've yet to identify the individual, but family members say it was Nathaniel Moody, a husband and father described as an experienced truck driver.
His older sister called me and she said, Ike, she said, the state troopers just left Teresa in Jersey and they told her they pulled the body from the truck.
The commercial truck had been carrying 8,500 gallons of gasoline, fueling intense flames, hot enough to compromise steel girders supporting the roadway. 160,000 vehicles rely on this section of I-95 each day, a main transportation artery now severed for weeks, if not months. Pennsylvania's governor officially declaring the scorched thoroughfare a disaster, and AAA warning the disruption could have a sweeping impact across the region.
This is going to have a ripple effect in terms of how people travel, how truckers deliver things, how people get, north and south of here on their summer vacation, their summer road trips.
Snarled traffic already snaking through the Philadelphia area.
Here you can see the traffic is really building up and really going all the way down,
as commuters brace for the long road ahead.
Crews are working around the clock, and you can see on the ground here just how much progress they've made already in 48 hours on the northbound lanes. But the rubble is about to multiply. Officials say the fiery crash was so hot it also compromised the southbound lanes, which now need to be demolished in the coming days. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg will be on site surveying this massive undertaking today. Vicki and Ellison.
Emily, thank you. In upstate New York, one person is dead and 11 are injured after a tour boat capsized inside the Lockport Caves along the Erie Canal. The incident is still being investigated. Police say no one on board was wearing a life vest. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
After an underground tour boat that appears to be like this one capsized in western New York, police are trying to figure out how a tourist attraction along the Erie Canal turned deadly. In Lockport, New York, near Buffalo, authorities say the boat with 29 adults on board somehow flipped over in a cave, leaving one person dead with 11 more sent to the hospital.
A number of victims were on top of that boat initially when rescues got to them.
But authorities say it appears at one point a man believed to be around 60 years old was trapped underneath and died.
And it did take some time to get him recovered and back to a safe location. Unfortunately, he had succumbed to his injuries.
Officials say some taller people were able to walk to safety on their own, with first responders rescuing 16 others.
We had 11 people total taken to area hospitals for minor injuries, the worst of which we believe is about a broken arm and a possible head injury.
The mayor of Lockport says the attraction has operated for decades without incident. The operator has not responded to NBC's request for comment, as authorities tell us no one on board was wearing a life vest.
Could this have been avoided if they were wearing life vests?
Hard to say. We still don't know what capsized the boat. And even with a life jacket on, if the boat flipped in a certain way, somebody could still have been trapped under there.
Questions unanswered after a day of exploration gone wrong. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Later this hour, how children survived in the Amazon jungle for 40 days, hiding in trees to escape snakes and insects. You're watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thousands of people are now being evacuated in Cuba after record rainfall caused devastating flooding throughout the island. Homes and critical crops have been destroyed, and the military is now working to get people to dry ground. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more on the storm's devastating impact.
A flooding emergency in Cuba turns deadly. Raging water sweeping through homes, leaving communities underwater, thousands evacuated, and at least one person killed. The military using helicopters in some areas to rescue families, including women and children. They warned us before, but we didn't want to leave, and now we had to get out, said this man after he boarded one of the military helicopters. Others, like this elderly couple, rescued on boats from their homes. Cuba's central and eastern areas are the most affected after a weekend of heavy rain causing rivers to overflow. Over 400 rural communities affected by the flooding. We're trying to save everything we can while helping neighbors, said this man. Official media reporting some 10,000 homes have been damaged, and more than 7,000 people have been evacuated. Days of rain have left the ground saturated with water, with dams at capacity, and the forecast indicating more rain may come in a country where the needs are overwhelming.
Lack of food, lack of medicine, lack of gasoline, which affects aid to any part of the country right now.
The flooding already damaging over 2,000 acres of crops, including fruits and vegetables, vital to help with those food shortages.
Added disasters such as flooding or hurricanes, and it becomes almost unbearable for the Cuban people right now.
Many bracing for another tough year with a new hurricane season just beginning. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
An 80-year-old man was rescued by quick-thinking Boy Scout troops in Oregon after he fell roughly 60 feet off of a hiking trail, a trail that's known as the Hells Canyon Trail. Our NBC affiliate KGW Thomas Schultz has the details of the amazing rescue.
All I recall is seeing light and dirt, light and dirt.
80-year-old Eric Valentine has been an avid hiker for 20 years, hiking most of the Pacific Crest Trail in Washington, Oregon, and California. He's also on the board of directors of Oregon Parks Forever. But last month on a routine hike, Valentine ended up 60 feet below a trail he'd been walking along just 10 seconds earlier.
I knew there was something wrong with my foot and with my neck.
A broken ankle and knee, and fractured C1 and C2 vertebrae, which are the closest to the skull.
It means it's bad.
Michael Valentine is Eric's son. He's also an emergency room nurse at Legacy Salmon Creek. Michael says after Eric's fall, Eric began crawling up the side of the mountain to find help.
I heard a voice calling, "Are you all right?" And I shouted, "No, help."
A driver spotted Valentine and soon waved down a Boy Scout troop canoeing in the river below.
If no one saw him, it might have been a pretty miserable night out on the trail.
Kavanaugh and Troop 77 scouts from Eagle, Idaho began administering first aid on Valentine, who himself has been involved in scouts for more than 40 years, 20 as a scoutmaster.
I feel they are the gold standard of scouting as far as being prepared.
For 3 hours, Kavanaugh says scouts tended to Valentine's lacerations and stabilized his broken right knee while radioing for help. Eventually, he was life-flighted to Boise for medical treatment. That's when Valentine's wife Meg received this text telling her not to panic, but her husband was being flown to the hospital.
Not knowing quite what I would find, even though they said that he was stable and conscious and all that, you still wonder what can happen in those hours.
But without being spotted by drivers and help from scouts, Eric knows his fate could have been much worse.
What I do recall coming to my mind was just wondering how it would end.
Wow, it's good to see him talking and okay. That was from our NBC affiliate KGW. Thomas Schultz reporting.
Up next, a new report shows inflation is decelerating, but some prices are staying high. We're going to break down what it all means for your wallet. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do that wherever you stream, including all the places you see on your screen: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Of course, Flex as well. Try Tubi. The news continues after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Ellison Barber.
We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now. 22 United States service members were injured in a helicopter accident in northeastern Syria on Sunday. Officials say 10 of the injured were sent to hospitals, but they didn't give any further details on their conditions. In a statement, the military says no enemy fire was reported during the incident. The cause of that crash is now under investigation.
New York City Police Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell is stepping down after 18 months on the job. Sewell, who is the first woman to hold this position, sent a memo out to NYPD staff on Monday announcing her resignation. The memo did not include when she plans to leave the position or what was behind her decision to step down. Sewell oversaw a decrease in murders and was involved with several high-profile cases during her time in New York City.
The Denver Nuggets are this year's NBA champions. The Nuggets overpowered the Miami Heat, winning Game 5 by just 5 points with a final score of 94-89. This is the Nuggets' first NBA championship win in their 56-year history.
A lot of happy fans, I
Yes,
am
indeed.
sure. Today, we are getting a good sign for the economy in May. Inflation actually fell to the lowest level in more than 2 years.
It means prices are still rising, but at a slower rate than we've been seeing, bringing some much-needed relief to our wallets. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, good to have you. So break down this latest report for us and explain what it says about the overall economy.
Yeah, well, as is the case with the economy, there's a lot of numbers, but what's the context behind it? So as you mentioned, the figure that we got this morning describing prices in America rising by 4% in May of this year compared to May of last year. Again, these are annual figures. That's a step down from the 4.9% we had seen in April of the month prior, but then also much lower than the 9.1% pace that we had seen in June of last year. So you've seen the steady decline in the rate of inflation, although you still see that positive sign. That means that prices are still going up, albeit at a slower pace, and where economists really say they want to see this number, 2%. So not yet mission accomplished, but again, a much needed improvement over what we were seeing in the summer last year.
So, Brian, where are we seeing the biggest price changes?
Yeah, so if we break down the different types of categories that the government measures in terms of prices, food did go up between April and May. These are monthly figures that we're talking about now, up by 0.2%. Energy actually declined as gasoline prices went down between April and May, so down 3.6%. But shelter, this is the biggest cost for most Americans. It's just the cost of a mortgage or rent, whatever you have in terms of the roof above your head. That actually rose by 0.6%, which is a higher pace than the 0.4% we had seen in the month prior. But I want to point out in the food category, we did see some encouraging signs in pork and fish prices declining, and eggs between April and May went down by 13.8%. You would have to go back to 1951 to see a single month drop that large.
Wow. Well, they were so expensive for such a long time.
Yeah.
All right, Brad, the Federal Reserve is meeting today and tomorrow. They're expected to pause interest rate hikes. So how does this report impact their decision making?
Yeah, well, they're looking at that headline figure that we just showed you earlier, that 4%. And again, the Fed really wants to get that somewhere to closer to 2%. But the Fed is seeing, well, look, it's come down from that 9% that we saw earlier. So maybe the impact of the higher interest rates, which are deliberately trying to slow the economy, are starting to work. Maybe they could take a pause and just say, you know what, let's see how they further bite into future reports like this, which reinforces market pricing this afternoon, that they probably won't raise interest rates further at the conclusion of their meeting tomorrow.
Interesting. All right, Brian Chung, NBC News business and data reporter. Thank you for that.
All right, thanks, Pete. There may be a correlation between some alcohol consumption and a healthier heart. This, according to a new study from Massachusetts General Hospital.
Yeah, researchers surveyed 50,000 people and found the group of light to moderate alcohol drinkers had the fewest number of stress-related heart attacks. Joining us now is NBC News medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, this study draws some conclusions about heart health from alcohol's effect on stress levels. Tell us more about how the two are related. And when we say light to moderate, that seems like a pretty subjective. What is a light to moderate drink?
And let me start with that. Light to moderate is defined as 1 drink or less per women per day and 1 to 2 drinks or less for men per day. And you can't binge drink. You can't say that all towards the end of the week and have 7 to 14 drinks. It's daily on the average and continuing to do that. And what they found in the study is, like you mentioned, that light to moderate drinkers, through these surveys they did, they found out what their drinking habit was. The light to moderate ones, 750 of those, they actually took CAT scans that they had before some CAT scans, and they redid those. And they found in the amygdala, which is part of the brain that handles our stress and basically releases a stress hormone, they found that the amygdala was less reactive to those that were light and moderate drinkers. And not just less reactive while they were drinking or a couple hours after, but less reactive throughout the day, which is showing that our bodies can better handle stress for those light to moderate drinkers. And they also ended up having less heart attacks and strokes. And so putting all those numbers together, saying that light to moderate drinkers had less chances of having a heart attack or stroke than those who didn't drink.
Really interesting. For a while, we heard a lot about red wine. The research was like, there's flavonoids, there's resveratrol. Red wine is the way to go. Did this study look at the different types of alcohol and were any better or worse, or all the same?
It was alcohol across the level here. It's just alcohol in general and not necessarily wine, whiskey versus beer, or any of those kind of things. And what they did find out is, again, that having those low levels seemed to help reduce that stress and get that stress under control. control, which is kind of the key here. It's not so much, that the alcohol or the compounds are doing anything specific for the heart, but it's helping us handle that stress we have during the day a lot better, a lot better off than we normally do.
And so this study isn't saying everybody needs to start including alcohol in their daily diet. For some people who say, look, that's just not an option for me. I have a history of alcoholism, or my family has other issues. Walk us through other things they can do to take away the stress and remind viewers some of the not so great side effects of alcohol.
And you bring up a great point, and researchers said this specifically. This should not be a reason for somebody to start alcohol, but if you are drinking alcohol in those light to moderate categories, you can look at it and say, okay, this might be helping me. If I have a history, a family history or personal history of heart issues, if I have a family or personal history of cancer-related issues, then no, then it's the opposite news, because any amount of alcohol increases that risk of cancer. But what a study did show us is that stress is important, that we get that under control. Ways to do it: meditation, exercise, reading. I'm a big proponent of me time, having 50 minutes a day just to relax and unwind, listen to music, whatever you want to do to help get that stress, because we have stress. This is not getting rid of the stress. Yeah. This is helping the body handle that stress.
Yeah. Well, what about celebrating the Denver Nuggets?
That's the Denver Nuggets. Where I'm from. It's great. First time in ever, which is fantastic.
That's a stress reliever. All right. NBC News medical correspondent Dr. John Torres, always great to have you. Thank you.
You bet.
We're hearing more from family members of the 4 indigenous siblings who survived 40 days alone in the dense Amazon jungle.
I really can't get enough details of this story. It's incredible. The father of the 2 youngest children says the oldest told him their mother was actually alive for 4 days after their plane crashed last month. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea reports.
The 4 siblings who survived 40 days deep in the Amazon jungle are slowly regaining their strength at a military hospital and talking about the moment they were found last Friday by a team of military and indigenous searchers. The eldest girl, 13-year-old Leslie, was carrying her 1-year-old sister and holding her other sister's hand. They ran to hug me, and Leslie said, "I'm hungry," the searcher says. The Cessna carrying the 4 siblings and their mother crashed deep in the Amazon forest May 1st. It took 2 weeks to locate the wreckage. Searchers found 3 adult bodies in the plane, but no children. The father of the 2 youngest children says the eldest told him their mother was alive for 4 days and told her children before she died that they had to leave. Their grandfather says they stayed by the plane, surviving on the 3 pounds of cassava flour they traveled with. And eventually, when no one came to help, the siblings started walking. For weeks, searchers found clues: half-eaten fruit, small footprints, a baby bottle, a tiny pair of shoes. Their grandfather said Leslie fed her 1-year-old sister baby formula until it ran out, then only water. The other siblings surviving on berries and seeds they found in the jungle. Their family says the kids heard this recorded message in their grandmother's voice, telling them to stop moving. The children finally found just in time. Their grandfather saying Leslie was too tired to walk. The children now playing with each other, reading and drawing pictures, the hospital director said, including these, thanking the military and indigenous search teams. One picture with the words, "Siempre bendecida," always blessed.
Their relatives say that ancestral knowledge passed down from their grandmother was really key to the children's survival. But searchers also say the kids were really smart. The eldest, Leslie, took camping gear from the wreckage. She also found a flashlight that was still working, and she took an empty water bottle so that she could fill it up at the river and make sure that she and her siblings were still hydrated. She had even managed, they say, to create a makeshift shelter with some of that camping gear. All of them are said to be in good spirits today.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea, thank you.
Well, did you know that nearly half of U.S. adults say they feel wealthy? This according to a new Modern Wealth survey by Charles Schwab.
I don't know a whole lot of them, I'll be honest. It's interesting to note the survey found that people don't necessarily equate wealth with a net worth or a specific dollar amount anymore. That's interesting. Most of them actually measure wealth by the state of their well-being. Here to explain further is CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Sharon, when I first saw this, I was like, no way. And then as we're reading and seeing more, it makes a bit of sense. But break this down for us. How are people defining wealth today? And is it a big change from how people were doing it 5 years ago?
Well, you know, it is a change in terms of how people are defining wealth for themselves. There's still that magic number that people think about for everyone else, and that could be more than $2 million. But when it comes to yourself, maybe having a fraction of that is okay, and you still feel wealthy. That's what this survey found, because people are more interested in things like healthy relationships with other people, their overall well-being. All of that trumps having money and assets. That's not as important. That's not the priority for many people right now.
That seems like actually a really positive outlook, Sharon, that whole idea that health is wealth. I say that a lot in my household.
Absolutely.
Who is most likely to say that they feel wealthy, and how have Americans' views on wealth changed recently? Did it have to do with the pandemic?
Well, I think it's really interesting that millennials actually are those who feel the most wealthy, about 57% of them, and that's far greater than older adults, whether it's Gen X or boomers, as well as it's more than Gen Z as well. What's interesting, though, is that people are looking at enjoying experiences. They're looking at work-life balance. They're looking at things that, like you said, perhaps after the pandemic became so much more important than just having that number and just having that certain net worth. So things do seem to have changed a bit. And also the number, when you do talk about the round number that people think they need to have, is also lower than it was before the pandemic.
Sharon, were there any differences or any indication here in terms of where people were living? I feel like I talk to a lot of friends who live in New York that are millennials, and they're like, oh my goodness, I have so much stress because life is not affordable here, even though on paper I feel like I'm doing well. And then I also see so many people looking at social media. I see it on my Instagram of just all this advice on investments, side hustles. You talked about it the other day. Is social media impacting people's perceptions?
Well, definitely where you live and social media are having an impact. This study looked specifically at social media and saw that many people, particularly millennials and Gen Z, are using social media to influence their views about wealth. They're also looking at social media to get investment decisions and to make financial decisions. So that advice that they're getting from on social media is really having an impact on the decisions they're making with their own money right now.
You know, social media may help, but you know what definitely helps? CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, who's here with us.
Thank
you.
This Father's Day, we've got tips for how dads can be more emotionally involved in their kids' lives. That is straight ahead. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Well, don't forget, Father's Day is this Sunday, and as we celebrate the dads in our lives, it's important to debunk the common misperception that fathers are just financial providers for the family. That is certainly not the case, and many are emotionally involved.
Yeah. Experts at the National Fatherhood Initiative say that kids with involved fathers have better overall emotional and social well-being. They perform better in school, and they're less likely to end up in poverty. Here with some advice for all of the wonderful dads out there and the dads trying to be a little bit better this year, author, pastor, and speaker Jesse Bradley joins us. Jesse, not only have you been working with dads in a whole lot of capacities for, what, a decade now, you also are a father yourself. So walk us through some of your work and this idea that you focus on about the 4 elements of fatherhood. What is that?
That's right, Ellison. And there's over 72 million fathers in America. Sometimes dads need a fresh vision. And that includes 4 elements. First, connected, because nothing's more important than relationships, and there's nothing greater than love. So emotionally enter in and connect deeply and enjoy your family. The second is invested. That's our time, talent, and treasure, and that's where we can serve and make a difference. My son and I ran a half marathon together to raise money for kids in Africa who need clean water. We didn't just want to talk about it, we wanted to do something together. And the third is rested. It's important to get sleep, set limits, but also this is deeper, your inner condition. And I know for me personally, the love of God has been an anchor for my soul, bringing security in the storm. And it leads to the 4th, which is tested, because storms and trials come. They don't knock on the door, they're not polite, they don't ask to come in. But when they come, it tests our character and our reliability. It's going to stand out. Integrity, purity. You leave a legacy because you always get to choose how you respond to the challenges in your life, and you choose your attitude.
Oh, I like that. You choose your attitude. You have 4 teenagers ranging in age from 13 to 16. You talk about tested. There's a test there going into that phase of life. But talk to us about how you navigate through the different stages that kids go through and some parenting practices that we can keep consistent and others that we may need to adjust.
That's right. There's consistency for dads that they protect and provide. They speak the truth in love. They're humble and honest. They know when to be tough and when to be tender. That's true at every age and stage. And what I've seen is my kids grow. They need more freedom. They need empowerment. They still need opportunities and support. One of the difficult pieces for me was to hand over the car keys to my son.
Oh, yeah.
And I was struggling with that, but instead we made it into something fun. We picked up a minivan in California, drove it back together to Seattle, through the mountains, through the snow. We created memories because my kids need to be able to spread their wings.
Oh, well, that's good.
I like that. So what advice do you have for dads who are maybe watching this and thinking, you know, I would like to do a little better here and there? How can they improve and be a better parenting partner?
We all feel that, and we're all learning and growing. It really starts with your spouse. Be on the same page and united. That close marriage is going to bless the kids. And then from that, this is a trap I fall into. I get consumed with work, and then when I show up at home, it's just the leftovers. I can't do that. That's not healthy. So making those memories, going to camp, family trips together, summertime, we still pull up pictures and tell stories all the time. And then also cultivate habits. I know one dad that wakes up Saturday mornings and makes pancakes every week. We've had Friday night dinners where we talk about how did you help someone during the week as well. And before bedtime, we read, we pray, we talk about life. Even in the car, I'm a chauffeur a lot of times, but I ask questions, turn off the radio, and just spend time with kids. So cultivate those habits that are going to bring that closeness.
And for those dads doing it on their own, I know you've talked about this, Pastor, just finding someone who can provide some of that support for you is so important. Happy Father's Day to you this Sunday, author.
Day.
Yes, Pastor and speaker Jesse Bradley, thank you so much for being with us.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Dateline Premium. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
One sharpshooter is on a mission to create a safe space for the LGBTQ+ community in the world of archery.
NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk introduces us to the Brooklyn-based entrepreneur who's looking to empower others.
It's kind of like when you're in a power pose in yoga, but this action of just your body and standing strong and steady in your feet is just naturally empowering.
35-year-old Kendall Tishner imagines archery as a kind of meditation.
You know, it's a repetitive motion, and it gives you like amazing mind-body connection.
She's bringing a different take to this ancient skill.
How did you get into archery? I guess I tried it a couple times at summer camp, which I think is most people's first try at archery, and oftentimes their last.
Like mine?
Yeah.
But then the pandemic hit, and like a lot of us, she took aim at a new hobby.
I just started to teach myself archery, so I started to kind of like post my journey of learning.
A journey kind of made for TikTok. This is one of her early posts. Hi, TikTok, she writes. I can't really dance, but I can do this. #lesbian, #archer. Then there was this post, dedicated to the men trying to correct her form in the comments.
I had a couple overnight ones that got in total close to like 10 million views.
That's incredible, 10 million views.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And the majority of the comments were from people asking how they can get started themselves and what bow I recommend. The bow I was using went to a top seller on Amazon almost overnight.
That's when Kendall, who was working as an urban planner, started thinking like an entrepreneur.
Almost every website had primarily white men over dead animals as their advertisement for their bow company. So I didn't feel right recommending any of the leading American archery brands to my following, which were mostly a diverse queer audience. And there was no brand for people who were into cosplay, fantasy, who wanted to reenact the Katniss, like vibe and feel empowered and not go outside and hunt. So I saw an opportunity.
So the first thing to do was design a bow.
I wanted it to be perfect, and I was picky. It took me 6 months, trial and error. I tried about 60 different bows.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be like as little branding as possible on the front, all white so that it stands out in the woods. If you were outdoors, it doesn't blend in.
None of this is painted. This is actually the color of the wood.
This is black wood. The white is painted.
Right, but the black and this...
Yes.
That's really great. It is the centerpiece to the archery kit she sells for her company, Wild Captives.
It's not just a bow, it's a full kit that comes with everything you need to get started. So it comes with the arm guard, the quiver, arrows.
An early pop-up sale at this warehouse loft in Brooklyn was a big success. Orders were coming in fast. And were you able to keep up with demand?
I'm still figuring out production, and there's been a lot of things that come up that I didn't foresee, like people wanting it in more colors, and a lot of people, especially people who are more professional archers, want stronger bows.
What does it say about our society today that an openly gay woman, young, can start a business and it can be embraced by all sorts of people?
It's nice, actually. Some of the comments and messages I get like make me cry and like make it all worth it.
Oh! Soon she hopes to bring people into the space for lessons.
I think my favorite part about it is seeing people feel really great about themselves when they hit it. So like when they pop the balloon, seeing how happy they are and how self-assured they are in almost like an instant.
In an instant, a complete change. I get what she means. That was great! Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Stephanie had game there. She really did, right? She's a real natural. All right, here's what's trending now. Singer Paul McCartney is using artificial intelligence to create the last ever Beatles record. The song will feature John Lennon's voice, which McCartney said was extracted from old demos. This all thanks to new technology. In an interview with the BBC, McCartney said using the AI was scary but exciting. The project will be released later this year. And Wheel of Fortune host Pat Sajak is announcing his retirement from the famous game show. Sajak, who's hosted the show for more than 40 years, took to Twitter on Monday and shared his decision to step down next year. The legendary host thanked all of his fans and called his time on the show a wonderful ride. There's no word yet on who will be Wheel of Fortune's next host.
More than 40 years. He was a great host.
Yeah.
And what a great gig.
Yes.
You know, they tape those like 5 in a day sometimes. So it's kind of fun. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
Living
Definitely
legend.
a part of a lot of people's childhoods.
We're going to miss him. All right, I'm Vicky Nguyen.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hi, everyone. We are glad you're with us. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicky Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, June 13th. High-stakes surrender. This hour, we are tracking former President Donald Trump as he gets ready to head to the federal courthouse in Miami for his arraignment. What will happen when he arrives for his first appearance in the classified documents probe?
Cooling off, inflation slowed to 4% in May, the lowest annual rate in more than 2 years. Whether today's report means the Federal Reserve could stop raising interest rates.
And under pressure, new laws across the country are relaxing the rules around where kids can work and how many hours they can log, why some critics claim it could lead to kids dropping out of school.
Hitting the gym, we are breaking down new research that found heavy endurance training can lead to various heart-related conditions, what it means for your daily workout routine.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start in South Florida, where former President Donald Trump is set to voluntarily surrender to federal authorities. He's been charged with 37 felony counts related to his alleged mishandling of classified documents at his Florida home. Mr. Trump is the first former president in history to face federal charges.
Any minute now, we could see him depart his namesake resort in Doral and head to the courthouse in Miami. Then, at approximately 3 p.m. Eastern, we expect Mr. Trump to be arraigned by a federal judge. After that, he plans on flying back to his private golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, where he will deliver remarks tonight to a crowd of his supporters. Our NBC News correspondents, legal and political analysts are stationed throughout the country, ready to report on this breaking story from all angles. First, MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian joins us now from Miami. Yasmin, NBC News is reporting that federal officials are now expressing concerns. There are no hardened barriers outside the courthouse where you are. In fact, police actually did a sweep this morning after a suspicious object was found there. So what is the security situation right now ahead of Mr. Trump's arrival?
Yeah, it's somewhat curious, I got to say, Vicki, because there seems to be a massive security presence from what we're being told, right? We've seen Miami PD, we've seen Miami-Dade as well, U.S. Marshals, DHS, Secret Service as well. All of those individuals, all of those departments, we're being told are on the scene, right? In anticipation of possibly from 500 to 50,000 protesters that may or may not show up. We heard about a busload of folks that are being brought down from Orlando, likely to arrive around 2 p.m. that would protest in a cordoned-off area. We have yet to see them, but of course it's not 2 p.m. On the east here quite yet. When it comes to protesters inside this area, we are seeing more and more of a protesting presence. And the reason why I've said that it seems as if the security presence is somewhat curious is that there is a lot of intermingling, right, between the press, the protesters, and security as well. There are no hardened barriers. If I remember back in Manhattan, when the former president was indicted there were hardened barriers, right? There was an area that was cordoned off specifically for protesters. They could not leave that area. Outside of that area, there was an entire line of press up and down the street. Here, it is all intermixed. And so there's constantly movement around us and around the area in which there'll be kind of confrontations between various protesters, because there's both protesters along with supporters here. So there's folks here that have signs up that say lock him up. There's folks here that have signs up saying the former president should be president again in 2024, and he is not guilty. And they're holding up T-shirts saying that as well. And there's a lot of confrontation between those two, along with security. And so I think with all of that, a lot of us are looking around and saying, what is the security plan? Because we are just, 2 hours away from the former president showing up here behind me, whether or not he's going to go underground or above ground. And we know, obviously, the security presence is becoming more and more. But are they ready for something like that, especially if these hundreds or so protesters are showing up within the hour as well? And no, as you mentioned, hardened barriers.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian, thank you for all of that context in your reporting.
Thank you, Yasmin. We want to bring in legal analyst Angela Senadella, who joins us now. So, Angela, Mr. Trump appears to have hired a local lawyer, not a surprise there, someone named Christopher Kise, who is Florida-based. Two of his attorneys quit on Friday. How unusual is it to bring in a new attorney this late in the game?
Well, he has to have a new attorney that's licensed in Florida, so that makes a lot of sense. But if you look at his track record and what his attorneys have to go through, it makes sense there would be so much turnover. One has been convicted, put in prison, multiple others have been subpoenaed. This is not a situation that a lawyer wants to go into. If there's any potential that this will result in a disbarment, a lawyer wants to stay away.
And do we know anything about him? Do they know each other, or is he brand new to this case?
I believe he's brand new to the case.
Okay, interesting. So let's talk about the situation with the judge here. So we expect it to be a magistrate judge, not the judge who has been randomly selected to actually preside over this case long term. We know the former president has said he plans to plead not guilty. But in terms of the TikTok of the day, what happens after that?
Well, so he will plead not guilty after the charges are all read to him. And then after that, he will be likely given bail and released. It's unlikely he will have to stay there, given that he is the president. There's no flight risk, etc. And so then there will be pre-trial hearings after this arraignment, assuming the arraignment is going to be held today. We weren't certain based on whether or not we didn't know if there was going to be a lawyer present. But now we know there's a Florida lawyer present. He will plead. He will likely be arraigned, pre-trial hearings, and then a trial.
Okay, do you expect those dates for the hearings after to be set pretty quickly?
Yes, you expect the first date to happen quickly, and then, you know, this could really just be going on forever based on appeals, based on pre-trial hearings, based on questions that his team could have over evidence, attorney-client privilege. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Right, all right. Legal analyst Angela Senadella. Angela, thank you so much. We want to bring in NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, who is standing by live in Miami for us. And Sam, you just spoke with the Miami mayor. What is he saying about the security system there in the city? Yasmin says it kind of looks like it's confusing. There's not really a lot of hardened security.
It's very confusing. Vicki, I'm standing right now in the Central Plaza. This is actually the federal court building over my shoulder. You see the Miami police officers, many of them on bicycles, who are out here. We've seen DHS officials as well. No one's getting through over there. And then the street on the other side of the federal courthouse, which takes up about a 2-block radius in Miami, that's cut off. But outside of those barricades, you can pretty much go wherever you want. So that's what's curious about the situation. Walk with me for a second. This is the plaza. We're going to tilt this way. Vicki, all over here, you see these tents? Excuse me. You see these tents over here? Those are all media networks that are covering this. And they're all right next to the protesters. So we're walking our way through people who are here from all over the state and all over the country for various reasons to largely support Trump. And then you have all of media right here. So it's like one compressed unit. Now, to your question, Vicki, about speaking with Mayor Suarez here, I asked him whether things are in good shape right now in terms of the amount of resources. He wouldn't specify the figure, but said there was a bit of a scare earlier today. We know that there was some sort of monitor or television that aroused bomb-sniffing dogs that stopped on the monitor. They cleared out all of these people for about 45 minutes and then gave the all clear about an hour ago. So right now, things are fine and stable, but it's just shocking how close all of this is compressed right where I'm standing.
Sam, you mentioned that you have spoken to people who have come from all over. We know that the former president lost in Miami-Dade County back in 2020, but he massively ate in the margins that Hillary Clinton had in 2016. And arguably, he was able to carry the state in the way that he did because he had so much support in South Florida and shrunk those margins. Where are people from, and what are they telling you when you ask them why they felt like they needed to be there today?
I asked a lot of people where they're from. Great question, Allison. You know, I'm hearing some from other parts of Florida, like West Palm Beach, some from Nashville, San Francisco, New York, really all over the country. And there are people from Miami as well, though that appears to me to be more of the minority in this case. And I just spoke with a woman who's pro-Trump. Her family's from Cuba. She said they got out of there to escape a dictatorship, and she's seeing all of the signs right now of an emerging dictatorship. And I said, what are you talking about? Did you read the indictment? And she said, yes, I did read the indictment. I said, okay, well, it lays out all these classified documents that the DOJ had requested over the course of a year plus, and were not returned. And she compared it to, you know, Biden and Hillary Clinton. I asked, you know, do you see the distinction between the two? And she said, no, that's all a lie. Of course, he would turn it over. So the reality is, you can talk about what's in this indictment and what people actually believe about this quote unquote two-tiered justice system that's been the Trump narrative and talking point for the last several weeks. But here we are now, talking to them on the ground. Some say they read the indictment, some say they have not, but they definitely, absolutely, unequivocally stand behind Trump, and that's why they're out here tonight.
All right, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, thank you so much for your reporting there. Stay safe.
Really strong feelings on both sides. All right, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Americans are feeling increasingly frustrated at work. Half of U.S. workers say they aren't engaged in their jobs and they're putting in minimal effort. This, according to new research by Gallup.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, that research also shows employee engagement dropping for a second year in a row. Why are workers feeling less enthusiastic about their jobs, and how are their employers reacting to it?
Well, Ellison, Vicki, it may have something to do with employees just being stressed, plain and simple. According to that Gallup poll, 44% of those surveyed said they experienced, quote, a lot of stress the previous day. Now, an author of the report told the Wall Street Journal employers don't seem to be as in touch with employees, possibly because of unclear expectations from their managers. There may also be an element of feeling like they're not trusted to do their jobs as executives change roles and executives change remote work policies to include even more time in the office. So clarity is the issue there. United Airlines is reportedly offering its pilots a deal that would add $8 billion in costs over 4 years. According to Reuters, it might be the richest labor deal for a mainline U.S. airline carrier if the union approves it. It is not clear what pay or benefits are included for the pilots in that deal. And finally, health startup Stat says its new in-ear device will help people better understand why they're dealing with symptoms like dizziness, fainting, and brain fog. It works by measuring blood flow to the head and then sending that data to users' cell phones. The company is stressing that the device is not diagnostic and is not a treatment. But Ellison, Vicki, it looks like the next step in medical technology, one that makes you feel like almost you're in a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, that really.
I was going to say that tripped you up. You're like, what?
At first I thought it was a hearing aid when I looked at it, but so it's not an implant. I'm glad about that. I don't want anything inside the body, Dom.
I mean, look at my smartphone and see what's going on with my body. I don't know. It all seems very, very interesting to me. So
the future is now. All right,
Yeah.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Hsu. Dom, thank you.
Up next, a stunning story of resilience, how 4 children took care of one another deep in the Amazon jungle to survive for more than a month. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
New details today about the unbelievable story of 4 indigenous children who survived 40 days alone in the dense Amazon jungle. One of the children says their mother was actually alive for 4 days after their plane crashed last month. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella with their miraculous story.
The 4 siblings who survived 40 days deep in the Amazon jungle are slowly regaining their strength at a military hospital and talking about the moment they were found last Friday by a team of military and indigenous searchers. The eldest girl, 13-year-old Leslie, was carrying her 1-year-old sister and holding her other sister's hand. They ran to hug me, and Leslie said, "I'm hungry," the searcher says. The Cessna carrying the 4 siblings and their mother crashed deep in the Amazon forest May 1st. It took 2 weeks to locate the wreckage. Searchers found 3 adult bodies in the plane, but no children. The father of the 2 youngest children says the eldest told him their mother was alive for 4 days and told her children before she died that they had to leave. Their grandfather says they stayed by the plane, surviving on the 3 pounds of cassava flour they traveled with. And eventually, when no one came to help, the siblings started walking. For weeks, searchers found clues: half-eaten fruit, small footprints, a baby bottle, a tiny pair of shoes. Their grandfather said Leslie fed her 1-year-old sister baby formula until it ran out, then only water. The other siblings surviving on berries and seeds they found in the jungle. Their family says the kids heard this recorded message in their grandmother's voice, telling them to stop moving, The children finally found just in time, their grandfather saying Leslie was too tired to walk. The children now playing with each other, reading and drawing pictures, the hospital director said, including these, thanking the military and indigenous search teams. One picture with the words Siempre Benecida, always blessed. Callie Kobiella, NBC News.
Now to the latest on that murder case we have been following in Utah. Corey Richens, the 33-year-old mother of 3 who is accused of killing her husband with an illegal dose of fentanyl, was charged and denied bail at a court hearing yesterday. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has more.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed. If Corey was in fact willing to kill Eric for money, who's to say that what she will not do?
Amy Richens, Eric's sister, pleading with the judge to deny bail in an emotional victim's impact statement.
Please protect what Eric put his life on the line for, his 3 boys. Thank you.
With witness testimony from a detective, a private investigator, and a forensic accountant, prosecutors painted a picture of Corey as a calculating killer who acquired dozens of fentanyl pills. The autopsy later revealing a massive dose of the substance in her husband's body.
5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead. And the person who benefited the most from Eric being dead is the defendant.
Prosecutors also revealing new details about the Utah mom's alleged internet activity, including searches for luxury prisons for the rich. How long does life insurance take to pay? And can the FBI find deleted text messages?
There's nothing to show that Corey did anything to Eric.
The defense arguing these searches were merely in response to what was happening with the investigation, not evidence as of guilt, and claiming there's no evidence linking Corey to the murder.
It could have been accidental. Being bad with money does not make you a murderer.
Corey, who wrote a book to help her children cope with their grief, sitting handcuffed in the courtroom, becoming emotional at times. As a prosecutor described the text messages, she says she sent after finding Eric's body and performing CPR in an attempt to save his life.
And do those text messages read, "I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life"? Yes.
The detective later testifying there's reason to believe no CPR was performed prior to paramedics' arrival. The judge ultimately siding with the prosecution.
The defendant would pose a substantial danger to the community if released on bail.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Well, we are inching closer to former President Donald Trump's first federal court appearance. We are following all the action in Florida. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
people start humming back your tunes. How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thousands of people are now being evacuated in Cuba after record rainfall caused devastating flooding throughout the island. Homes and critical crops have been destroyed, and the military is now working to get people to dry ground. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more on the storm's devastating impact.
A flooding emergency in Cuba turns deadly. Raging water sweeping through homes, leaving communities underwater, thousands evacuated, and at least one person killed. The military using helicopters in some areas to rescue families, including women and children. They warned us before, but we didn't want to leave, and now we had to get out, said this man after he boarded one of the military helicopters. Others, like this elderly couple, rescued on boats from their homes. Cuba's central and eastern areas are the most affected after a weekend of heavy rain causing rivers to overflow. Over 400 rural communities affected by the flooding. We're trying to save everything we can while helping neighbors, said this man. Official media reporting some 10,000 homes have been damaged. More than 7,000 people have been evacuated. Days of rain have left the ground saturated with water, with dams at capacity, and the forecast indicating more rain may come in a country where the needs are overwhelming.
Lack of food, lack of medicine, lack of gasoline, which affects aid to any part of the country right now.
The flooding already damaging over 2,000 acres of crops, including fruits and vegetables, vital to help with those food shortages.
Added disasters such as flooding or hurricanes, and it becomes almost unbearable for the Cuban people right now.
Many bracing for another tough year with a new hurricane season just beginning. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
An 80-year-old man was rescued by quick-thinking Boy Scout troops in Oregon after he fell roughly 60 feet off of a hiking trail, a trail that's known as the Hells Canyon Trail. Our NBC affiliate KGW Thomas Schultz has the details of the amazing rescue.
All I recall is seeing light and dirt, light and dirt.
80-year-old Eric Valentine has been an avid hiker for 20 years, hiking most of the Pacific Crest Trail in Washington, Oregon, and California. He's also on the board of directors of Oregon Parks Forever. But last month on a routine hike, Valentine ended up 60 feet below a trail he'd been walking along just 10 seconds earlier.
I knew there was something wrong with my foot and with my neck.
A broken ankle and knee, and fractured C1 and C2 vertebrae, which are the closest to the skull.
It means it's bad.
Michael Valentine is Eric's son. He's also an emergency room nurse at Legacy Salmon Creek. Michael says after Eric's fall, Eric began crawling up the side of the mountain to find help.
I heard a voice calling, "Are you all right?" And I shouted, "No, help."
A driver spotted Valentine and soon waved down a Boy Scout troop canoeing in the river below.
If no one saw him, it might have been a pretty miserable night out on the trail.
Kavanaugh and Troop 77 scouts from Eagle, Idaho began administering first aid on Valentine, who himself has been involved in scouts for more than 40 years, 20 as a scoutmaster.
I feel they are the gold standard of scouting as far as being prepared.
For 3 hours, Kavanaugh says scouts tended to Valentine's lacerations and stabilized his broken right knee while radioing for help. Eventually, he was life-flighted to Boise for medical treatment. That's when Valentine's wife, Meg, received this text, telling her not to panic, but her husband was being flown to the hospital.
Not knowing quite what I would find, even though they said that he was stable and conscious and all that, you still wonder what can happen in those hours.
But without being spotted by drivers and help from scouts, Eric knows his fate could have been much worse.
What I do recall coming to my mind was just wondering how it would end.
Wow, it's good to see him talking and okay. That was from our NBC affiliate KGW. Thomas Schultz reporting.
Up next, a new report shows inflation is decelerating, but some prices are staying high. We're going to break down what it all means for your wallet. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do that wherever you stream, including all the places you see on your screen: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Of course, Flex as well. Try Tubi. The news continues after this.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
All right, we want to go back now to our top story, the arraignment of former President Donald Trump on federal charges linked to the classified documents case.
Any moment now, we should see Mr. Trump leave Doral with his motorcade. You're looking at the entrance to his club right there on your screen. We expect him to leave here and then head to the federal courthouse in Miami. There, a judge will read him the 37 felony counts that he has been charged with.
We're going to keep a live eye on this. For now, we want to bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray from Washington. Mark, good to have you on. So let's talk about what the rest of the day looks like for Mr. Trump. Where is he? It takes about half an hour, we're assuming, based on Google Maps, to get from where he is now to the federal courthouse. Walk us through the next steps, Mark.
Yeah, on our schedule is that the arraignment and the court proceedings are supposed to happen around the 3 o'clock hour. And as you kind of mentioned, how long it actually takes, he's got the motorcade with him, but you have to build in just a little bit of time. And then the other thing we're watching for is after the proceedings, which are supposed to be pretty short. We are not, of course, going to be able to have cameras in the federal courtroom. But after the short proceedings in the court, you're going to have the former president return back to to his Bedminster Golf Club in New Jersey and give a statement and prepared remarks at 8:15 this evening. So it's going to be a lot of hours on this developing story.
Yeah, and Mark, we're watching as it appears there's some movement at Mar-a-Lago in Doral. It looks like we're seeing the motorcade start to make its way to that courthouse in Miami. We'll remind viewers the judge who has been assigned this case at random is Judge Eileen Cannon. However, that is not the judge who is going to be presiding today. Instead, we expect to see the former president appear before a magistrate judge by the name of Jonathan Goodman. In a radio interview last night, Monday evening, Donald Trump was asked by the radio host, Howie Carr of WKRO Radio, how he was feeling heading into today. He said he felt fine, and then he was asked by that radio host if he plans to make any sort of statement after giving his plea. He said no, he expects to just plead not guilty. Mark, from where you're sitting, all right, we're going to stand by for 1 minute. Our special report is starting now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day. We're coming to you live from outside the federal courthouse in Miami, where former President Trump will be arriving shortly to surrender to federal authorities and be arraigned on 37 counts. Mr. Trump departed his Miami area golf course just a moment ago, a trip that should take about 20 minutes. When he enters the courthouse behind me, his arraignment will push America's legal and political systems into uncharted territory. Never before has a former president been arraigned on federal charges, and never before has the leading candidate for one party's presidential nomination faced so much legal jeopardy. This will be the second time in just over 2 months President Trump has had to surrender to law enforcement. When he arrives today, he will be processed by both federal marshals and the FBI. Those marshals are then expected to take his personal information and scan his fingerprints. Once he's in the courtroom, he will be asked to enter his plea. Today will play out very differently than what happened when he was arraigned in New York on a hush money charge, or charges, because this is a federal court. Things are a bit different. There will be no cameras inside the courthouse today, none in the hallways and none in the courtroom itself. We have correspondents inside who will report to us what happens immediately after it happens. Mr. Trump expected to plead not guilty and has blasted the charges as being both baseless and politically motivated. Those charges include 37 counts of breaking 7 different laws, essentially, in connection with his handling of classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago resort. We expect today's hearing to be brief, maybe only about 10 minutes long, but the repercussions will be long-lasting from all this. Senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett are joining me. Laura, let me start with you. Walk us through the mechanics of what a federal indictment looks like.
So, Lester, obviously it's an unprecedented situation to see a former president undergo a first appearance here at this courthouse. But we are told as soon as he walks in that building, he is going to undergo a process much like any other federal defendant. He's going to have his fingerprint scanned. He's not going to have a mugshot taken, we're told. Instead, officials are going to use a stock photo of him. Obviously, his likeness is well known. This is not a suspect who's fleeing. It's somebody who's obviously well known to everyone in the country. And so they're going to upload a photo into their internal database. That's not a photo that we will see, but he's going to have to fill out paperwork, his address, his phone number. Again, all of that routine processing will take place behind closed doors.
And we will talk about the journey that now begins in a moment, but let me bring in Hallie to the conversation. Hallie, what are some of your observations? This obviously goes beyond legal impact.
There is a political context here, Lester, and as we sit here watching some of these live images, it is a bit of political deja vu. He has been indicted and arraigned before. Different court, different level, different charges, but there is a kind of Donald Trump playbook for something like this, and he's following it. Just before he got into the motorcade there, he put out on his Truth Social platform that today, in his view, is one of the saddest days in the history of our country. This is how he has largely handled these kinds of what he perceives as attacks in the past. We are going to, I'm sure, see him plead not guilty based on everything he said and everything that his lawyers have said. said, and then begins the political pushback. We've already seen so much of it from the former president. He's been out on radio shows talking about how he believes that this is a witch hunt. It is political persecution against him. And will it matter to voters? We are already seeing some of the earliest snapshots of where Republican voters are, and new polling shows that half of the Republican primary electorate doesn't see their view changed because of this indictment at all as it relates to the former president. And in fact, about 12 to 14% view him in a better light after this indictment came out. He has received support from some of his allies on Capitol Hill, even some of his rivals who are running against him for the White House, echoing his attacks that the DOJ has been weaponized against him. The question is, how long will that tone last? We've already seen some rivals sharpen their tone, Lester, like Nikki Haley, who now says if what is in the indictment is true, it is incredibly reckless conduct when it comes to national security.
And Laura, back from the legal standpoint, does Jack Smith care? Does he care about how many people are on the streets here or how many statements are being made in Washington?
He shouldn't. It shouldn't matter one bit to a prosecutor that wants to play this by the book. He should treat him just like any other criminal defendant. Of course, you can't ignore reality. You can't ignore that this is not only the former president, but the current frontrunner for the Republican nomination.
All right. We want to go to Sam Brock right now, who is nearby here as we continue to watch the motorcade make its way from the Doral Country Club to the courthouse. Sam, what are you seeing in terms of crowds and preparations for those crowds?
Lester, good afternoon. We heard from officials yesterday, both federal and local. They have the capacity to respond to crowds between 5,000 and 50,000 people. That's not what I'm seeing on the ground right now. As you look around me in the Central Plaza, I would estimate it to be maybe 300 or 400, all different sorts of groups, but nothing so far that's led to any sort of physical confrontation. When I walk around here, Lester, come and check this out for a second. This is the federal building right here. You'll see police cars. They're blocking off the entrance to the courthouse. On the other side are more cars, and then that street itself is actually cordoned off. But that is the only street, notably, Lester, that is completely blocked off. If you were to come to downtown Miami right now, and this federal courthouse takes up a footprint of a couple city blocks, you can basically come right here. Now, there are DHS officials on the ground. I've seen scores of them, probably a couple hundred Miami police officers, many of them who are on bikes or standing right here. But the reality is, and I know there's been some reporting on this, there's no hardened perimeter. We're not seeing metal barricades, Jersey walls, or anything of the like. So right behind where you're sitting right now, about 20 minutes ago, a gentleman walked along the building holding a sign that says, "This ain't Fifth Avenue," and DHS officials immediately met that person and escorted the man right off of the grounds. But it does beg the question, how prepared are officials here? I'm told extremely prepared. Certainly Francis Suarez, who is the mayor of Miami, said they have this entire situation under control. If they need to bring in a cache of other police officers to respond should the situation evolve, they can. And again, we know that the U.S. Marshals as well is leading the federal response when it comes to securing the perimeter. But I'm standing in the middle of the plaza right now, right next to protesters, right next to media. I know you're under a tent. We're all in this same space together. There's someone selling mangoes right down the street. It's just sort of strange, Lester. I mean, you're seeing people in gym clothes going to the gym or going to the coffee shop right next to history being made. And it's all in the same space here in downtown Miami.
Yeah, Sam, we can tell you we had no issues walking through the crowds getting to where we are, thankfully. And we did at one point behind me. There was the noise level went up. Something happened. Tactical teams, DHS tactical teams came in, observed what was happening, and quickly packed off. So we may not see them in mass here, but they are very close by. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, we were talking here a moment ago about the political impact, the legal impact, how the language is starting to change a little bit among Republicans. What are some of your observations?
Well, these are incredibly serious charges, Lester. We're talking about espionage charges. We're talking about obstruction of justice charges. Espionage, obviously, unauthorized retention of national defense information. The obstruction of justice charges, let me tick through some of what this indictment alleges. It says that former President Trump suggested that his attorney falsely represent to the FBI and grand jury that he did not have the documents that were being requested, directing one of his top aides, Walt Nauta, to move the boxes to conceal them, suggesting requesting that one of his attorneys hide or destroy the documents, and providing just some documents while claiming that he was fully cooperating, that essentially they had turned all of them over. So those are just among the allegations that amount to these obstruction charges. In terms of what the real-world implications are, if you talk to experts, they say, look, there are some serious national security concerns here at stake. These are the nation's top secrets that we are talking about. This is critical information about U.S. nuclear weapons capability, about U.S. military capabilities, about foreign support for terrorist acts against U.S. interests. Why does this matter? Because this information was gathered by people who put their lives at risk to get this information, Lester. And so there is real concern that having this information out in the public could potentially put those lives at risk and also potentially put programs at risk, not to mention the potential impact it could have on the United States allies and the extent to which the United States allies trust the U.S. to handle its top secrets. So there are some incredibly serious implications for this indictment, and that's part of why you are starting to see some Republican candidates break with former President Trump and take a much sharper tone, as Hallie was just talking about, Lester.
Kristen, thanks very much. We're watching the motorcade, actually just a handful of vehicles, not a presidential-style motorcade, but nonetheless a police escort making the way here to the federal courthouse where that arraignment will take place around 3 o'clock, scheduled for 3 o'clock Eastern time. Let me bring Laura back into the conversation. We heard Kristen tick off some of the key points here, but can you, for those who are trying to minimize this or lay it strictly on, politics, how serious, in black and white, how serious are these charges?
It's very serious. As Kristen outlined, there really are two buckets. One is the retention of the documents, which, by the way, are the property of the U.S. government. We're talking about documents that would have had material included in the presidential daily brief. There are not personal records. These are documents that belong to the CIA, the Department of Defense. And so that's on the one hand. But then you also have the obstruction-related charges, as she outlined. And there, what's really unique is that largely appears, at least according to the indictment, to be dependent on Trump's own defense attorney. His own defense attorney, prosecutors using, because he managed to take voice memos of his reflections of things the president was saying to him, making a plucking motion, talking about removing documents for the documents that were going to be returned to the U.S. government, and essentially trying to get his lawyer to participate in the commission of a crime. That's quite serious, especially when it comes to documents like this.
And it would appear, going through the counts, there is a lot of evidence to kind of build the case on, which leads to my question. If you're the defense, it would seem natural you want to get as much evidence tossed out as possible. Is there any low-hanging fruit for the defense?
Well, those very documents that are his attorney's notes, that's the part that's most vulnerable, because normally that would be covered by attorney-client privilege. Normally, attorneys and their clients get to enjoy frank conversations so that you can provide legal advice, but you don't get to use that legal advice in the commission of a crime. And here, prosecutors were actually able to pierce that privilege in a rare move. And so because they were able to pierce it, that might actually be vulnerable to coming in at trial. The defense attorney will get another chance to try to say all of that evidence should be excluded at trial, even though we were able to get it in the course of our investigation.
All right, let's get the big picture now from NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, good to have you with us. We have sat for moments for impeachments, for arraignments, for January 6 hearings. How does this rank in terms of the impact and the legacy of this ex-president?
Look, I think it's going to rank a lot higher for historians 10 years from now. It's amazing to me how I think numb the country is to this moment. Part of it is this is our second indictment. It's not our first. If you want to keep going back, this is a twice impeached president. This is now a twice indicted president. This is a former president who was just found guilty of defamation in a civil court. And yet his political strength, at least among a core group of Republicans, it only grows. And I think, it's one of those where it's going to take us 20 years to sort this out, whether he just successfully created an alternative reality, an alternative media echo chamber, or he rode that alternative media echo chamber and made it one of his own. But the lack of impact of all of this, I mean, the fact that you're seeing these Republican candidates, Lester, try to come up with, well, boy, what he did is not good, but right? They're afraid of going this, and part of it is the voters, and part of it is what of this is going to penetrate the public. But political gravity has always impacted Donald Trump, but not inside the Republican Party. So I think this is going to continue to sort of be intertwined with our politics. And, are the trials going to happen during the primaries, after the primaries, before the November election, after November election? How are these candidates going to do this? I mean, I think we're in a moment we've never had before. It's almost like had the O.J. Simpson trial involved a politician, right? And how much it consumed the country. This is going to be, I think, at some point, bigger than anything we could possibly foresee, but I don't think we fully appreciate it in the moment.
All right, Chuck Todd, thanks very much. Our own Kelly O'Donnell reporting that Walt Nauta, the co-conspirator, the alleged co-conspirator in this case, is in this motorcade with the former president. As you see on your screen, they make their way here to the federal courthouse in Miami. Let me bring in Hallie Jackson one more time if I can. A lot of discussion already. It hasn't even been arraigned, but the clock, the calendar leading up to the election, what happens if he wins the nomination, what happens if he's elected president again. I know that requires an 8-hour answer, but give me your best shot.
I'll try to condense it a bit, and I think some of it will depend on the people we've also learned are traveling in the motorcade with the former president, and those are his attorneys who will be repping him today, Chris Kice, Todd Blanche, who are with him now, en route, as you say, and Kelly reports, Walt Nauta. Listen, there is a sense that this is likely going to be, on behalf of the Trump defense team as much as they can, slow-rolled to as much as they can until after, potentially, the November election. You know this well, Laura. There's a number of legal maneuvers that they could take to slow this down, and that would not necessarily be disadvantageous to Donald Trump. Because remember, as one Republican source put it to me, Donald Trump is never stronger than when he is able to, in some ways, play the victim of political persecution. And so that is going to matter in the primary contest, which, remember, really only goes until, next April, next May, next June, as we look ahead to the convention. After that is the question mark. What happens in the general election? Because right now, while Republicans at this early point seem to continue to be backing Donald Trump, I have heard a lot of conversation from rival campaigns, sources there, from people in the broader Republican orbit who say, hey, can Donald Trump actually win over those voters he has to win over in order to get the electoral votes that he needs in a state like Georgia, for example, where he underperformed back at the last election? So that is where some of the question marks that Chuck was talking about really come into play. You also have to think about what the debates may look like. And I know that there, from sources close to the former president and around him, is conversation about what that looks like. Does he participate at all? When do rival campaigns start to sharpen their knives against Donald Trump on the actual substance of the national security issues raised in this indictment? There are some who raise the prospect of, well, and you hear this, I think, a lot publicly from some Republicans, well, President Biden is also under investigation for having mishandled classified documents. There are some key differences. There's a lot we don't know right now about the Biden case, but there are some key differences. Namely, Laura, what you're talking about with the obstruction bucket. Multiple legal experts are telling us if Donald Trump had just handed all this stuff over back in January of 2021, this likely would not have been brought at all. When you look at the charges and the counts in the indictment, they handed over something like 15 boxes of classified documents mid-January. The charges all relate to the documents handed over after that. So there is some discussion about if he had just given it up when he was asked to give it up, then maybe we wouldn't be talking about this at all.
All right, Hallie, the motorcade is, looks like it's now in downtown area of Miami. My geography here is not great, so I'm just going to say in the central part of the city, but making its way here. Let me go to Sam Brock. Sam, will any of the crowd here get at least a glimpse of the vehicle?
We don't think so, Lester, because the idea, as both Laura and Hallie have been reporting, is he's going to be going underneath the tunnels in front of the federal courthouse. You will see, though, people moving over here now, kind of in anticipation of his arrival. What you're looking at right now are the police cars blocking the entrance to the courtyard to the federal courthouse. Of course, the courthouse is in the middle there. On the other side, police have cordoned off the entire street. That is where former President Trump is expected to arrive. So the likelihood we're actually going to see anything from our vantage point is not great, but you can hear right now, Lester, some of the energy around here are picking up. And I will add, in terms of just security if folks are wondering how that's going down. This is a combination of local, state, and federal agents. We've seen DHS personnel patrolling this entire area since this morning, and of course hundreds of Miami police officers as well. We're told the county is ready to offer its resources if asked as of yesterday. That did not happen, but there's just a huge amount of people growing here right now. I would estimate in the neighborhood of probably 300 or 400. There were concerns initially it could be thousands of people here. What folks on the ground said is they were prepared for a response between 5,000 and 50,000 people, and certainly we are nowhere near that threshold.
All right, Sam, let me just point out the best I can what we're watching. It looks like one vehicle at a time being allowed down that ramp into the parking area. We don't know which one the former president is in, and if he's in fact in the building right now. You'll note at this location there are no crowds. That area has been blocked off, so it's not clear the awareness of any of the folks here in the crowd as to whether the former president has arrived or not. But you're seeing it on the screen as police position the vehicles in various ways and will carefully stage the entrance. Perhaps they will only allow the one that Mr. Trump is in. But there's a live picture here in Miami of the president presumably now in the building, or at least the garage, where he will face this arraignment. I'm checking my watch. About 9 minutes from now is the scheduled time. Hallie?
He's hosting from the motorcade, as we saw him do, if my memory serves, last time around. At the last time he had to be arraigned back in New York, he's saying, "On my way to court, witch hunt MAGA," which frankly, in 3 words, sums up a lot of what his campaign is and has been and is going to continue to be. The idea that the Department of Justice has been weaponized against him. There's been one interesting thing, Lester and Laura, as we talk about the broader Republican Party and how they are in some ways coalescing behind that particular call, and in other ways starting to draw real distinctions about the national security element here. Listen, you have a House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, who just in the last 24 hours pointed out, well, the bathroom that those documents in, bathroom doors have locks. You heard that from Republican Byron Donalds, another very close Trump ally on Capitol Hill, saying, hey, there's 33 bathrooms at Mar-a-Lago. Like, it's not like guests were in and out of where these documents were stored, essentially trying to downplay where these documents had been, according to the indictment.
Well, let me ask you this. You talk about he's kind of working from a playbook. Is it clear, is he running for acquittal or is he running for president with this outreach that he's running?
I think it's the latter, Lester. I think based on all of the public statements that Donald Trump has talked about, he is running for president here. If he were running for acquittal,
those would not be the argument.
I was just going to say, it is likely that his attorneys would be telling him, please don't be truth socialing on your way to the courthouse, right? And so clearly, he is talking about this on his own, very publicly, unprompted at his rallies and at his events that we've seen even since this indictment came down. He wants this to be a part of the broader conversation. And let me tell you why some other Republicans are jumping on board with the idea. They say that the DOJ deserves criticism, that it's been sort of a tool of partisan politics. Half of Republicans agree. Half of Republicans don't think that the Department of Justice, they see the department unfavorably, same with the FBI. They think that they have little faith in the Department of Justice, according to polling over the last 8, 10, 12 months, and including just recently in March. It is a notable shift for the party, as you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, calling on defunding the special counsel altogether, away from that law and order ideology that Republicans had for so long campaigned on. This is a shift, and Donald Trump is driving it.
So, Laura, walk us through. He is presumably in the building right now.
Yeah.
If you can walk us one more time through the processes, we'll see.
So at this point, I don't know that we'll be able to see him. You can see the split screen there. It looks like it's hard to know there. You see a number of people going in. We know he's accompanied, obviously, by his attorneys and his body man, Walt Nauta, who's also been in charge in this case. We'll look to see if we can actually get a shot of him. But the fingerprinting, the electronic fingerprinting, not ink, the scan, the paperwork, they'll upload a stock photo into their internal booking system, we understand. All of that will be behind closed doors. The public should not see any of that. The time when the public will see him, of course, is when he first enters that courtroom and takes a seat at the defense table.
And he will be arraigned not by the presiding judge in this case, but by a magistrate.
Exactly. So a magistrate judge, think of it almost as a judge's helper. They're here because the criminal justice system has to churn so many defendants through. Magistrate judges are there to do this first appearance, this first initial step in the criminal justice process, and that's where the magistrate judge, John Goodman, will inform him of the charges. It's likely that the prosecutor won't actually read everything out. He knows the charges. He's seen the indictment. indictment, as we all have at this point. And then he will be expected to enter a plea at this point. Now that his attorneys, there was some debate about whether his attorneys were barred in the district. Now that we've confirmed he has an attorney, Chris Kise, who is actually barred in the Southern District of Florida, it's expected that he will likely enter a plea. And then at some point soon, though, there will be a date for him to actually have all of this happen in front of the judge, the presiding judge, Judge Cannon, who will actually preside over the trial of this case.
Okay, we'll remind folks the cameras are not allowed in federal courthouses or courtrooms, so we will see no video of anything transpiring inside. On the left, that motorcade reassembling for when the former president is completed with his arraignment, presumably having entered a plea and will be leaving. So we'll continue to watch that show. That shot. Let me bring in former U.S. Attorney and former senior FBI official Chuck Rosenberg. He's also an NBC News legal analyst. Chuck, we haven't talked about on this broadcast why we're here, why in Miami when we saw so much grand jury activity take place in Washington. What's the significance of this happening here?
It's a great question, Lester. So the United States government has jurisdiction over these crimes because they're federal crimes. Your question goes to where is the best place to try this case? And that's a concept known as venue. Venue is a bit of an elastic concept. Under the law, venue is appropriate, proper in any place where a crime is begun, continued, or completed. But when you look at the facts of this case as alleged in the indictment, the overwhelming number of those facts allege conduct in the Southern District of Florida. And that's the locus of the obstructive conduct, for instance. So prosecutors don't want to do things that are risky. They want to minimize defects or deficits in their case. And one way of doing that, though venue might have been proper in the District of Columbia, is to bring the case in the place where it's absolutely appropriately venued, the Southern District of Florida. Again, sort of the central point of the obstructive conduct. And that's why, Lester, you find yourself with Laura and with Hallie in Miami, Florida today.
Is it somewhat of a risk, however, for the prosecution in terms of the potential jury makeup when you look at this thing geographically? Also, the judge in this case is being looked at carefully for some of her previous rulings that appear to favor the former president. So is Jack Smith at a bit of a risk here?
I've heard that talk. I tend to discount it. Let me explain. For instance, we tried in the Eastern District of Virginia, in Alexandria, Virginia, one of the 9/11 conspirators. Our courthouse is 3 miles from the Pentagon, one of the buildings attacked that horrific morning. We weren't looking for a jury that never heard of Al-Qaeda or never heard of 9/11. That would be an alarming group of citizens. We were looking for people who could put aside what they heard and be fair. All you need on the jury are people who can be fair. And when the judge is screening jurors for this case, she's going to look specifically for people who say, look, I might be a Republican, I might be a Democrat, I might have voted for Trump, I might have voted for Biden, but I can put all that aside and listen to the evidence adduced in the courtroom at trial and render a fair and just verdict. My experience with juries and with jurors is that they do that all the time. They try very hard to be fair and to be logical and to abide their oath to put aside any preconceived notions they might have about the case. So I tend to discount concerns that you can't find a fair jury in the Southern District of Florida. Lester, I think you can.
All right, Chuck, we'll ask you to stand by. It's the top of the hour for those just joining us. Let's recap where we are this afternoon, what we've seen and heard so far. Former President Trump's motorcade departed his Doral, Florida country club. At around 1:30 p.m., he arrived at Miami Federal Court at about 1:55 p.m. to surrender to U.S. Marshals ahead of his arraignment on 37 counts. Trump and Walt Nauta have arrived at the courthouse where he, too, will be arraigned on charges in this case. Mr. Trump and Mr. Nada will be released. They will fill out paperwork and have digital fingerprints taken before facing the judge for today's proceedings. Mr. Trump will not have a mugshot taken. As we understand, they will use a previous existing photo of him to put into the file. Let's bring back our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Laura, what happens now when essentially this kicks off the case? You have the arraignment, face the charges, guilty, not guilty. Now it begins.
Yeah, we really are at step one of what is going to be a lengthy process. And we've talked obviously so much about the charges that he's facing in this indictment, but we should help our viewers understand this is one slice of a bigger mandate that the special counsel has. He was put on to actually investigate not only the former president's retention of these classified documents and the alleged obstruction, but he's also investigating the former president's efforts to stay in office, to cling to power, his efforts to block the certification of the election, to pressure his former vice president to do the same. And so when we talk about the political implications and the timeline and how all of these things run into each other, we have to sort of help our audience understand there could be more to come. We know just today the grand jury in D.C. was meeting. There are witnesses still going in front of the grand jury. We've reported that his former senior advisor and close ally Steve Bannon has been subpoenaed in front of that grand jury. Will prosecutors secure that testimony for trial? There's so many open questions.
Wait a minute. So the indictment we saw, I think you called it a speaking indictment.
Yes, it is a screaming indictment.
Screaming indictment in this case.
Yeah.
But it may not be all.
No, and we, even in this indictment, it's not clear if this is all we'll see on this charges. They talk about people known and unknown to the grand jury. They could always file what's known as a superseding indictment if there's new information gleaned. If there are cooperators that come around on this case, they could file even more charges. Not saying that they will, but that's something at least that our viewers need to understand. This is a small slice, and we are only at the very beginning of a very long process.
And that's actually, not to pile on here, but that's in addition to, Laura, something you alluded to, which is the case down in Fulton County, Georgia, where the lead prosecutor in that instance has suggested and has made a lot of indications that if there is going to be action taken against the former president there related to his push to overturn the legitimate results of the Georgia election in 2020, it'll likely happen sometime in maybe early to mid-August, right? So it's not over on the federal level. It may not be over on the state level. And when you look at the timing, not to get my political nerd brain going here, but you look at the first debate for the Republican primary, that is set to be in late August. So it's entirely possible that you will have a collision of a number of these legal issues that Donald Trump faces as he is sort of entering the really big push of the start of the primary season. It is early days, though, as Laura points out. There is still such a long way to go in both of these
early
fronts.
days, and it makes me think, we've gone from one shock to one shock to one shock in this country, and we move on. This is a long, long time before trial and for even the primary. So will it be hard for Mr. Trump to sustain this campaign, if you will?
To that, I would say he's sustained a campaign largely based on grievances ever since I started covering him in 2015, Lester, and that includes his time in the White House here. He is somebody who understands and who can communicate when he feels personally and professionally aggrieved, and I don't think based on past precedent there's much indication to think that'll change this time around.
Especially since this is part of a larger story for him. If you look at how he talks about the Justice Department, how he attacks prosecutors, he goes back to the Mueller investigation, right? And so he creates a larger narrative so that this fits in perfectly with everything that he has already said that he's been wrongly persecuted about.
That has been an effective argument, too, for some Republicans who still, just on the phone in the last 24 hours here getting ready for today, still bring up the Mueller investigation and the way that there are Republicans who feel that was an example of this, what we're talking about now, what they're talking about now, the idea that the DOJ, they say, has been weaponized.
All right, we know that the former president is still here because we hear the helicopters over that have been following his motorcade. So whether the actual arraignment has begun, it's not clear. You see on the left side of your screen some of the security teams that are around this area. They have essentially left mostly freedom of movement except right up at the federal building itself here. So you've seen some of the protesters come back and forth. Sam Brock has been watching some of the crowds. Sam, what are you seeing?
So, Lester, you hear the helicopter sounds right now, also the megaphones from where I am with the crowds. You can probably hear this. I'm not standing too far away from where you're seated right now, as there has been sort of a crescendo of activity here in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Clearly, the crowd is aware that Trump is inside of the federal courthouse right now. They're chanting USA, USA, we love Trump, a variety of other chants. Lester, I want to take your attention, though, it's a video that we captured from above just a short while ago of a protester who's one of the few anti-Trump protesters here today, wearing a prisoner outfit, approaching the motorcade. Now, Lester, this is on the other side of the federal courthouse. Where I've been reporting from is where you're allowed to stand, where protesters are congregating. On the other side is where they brought the president into the building, and you'll see him approach the motorcade and immediately be stopped. So in some sense, it's testament to the fact that the security plan here is working. Although we also saw maybe an hour ago someone walking right next to the federal building behind me holding up a sign that says this ain't Fifth Avenue, and that person, Lester, just strolled right along the federal courthouse. Now, there's been a lot made so far about the fact that there's no hardened borders, or hardened perimeters, I should say, which means that you won't see, generally speaking, metal barricades or jersey walls or anything of that sort. In terms of security and blockading the presence of people, what you see here is just some police officers, several police cars preventing you from getting into the main area, into certainly the entrance of the building, and then I'm told the street on the other side of the building, that is blocked off, and that is where President Trump arrived. But as we stand here right now, this crowd, I would estimate, is somewhere in the neighborhood, and this is a rough ballpark guess based on where I'm standing, 1,000+ people. The plans, according to the city of Miami, federal officials, DHS, is they can sort of expand and/or retract their police presence from 5,000 people to 50,000 if it's required, but nothing along those lines or scale so far. But it really has picked up, I would say, in the last 15 or 20 minutes.
All right, Sam, thanks very much. Hallie?
I just wanted to make a point, just because I've been to dozens upon hundreds upon millions of Donald Trump events over the course of the last 6 years or so, and just how remarkable it is that there is such an intermingling here of protesters with counter-protesters, with members of the media. This is not typically, right, of course not in the White House, there is a bubble around the president when he travels, and even for the former president, that exists, right, that Secret Service protection, which of course he has here, but it is just for people who may not, this is very different from how it usually goes when you go to a Donald Trump event and get this close to wherever the sort of quote-unquote action is.
All right, let me go to Frank Figluzzi. He's a former assistant director for counterintelligence at the FBI and the former number 2 at the FBI's Miami office. Frank, thanks for joining us. You know this turf well. What's the thought on the security plan here that's allowing some of these protesters to get up to the motorcade in some cases?
Yeah, this is uncomfortably close by Secret Service standards. They prefer a hardened perimeter. They prefer a distant perimeter. But there was push and pull and give and take with the city and county authorities. And this is what we've got today. The good news, Lester, is that these numbers so far of protesters appear to be only in the hundreds, not in the thousands. And that means they're far more manageable numbers for the law enforcement community. I think people need to understand, to plan security for an event like this, including the transportation and movement, you're looking at least 10 agencies, local, county, state, and federal, all trying to coordinate and get their piece and their preferences in here. And what I like to tell people is, just as Laura mentioned that we're in the first step of the legal process, we're also in the first step of the security process. By that I mean, we're looking at a protracted period of time as the trial starts and moves forward, where law enforcement is going to have to get it right every single day. And that lone offender that's out there only has to succeed once. So good news, low numbers. Good news, intelligence did not indicate the planning of organized groups. I think this is a test, a measure of the chilling effect that over 1,000 arrests related to January 6th have had on organized violence and sent that message. I think we're seeing that today. The question is whether we'll continue to see that chilling effect moving forward.
All right, Frank, thanks. Laura, let me ask you, is a defendant required to make an appearance at every hearing along the way?
Not at every hearing along the way, but he's obviously entitled to hear the charges against him. He's entitled to confront the government. It's his right under the Constitution to have that
I'm
process.
asking in the context of what we're seeing now. Is this going to become the norm for everyone?
No, but it will be. This will come to a head should this reach a trial, and that's where things could get really interesting. As Hallie was alluding to the timeline here, we already know he's facing one trial in March of next year, in the thick of the primary season. If he's facing another trial, this could get tricky in terms of, is he supposed to come off of the campaign trail? Exactly, and that could become very complicated, and a judge is going to have to look at that really carefully.
And by the way, New York State has a trial it wants to conduct, presumably ahead of this one.
Well, and usually, you know, whichever one is filed first gets to go first. There's not supposed to be some deference to the federal indictment, but it will be interesting to see. Obviously, you saw the special counsel already signal he wants to move very, very quickly in this case, but it may not be up to him. And this is where the judge can play a huge role in either slowing things down or keeping things on pace. If the defense files a bunch of motions to try to stop this, pretrial motions to either dismiss it entirely or to gut some of the evidence, she can take as long as she wants to resolve those motions.
And that turns us to our next guest, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, walk through the potential defenses for Mr. Trump. We've heard a number of them tried out over the last weeks leading up to this moment, but what are some of the solid areas of consideration, do you think?
Don't look to the words that are coming out of Trump's mouth for his possible defenses by his legal team. I expect at the end those will diverge considerably. Instead, look for the defense to argue early on that this is selective prosecution. In other words, this is the legal equivalent of whataboutism. There is a motion, a selective prosecution motion. It almost never wins. You have to show that the government didn't prosecute similarly situated people, but prosecuted this defendant. And the challenge normally is, how do you show the people that the government didn't prosecute? This is a unique case in which you can possibly show that. You can, at least the defense may point to Hillary Clinton. The defense may point to other people that DOJ declined to prosecute. That being said, the motion will not work. Statistically, they never work. And even when they do, since 1996, the Supreme Court has said the remedy isn't even necessarily dismissal of the charges. It might be something like a fine or a sanction of the prosecutor, and a defendant doesn't care about that. A defendant wants a dismissal. Beyond that, there will be other pretrial motions. One theme will be essentially that Trump, along the way, tried to comply with the National Archives, tried to comply with DOJ. It was the archives that set unyielding deadlines. It was DOJ that didn't allow rolling production, that set an arbitrary deadline. Now, will this work? It's hard to say.
All right, you're looking at a picture, a photograph of what we believe is the former President Trump waving from the motorcade as it arrived here in Miami for this hearing. A little hard to make out, but we believe that is the former president. We don't quite know what he was looking at that point, if he had a good look at the crowds or simply some of the security forces out there. But just wanted to share that with you. And let me stay right with you for a second, Danny. We talked a moment ago about things that the defense may want to get tossed in terms of evidence. I asked Laura what the low-hanging fruit was. I'll ask it to you.
You look at all the evidence that is coming in the indictment. So the defense doesn't have discovery yet. They will get discovery. The arraignment is the official kickoff of the case. And then the defense will think about what motions it wants to file. There may be something in discovery that they don't see from the face of the indictment that they may want to try and suppress. In this case, you've had search warrants. You've had statements taken by people. You've had statements from Trump himself. All of those are fertile ground to try. And I stress, try to get suppressed. The reality is the vast majority of motions to suppress fail. Judges are not inclined to grant them, and frankly, the bar is just very high. But you make those motions as a defendant anyway. You make a record, and you hope maybe if you lose them that the appeals court might look at it with fresh eyes. But I expect you're going to see a lot of pretrial motions in this case, some of them dispositive to try and throw the entire case out. Those two rarely succeed. The bottom line is this: whether federal judge or state court judges, they don't like to take cases away from the government, from the prosecution. They're far more inclined to let them go ahead. But probably the biggest motions will not come pre-trial, Lester. They will come at the end of the case, when the defense asks a judge to take the entire case into her hands and enter an acquittal, notwithstanding what the jury may have said. And that determination could be unreviewable. In other words, there may be no comebacks if the judge grants that motion. Now, that's yet another motion, Lester, that is almost never granted and statistically is not likely to be granted even if Trump is convicted. But it is something to think about.
All right, let's bring in former U.S. Attorney Paul Charlton. He was appointed by former President George W. Bush. Thank you for being with us. I want to get your thoughts on this notion of how Mr. Trump can delay. And again, we should point out that, you know, he certainly has the right to make whatever legal requests he wants. But what are some of the things at his disposal?
So the most effective defenses, Lester, in any criminal case are delay, delay, and delay. As we were just discussing, there are a number of substantive and case dispositive motions that we can expect to see from President Trump's lawyers.
Paul, I'm going to have to interrupt you just for a moment because Trump's spokesperson, Alina Habba, is speaking outside the courthouse now. Let's listen.
It is about the destruction of the long-standing American principles that have set this country apart for so long. In recent years, we have seen the rise of politically motivated prosecutors who don't care for impartiality, who don't care for due process or equal protection of laws. They have been quietly but aggressively cultivating a two-tiered system of justice where selective treatment is the norm. From the Russia hoax to the attorney generals to the corrupt DAs in Georgia and New York, and now this. The people in charge of this country do not love America. They hate Donald Trump. What we are witnessing today is the blatant and unapologetic weaponization of the criminal justice system. The Biden-appointed special counsel has sought fit to bring 37 federal charges against President Trump, the leading frontrunner, less than a year and a half before an election. Countless other individuals, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden himself, retained possession of classified documents yet have not been prosecuted. And none of them came into possession of those documents while they were president. None of them were president who, as the head and sole member of the executive branch, has the power to summarily declassify documents. The decision to pursue charges against President Trump while turning a blind eye to others is emblematic of the corruption that we have here. We are at a turning point in our nation's history. The targeting, prosecution of a leading political opponent is the type of thing you see in dictatorships like Cuba and Venezuela. It is commonplace there for rival candidates to be prosecuted, persecuted, and put into jail. What is being done to the President Trump should terrify all citizens of this country. These are not the ideals that our democracy is founded upon. And this is not our America. Thank you.
So what's happening right now inside the courthouse? Has he been arrested?
All right, Alina Habba speaking outside the courthouse, a Trump attorney making a number of claims that we've heard the former president make, not breaking any new ground there. Let me ask Laura and Hallie, fact check some of this. One is that he had the power to summarily declassify documents. Not true.
No, and again, to note, they're not his documents. These are documents that are the property of the United States government. We're talking about weapons plans. We're talking about defense plans. We're talking about a plan of attack against Iran, according to prosecutors. These are not just his diary or his notes. These are top secret or secret records. And they've chosen a selective few, so secret, in fact, that some of them, the titles had to be redacted, even within the indictment, which shows you sort of the gravity of it here. And she's making a lot of arguments that we've heard familiar, sort of almost parroting things that we've seen on the president's social media, and she's saying them in a different tone, but they're actually the very same types of claims about the weaponization of the DOJ. But their only evidence for that, Lester, is the fact that other people weren't prosecuted, and yet those are very different cases. Those are not cases in which someone was given a grand jury subpoena and continued to hold on to documents and tried to convince their own attorney to lie to the DOJ about it.
We haven't seen anything quite like this, in fact.
We've never seen anything like this from anyone, let alone the former president of the United States.
She is delivering a political defense of her client, far less so a legal one, with very little on the actual merits of what was in the indictment in the first place. That may work outside court. It's going to have to be very different inside court to be persuasive to a judge, to a jury, in all likelihood here. I thought it was interesting, the mention of Cuba and Venezuela. Probably not coincidental, given where we are right now in South Florida and the importance of those communities to the Republican political bloc where we are. All of it speaking to the idea that, as we often say about those close to the former president, she is thinking, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but likely an audience of one here for whom it is important to hear. And hear Donald Trump's attorneys, he wants to hear them making this defense of him. He, I'm sure, is going to be looking at clips of this crowd outside the courthouse, Lester, and glad to see people here supporting him.
And he'll be making remarks later on this evening, probably along the same lines.
Again, it's the idea of that, and it sounds sort of wild to say. We talked about an impeachment playbook while he was in office. Now we're talking about an indictment playbook, because it has happened before. This is what we saw after those state-level charges in New York. He went and had this semi-rally. We anticipate something very similar tonight. Remember, he spends the heat of the Miami summer in Bedminster, New Jersey, at his home and his property there. So he'll be returning, he'll be delivering remarks, likely going to be a forceful condemnation of this arraignment, of the process that has happened here, Lester.
And we should we'll point out just some housekeeping as to where we are now. We understand that the booking process is complete. The processing of both defendants, Walt Nauta and the former President Trump, has completed. So they would go on then to the actual arraignment phase.
Yes, and we should also note just how unusual it is that Walt Nauta, obviously alleged to be his conspirator in this plan to kind of secret the documents, but he's still his body man. He's still his valet. He's traveling down to Miami with him, and one of the things to watch for when this actually gets in front of the judge who's presiding over it is whether she says anything about whether those two should still be communicating. Usually in a conspiracy case, you might not want to see the two communicating after that indictment.
That's something the judge would want to do, or his attorneys?
No, it's something you might actually see the judge bring up, and perhaps the prosecutors will bring it up, not today, because today is the magistrate judge, but to see the presiding judge say something about that will be interesting to see. They might actually, you know, be prohibited from still talking at least about this case, even though they still work together. Again, highly unusual factual circumstance we have here.
Let me go back to Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, you were listening, I'm sure we heard a moment ago, from a member of the former president's team offering a defense that we know well. Is that anything like what's going to be being said in court today, or will be said in court along the way?
No, it's an excellent question, Lester. In order to admit a document, let's say in the public square, all you need to do is wave it in front of a television camera. To admit a document or to admit testimony in federal court, you have to meet strict rules of federal evidence. A judge is the gatekeeper, of course. In court, there are fewer gatekeepers in the public square. And so Mr. Trump and his supporters can say whatever they want for public consumption. The defenses, quote unquote, that you heard offered just a few moments ago on your network are not the types of arguments that a federal judge is going to admit at a trial. They're not admissible, they're not relevant, and they don't adhere to the rules of evidence. And so I think it's important for viewers to understand that there are some things that are for public consumption, perhaps for fundraising, and there are other things that are for juries in a court of law. And those two buckets, Lester, are very different things.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, again. Kristen?
Well, Lester, you were just talking about Walt Nauta, and Laura there was outlining his role in his relationship to former President Trump. And just to give a little bit more context about who Walt Nauta is and why there is so much focus on Walt Nauta, he is 40 years old. He spent 20 years in the Navy. He then went on to be a valet at the White House and then to become former President Trump's body man. He was personally involved, according to this indictment, in the packing and moving around of these boxes, which contained classified and sensitive information, as was former President Trump, by the way, as well. One of the notable exchanges in the indictment that has gotten so much attention that involves Walt Nauta. Let me just read you a part of this, Lester. This was a question that he was asked by investigators, quote, "Do you have any information that could help us understand where they," meaning the documents, the boxes, were kept, how they were kept, were they secured, were they locked, something that makes the intelligence community feel better about these things, you know? Walt Nauta, according to the indictment, responds, I wish I could tell you. I don't know. I don't. I honestly just don't know." And Lester, that exchange happened after he was shown on surveillance video moving the boxes from one location to another location after a subpoena had been issued for these classified documents. And so that is one of several examples in this indictment that has gotten a lot of attention in terms of what we are talking about when we think about the obstruction charges that Walt Nauta and that former President Trump are facing, Lester.
All right, Kristen Walker, thank you. Let me bring back NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, give us your thoughts about what's happening in the Republican Party right now. We heard some of those very early statements before most had even had a chance to look at the indictment. Watching this process play out now, presumably full knowledge of what's in the indictment, where does that take the party?
Look, the party, the more it follows Donald Trump down this road, the more the party separates itself from the very voters it needs in order to get a governing majority, whether it's in the House of Representatives, the United States Senate, or the presidency. And that's what's so, the more the base rallies around them, the more this turns off the middle of the electorate. And it's that slice that decides Georgia and Wisconsin and Arizona and Pennsylvania. And there's been so much of this. And what's fascinating is every Republican that's speaking, these elected Republicans know it and believe it. And there is one what if I keep wondering, is I wonder if we didn't have the New York indictment, Lester, and this was the very first indictment, I think there would be a lot more elected Republicans who would have looked for distance first before putting their finger in the air. Obviously, the result of the Manhattan indictment, the political result of it, made all of these elected Republicans decide to go out there and condemn first and ask questions later of the indictment. And who knows if there would have been a slightly different reception if this were the first one, rather than what happened in Manhattan. And I would argue on the Manhattan thing, it reminds me of the Clinton impeachment. Everything that he was accused of by the Manhattan DA was something many voters knew before the 2016 election, right? The Access Hollywood tape told them that information. It's like Bill Clinton. The impeachment of him, hey, they knew that when they voted for him. That wasn't going to be disqualifying. But if the first indictment had been professional misconduct, rather than the first indictment be character misconduct, I just wonder if the Republican Party leaders might have been braver at condemning him for this.
Chuck, I'd like you to speak to this whole issue, these accusations that this is politically motivated, weaponized Justice Department. Is it fair to say that for Democrats, this is politically advantageous?
Well, here's the thing. Yes, it is. But what is the Justice Department supposed to do when somebody defies a subpoena like this? It's sort of like we're prosecuting a 20-year-old Air National Guardsman for releasing all of this classified material on Discord and some other places. And it's sort of the two-tiered justice system is not there, but Donald Trump is actually calling for one. He wants special treatment. The elected Republicans are all but saying there should be special treatment for the political candidates, not for others, that somehow there's different levels of this. And look, it's hard to prove a negative, you know, and I think the Justice Department goes through the same problems you and I go through, Lester, with people like come at the media, hey, you're not covering this, you're not covering Y, and we're sitting there going, hey man, we're just covering the story. We're covering the reality of the moment. We can't cover what you wish were reality. We're simply covering what it is. And I think the Justice Department is sort of stuck here. You know, Donald Trump never should have been charged for this, but he himself made behavioral decisions to force the hand of justice, because if they didn't do it, then you would set an example that would make all of these laws that govern classified documents completely moot. And then who knows what that would do to our system of secrecy in this country, which does have national security implications.
All right, Chuck, thanks. We are approaching the bottom of the hour. For those just joining us, here's where we stand. Let's recap what we've seen and heard so far. Mr. Trump and his alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, were just processed and booked inside Miami federal court. That means they filled out paperwork. They had digital fingerprints taken, no ink, before facing the judge for today's proceedings. Mr. Trump will not have a mugshot taken. They will be using a pre-existing photo of him to complete their files. They arrived at the Miami federal court at about 1:55 this afternoon to surrender to U.S. Marshals ahead of his arraignment on those 37 counts. The pair to be arraigned soon officially. Keep stressing no cameras allowed inside the courtroom. That's the norm in all federal courtrooms. Let's bring back NBC's Sam Brock nearby, out with protesters. Sam, does the crowd have any sense of where this stands right now, or where the former president is?
So there seemed to be sort of an uptick in the response, Lester, when Trump's attorney came out to address that pool, and then sort of the volume has dissipated a little bit since, although it's still fairly high. If you look over my shoulder here, to give you a different perspective, we're now closer to the street off Miami Avenue. These are all the folks that are out here. It goes back probably 50 to 70 people deep. And what's amazing about this visual that you're taking in right now is not just the fact that the only barricades are beyond the crowd in front of the courtyard, but all these tents that you see are the members of media who are all standing in the same space together. The protesters, people who live here that just wanted to see a footnote of history, came out. Multiple people have stopped me just to say, you know, what do you think of all this? And I say, who are you? And it's just someone that lives nearby that wanted to take it all in. And obviously, police presence as well. We know that they were prepared for 5,000 to 50,000 people. We are nowhere close to either one of those numbers as we walk through this space, Lester. One notable thing to point out is that it was right over here earlier today that one of the canines, that bomb-sniffing dogs, came by and actually sat on a piece of luggage or what had an LED TV monitor inside. They cleared out this entire space for about 30 to 45 minutes. So all of the people that were out here, members of the media, demonstrators, bystanders, all cleared out. This was empty at like 11 o'clock this morning. And now, obviously, you're looking once again at sort of front and center history in Miami, downtown Miami, as President Trump is going through this legal process right now. And the crowd has stayed about where it was the whole time. I spoke with Francis Suarez, who's the mayor of Miami. He said they have not received any credible threats of violence. And that was as of a couple of hours ago. So authorities here feeling pretty comfortable about the fact that, yes, there have been demonstrations. We've seen a few moments where there's been confrontation, not a ton of physical confrontation, but people right in each other's faces. But thankfully, there's been no significant incident so far, and the Department of Homeland Security has been scouring this entire area. Miami police, we've seen a couple hundred of them out here today on bikes in what is right now about 90-degree heat with a heat index over 100 degrees. So stifling conditions have not gotten poured on yet, but you would imagine when that 2 or 3 o'clock downpour that is so infamous for Florida comes down, it could clear some of these folks out. But right now, it's a steady presence as people here just want to see what's going to happen and generally speaking, voice their support for former President Trump.
Yeah, you had to tempt the weather gods. All right. Thank you, Sam Brock, because this area is famous for those late afternoon thunder showers. Let's bring in Catherine Christian. She's a former Manhattan assistant district attorney and an NBC News legal analyst. Catherine, I want to ask you, Chuck raised this a moment ago about the order of these prosecutions. We know, of course, New York State and the hush money case came first. Can you, for a layman, compare these two different cases and which appears to be more serious or put the former president in more legal jeopardy?
Oh, well, it's night and day. This special counsel indictment is far more serious than the Manhattan DA's office case. That case involves hush money payments to a porn star and a Playboy model and falsifying business records to cover that up. Serious, but this involves national security. It's important that the people understand the documents that Mr. Trump allegedly willfully retained. Almost half of the entire U.S. intelligence community's information and intelligence was impacted by the retention of these documents. 31 counts of willful retention of national defense information. 21 of those counts, well, 31 counts all pertain to a specific document. 21 of those documents were all classified as top secret. Top secret is defined as if the document were to get into the wrong hands, it would cause severe damage to the national security, grave damage, to the national security of the United States. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about these documents. Documents that were left in boxes that didn't have secured covers. These were not kept in a vault in Mar-a-Lago. They were in a ballroom. They were in a shower. They were in the bathroom. There's a photo in the indictment of a box dropped to the floor with documents spilled out. One of those documents was a very secret document that was called for Five Eyes Only. Five Eyes Only meaning 5 countries: Australia, Canada, the UK, the United States, and New Zealand. A very secret document. And that's listed as one of the counts in 31 charges involving willful retention of defense information. So, all due respect to my former office, that's a serious indictment in Manhattan, but this is the real deal.
No, we appreciate you breaking it down. Let me bring back former U.S. Attorney Paul Charlton. He was appointed. I think we're going to make a change here. We're going to go to Carol Lamb, an NBC News legal analyst. Carol, you've been watching the conversation today, watching the crowd here to greet the former president. What are some of your observations here?
Well, I can tell you one thing. Jack Smith, the special counsel, is not concerning himself with what's going on outside the courthouse today. Jack Smith's whole concentration now is, as it was, completing this investigation. It is now how this investigation is going to, how this indictment is going to go to trial, how the former president and his aide, Walt Nauta, are going to be up in front of a jury, what is going to be admissible as evidence, and how this trial is going to be administered. That is his focus right now. A lot of people think that prosecutors do this kind of work for their own personal glorification. That is not the case here. That is not the case with this special counsel. One of the things that struck me about this indictment when I read through it is fundamentally how simple a case it is and what an excellent job the special counsel has done in putting together the facts here. He has text messages and he has videotape that permits him to put together a very clear timeline of what happened, when those boxes were moved, and why they were moved. And the other thing that's really striking about the indictment, before we saw the indictment, you might have thought, well, perhaps the former president kept these facts, kept the boxes and the subpoena and the response to the subpoena at something of a distance. Maybe he didn't really know what was going on between his attorneys and the government. That is clearly shown not to be the case. It is clearly shown by the text messages of Walt Nauta and other employees at Mar-a-Lago that former President Trump was hands-on in what boxes were going to be reviewed personally by him and what documents were going to be reviewed personally by him. That's an extraordinarily persuasive amount of evidence regarding to what the former president did in this case.
Yeah, Carol, I have another question for you, but I want to quickly show some pictures we have from earlier. I think it shows former President Trump leaving the Doral Country Club for the 20-minute or so drive. There it is. This is earlier. They're heading out, presumably, to the vehicles before making their way here for the arraignment, which should be taking place right about, well, within the next half hour or so. We're told the booking is completed. And Carol, as we watch that, I want to talk about how does a prosecution deal with a case like this? They know there is going to be this public campaign. They know there is the political element. Do you have to acknowledge it? And in some ways, did Jack Smith find a way to quietly acknowledge the politics of this while maintaining the integrity of his case?
In circumstances like this, Lester, of course the special counsel knew that there were politics around this, that everything he said or did, or the fact of the indictment, was going to have some kind of political ramification. And he was well aware that if an indictment was going to be brought, it should be brought as quickly as possible with respect to the Department of Justice policy not to do anything too close to an election. So he was certainly aware of that. But going forward, he really has to focus on this case and let other people take care of extraneous information. He's now brought the indictment. He has to focus on trying this case.
All right, Carol, thank you. Let me bring back Hallie Jackson. Hallie, as we watch all this play out, Carol mentioned that DOJ rule that limits what they can do in terms of a prosecution surrounding politics near around an election, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
As far as the political campaign, and that's something we've heard about in previous instances, right? And I think Chuck Rosenberg and Carol and others will tell you it is not a hard and fast law or rule. It is more like a guideline for the Department of Justice. We saw it come up in other instances previously. But the piece of it here, as it relates to Donald Trump and his potential legal jeopardy, does link with the political side of it, and the idea that this is, and this has been brought up by some Republicans publicly, and I will tell you privately, self-inflicted, that he did this to himself, that we would not be here if he had not kept those documents, and as I think Carol rightly notes, was extraordinarily personally involved in the handling and management and sorting of those documents to a degree that really hadn't been previously reported, at least on the full scope of it.
Personally involved, and at least in the prosecution's telling, cavalier. One of the photos that's involved in the actual indictment shows the documents just spilled out everywhere, and not it takes a picture of it and texts it to someone like, oh my God, look at all these documents.
The beautiful mind documents, they called some of these files.
But the idea there being the carelessness with which you're treating the national security secrets of the United States, and again, it shows you how the political maps on to the legal. What is more important to the fitness of office for the presidency of the United States, right? He's not just the former president. He's running to occupy that office again. What's more important than treating our national security secrets sacred?
And yet you are seeing, even just in the last hour, I think, since we've been on the air and since Donald Trump has left Doral and come here, you are seeing the top Senate Republican, somebody who has no love lost for Donald Trump in the least, essentially take a pass on making any kind of comment on this indictment or on the charges or on the seriousness, Laura, of what you're talking about here. Mitch McConnell simply saying, I'm not going to start commenting on the various candidates we have running for president. It is also true that there is only one candidate running for president who is facing a federal indictment on these serious charges related to obstruction, related to these national security secrets of the United States of America. He's also getting backup in other corners from the Senate, which is a different beast than the House, if you will. While John Thune, for example, a member of Republican Senate leadership, called these charges serious, you are now seeing Senator J.D. Vance say that he is going to put a hold on all Justice Department nominees until, in his view, Merrick Garland, he says, drops what he believes is an unwarranted case against Donald Trump. Now, he can slow it down. He can't stop it altogether. But it also shows you there are policy implications that Republicans can pull some levers on here, too.
All right, let's, on that issue of slowing it down, let me bring back former U.S. Attorney Paul Charlton, appointed by former President George W. Bush. I apologize, I had to cut you off a bit earlier, but you were speaking to this very issue of that Mr. Trump's perhaps most effective defense tool will be the ability to delay.
That's right, Lester. And so there are a number of substantive motions that we can expect former President Trump's lawyers to file here. A motion to suppress the search warrant, a motion to reconsider the decision that allowed President Trump's, actually compelled former President Trump's lawyers to testify before the grand jury. And a whole number of other motions that they will undoubtedly file. Those motions will take time for Judge Cannon to review, for the prosecution to file responses, and depending on who wins or loses those decisions, there will likely be some appeals that follow those motions as well. And we can't forget that there is a very good reason for the president to at least ask for and seek a continuance in this trial. He's running for president of the United States, and he faces, as we've discussed, other charges for which he needs to be prepared, and we can expect, we think, there may be other charges coming as well. All of that is going to be before Judge Cannon, and it is likely, in my view, that she will continue the case. The objective for Trump's lawyers is going to be to continue this matter until after the election, because that election is going to determine, in no small part, what happens to this prosecution, because depending on who wins the next election for President of the United States, it may very well impact how it is this prosecution goes forward, if at all.
All right, thank you for that. Let me bring back our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, we have been noting that a number of Republican candidates have kind of sided with the former president on this. They've had his back, but not all, notably Chris Christie. I understand we're hearing from him.
We are hearing more from Chris Christie, who, remember, is not only the former governor of New Jersey, also a former U.S. attorney, who just tweeted, Lester, the GOP must stop blaming our adversaries for the weakness of our candidates. It's Trump. He's a three-time loser. He ends by saying, loser, loser, loser. This is significant for a couple of reasons. Look, Chris Christie has come out swinging since the moment that he entered this campaign, but he is basically saying to the other GOP candidates, now is the time to draw a sharp distinction with former President Trump. If not now, when? He has been very forceful, including at a town hall overnight, essentially making the case these are very serious charges that he is facing if they are true. He's making a second part of this argument, though, Lester, which is that he is saying, look, former President Trump hasn't won anything since 2016, effectively blaming the losses of the 2022 midterms on the former president as well, and calling on his fellow GOP candidates to sharpen their attacks, to join him in this chorus. We saw Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador, also shift her tone, start to become more critical of former President Trump. Another U.S. attorney, Asa Hutchinson, also quite critical of Trump. Ron DeSantis, though, his closest rival, has not taken direct aim. Neither has Tim Scott, someone who's gotten a lot of buzz as a potential VP nominee. And if you look at the polls, Lester, we've been saying this throughout our coverage, Trump's base of support remains incredibly strong. It remains unchanged. The numbers anywhere from 35 to 40%, maybe even going as high as 60%, depending on how you're counting. Those voters are not for the taking. Those are people who are not going to be moved. However, there are some moderate Republicans in some of the open primaries, for example. There are some independent voters who are for the taking in a primary. And what you're effectively hearing from Governor Chris Christie is, look, if you want to get some of those voters, if you want to shake up this race and not repeat what we did in 2016, which was effectively not lay a hand on Trump and allow him to walk away with the nomination, then you've got to get tougher. Will we start to see that in the debates at the end of the summer? We'll have to see, but Chris Christie really leading the charge here, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker. Kristen, thanks very much. Hallie, what do you have?
It's not surprising that Chris Christie, the former New Jersey governor, is taking this tack, because that is what his campaign is resting on the foundation of. I mean, he is in this race, sure, to win the White House, but in many ways to take down Donald Trump. And he has been the loudest and most outspoken voice against him for somebody, by the way, who ran his transition for like a brief moment right after Donald Trump initially won the election back in 2016. Obviously, that relationship has since soured, and Christie in many ways sees it as his mission to be the voice speaking out against Donald Trump. His point, loser, loser, loser. Well, Donald Trump will hear that. But I will tell you that behind the scenes, there are other campaigns whose strategy rests on portraying Donald Trump as a loser. Not that explicitly, but I think of, for example, sources close to to current Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the governor of the state we're in here, who are likely to be rolling out a strategy of painting Donald Trump as somebody who cannot win on issues like, as it relates to culture wars, on education, on LGBTQ+ issues, ways that Ron DeSantis has been effective here in Florida to advocate for those conservative causes, and Donald Trump has been unable to do. So it is a difference in how you deliver the message, right? But ultimately, that appears to be the message that many Republicans will coalesce around. Now, that said, let's also say Chris Christie is not indicative of where the Republican Party is writ large, for all the reasons that Kristen laid out. We talked about how Nikki Haley, who's also running against Donald Trump, came out, sharpened her tone, talked about how the allegations laid out in this indictment are reckless. She also now is saying that she may consider a pardon for Donald Trump if he is convicted, if she ends up winning the White House, because she says of what it would do, what a conviction of Donald Trump would do for the country here.
Shows you how the ground is shifting minute to minute, right? Like, they don't quite know where they want to land on this, but Christie wants to differentiate himself, and he is not in like the highest position. And so, as a former prosecutor, what do? You use what you know, and he knows the law.
And nobody else has that.
And nobody else has that benefit. And if you're already ranking sort of low, what did you have to lose?
I think that's a huge part of the strategy here for Chris Christie. There's also a question of what does it mean if and when Georgia and that potential indictment comes down in mid-August. I will tell you that in my conversations, that is a kind of a data point to come in maybe 6-8 weeks from now, that there are some campaigns looking at, waiting to see, does the tide change if that comes down to? We don't know yet.
Let's not forget, we're also watching Georgia and a potential for a criminal indictment with regard to the election. And what would that do to the political environment? I mean, we would once again force candidates to choose, wouldn't that?
Well, that one's interesting because remember, the central allegation there would be that he actually tried to pressure a fellow Republican.
That's right.
And I wonder if that one makes it a little bit different. You would think that mishandling national security secrets for a party that has sort of stood on the principle that that's something to regard and to be careful with would treat that seriously. But you wonder if pressuring a fellow Republican might be treated differently. It might not. So far, it doesn't seem like anything's been able to really pierce through, but we'll see.
Let me bring in Chuck Todd into the conversation. Chuck, there's a lot to chew on here. Also, I want to get you to weigh in on independent voters. We're seeing how this is animating the former president's base, but we've talked long before all this that he still needs those independent voters.
He does, and this continues to alienate them. But that is not what the focus is, right? And this is where, you know, to really get at the root of this, I really think we have to accept the fact that there's just an alternative conservative media apparatus that has just got an alternative reality, an alternative set of pieces of information. I hesitate to use the word fact there, but it comes where there's just this echo chamber in one side of things, where negative partisanship, and if the media says it's bad, then we're going to rally around and say it's good just because these elites tell us it's bad. And this is what's alienating the middle, and we're setting ourselves up for an election. We've always, you know, used this as sarcasm. Oh, it's the lesser of two evils and this or that, and we've had versions of this. But this really is putting voters in the middle, where they're not voting for anybody. They're just simply voting against what appears to be the most unstable result that they want to avoid. Excuse me.
Yeah. What do you make of this talk of pardons?
Look, I don't think a former, you know, it's interesting. You know, there's quite a few other democracies have had foreign leaders under criminal probe. Some have served time. Some have worn ankle bracelets. I'm waiting for the candidate to say that they would commute his sentence, but not necessarily pardon him. I could understand if you decide, you know what, don't let him be a martyr in jail. He shouldn't serve time, but you shouldn't wipe out his conviction either. So if you're wanting to know what do I think actually would happen if Donald Trump were convicted, I think we're more likely to see someone commute his sentence someday. But I don't think he'll ever be pardoned for this.
All right, Chuck Todd, thanks very much. A little before 3 here on the East Coast. We're still waiting for word that the former President Trump has officially faced his arraignment. We know that he has been booked. The fingerprinting has taken place, that he has essentially been processed. But the next step and the point of all today was for his arraignment. So we're waiting for word from inside the courthouse. While we're waiting, let's bring back our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, if you could talk once again to the seriousness of these accusations.
Well, Lester, we know that former President Trump is facing 37 counts of obstruction and espionage charges. And one of the things that stands out about the indictment is that it alleges that Mr. Trump shared some of these classified documents, some of this sensitive information with other people, and also has quotes of him effectively ordering his attorneys to conceal these classified documents. In one example, This goes back to July 2021. This is in Bedminster, New Jersey. Trump showed and described a quote-unquote plan of attack that he said was prepared for him by the Department of Defense. He was showing this to an author who was helping one of his top aides on a book. Trump told the individuals in the room that the plan was highly confidential and secret and said, as president, I could have declassified it, and now I can't, but it is still a secret. On August or on or about September of 2021, also in Bedminster, the former president showed a representative of his Political Action Committee, his PAC, who did not have security clearance, a classified map related to a military operation, and told the representative that he should not be showing it to this person and that this person should not get too close. A couple of other examples, Lester. He said, according to this indictment, to one of his attorneys after a subpoena was issued for this classified information, I don't want anyone looking. I don't want anybody looking through my boxes, these boxes that contain this classified information. I really don't. I don't want you looking through my boxes. He goes on to say, what happens if we just don't respond at all or don't play ball with them, meaning these requests for the documents? Wouldn't it be better if we just told them we don't have anything here? And then finally, he says, isn't it better if there are no documents? All of this gets to former President Trump's state of mind while you have the National Archives, federal authorities demanding to get these documents back. And here's one more critical exchange, Lester, that I just want to read for you. This was one of the conversations that he had with his attorney after the subpoena had been issued for these classified documents. This is according to the attorney telling investigators, quote, he made a funny motion as though, well, okay, why don't you take them, the documents, with you to your hotel room? And if there's anything really bad in there, like, pluck it out. And that was the motion that he made. He didn't say that. So that's from one of his attorneys at the time. Lester, the significance of all of this, putting this all together, again, the indictment is really trying to provide a window into the former president's state of mind as it relates to these classified documents and to show that he understood the significance of the documents, of the request, and that he did not want to hand them over. And then one more point I will make, the indictment also provides a number of examples from 2016 when former President Trump was attacking his rival at the time, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, for her handling of classified documents. Of course, she was investigated for that. She was not charged with a crime. But in a number of instances, he lays out how he sees the mishandling of classified documents, speaks to how critical they are as a national security matter. And the point of that, this indictment, investigators, prosecutors really trying to show that he understands not only the significance of these documents, but the fact that he was withholding them and not complying with these requests to turn them over, Lester.
Yeah, Kristen, I want to pick up that thought with Catherine Christian, a former Manhattan assistant district attorney. Catherine, to that point, it sounds like it'll be very hard for the Trump camp to claim that, these were underlings that did it. He was not fully connected. He wasn't aware of what they were doing. That sounds like a tough sell.
Yes, this indictment closely shows how closely Mr. Trump micromanaged these documents, how he micromanaged the packing, the storage, the retention, the moving. There is even a text message included in the indictment from his co-defendant, Mr. Norta, to another employee stating he's tracking the boxes, and the he refers to Trump. More to follow up today on whether he wants to go through more today or tomorrow. So the use of that word tracking. So Mr. Trump micromanaged every aspect of his retention, his alleged willful retention of these documents.
All right, Catherine, thanks. We are approaching the top of the hour, and for those, just joining us, we want to recap what we've seen and heard so far today. Mr. Trump is inside a Miami federal courtroom where he's facing a judge to be arraigned. That is scheduled to take place at 3 o'clock Eastern, which is 3 minutes away by my clock. That means he was formally charged on the 37 counts in the classified documents case. The former president expected to plead not guilty to the charges against him. He has already been booked and processed, meaning he's filled out all the paperwork. The fingerprinting is done. He's recorded his phone number and other pertinent information. We should remind there are no cameras allowed in a federal courthouse. We will not see any any of this. The pictures you're seeing right now are of his departure from the Doral Country Club. We will get more information from inside the courtroom as soon as it happens. We've got a plan worked out to get folks down here who can give us a flavor for what's happening. But right about now is the scheduled arraignment. Again, these pictures a bit earlier as Mr. Trump was about to hop in that SUV and make his way over to the courthouse here in Miami. Let's bring back our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. We've arrived at that time. We believe he's being arraigned. For those just joining us, walk us through what we think is happening about now.
So again, this is under normal circumstances, perhaps a 10 to 15 minute process, and it could go very quickly in this case. It's a magistrate judge that's overhearing this. It's not the case that it's not the judge that will actually preside over the eventual trial. The magistrate judge will call the case. They'll hear. He's entitled to obviously hear the charges, but he already knows what they are. Then he's expected to enter a plea. There might be some discussion about another court date, although the judge who's ultimately going to take this case to trial, Judge Eileen Cannon, is the one who will set that date. But it could be over relatively quickly. One thing that will be interesting to see once we confirm who all is in the courtroom, it would be, interesting to see whether, in fact, Jack Smith is in the room. We haven't seen very much of him, Lester. We actually managed to see him on camera very briefly last week, just walking the street, but he's maintained a very low profile. He's only spoke one time when the indictment was actually unsealed to stand up for the rule of law and to stand up for his colleagues at the Justice Department, but that was highly unusual. Otherwise, we haven't heard anything out of him. Now, not saying if he's there that he'll be the one who actually stands up in court, but it's a showing of solidarity for his colleagues who have been under attack.
And if he is there, I think it would be incredibly notable because Donald Trump has been attacking Jack Smith in a serious way, calling him things like a deranged psycho, suggesting without presenting evidence that he is in some way partisan or compromised as part of this investigation. The former president and his legal team have gone after the prosecutors handling this case, making allegations of prosecutorial misconduct, again, without presenting evidence, but obviously the investigation continues into the dynamic of if that is the case, and I don't want to get ahead of our skis here, but if Jack Smith and Donald Trump are in that courtroom together, it is going to be, I think, a significant moment just optically and visually, probably for both of them, but especially for the former president who has really put Jack Smith, the special counsel, in the bullseye.
There's also some question about President Trump's legal team. As to, he's lost, 3 members now in the last...
He lost 2 members just hours before the indictment was unsealed, which was something of a surprise. And it was interesting that we were questioning whether they had been fired or whether they quit. They put out a statement saying they had resigned. He hasn't blasted them, at least that we've seen on social media, and so perhaps they ended on good terms. But query how in the world you have a situation where the former president is facing felony serious charges and he doesn't have the most robust legal team that money can buy. Anybody else in this type of situation, think about any other defendant who is well-to-do and has the wealth and privilege of someone like former President Trump. They would have law firms lined up, but in this case, that is not what we've seen. We've seen people quitting at the last minute, and he does have at least one member of his team, Todd Blanche, who's also on the Manhattan hush money case, and so he's managing these 2 major cases against the frontrunner of the Republican Party.
And keep in mind who Donald Trump wants as his attorneys. He doesn't just want people who will defend him legally. He wants people who will also defend him politically. Yeah. This came up in the indictment as we looked through some of those details that we've been talking about even in just the last couple of minutes. You saw in many ways the expectation that Donald Trump wanted his attorneys to be fighters for him first. Right, to be the people who would back him up on all fronts, right? I mean, this is something we've seen from him through the course of, years of him having attorneys on various cases, et cetera. He wants people who will, like we saw from his attorney earlier in this special report who came out in front of the courthouse and spoke, he wants that political defense as well as the legal defense, too.
Let me bring back Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, you're privy to this conversation we're having here. Explain how this will work after the arraignment, the motions that we may see and the process going forward.
Certainly, Lester. Well, Laura was talking about the fact that the arraignment today, which is really a rather perfunctory hearing, is in front of a federal magistrate judge. The action will then move to the courtroom of a federal district court judge, an Article 3, and by that I mean presidentially appointed, Senate-confirmed, lifetime tenured
Chuck,
Judge
let me interrupt
Eileen
you here
Cannon.
for a second. We just got word from inside the courtroom that Mr. Trump has pleaded not guilty. Our correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has been in the courtroom. He's going to run out here shortly. We should get a little bit more information, but that tells us at least that the arraignment is underway. He has formally entered a plea of not guilty. He does have, of course, the presumption of innocence. And Chuck, we've talked about delay tactics and dragging feet. All these things are allowed. It's part of the process. How does a prosecutor, though, try to gain... Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe is out right now. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Hey there, Lester. Well, we just ran out of the courthouse in an overflow room where some reporters were able to listen to the proceedings, which are still underway. Just moments ago, the counsel for former President Trump, Todd Blanche, entered a plea of not guilty on behalf of the former president. Former President Trump is sitting inside that room, and at the defense table, he's sitting at the same table as Walt Nauta, his alleged co-conspirator. We can tell you we're able to see through a video feed, again, the proceedings still underway, and the former president had his hands crossed on that table. The judge in this case, the magistrate judge, just had arrived, Jonathan Goodman, and was going through several procedural steps. The defense waived the reading of the entire indictment, which is typical in this court system. And so now the proceeding continues to be underway. Again, the former president pleading not guilty on this sweeping 37-count indictment. I can tell you that he also appeared with co-counsel. Chris Keyes, a Florida-based counsel. Todd Blanche also is representing him. He is, of course, the well-known white-collar defense attorney from New York. Stan Woodward, another attorney, is also in the room. He is representing Walt Nauta. There were several members of the special counsel's office there, the prosecutors. I'm going to list them: Judy Edelston, Jay Bratt, and David Harbuck. Again, this all unfolded over the past few minutes, Lester. The proceedings began just before 3 o'clock. We did not see the former president enter the room. The video feed started up when he was already seated. It is a packed room. There were some members of the public there, as well as members of the media. And again, we were let in early this morning. We were taken to a media overflow room. No phones, no devices of any kind were allowed. This is an unprecedented arraignment, Lester, as I'm sure you've been discussing, the federal arraignment of the former president. Now, Todd Blanche, again, this is different than what we saw in New York several months ago. In New York, the former president got up and said the words "not guilty" himself. In this particular case, he let his attorney, Todd Blanche, do the talking, saying, "We most certainly plead not guilty." Again, the proceeding is ongoing. Just before the actual arraignment started, we were told the former president was booked, that he had his fingerprint taken with a digital device. And again, we're told that he did not have a mugshot taken here, that they would use a previous photo, that no mugshot would be taken here. So again, that's the latest we have from inside the courtroom. The former president of the United States pleading not guilty to this indictment, Lester.
All right, Gabe, just to be clear, Jack Smith then was not in the courtroom?
We believe that he is in the courtroom, Lester. It was difficult to see exactly who was in the courtroom. It was a grainy video monitor. We did speak with somebody from the U.S. Marshal's office who did tell us that Jack Smith was in the building, and we believe that he may have been seated in the first row. Again, we're trying to get confirmation on that because of the quality of the video feed, but we were told by a spokesperson for the U.S. Marshal's office that Jack Smith was in the building. We believe we saw him in the first row, but certainly several members of his team were there representing the government, seated just feet from the former president, Lester.
And I understand the video feed was of poor quality, but did you get any sense of the former president's reaction to anything that was going on?
He had his hands in front of the desk in front of him, on the desk in front of him, Lester, as the proceeding got underway. When the magistrate judge started speaking and laying out some of the charges, he then crossed his arms very briefly and was listening to the proceedings unfold. Now, I can tell you, Lester, this is different than the proceedings that we saw in New York because it just seems to be that much shorter at this point. The plea came just within a few minutes of these proceedings getting underway, and so there was not the discussion, the motions that we saw in Manhattan in the hush money case, where there was immediately some discussion and there almost seemed to be opening statements from the prosecution. This delved right into it, and the magistrate judge asked the former president's team to enter a plea almost right off the bat, just several minutes into this arraignment. Again, no reaction from the former president, and we could not hear if he was, may have been discussing anything with his counsel. We can tell you that Walt Nauta was seated 2 people from him. If I could set the scene, there was the defense table and the prosecution's table, of course. 5 people seated at the defense table. Walt Nauta seated second from the left of that table. The former president seated second from the right. So they were almost side by side as they face these charges. And I can tell you, Lester, speaking with some legal observers, it is remarkable to see that happen. They are alleged co-conspirators in this case. Whether or not there might be conditions placed on on the defendants as this case moves forward, whether they can speak to each other or not. Very difficult in this case, considering that Walt Nauta works for the former president. And as of now, they seem to be in lockstep, seated at the same table. Again, Nauta with his own attorney, the former president with 2 attorneys, one based in New York, one now based here in Florida. And again, these proceedings are still underway. We are waiting to see what else comes of them as this arraignment moves forward. If I can give you some background, Lester, on what we experienced today as members of the media here. We were brought into the courthouse, brought to the 5th floor. We went through one metal detector and were kept there. Again, no access to devices, no access to cell phones. We did see through a window the former president, as I'm sure you saw as part of our live coverage, being brought into the building, his motorcade going into a secure portion of this federal courthouse. Then we were told by the U.S. Marshals that he was processed. Again, as I said, no mugshot taken, but that process didn't seem to take very long at all, if only a few minutes. Then there was a system where some reporters were let into the actual courtroom. It was a packed courtroom, large courtroom with room for several dozen people. And there were also some members of the public there as well, though very few. It was mostly made up of reporters. But again, for those just joining us, the former president pleading not guilty to the charges against him, not saying the words not guilty himself, but rather letting his counsel, Todd Blanche, do the talking for him, Lester.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for your excellent reporting from the courtroom. A sense of what's happened there. Again, the former president now has entered a plea of not guilty. Laura, let me just get your thoughts. First of all, having his attorney offer that plea. Do you read anything into that? Is that standard?
It's totally standard. Just so for folks at home who might be wondering if there's any practical difference about entering it yourself versus having your attorney do it, it's totally dependent on the judge and the court's practice. So there's no practical difference. Obviously, we would be interested in any words spoken by the former president in this context. But at this stage, we wouldn't expect him to say much of anything at all. I do find it interesting that the special counsel is there. We've talked about the fact that we haven't seen him very much. He's made very few public remarks, only earlier when the indictment was actually unsealed. And so the fact that he's there supporting his 2 colleagues, one of those colleagues, Jay Bratt, the head of the counterintelligence division, obviously somebody very well known within the Justice Department, and also someone that the former president and his allies have been making a lot of unsupported allegations against. And so to have all of these people in the same room at this moment is quite something.
All right, give me your take on Walt Nauta sitting at the defense table together. I mean, are they officially charged together? Nauta is alleged co-conspirator, so that's the way you would do it.
That's the way you do it. They've been charged in the same charging instrument as it's known in this indictment. And we should also note for our audience, Walt Nauta's attorney is being paid by the former president's super PAC. So their fates here are inextricably intertwined. It doesn't mean that they will always be that way. Of course, we know from our reporting there were times where prosecutors actually tried to get Walt Nauta to cooperate, to turn against the former president, and he resisted those efforts. Query whether that will stay the same, but at least for now, they are very intertwined here and aligned.
Danny Savelos is watching with us, a defense attorney. Danny, I don't know how much you were able to hear of Gabe's description from inside the courtroom, but did anything stand out to you?
No, because this is an arraignment, and in federal court, an arraignment is really mostly a non-event. It certainly is a significant legal event. It signals the kickoff of the case. It is the beginning of the speedy trial clock. But in terms of what actually happens, most arraignments are measured in minutes, if that. Sometimes they're done in a long list of defendants who have to be arraigned, especially in state court. Less so in federal court, where it's not as crowded. But in this case, I didn't expect anything shocking at the arraignment. There doesn't appear to have been anything shocking or surprising. There's almost nothing surprising that could happen at an arraignment. So limited are the missions of the arraignment, and most defendants don't bother or don't want to have a formal reading of the indictment. So what happens now is a lot of quiet as the cases go, or the parties go back to their corners, and the discovery period begins. As the defense assimilates the discovery, examines it, evaluates it, they may ask for more. They may start filing discovery motions. They may start filing dispositive motions. But even those are weeks and weeks, if not months and months away. So the defense, while we have heard glimmers of what they may advance as their defense, they haven't truly started formulating their defense. They can't just based on the indictment. They need to look at discovery. And that, for a defense attorney in a federal case, is often a daunting task because modern discovery, e-discovery, is measured in terabytes. This means thousands, if not millions, of documents that defense attorneys, we have to look at each and every page, even if they're completely insignificant. And it can look like a haystack, and we're looking for the proverbial needle. With Trump, hopefully he can get a team together that can review all those documents, because for a solo practitioner, it can be overwhelming. So they have their work cut out for them throughout the discovery process, which is not something we're going to see in public. It happens behind closed doors, behind the wall of privilege. And of course, another interesting factor is that it appears, although I don't know, that Nauta and Trump likely may have a joint defense agreement, which means that they could possibly be sharing information and retain privilege. Now, here's what happens, though. If one of those people, maybe Nauta, down the road decides that I don't really want to go to trial anymore, then he may have to leave that joint defense agreement if he ever wants to cooperate with the government. Reportedly, Nauta has no interest in cooperating at this point, but everyone knows, prosecutors and defense attorneys alike, that that is only a for now decision. That decision can change over time. As the trial approaches, as this case drags on, defendants who are staunchly, I will never plead guilty, sometimes change their tune as the months drag on.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I want to further it with former U.S. Attorney and former senior FBI official Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, again, these men are considered co-conspirators in this indictment. They appear in court today at the defendant's table. But what is the likelihood that there could be a split there if, in fact, there's a joint defense agreement?
Well, Danny's quite right, Lester. People act in their best interests, and defendants are people. So they also act in their best interest. Typically, for a defendant in a federal criminal case, once they have received discovery, which Danny described, and they filed motions, and let's say the court rejects the defendant's motions and the case is proceeding to trial, the best decision for most defendants in most cases is to plead guilty. Why? Because under the federal sentencing guidelines, which determine the advisory guideline range for a judge within which to sentence, you get credit for pleading guilty. In other words, if you plead guilty and if you cooperate, you could end up spending a lot less time in jail than you would otherwise. In fact, you may end up spending no time in jail at all if your cooperation is unusually valuable. So I wish I had $1 for every defendant who I heard would never cooperate under any condition and later did, when it became apparent what their best interests were and how to effectuate that. Pleading guilty and cooperating is often the exit ramp for them. So it doesn't mean Mr. Nauta will do that. He may hang in there. He may insist on a trial. He may or may not be convicted. Time will tell. But many defendants often go their own way. And by the way, regardless of who is paying for his attorney, that attorney has an ethical obligation to Mr. Nauta only. At the very least, they will have a conversation about pleading guilty and cooperating. It would be remarkable if they did not, because Mr. Nauta needs to know what his options are and then to make the best decision for himself. Will Mr. Nauta and Mr. Trump go separate ways? I don't know, but defendants who are charged together and who are to be tried together often do end up going their separate ways. Lester.
All right, Chuck, I'll ask you to stand by. I bring back NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, who we just heard from, came out of the courtroom, told us the president has pleaded not guilty. You've got some more color from in there, Gabe. What can you tell us?
Yes, Lester. So I imagine over the last several days there has been an open question of the Trump legal team in which Florida-based counsel would represent him or help represent him, given that two of his other attorneys had resigned late last week. And, you know, a little bit more about Chris Kise. He's been a fixture in South Florida for quite a long time. He is currently inside that courtroom with the former president. And something that I also heard inside that courtroom, the magistrate judge asked both him and Todd Blanche whether they plan to be here permanently. So this suggesting that this wasn't just a temporary legal counsel and you're here for the trial or trial and appeal. And they both said that they plan to be here for the trial and appeal, suggesting that as far as we know right now, the intention is to keep both of those as part of this legal team, Chris Kise and Todd Blanche. Now, Lester, I also want to talk to you about just some of the differences since I was in that courtroom, in that courthouse in Lower Manhattan when the former president was arraigned on those state charges. There's a very different feel here in South Florida, of course, just in the layout of this courthouse, but also in the proceedings so far. Again, this proceeding is still underway, so I don't know what's going on there at this moment. But I can tell you in the few minutes that I did see, it was a much less contentious hearing than the first one, than the first indictment, the first arraignment was several months ago, where almost from the get-go, the state prosecution in Manhattan really started tussling with the Trump legal team almost immediately. So it had a very different feel at the start of this proceeding. Again, we were waiting to see when we rushed out of there once the former president pleaded not guilty. We were about to hear Walt Nauta's plea as well. We had every indication that he would plead not guilty as well. But what we're also waiting for at this point, Lester, is what are going to be the conditions of their release? You know, will they be able to speak with each other? You know, the certain questions, and I'll let our legal experts weigh in on that. But what will be some of the conditions imposed, and whether we might get any sort of timetable for discovery. You recall back during the arraignment in Manhattan, there was a lot of back and forth at the tail end of the hearing over the timetable of this case and whether, you know, whether the attorneys could agree on the discovery process here and the timeline here. And the state prosecutors up there had major concerns about whether the former president could take some of that discovery and publish it on social media. There's been a legal back and forth over the last several months about whether he needs approval to post certain things about social media about that charge. So at this point, still a lot of unanswered questions about how this federal case moved forward. Now, for those of us just joining us, I can tell you once again, no reaction from the former president. All I saw him, he crossed his arms briefly and then, you know, put his hands on the table, but no reaction with regards to anything that was said in court just yet. But again, we are waiting from our colleagues that are still inside the courtroom to see how long this hearing is actually ends up. There were some indications it could be potentially a very short hearing, perhaps even as short as 10 minutes. It's now gone well past that. And of course, the unprecedented nature of this case, you know, it's anyone's guess at this point, Lester.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, a lot of information there. And yes, we do wait on our colleagues who are still in the courtroom to give us a sense of where this is or when it's over and what things may have been discussed. In the meantime, let me bring Hallie Jackson back into the conversation. What are you picking up on here?
Well, I think one of the first indications that we'll get that this arraignment proceeding has finished is probably from Donald Trump himself on Truth Social, as he is wont to do. He has been active on that media platform as he used to be on Twitter here. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got his phone, he's in the car, if he's talking about what he just experienced here. We know that he's getting ready to head back to Bedminster, where our reporters there in New Jersey are seeing the chairs lined up, ready to go, VIP seats ready to go, including for Mike Lindell, for example, somebody who echoed the former president's election fraud lies. Kash Patel, somebody whose name may be familiar to close watchers of these proceedings, who ended up going in and testifying to the grand jury in this very case. It is likely to be a full-throated condemnation of the people who were in that courtroom with him. I'm struck by, if Jack Smith was in court, the way that was a symbolic "I have your back" message to his team, to the people around him, because they have been under attack from the former president and his allies, his sort of inner circle here, who believe that Jack Smith is leading a partisan witch hunt, as Donald Trump often says, against him. And then I think it's also interesting, the Walt Nauta connection here. We talk a lot about how in the indictment, as you're reporting, Laura, there was an attempt to try to get Walt Nauta to testify against his current boss. Donald Trump prizes loyalty to an incredibly intense degree. Donald Trump also sours quickly on that very same loyalty, and I think that's going to be a dynamic to watch between the two.
Speaking of loyalty, it's interesting that the judge is asking the attorneys on the case to confirm that they're in it for the long haul. It's not easy to get out of a criminal case once you're in it. You can't just withdraw. There's actually a process for that, and you have to get permission from a judge. And it's interesting, at least in the case of Chris Kise, in the appearance form that he submitted earlier today, just hours before this hearing, at the very bottom of it, it says that the actual appearance won't be withdrawn if there's any dispute about the fee between the attorney and the client, which is not something that you just see routinely, but sort of speaks, I think, to the nature of the attorney-client relationship in this case. It'll be interesting to see whether other attorneys get added. We know that they're in active discussions about recruiting other members of the team. In a case like this, 2 lawyers is not enough. Obviously, people at home might be wondering how unusual this is. You need a team for a case like this, as Danny was explaining, to go through the mountain of evidence that prosecutors have amassed and to be able to file motions, to write motions, to be able to argue this case as robustly as he's going to need. You really need a long bench for this.
And yet the special prosecutor has got out and said, we want a speedy trial.
Yeah.
Is that something that generally works in the prosecution's favor?
Well, it's interesting. Normally, the right to a speedy trial is for the defendant, obviously, to hold the prosecution's feet to the fire. In this case, you're right. We've heard Jack Smith say that, but it's not really going to be up to him. Again, it's going to all come back to this judge. I know we've talked about it a lot today, but I can't emphasize enough how much power she wields in terms of the timeline.
All right. And will she pick up on the initial hearings? Or obviously a magistrate today.
Yes, now it's out of the magistrate's hands. As soon as they leave today, we will not see him back in front of this magistrate judge. It'll be in front of Judge Cannon.
All right, let's bring back Frank Fluguzzi. He's a former assistant director for counterintelligence at the FBI and the former #2 at the FBI's Miami office. I'm curious, in looking through the indictment, where you saw the strengths and maybe weaknesses in the government's case.
Well, Lester, it's important as we talk about delay, complications, speedy trial, that we also factor in the potential complications involved whenever classified material is part of the prosecution strategy. And the indictment clearly indicates that at least 31 documents are part of the charges. In fact, each one of those 31 documents constituting a charge of willful, unlawful retention of national defense information. So that the national security community, the intelligence community, has been scrambling with a damage assessment, but yet has had to agree, sign off on the use of those 31 highly classified documents for this prosecution in some way, shape, or form. So how will that delay things potentially? Well, you're talking about defense attorneys getting cleared. You're talking about operating sometimes in a SCIF, which, by the way, the Miami Federal Building has a secure facility for classified information. And you're talking about exposing citizens, jurors, to some classified information. The other thing that intrigues me really about this indictment is about what's not in it, because we know that the search warrant by the FBI on Mar-a-Lago produced 102 classified documents, yet only 31 were chosen for the prosecution purposes. So why is that? And one has to wonder whether the documents not chosen are even at a higher concern in terms of sensitivity, and the intelligence community agencies that may have said to the prosecution, this can never see the light of day. You cannot go with these. And that would be stunning because the ones in the document are highly sensitive.
All right, Frank, thank you. We're getting some indications that former President Trump may be back on the move, that the proceedings may have finished. The garage door has apparently been peeked open a little bit. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Hey there, Lester. So, yes, I'm trying to see those live pictures, and I can't see them at the moment. But I can tell you what the process was last time in New York. Typically, if we get the indication that former President Trump is on the move, they will typically keep the reporters and the public that is in the courtroom for at least 5 or 10 minutes, potentially, while the former president and his motorcade leave the scene, and then we'll be able to get more information. Again, we have several colleagues in there in the actual courtroom and in that media overflow room that may give us some fresh reporting on what went inside after we left. Again, as soon as I left, we were awaiting that plea from Walt Nada. We had just heard from the attorney from the former president, and then we hope to also learn potentially if any conditions for his release. Obviously, if he is on the move, he is. We'll just have to find out what, if any, conditions were placed on his release, and what comes next in this case, and perhaps whether there's a timeline laid out for discovery. But again, since there's a magistrate judge overseeing today's hearing, it could be that we might just have to see another status conference with Aileen Cannon, the judge that is assigned to this case. But again, Lester, just an unprecedented federal arraignment here of the former president, and I'll send it back to you.
All right, we'll continue to monitor this picture for signs that the Trump motorcade is leaving. And toward that, a busy night still ahead for the ex-president, Kristen Welker. He's going to continue to make his appeal to the court of public opinion.
He certainly is, Lester. He's going to return to his Bedminster resort. We anticipate we'll hear from him later on this evening. And I can tell you, in talking to sources inside Trump world, there is a defiance that I anticipate will be on display tonight. All of the things that we've seen on Truth Social, we will likely hear tonight when the former president steps in front of the podium. He will reiterate likely all of those familiar refrains that this is a witch hunt, that the DOJ has been weaponized. And what's really interesting is I've been talking to Republican strategists who say, look, prior to these indictments, the former president was focused on rehashing 2020. That was his big talking point. That was his big selling point. Now he has a new foil. Now he has a new line of attack and basically place where he can focus his anger, his ire, and try to rally his supporters around that. And that is when he is often the strongest. We saw his poll numbers go up in the wake of the indictment in New York. Will that happen this time around? We'll have to wait and see. But one notable thing, someone said, look, there is a question of fatigue here. Do voters start to feel fatigue? Because he continues to fundraise, to ask voters to support him. Is there a moment, and will you start to see some Republican candidates say, look, he's focused on himself and not focused on helping the American people? We'll have to see if that line of attack comes out in some of these GOP campaigns. But I anticipate we will hear a defiant and fired up former President Trump tonight when he speaks, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. We looking down from a helicopter at the crowd here outside the federal courthouse. We are expecting, hopefully, to be joined or hear from some more of our team who've been inside the courtroom monitoring these events. Keep in mind that TV cameras not allowed inside federal courtrooms, so that we know video recording of it. But we're waiting for the information. We've seen some signs the motorcade may be on the move here shortly. Activity at the garage. So we're just going to follow this and see where it takes us. Let's go back to NBC. Sam Brockey's out with protesters. Sam, I don't know what your vantage point is, but I've seen a lot of people mingling around, but nothing in the way of a major organization from either supporters or detractors of the former president.
There's a lot of people who are mingling around right now, Lester. The reality is these folks are not going to see former President Trump. The motorcade that you're describing is going to be leaving from the other side of the building. This is all blockaded here. But to Kristen's point a second ago about Trump trying to rally and really energize his base, this was the first time in the history of this country that we've seen an indictment on federal charges against a former president. And this is the crowd here. We're talking about a few hundred people, right? A fraction of what Trump used to get during his campaign rallies. That's what's out here on a footnote to history on this day. I want to show you one other thing as well. As we go to the side of the street that I'm closest to, this is Miami Avenue. And you're not going to see necessarily the motorcade here. You will see cars that are coming through with Trump flags and megaphones and people screaming. This is the street, and the courtroom is right over there. So it's a very unique dynamic here in Miami where they've essentially allowed what the mayor says is free speech with certainly security preventions. But you can stand a couple hundred feet away, drive your car right down the street here, honk, flags, all of that, a couple hundred feet away from where that arraignment just took place. So I did speak with Mayor Suarez earlier today. He said that there were no notable threats that were made regarding potential attacks or anything violence related. He had not seen any. Multiple sources close to both the FBI and DHS that have been planning the security outlay here also said they had not seen any credible threats of violence. And thankfully, so far today, it has gone rather smoothly. There have been brief confrontations. You talk about all the crowds here, lots of MAGA folks, Latinas for Trump, women for Trump, all different groups. I'm talking to the folks who came out, and not that many of them are actually from Miami. Many people from West Palm Beach County, or Palm Beach County, excuse me, or they're coming from New York or Nashville or Texas or all over the country to be here. But again, just in terms of scale, it's several hundred people. We're not talking thousands. Again, you're seeing another bus come through here. I'm not sure if this is related or not. This most certainly is, with Trump flags. But all this happening in real time. The arraignment of a former president is happening as you have people in Miami just driving right down the street. And again, there was no hard perimeter either. There were no barricades or metal fences or anything of the like that would obstruct someone from coming right down into downtown Miami, pulling up in their car or walking from their nearby apartment and just taking all of this in. And that's what you're seeing in real time. People right now lingering around the courthouse, potentially waiting for the former president to leave. They may or may not be aware of where exactly we stand in the cycle of things right now, but it's just an incredible sort of experience to see this cross-section of people here right now with this level of proximity. And the media is all sort of intermixed into this plaza. We're all standing there together. It's a crush of reporters and people who live nearby, and certainly demonstrators who have been out here all day, and all blended together, standing this far away. The other side of that building, once again, is where we expect the former president to ultimately leave in his motorcade before he gets back to New Jersey. But this right here is a Miami way of absorbing history, and all of the DHS and local police officers who have been on the ground here, so the county police as well, have been here and provided a steady presence, but not an overbearing one by any stretch of the imagination. It's not like you look around and really feel like they're on every square inch of the space. It's just a lot of people milling around, watching and waiting for the former president to leave the courthouse.
All right, Sam Brock, you continue to watch that. We'll continue to keep our eyes on the garage where the ex-president is expected to emerge shortly to make the trip to the airport, in this case to go back to New Jersey to make some remarks later on tonight. Let me bring Hallie Jackson back into the conversation. Hallie, we haven't talked much about President Biden facing a real discipline challenge as this goes forward.
We haven't talked much about him because he hasn't said much about it at all, Lester, right? I mean, and that is extremely intentional if you listen to the signals that the White House has put out about it, because of so much attention and pressure from Republicans on whether or not this investigation is politicized. I think the White House is very intentionally taking a hands-off approach on that front. And the president today is doing what presidents do, the business of the office, right? And it is a kind of split screen in a way with the former president here as President Biden continues on with his scheduled appearances, with his scheduled interviews, of course, after that root canal yesterday. Now, there is a notable exception to this, of course, and that is First Lady Jill Biden, who at a fundraiser overnight, according to the Associated Press, said she was a little bit shocked by the response of some of these Republicans to this indictment. That is more than what we have heard in the past from people in and around that sort of inner circle for President Biden, but it does speak to the way that I think the White House wants to be sure that the president does not end up accused of having a heavy hand on this, right? The appearance from Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, for Special Counsel Jack Smith to have full independence is essential for credibility for a large part of the country. You look at the way that a large part of the country sees this, Lester, and based on some of the latest snapshot polling since the indictment, the vast majority of people, something like 80% of people, think it's a huge concern that these national security documents were put at risk. When you look at just the GOP slice, it's much smaller, something like 38%, which again gives you a glimpse into the way that this is being perceived in different corners of the country.
Well, Special Counsel Laura was appointed essentially in anticipation of concerns about conflict, correct?
Yeah, I mean, he was appointed after the former president announced that he was running again, recognizing sort of the extraordinary situation we're facing. The Attorney General announced that he was doing it to try to protect the integrity of the process. And so it's so noteworthy that Mr. Trump keeps saying, obviously, the Justice Department has been weaponized and this is a political persecution, not even a prosecution. And yet everyone is trying to distance themselves from that process. The current president is distancing himself from the Justice Department, and the current Attorney General is distancing himself from the process as well by giving it to Jack Smith, when in the reality, none of them will be immune from the attacks and from all of the vitriol that's being thrown at them. And eventually, the president is going to have to address this. Eventually, he's going to be asked about it in a way where he won't be able to stay silent. And you can imagine at a debate, if Mr. Trump ends up being the nominee, this is going to come up.
And if he does a debate.
If he does a debate, this is going to come up. He's going to be challenged about this in some way. And so for right now, as you said, it'll be a test of discipline. But at some point, he's going to have to say something.
And keep in mind, he's also under investigation from a different special counsel on the issue of retaining documents.
And in a much different posture in terms of the timeline. According to our reporting, that is not nearly sort of in the same position as this one is. He hasn't been interviewed yet, as far as we know. I think there's been some reporting that he would actually sit down with the special counsel that he has. Again, he has his own special counsel, a different prosecutor, Rob Hur, the Attorney General announced would be overseeing that case. But we still don't know anything about what the results will be in that case. As I mentioned, it's just in a different spot in terms of the procedure.
There is also somebody else who has past tense, their own classified documents investigation, and that, of course, is former Vice President Mike Pence, who is now a candidate for the White House himself, officially going up against his former boss. And in many ways, Pence has this very unique abilities, alone in the Republican field because of what he faced, to be able to talk about the national security potential harms, the national security potential implications. You've heard him describe this and his team as serious, these allegations. Obviously continuing to sort of echo the DOJ concern, but he alone in this race has that perspective of somebody who can say, well, I cooperated, right? I did what I needed to do. I didn't get, charged or indicted or arraigned on federal charges here. And I wonder how much we'll see that as this race continues.
Yeah, he could make the Chris Christie argument, right? But he's not. He could say, look, I cooperated. I gave them all the access in the world. They came in for a 5-hour voluntary search. They didn't have to get a search warrant. They didn't have to go through that whole process because I decided to let everyone in. You could see him do that, but he hasn't gone there because he's still trying to do this delicate dance of appeasing the voters while at the same time trying to explain that this is still serious. And it's unclear if he can have that both ways.
Yeah,
let me bring Chuck Todd back in the conversation. Chuck, one of the games that's often played in Washington we call whataboutism, and we see it on both sides from time to time, and it's playing largely here. Hillary Clinton, Beau Biden, President Biden. I'm sorry, not Beau, Hunter Biden. These all come up in a way that could be confusing for people. So walk us through the relevance of these various cases.
Well, look, they're relevant within what happened in that moment, but the biggest difference between every one of these cases and Donald Trump is the cooperation aspect. In that, whether it's the classified documents of Joe Biden and Mike Pence, whether it's the email investigation into Hillary Clinton, whether it's the financial investigation into Hunter Biden, the biggest difference between all of them is the obstruction. And the former president has essentially stood in the way, and he's done this with every single investigation, starting with the Mueller report. In some ways, this has been one of his moves. And, the ultimate we're talking about the sort of the politicizing of all this. Well, Donald Trump announced in November, 2 weeks after the midterms, simply to dare the Justice Department to indict a sitting candidate for office. And so each hand forced the other, right? He does that. It forces. That's when Garland, who had said he was not going to go down a special counsel, decided to go down that road because he felt as if Trump's decision to be an announced candidate forced his hand, and it put us on this road. But this was an intentional act by Donald Trump so that he could use the cover of his candidacy as his chief defense. Sometimes you don't know where his legal strategy begins and his political strategy ends. He has morphed the two together.
Is the political clock going to run out here at some point? I mean, as we march on toward the primaries and a general election, and given the length of time that this case alone could take?
It's possible. You keep referring to something that I think is very smart during this coverage, Lester, which is just sort of, we're so used to the Trump era has brought nothing but blockbuster, unprecedented moments in history to the point we're numb to it. So it's possible Republican voters get numb to this. They may get worn down. I think Hallie brought that up. That's always possible. I think it really depends on whether he can sort of keep hold on them. The fact is, I thought he'd have worn out long ago, okay? I mean, he wore out swing voters. That we know. We've seen it, 18, 20, 22. That we know. He has not yet worn out enough Republican primary voters to make the party walk away from him.
All right, Chuck, thanks. Let's bring back our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, as we continue to await the president's motorcade to emerge from the garage. But Kristen, weigh in on the politics here. The clock is ticking. These issues of comparisons between what may sound like similar cases. How does all that play?
Well, I think one of the big unknowns, Lester, that we're all waiting to see is, will there be more indictments? He's obviously under investigation in Georgia. Could there be an indictment there? The special counsel still investigating the events surrounding January 6th. There could be an accumulation factor if there are more indictments. So that's one thing I think that his political rivals are watching for. I want to go back for a moment, if I could, to the current commander-in-chief, to President Biden. And this is a very deliberate strategy not to weigh in on these indictments, on these legal challenges of former President Trump. His calculation is not only to draw a sharp distinction with the former president and to say, look, the DOJ is separate. Yes, I'm also under investigation for my handling of classified documents, but I'm not going to weigh in on what they are doing. But he's also trying to and aiming to show every day that he is carrying out the duties of the office of the presidency. That is a political strategy as much as it is part of him going about his daily business and trying to say, look, it's business as usual here at the White House. Because Trump is the strong front runner, obviously Biden world is bracing for the possibility that he could be in a rematch with former President Trump again. And so all of this is laying the groundwork for what could be a really fierce fight between these two again if the former president does win the nomination again, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker, thanks. On the left side of your screen, the overhead shot here of Miami outside the federal courthouse. You can see some of the agents, security folks at that exit where we believe the motorcade will exit here after a short time. We, as of course, reported that former President Trump entered through his attorney a plea of not guilty in the brief court proceeding here. Walter Nada, his alleged co-conspirator, his co-defendant in this case, seated at the same table. We got the reporting from leading up to the point of his arraignment, so we're not quite sure where we are right now. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez right now, who was in the courthouse for the first part of the proceeding. What can you tell us, Gabe?
Yes. Get John Allen.
I don't think we have. Gabe, you with us?
No, Lester, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, Lester. We're trying to get some of the attention of some people coming out of this courtroom. Karen Duva, she's a producer with us here. We're trying to get the latest information. Hi, Karen. Karen, yeah, we're live on the air. Just tell me what transpired, what just happened in the past few seconds.
Okay, the last few minutes.
Sorry, Lester. This is, of course, we just saw some producers and reporters, journalists running out of the federal courthouse. Karen, if you could just stand over here, or Lester, if you want to just for a few seconds chat with your panel, and we can get some of the latest information from Karen here. All right. We're trying to figure out exactly what happened again in the last 15, 20 minutes or so since I left the courthouse. So, Karen, can you tell us?
Just give us the high sign when you're ready.
Did he leave?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, he did leave.
He did leave?
Yes.
Okay.
The release recommendations, the prosecution, surrender passport, no travel limits, no. They said no to all the limits of domestic travel, no. Southern Florida, outside Southern Florida, not necessary. They agreed on all of that, those conditions.
So you're saying no. Who said?
The prosecution.
Prosecution. So there are no limits to any sort of travel. So, Lester, those were some of the conditions that we were talking about here. We're waiting to find out what would be the conditions on former President Trump's release. Now, being told by our producer here on the scene, no limits on any travel, no surrendering of passport. Is that correct, Karen?
Passport, avoid all. This is what the prosecution and the defense spoke about 20 minutes about the special conditions, about avoiding all contact with witnesses and the victims. And that's where there was about a 20-minute, not argument, but discussion back and forth. The prosecution feels like they need to present a witness list because President Trump does not know who these witnesses are, and that he has people on his staff, Secret Service, where he will have some communication with them.
Right, and so Karen, if we can stop here so we can bring our viewers in through this, there was a discussion, again, on the limits of this release, and you're saying that was about 20 minutes of discussion. And the question I have for you, was there any limits placed on his conversations with Walt Nauta, of course, one of his employees? Was there any restrictions, or was he told not to speak with his alleged co-conspirator?
That's the condition, not about the case. And at that point, when they started discussing that, President Trump crossed his arms, and you could see a little bit of not, being pleased about this condition.
So just to be clear, the judge said that he could not speak with Walt Nauta as this case moves forward. Is that correct?
About the case.
About the case. Yes. And so the former president's reaction, he crossed his arms and seemed not pleased about that?
He seemed not pleased about that, and there was a good 20-minute discussion about that. And the government feels like there is a way to be workable about this and to create this list. And this list...
A list, essentially...
Of the witnesses.
A list of the witnesses.
Okay, and so no contact is too broad, no communication.
Okay. Karen, thank you so much. Lester, I'm going to send it back to you in case we're getting some more information. Again, I was just speaking with our producer here in the media overflow, Karen Duva. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, some great raw reporting there. Let's go to Adam Reese. He just stepped out of the courtroom. Adam, could give us what you have.
Lester, good afternoon. The hearing just completed. It was 47 minutes long. Earlier, prior to the hearing, Mr. Trump and Walt Nauta, his valet, were booked at the same time when they arrived at the courthouse. In the courtroom, the attorneys were lined up on both sides. On Mr. Trump's side, he was represented by both Todd Blanche and Chris Kise. He sat with his hands early on clasped in front of him. On the other side, you had David Harbach with the special counsel's office, Jay Bratt, the assistant to the special counsel, and Julie Edelstein. More than 40 reporters filled the courtroom, court officers, Secret Service. Judge Jonathan Goodman began the hearing. He thanked the chief judge for the use of the courtroom. He thanked the U.S. Marshals. He thanked the clerk for making all the arrangements. And he said that Mr. Trump's hearing, first appearance, would go first, then Mr. Nauta. He welcomed the attorneys, and he said that Mr. Trump's attorney, his second attorney, Todd Blanche from New York, was welcomed pro hoc vice, which means he was allowed to represent him here, even though he's not part of the Florida bar. Again, Trump sat most of the hearing with his arms crossed. Blanche said they waived the formal reading of the indictment, and they entered a plea of not guilty. That plea was entered by Todd Blanche. Essentially, Mr. Trump didn't say a word throughout the entire 47-minute hearing. They requested a jury trial, and they said there's a standing discovery order. I will just go through it quickly for you, Lester. Essentially, there was a lot of back and forth, and that's why something that's typically 15 minutes long, a first appearance and an arraignment, took so long, because the judge was actually going beyond what the prosecutors wanted. The judge said that he wanted to impose special conditions to essentially have Mr. Trump avoid all contact with witnesses and victims unless through counsel, meaning Trump cannot contact anyone, including Mr. Nauta, about the case, very specifically about the case. Long story short, after back and forth between the defense and the prosecution, they came to an agreement that the judge said that he will be very specific, and that the government will come up with a list, one list. It won't be exhaustive. It will be narrow in terms of scope, and it will reasonably accommodate Mr. Trump's concerns, and the restrictions will be limited only to contact about the case. So essentially, the upshot is that Mr. Trump can't talk to any potential witnesses about the case. And essentially, Mr. Nauta went next. Mr. Nauta, his valet, kept his chin down, his eyes down. He was very subdued. He went through the same process. His arraignment, because he did not have a Florida-based attorney, his arraignment will be on June 27th at 9:45.
I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment to call attention to the motorcade. Appears to be leaving the courthouse now. We've seen a couple of SUVs making their way out of the garage. One of them carrying former President Trump, who has now, through his attorney, pleaded not guilty to the charges against him regarding often referred to as the documents case. There's the aerial shot. Adam, I'm sorry to cut you off because you have a lot of rich information. Please continue.
Well, Lester, I want to mention about that specifically. When we left the courthouse, we were able to look from the 5th floor back out onto the street in the front of the courthouse and in the rear of the courthouse. And we had heard talk of thousands of people showing up. Well, we didn't really see that. But when I left the courthouse, we did see hundreds of people on both sides of the courthouse gathering, whether they were Trump supporters or anti-Trump protesters, we don't know. But as you see from the aerial shot and the ground level shot, that there were large numbers of people here showing up for this arraignment of Mr. Trump. The judge went on to say that the same challenges with the co-defendant exist with many of the witnesses as well. One of the key witnesses is still the president's lawyer, and that's a big problem. So this is all from Mr. Blanche. He said the facts of this case are everything in Mr. Trump's life, especially it relates to his staff and Secret Service. Mr. Blanche said he's very concerned how Mr. Trump can go on in his everyday life dealing with his staff and his Secret Service when he's not able to communicate. So they came to an agreement. He can communicate with all these people until that master list is given by the government. He can communicate. He just cannot discuss the facts of this case or discuss any of this with witnesses related to this case. Mr. Blanche said, in reference to the prosecution, he said, look over there. There are 13 lawyers. The government said that there is a way to make the court's decision workable. The elephant in the room, the government said, is we don't have a list yet. There isn't a list of witnesses yet. They promised it won't include every conceivable witness that they might call at trial. The judge made a final decision. He said, I'll take one list from the prosecution. It would be no contact, no communication about the facts of the case without approval of counsel. Lester?
All right, Adam, thank you. I just want to point out again, we're looking at ex-President Trump's motorcade now. It was a number of people appeared to be able to run up to the former president's car. We saw him wave as it came out of the garage. We saw police. Well, there it is. Police apparently subduing one individual who appeared to charge the vehicle carrying the former president. But they're on their way to the airport, leaving the Miami area after this, as Adam was reporting, a 47-minute arraignment. I want to bring Laura Jarrett into the conversation right now. We learned a lot from Adam there. What stood out to you?
So that we had wondered whether there would be any conditions on their release. Not that we thought that they would actually have to give up their passport, but on this issue of Mr. Trump and Mr. Nada being able to communicate, given that Nada still works for him, even traveled here with him, and yet is still a co-defendant and an alleged co-conspirator, we had wondered whether there would be any conditions. And we've now learned from Adam and all this great reporting that the judge, actually not the prosecution, but the judge actually said they are not supposed to communicate about this case, which you might wonder, well, how is that supposed to work in reality? But the whole point of it is so that they can't collude on their testimony. They can't try to get their stories straight. And because this investigation is ongoing and the prosecution is worried that Mr. Trump doesn't know all of their witnesses who have testified, including, it sounds like, some employees of Mr. Trump, they're worried about providing.
Hold on a second. Our reporting has been that they traveled together to this arraignment today. I don't know if that meant they were in the same vehicle, but it sounds like they'll be able to be together, but just not have that conversation.
They'll be able to travel together. He'll still be able to work for him. It sounds like the judge acknowledged the unusual circumstance we're in, given that he's still a current employee, but they're not supposed to talk about this case. They're only supposed to talk through their attorneys. And we had wondered whether they were engaged in some sort of joint defense situation. We have to do some more reporting about that. And for people at home, the reason that matters is because of the attorney-client privilege. And so if they have a joint defense agreement, their attorneys can talk without having to worry about any privilege. They can share information. They can essentially be aligned in their defense on this case. And so we have to learn more about that. But it is interesting that the prosecution is going to have to turn over a list of witnesses, other people that the former president cannot talk to when it comes to this case. And again, the whole reason for that is because you're trying to protect that witness testimony, protect the integrity of the investigation. There may be witnesses who are coming before the grand jury in this case, and also coming before the grand jury in the January 6th investigation. And so that's also a concern. Again, shows you just how complicated the legal situation here is for the special counsel. And it's interesting, you know, that this went on for so long, and it sounds like it was really largely led by the judge. As you heard Adam say, this is normally a thing that takes 10 to 15 minutes. This is a short procedure, but it sounds like the judge was trying to be careful and methodical and impose some conditions that even the prosecutor wasn't asking for.
But not required to give up passport or eliminate travel.
That's to be expected.
Hallie.
And that's important because remember, this is a candidate who is out campaigning, right? Who is holding rallies, who is holding events. He'll do one later on tonight in Bedminster, as we've reported. We expect to see him there. So a travel restriction, if that were to be the case, and I don't think anybody expected that, would have created major issues as far as infringement of free speech and what you can do when you're running for office, et cetera. I just also want to make a point to what we're watching here on the president's, former president's motorcade heading presumably back to the airport to fly off to Bedminster. We had a shot at one point of people running alongside the car, and Secret Service agents, it appeared, running alongside the motorcade as well. That is highly unusual.
I've never seen that.
That is not normal.
For a Secret Service protectee, I've never seen anything like that. People getting close to the vehicle like that. Here's the video. We can show you just a moment here.
Oh, and they speed up in the car, and the car even turns.
That individual was arrested. We saw, or at least apprehended.
More people seem to start to try to run in.
Part of the reason this is happening is because the entire perimeter was not secured in the same standard way that we see so often, and so people were allowed to get much closer. So, I mean, people at home should understand there are people walking through right now all over the place in an area that would normally be completely locked down.
And this is the person that rushed the vehicle being carried away by police. Let's go to Sam Brock. Sam, I don't know if you were able to see all this, but you can certainly read the temperature of the crowd and how it reacted when the motorcade began to roll.
Yeah, look, it's very, very difficult to even comprehend something like this could happen, Lester. When it comes to a person rushing at the motorcade, we'd seen an incident prior to former President Trump's arraignment earlier today when someone came at the motorcade and had to be pinned down, essentially, perhaps a replay of that. But I do want to comment for a second on what the U.S. Secret Service has said about the security dynamic in general here. Namely, this is not a U.S. Secret Service situation or template. They might be leading the perimeter of the House, but what's actually, or a courthouse, excuse me, what's actually happened today has become alarming to officials, and we do have one official telling us they're not concerned about the safety of the protectee, former President Trump. But they are mindful that Florida is a concealed carry state, and that poses potential risk, especially if large crowds assemble, which you see behind me. You have a higher likelihood of people carrying weapons. So the slightest combustion point could very quickly escalate into some problems. And thankfully on this side of things, that's not what we've seen play out, Lester, but I haven't seen any indication of metal detectors or anything that would sort of be a screener for people, depending upon what they would be carrying here. And then on the other side of the building, where the motorcade actually left, people, as you and Hallie were just commentating on, rushing right at the motorcade. I mean, that is unheard of, right? So as I'm standing outside, walking around here, this plaza area, it's all compressed, it's all together. You have members of the media, you have demonstrators, you have people that live nearby that took their dog out today and decided, should I go watch the arraignment of a president or walk down the street? And they're all in this same space together. And the number one concern from the U.S. Secret Service was specifically the lack of hardened barriers around the courthouse area. How could you have a situation where there's a street right here, people just walking up, essentially, you know, undetected or without going through any level of screening, and just kind of hanging out at elbow to elbow here, face to face, in the middle of this plaza? And thankfully, we have not heard any reports of anyone injured. And I did question Mayor Francis Suarez in Miami about this specifically earlier today, said that they had no credible intelligence of any sorts of violence, and they wanted to try to respect the line between free speech and security. Where the rubber meets the road on that, I guess, is really the question. But again, no incident so far today, as there are still people assembled here. But gosh, that video that you were just playing, or perhaps are still playing, of what it looked like when the motorcade left the courthouse, and you have people, demonstrators, running at the vehicle, is really a hard idea for an American public to try to wrap their head around, especially with the political climate and the violence and the rhetoric that we've heard in this country in recent months. The fact that that was even allowed is going to raise a lot of questions.
Yeah, and Sam, we should point out, and Hallie backed me up, and this is someone who did the White House beat for a very long time, but typically ex-presidents are not afforded the level of a protection detail, the 20, 30 long motorcade.
Oh, right.
So we
still get some protection,
yeah,
right?
sure,
And it's still the Secret Service's responsibility and obligation to make sure that they're protected. As you heard Sam report, and I hadn't seen our team reporting that, and so I'm grateful to him for bringing that to us. They were less concerned about Donald Trump himself, more concerned about the situation more broadly. It is just, I mean, and of course, former vice presidents, et cetera, get Secret Service protection for a short period of time after leaving office. It is just so unusual to see this, especially for somebody with as high a profile as Donald Trump, and who draws the kinds of crowds that Donald Trump goes in many places that he visits here. The security apparatus around him, before he even was in the White House, right, when he was running for president back in 2016, existed, obviously when he was in the White House, and then for this period of time after. And I just think there is going to be a lot of reporting to be done on the sort of nexus between what Miami has done, what the Secret Service wanted. I'm just going to share my personal experience, Lester, because you asked. I've been to tons of Donald Trump events in his capacity as president, before that, after. There's always bike racks. I mean, that's one of the things you can bet money on that you'd see at an event. And I'm talking about those barriers that kind of separate protesters, media, people doing their business, the former president. I have been walking around this site for hours. I haven't seen one, right? And it just speaks to the nature of this security footprint being very different than the security footprint we've seen.
Well, Frank Figliuzzi knows a lot about security, a former assistant director for counterintelligence. Frank, you watched all this play out. You watched the people run up alongside the vehicle. I was wondering what you were thinking during all that.
Yeah, Lester, we talked earlier about what appeared to be a less than optimal security environment and plan. And I've just spoken with someone familiar with the security plan down there, and they described it as the city of Miami digging their heels in, so to speak, about what their wishes were for that egress of the president, and not complying with requests, multiple requests, I'm told, for a hardened perimeter, closed street for the egress, and people unable to approach the motorcade. So, as has been said, if you're talking about someone that could have been armed, that individual we saw approaching that was arrested could have had a gun, could have fired off a round at the motorcade, and things would have gotten very serious at that point. So again, if this is going to be protracted, if this is going to trial, if it's going to happen in Miami, there needs to be a revisiting of the security apparatus and planning.
All right, Frank, thanks very much. Joining us on the phone is NBC News producer Adam Reese, who stepped out of the courtroom a minute ago. We talked to him on the phone, and Adam rejoining us. Adam, I just looking over the notes here. make sure I'm clear. Walt Nauta did not enter a plea. Is that my understanding?
That's correct, Lester. He just had his initial appearance. Because he did not have a Florida-based attorney, he could not make a plea. So his arraignment will be later this month. But I did want to pick up where I left off. When Todd Blanche, Mr. Trump's attorney, entered the plea of not guilty, requested a jury trial, standing discovery order, and then the judge issued the Brady order, which basically says that the government must disclose all exculpatory evidence. And Lester, I just want to mention a few other conditions that I didn't mention earlier. The government recommends that there be a personal recognizance release. Some conditions, they don't view the defendants, Mr. Trump and Mr. Nauta, as flight risks. The judge allowed a personal surety bond with no financial component, and he said that the person, Mr. Trump and Mr. Nauta, may not commit a federal, state, or local crime. They did not request Mr. Trump's passport, and they did not impose any international or domestic travel limits. So, and they also did not request anything related to firearms or contact with the co-defendant. Again, back to what I had mentioned earlier, that he cannot have any discussions or any mention of this case with any of the witnesses or employees with him.
Adam, let me interrupt you here. We're looking at the pictures. The motorcade obviously has stopped in front of what happens to be a popular Cuban restaurant here in Miami, Cafe Versailles. We don't know what the game plan going forward is, but the motorcade is stopped. You can see that protection detail now fanned out in the streets. And I believe we're going to see him. There's the former president. Our Guad Venegas is somewhere there in the crowd. Guad, what can you tell us about this stop?
Lester, there's supporters have been waiting here for hours now. You can hear the crowd cheering. We're actually right. What you're seeing is a glass that separates the outside of the Versailles bakery. We're right outside the glass. We can see Donald Trump speaking to supporters. Local politicians have been waiting for him for some time now. And I'll go back to you as we... We'll keep the camera on Trump.
Mr. Trump, but just to be clear, this was a planned stop. Maybe you've lost Guad as well, but we'll watch this scene play out. Hallie?
Yeah, sometimes you see presidents do this, obviously former presidents do this, make this kind of unscheduled, quote-unquote, surprise stop to a place, location. In this instance, there's Guad. It's Cafe Versailles. Very classic campaign stop. Politicians, people running for president visit here quite often. Obviously, a lot of supporters who have crowded in there. Obviously, we have no microphone next to him. We can't hear what he's saying.
But this goes back to what we were talking about. Is this Donald Trump candidate or
That's
Donald
right.
Trump defendant? This looks like the candidate.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Because presumably in the minutes after a federal arraignment, you would not be going and making a stop and talking politically with all of your reporters, right? And this, supporters, I should say. And so this is an instance where you're seeing Donald Trump do what he often does. Find people who are loyal to him, feed off the energy of a crowd that likes him in a moment when he is feeling attacked.
And in a moment, the nation is watching.
And in a moment, the nation is watching. He is somebody who, they say it all the time, right? For years, he kind of controlled those so-called banners on the bottom of the screen, those words that say right now, Donald Trump visits supporters. He understands the power of an image. And this is part and parcel of that, it seems to me.
All right, but if you're a Republican now running for the nomination against Donald Trump and you're watching this and you've been afraid to criticize him, tell me how that works out.
I think you hold your powder like we've seen many of them do, Lester, obviously with the exception of Chris Christie, who has been one of the more vocal voices against Donald Trump. What I have heard is that you have some people, as he gets closer to our microphone, I'll stop talking, but you have seen some people waiting to see where does the wave go. That's how one Republican campaign source put it to me for a rival campaign. We don't need to ride the wave now. We can see where the wave goes. Don't get out too early criticizing Donald Trump, but keep your options open.
In another context, this would be described as a victory lap, but far from it. Far from it. This is a man that less than an hour ago, or just minutes ago, actually walked out of a federal courthouse, indicted for the second time since April. So you can hear him now. Here we go.
Thank you very much, darling. You take care of yourself. Where's Jorge? Right here, sir. Come on, let's get a picture. Come on. This guy, great champ. Just don't fight him. One this way, sir. Justin, one this way.
Tiene que salir de presidente otra vez. Tiene que salir otra vez.
Look at the outside. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Some birthday. Some birthday. We got a government that's out of control. Great group. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Donald. Happy birthday to
you. Juan Venegas is there at the Versailles restaurant. It's a Miami landmark in the Cuban community. And it is where Donald Trump and his motorcade have chosen to stop before heading to the airport and on to Bedminster in New Jersey. Juan Venegas, can you hear me?
Lester, yes, I can hear you. We're standing just a few feet away from where Donald Trump is speaking to local supporters. This is a significant stop, Lester. You mentioned, why is Donald Trump here? Well, this Café Versailles in Miami is sort of the headquarters of Latino Republicans. This is a place where they've come once and again to demonstrate in favor of Donald Trump, in favor of the Republican Party. And this stop will have a lot of meaning to that community in South Florida and in Florida in general. This is a Latino community that has supported Donald Trump from the beginning. And today they've shown up here in the dozens. As you can see, he continues speaking to them inside the bakery, Lester.
And the crowd singing happy birthday to the former president. Tomorrow is his birthday, to point out.
It's worth noting, Walt Nauta is alleged co-conspirator and body man, even with him in this moment. You can see him off to the screen at different points. We'll probably see him in a few minutes, still serving as sort of the go-between for him and some of these supporters.
And if I understand the order right, he's allowed to
he's allowed to be with
him, just not talk about the case.
He's allowed to travel with him, just not talk about the case. But again, just the optics of it, just minutes after appearing in court together, in a sort of a celebration stance, the kind of thing you might see after you've been cleared by a jury instead of after your first appearance in arraignment.
He made a few comments, and it was very difficult to hear, but essentially rigged, corrupt system, teased ahead, quote unquote, and I'm using news producer parlance, but talked about the speech that he is going to be delivering later on tonight in Bedminster. But these are the first comments that you are hearing from the former president. Again, unsurprising in concept. This is what he has Truth Social. Now he is sort of saying it verbally here to this crowd of just outdooring supporters with, as Rod points out, an important political context and backdrop here in South Florida as he gets ready to head back in his car and presumably now head on to the airport to fly up to Bedminster, where they are ready for him. They've got the chairs out and ready to go.
Chuck Todd, you're watching this. Your thoughts?
It's just, look, surreal. We've always run out of adjectives to describe anything Donald Trump does, but my word, I mean, we've not seen something like this in the United States before, where a political figure like this is under legal threat and he goes to celebrate, and there are people there ready to celebrate, and he's, I mean, we've seen this take place in other countries where you've had corrupt, political figures accused of corruption do this, and sometimes they've had success, sometimes they've had failure. It's a very familiar scene to South Floridians watching sometimes the politics of Central and South America, where you see these moments. But clearly he is wrapping himself in this sort of, there is a faction of South Florida, very conservative MAGA Hispanics who are very much rally around, sort of almost see common cause of the injustices of America with Cuba and Venezuela, and he's trying to wrap himself in this, in the sort of the folks who claim they're exiles in the exile community, and it's a real perversion of what the exile community used to fight for. I mean, this is what makes it so surreal to see it here in the United States. We were the safe haven for those that were escaping moments like this. It's just, what a bizarre moment. And I think, again, it's going to take years for us to understand it.
NBC's Garrett Hake was in the courthouse during the entire arraignment. Garrett, tell us what you saw, your impressions, the color in the room, if you will.
Well, Lester, I saw a former president who appeared visibly irritated to be in that room at all today. Unlike in the New York arraignment, by the time reporters were brought into the room, Mr. Trump and his counsel were already seated. And for most of the hour or so we spent in this courtroom together, he sat with his arms tightly crossed against his chest and spoke only to his co-counsels on either side of him. He did not do his own not guilty plea that was made on his behalf by one of his attorneys. And I never saw him turn over his shoulder to look towards the center of the courtroom. If he had, he would have seen special counsel Jack Smith, who was sitting behind the prosecutor's table in the audience himself, watching over the proceedings. Smith, much looser in conversation with attorneys around him, off and on throughout the course of the proceedings. Mr. Trump at a table with just his attorneys. I did not see any of his political aides, family members, anyone else accompanying him in and out of the courtroom today. But, we've been through two of these now, Lester, and I have to tell you, having covered Donald Trump as a candidate and as the president and now as a criminal defendant, you can tell that he is, this is not a person who's put in a situation in which he is not in control all that often. And to be a guest of the state, to be not have his personal freedom for even that period of time, where he has to sit and wait for reporters and members of the public to file in, to be told to stand by a judge and when to sit by a judge, is not a situation in which he finds himself comfortable. And he expressed that physically throughout the course of the hearing. On the way out, again, not making eye contact with anybody else in the room, never turning towards the prosecution's side of the room for the duration of the time that he was in the room. Among the prosecutors, a much lighter atmosphere. At the end of the hearing, as the prosecutors filed out another door, Jack Smith, the special counsel, coming up, kind of slapping another prosecutor on the back, throwing his arm around him as they left the room together. So kind of a fascinating scene, having, again, now covered two of these. The sort of visible discomfort that Donald Trump presents while in the room under the control of, in this case, federal marshals and the Secret Service protecting him, but also keeping him in custody in that hearing room. Lester?
Garrett, did Mr. Trump have any family members accompanying him?
No one, Lester. Likewise in the New York hearing, no family members, no personal aides, no political aides, and in this case, not even Boris Epstein, who's kind of been a legal consigliere to Donald Trump on these other cases. He appeared but didn't speak in the New York case. In this case, it was only the two federal attorneys, Todd Blanche and Chris Kise, who attested to the judge that they'll be Mr. Trump's attorneys permanently, they said, for both trial and appellate purposes going forward. They and the protective detail that accompanies Mr. Trump everywhere as a former president, the only people joining him in the courtroom today.
All right, Garrett, thanks. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe was also in the courthouse for the first part of this hearing and arraignment. What were some of the things that stuck out to you, Gabe?
Well, Lester, you know, some of the things that Garrett mentioned, just how surreal it was to see the former president of the United States in a courtroom having to see all this play out and staying silent. Now, this hearing was different. According to the people who were in the room for the entire arraignment, the former president did not utter a word. That is different from the first court appearance from the first arraignment 2 months ago, where he did enter his guilty plea. What's also different, Lester, is we're just starting to see these sketches from inside the courtroom. Remember, this is different from the arraignment in Lower Manhattan, where a judge did allow some pool photography, those still images, and the cameras in the hallway. We did not see that here. And if you can see, as we're looking at that sketch, I can tell you that was what I had described earlier. The far left of that sketch was Walt Nauda's attorney. Then second from the left right there is Walt Nauda and Todd Blanche, former President Trump's attorney there in the middle. Then the former president, obviously, and then Chris Kise to the far right. That is how the courtroom was laid out. Behind that is where members of the media, including Garrett and some of our other colleagues, were there. I can tell you from watching from the media overflow room, watching the attention of the world, really looking at this federal courthouse in Miami, is just incredible to see a former president go through this. I can tell you also, Lester, as someone who grew up in Miami, seeing the former president now in Cafe Versailles, as you have been describing, a landmark here in Miami, also incredible to see. I was there during the 2016 election in the hours after the former president was President Trump was elected, and there was incredible celebration there. So it's frankly no surprise, really, that he would head there before heading back to New Jersey. Also striking, and I believe my colleague Laura Jarrett mentioned it, to see Walt Nauda there with the former president in that video as he went to Versailles. So many questions about how this plays out. Of course, Walt Nauda now back here potentially later this month for his formal arraignment once he gets local counsel to sponsor him. He has not yet entered a plea. But so much of this is unprecedented in terms, what type of conversations will the former president be allowed to have with Walt Nauda to other members of his staff? And that is an outstanding question that his legal team wanted clarity on. Who can he speak with? And again, according to our colleagues reporting that they came down at that question by saying that he can speak to his employees, they just can't speak about the case. But also, along with Garrett, having covered two of these arraignments now just in the past several months, just a surreal experience to witness a former president of the United States, first arraigned on state charges, now arraigned in the federal court system. Just a remarkable scene here in South Florida. Lester?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for your excellent reporting from the courtroom and coming out to give us some more of the details. I want to bring back our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, for some final thoughts about what we've seen, where this goes, and what the lasting impact of all this could be. Kristen?
Well, Lester, I keep thinking about the fact that I was outside the courthouse in New York when former President Trump was arraigned for the first time. And the word that keeps coming to my mind as we watch these extraordinary scenes unfold is the word somber. This is yet another somber day for this country. A former president has now been indicted on federal charges. It will undoubtedly deepen the divides within this country, make the election cycle that much more complicated and complex, and yet the nation awaiting to see if there will be yet more charges. So the politics of it we will continue to follow and track. But Lester, this is an inflection point, yet another inflection point for the country as it wrestles with these deep divides around the former president, around these legal challenges that he is facing, Lester.
And Laura, I want to get your final thoughts, but I'm thinking about how we've talked about this was a pretty perfunctory thing, a federal supposed to be, exactly. Your thoughts?
Obviously, a remarkable moment in so many ways and a highly unusual first appearance here at a federal courthouse. But it's just, again, I think worth marking that we are at the beginning of a very long road. I predict the three of us are going to have a lot more conversations about the legal complexities of this case as it moves forward. And it will just be interesting to me to see how much of the legal defense matches up with the political defense we've heard. We've heard the defense of I can do whatever I want as it relates to these documents. I wonder if that will hold up in the court in terms of what his legal team actually puts forth, because that is not what you might call the most robust legal defense to what he's facing here in court. But it'll be interesting to see how those two perspectives align.
And worth noting, we could be here, again, when I say here, in a similar situation before this summer is out.
Perhaps in Fulton County, Georgia, or perhaps in Washington as it relates to the special counsel looking into the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. If you go micro and macro, right? Micro, small picture. What does this mean for the Republican field going up against Donald Trump in the race for the White House? We have seen nothing if not Donald Trump have the ability to capitalize on what he sees as attacks against him to make sure that he keeps his grip on the Republican base, a Republican base that will largely determine who ends up going up against President Biden in the race for the White House come 2024. At what point, if any, do some of these other candidates, I'm not talking about Chris Christie, start to sharpen their attacks and go after Donald Trump? Would it be after potentially a Georgia indictment? Would it be after potentially another January 6th indictment from the special counsel? Big picture, this attack on the Justice Department, the idea that the Justice Department has been weaponized, which, again, many Republicans believe based on polling. I hear it a lot in my private conversations with people in Republican circles. What does that do to undermine that institution in this country? A Department of Justice that is supposed to have independence, supposed to be perceived as having this independence to be able to conduct investigations, including on the most serious elements of United States national security. Over and over and over again, Republicans are hammering the DOJ, even those who are being a little more nuanced in their criticism of Donald Trump, calling these allegations perhaps serious. How does that play out, big picture, as it relates to the norms of the Justice Department and its proceedings?
The fact that there's much more time in the summer, potentially more indictments along the way. The question is sometimes do the number of cases begin to work in his favor from a political standpoint?
Does it become, and again, from a political standpoint, does it become noise to people who hear Donald Trump and legal problems and who have been hearing that since 2015, Lester?
Yeah. All right. Allie, thank you. Laura, thank you. That concludes our NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, everyone. So long for now from Miami.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd, reporting from Florida and continuing NBC's breaking news coverage of the arraignment of Donald John Trump, the first time a former president has ever been arraigned on federal criminal charges, pleading not guilty to all 37 counts against him. The former president departed the courthouse a short time ago. He's now heading to the Miami airport. From there, he will fly back to his golf club in New Jersey. That's where he plans to address supporters tonight from his club, where he'll be spending the summer months. Moments before that, the former president made an unannounced stop, though it appeared to be somewhat planned out, as supporters were waiting for him at the well-known Cuban cafe in Miami, particularly for politicians, Versailles. It has been a must-visit spot for Republican candidates, whether you're running for dog catcher or president of the United States. He could be heard giving supporters an impromptu stump speech while calling the U.S. a nation in decline. It was quite the spectacle, somewhat unnerving for those of us who grew up in South Florida, seeing that's more been a symbol of sort of freedom and rule of law and things like that. To see it in a moment like this was startling for some of us. But let's back up for a moment. Here's how we got there. Mr. Trump left his club in Doral, Florida, not very far from downtown Miami. Earlier this afternoon, he arrived at the courthouse shortly before 2 p.m. Then he was booked, electronically fingerprinted, and appeared before a magistrate judge. That's where he officially pleaded not guilty to 37 felony counts tied to his mishandling of classified documents. And according to one of our reporters who was inside the courtroom to witness the event, Donald Trump sat stone-faced. His body man and alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, was seated beside him. Nauta was not arraigned today because he did not have local legal representation. He'll likely be arraigned in South Florida later this month. NBC News has also learned that Special Counsel Jack Smith was in the courthouse during the proceedings. As the former president was preparing to leave for court, he again decried the indictment, calling it, quote, one of the saddest days in the history of our country. And the investigation, quote, election interference, because he decided to announce his candidacy as he knew these legal troubles were coming. And of course, he used the phrase witch hunt. We then saw the chaotic scene as Trump's motorcade left the courthouse en route to the airport. A handful of protesters appearing to run alongside. One tried to get in front of his motorcade, which appeared to be the former president's vehicle. You saw Secret Service had to get out, tackle this person. Till that moment, though, protests outside the courthouse this afternoon had been largely quite peaceful, with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies having a very visible presence on the ground to discourage, so they hoped, moments like what we saw as the motorcade left. And as we track the former president's movements, we want to remind you that this is not Donald Trump's first arraignment. And with two open investigations, one in Washington, the other in Fulton County, Georgia, may very well not be his last this calendar year. And yet the former president, twice impeached, twice indicted, who was also found liable for sexual abuse and defamation, remains the Republican Party frontrunner for the presidential nomination. Frankly, it's not that close. So, joining me now is our NBC News team that's on the ground in South Florida and in Washington. Our Justice and Intelligence correspondent, Ken Delanian. He's outside the courthouse in Miami. In a moment, we'll be joined by Guad Venegas, who was with the former president at Versailles in Little Havana in Miami. And Gabe Gutierrez was also in Miami. And Vaughn Hilliard is in Bedminster with the president. Let me, with the former president, excuse me. Let me start with Ken Delanian. Ken, you were able to, I believe, get inside the courthouse. Tell me your firsthand account. Obviously, there was a lot of this is perfunctory. If this were any other American citizen, obviously being a former president, nothing feels normal. What did you see?
Perfunctory is a great word for it, Chuck, but there is nothing I've ever experienced like hearing a judge talk about a case called the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump. There's nothing perfunctory about that. That was actually remarkable. But other than that, you're right. I mean, this thing follows a script. This was a first appearance and an arraignment. Before Mr. Trump got to the courtroom with his co-defendant, Walt Nauta, they were both booked and processed by the federal marshals. And we're told that Mr. Trump's digital fingerprints were taken and that they did not take a mugshot. They used another photo, one of the many millions of photos available of Donald Trump, as his booking photo. Inside the courtroom, there was a table with lawyers from the special counsel's office, David Harbach, who left a law firm to come join this investigation. Jay Bratt, who's the chief of the counter-espionage section of the Justice Department and has been involved in this since the very beginning. He was one of the lawyers that went down in June to serve the subpoena at Mar-a-Lago last June. And then Julie Edelstein, a lawyer from the National Security Division. On the defense side of the table, Mr. Trump and Walt Nauta were flanked by their lawyers. Trump represented by Christopher Keyes, a Florida attorney, and Todd Blanche, his New York lawyer, who was admitted into this case in Florida by the judge, Aileen Cannon. Walt Nauta represented only by a Washington, D.C. counsel, Stanley Woodward, so he actually wasn't arraigned today. He didn't enter a plea. But essentially, they waived reading of the indictment. The judge asked how Mr. Trump pleaded, and Todd Blanche said, we most certainly plead not guilty. Trump didn't say a word. He was stone-faced. He consulted with his lawyers. He was wearing a dark blue suit and a red tie. Really not much else to say about it. After I left the courtroom, because I had to get out and sort of announce the news that Mr. Trump had pleaded not guilty, the judge did impose an interesting condition that Mr. Trump not have contact with the witnesses in this case, many of whom actually work for him, including Mr. Nauta. So it's going to be, not have contact, not discuss the case with these witnesses. Right. So that's sort of, I guess, on the honor system, how that works out. But one of many historic days we're going to see, Chuck.
Let me ask you, I mean, are they going to form a joint defense, or is that not going to happen? Did Mr. Nauta think it was going to happen? I mean, Is that why he ended up with no counsel?
No, I think this is a joint defense, because remember, Stanley Woodward, his lawyer, has been paid for by a Trump political action committee all along. And when the Justice Department went to him and went to NADA and asked, would you, we think you lied to us, will you cooperate? He told them to go pound sand. They're basically, NADA has maintained a united front with Trump despite an opportunity to flip on Trump. That's the bottom line. And so, look, that could always change, right? But at this moment, NADA is represented by a lawyer that's being paid for with Trump political funds. So it is a united front.
Now, we know that Judge Aileen Cannon is likely to be the actual federal judge to oversee this case. When is the first time, when would we have a hearing in front of her for the first time?
So they didn't set a schedule today, so it's not entirely clear, but it should be soon, within a week or two or a couple of weeks. Typically, a federal case can take about a year to get to trial. This isn't a very complex case, but there's some issues that need to be hashed out, particularly around the classified information. But it could take a lot longer than that if some significant issues are litigated and have to go up to the appeals court. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a case that it could take 6 months, it could take a year, it could also still be pending by the time the 2024 presidential election rolls around, which is a kind of an outcome that is almost hard to imagine.
Yeah. Ken, did you hear anything from the defense team that gave you a hint at what the various delay tactics are going to look like? We know that's a strategy. And by the way, as you and I are talking, we are showing pictures of the motorcade is now on, this is not the way most people get to board a plane, on the tarmac of Miami International Airport as they head to the actual plane itself, and he will walk onto his Trump-branded plane there. But did you get a sense of what the delay tactics will look like?
Not at this hearing, no. I mean, legal experts have said that one of the obvious avenues for them to attack is the secret ruling by a judge in Washington, D.C. that allowed the prosecution to pierce attorney-client privilege by invoking the so-called crime fraud exception. And by doing that, they got one of the most powerful pieces of evidence in this case, which is a series of notes that were originated as iPhone memos by Evan Corcoran, one of Trump's key lawyers in this case. And that was incredibly, incredibly damaging and quoted verbatim in the indictment that, used to support the charges of obstruction of justice and of lying and of trying to hide classified documents. So they will attack that. We don't know, though. We haven't seen that judge's opinion about why she invoked the crime fraud exception, what her reasoning was. But that's certainly one thing that is likely to be litigated, Chuck.
Ken Delanian, who was in the courtroom as proceedings were happening. Ken, thank you. I think I have Gabe Gutierrez with me. Gabe, do I have you with me? I know you also were able to get inside that courtroom. Gabe, what more would you add to what you saw in your familiarity with this? I know you've sort of seen this a few different ways.
Yes, Chuck. Well, Ken laid it out very nicely. A couple points that I will add. Special counsel and the reporters that were inside the courthouse noticed that Jack Smith, special counsel, was in that courtroom, just feet from former President Trump. Now, my colleague Garrett Ake was also in the courtroom a few rows away. He did not see the former president look back at Jack Smith, but the significance of that, the weight of that moment, special counsel just feet away from the former president as these proceedings got underway, was incredible to witness. Now, Ken mentioned the significance of this. Hearing a judge, a magistrate judge, talk about the United States versus Donald J. Trump. And I was struck by that moment as well. I wrote down the case number, 2380101. What would be considered just another case number, but this is the arraignment on federal charges of a former president of the United States. And speaking, big picture in terms of this location, Chuck, I know you're going to another reporter at Cafe Versailles, but to see this all unfold in South Florida, you're from Miami, you know this area well, just to see this swarm of media, this swarm of attention descending upon South Florida, felt very different than it did up in Lower Manhattan, where we were several months ago witnessing the arraignment there. Of course, the stop at Cafe Versailles just before he headed to Miami International Airport. We're looking at those live pictures right now of the Trump motorcade heading up to the airport. But this was a very different scene down here than it was in New York several months ago.
Yeah.
One, of course, the location is much more spread out, didn't feel as claustrophobic in a way for the media and the public assembled here. But just remember, 24 hours ago, Chuck, we were all talking about these security preparations and everything that was expected here. The local authorities were preparing for as many as thousands of people that could descend here on the federal courthouse. That just did not materialize. And we did see, one demonstrator go in front of that motorcade, and there was some activity as the former president left this area. By and large, it was very peaceful afternoon, and that's certainly what law enforcement wanted to see. Now, as for what happened in this courthouse, again, Ken laid it out quite well. Should be interesting to see how this legal case plays out. And we were also hearing that Walt Nauta, because he did not have that local counsel to sponsor him, now he is expected back in court in just several weeks for that formal arraignment. But again, kind of a strange, unusual arrangement there with the former president of the United States and Walt Nauta, his body man. We just saw him in the video over at Cafe Versailles, not being allowed to speak with this about this case. But again, so many questions here now about the timeline, the discovery process, and whether this case, as well as the hush money case down in Lower Manhattan, how this plays out in the coming months and year as the presidential campaign really ramps up, Chuck.
He is starting to accumulate quite a bit of legal fees as well. But Gabe, I'm glad you brought up the moment at Versailles, because in many ways, I'm going to move over to Guad Venegas, who is on the scene for us there. And Donald Trump, Guad, seemed to be able to take advantage of the fact that he had political allies in the area, whether it's in Miami-Dade County, in the exile community of Cuban Americans and Venezuelan Americans, or, a lot of his own supporters who actually, and even advisors who live not very far from him in South Florida. So he had the ability to create the perception of political strength today. Jack Smith doesn't hold a political rally. He can. I've seen Versailles. It was not an unfamiliar setting, but it was just sort of remarkable to me, Guad, to see it be used to go against America's rule of law. This has been a symbol of freedom and democracy in many ways. So it was a bit surreal for me to see it used in this way.
Chuck, this is Cafe Versailles here near Little Havana. It's the center of Donald Trump's support within the Hispanic community here in Miami. In fact, people here are still partying. This was sort of a pro-Trump rally. You can see dozens of people still behind me celebrating. At some point, Chuck, they sang happy birthday, saying tomorrow's Donald Trump's birthday. Let's sing it so that the cameras can capture that. And Chuck, after he entered the bakery side and spoke to supporters, walked outside, and he shook hands with a lot of the people that were here, which, by the way, Chuck, a lot of these individuals had no idea Donald Trump was going to stop by. These are Trump supporters that come to Cafe Versailles. They've been here before to support Donald Trump for different reasons. In fact, this is one of the areas where Latino Republicans will protest in favor or against anything that's making them happy. This is the famous 8th Street or Calle Ocho here in Miami. Chuck, I think there's two places in Miami where you find strong Latino support for the Republican Party and Donald Trump. One is, of course, Doral, where the Trump Golf Resort is, where he stayed. And the other one is here in Little Havana, Cafe Versailles. So, of course, this was one of the places where he would arrive and have all the support. The people here were thrilled to have him come by. Now, Chuck, that was a non-scheduled stop. So when we saw the Secret Service arrive, the security detail that we ourselves were working with at NBC explained to us what was happening. And it was quite interesting, Chuck, to hear him explain that an unscheduled stop like this one could be a nightmare for the Secret Service. They had to sweep
as many people as they could. And it was difficult because people were so happy and excited when they found out that Donald Trump was coming that they started rushing this area. So it was a bit of chaos here right before he arrived. And as you saw in the images, when he arrived, the people were happy. And another surreal thing, Chuck, they were playing salsa music. It was a Latino party with salsa music, right, and Donald Trump right here with his supporters. You don't see a scene like this anywhere else in the U.S. That's what's very unique about the Hispanic community here in South Florida. And you can hear people speaking behind me, and the conversations here are, of course, in support of Donald Trump. We've heard on and on again people yelling Donald Trump for president again. So this is the scene, what it's like. And there's a vehicle driving right next to me with flags, Trump team 2024. We've seen that all day, Chuck. Vehicles that drive by, honk, and support the protesters. So perhaps quite different from what you would see in any other Hispanic communities in the U.S., Chuck.
No, it is quite the scene. I mean, here he spent the night in Little Caracas, which is what Doral has basically become unofficially, and he stops in Little Havana right before he takes off. These were not accidents. He's politically couldn't be better situated, at least for his image-conscious self in both of these moments here. Guad Venegas with some terrific on-the-ground reporting for us. Guad, thank you. Let me move over to Sam Brock, because, Sam, largely your reporting all day had been, it's pretty peaceful, we're in pretty good shape, looks like authorities did a good job of showing themselves, and then the motorcade moved, and we saw the vulnerability in real time. You saw Secret Service agents jump out. You don't see that very often. What seemed like a really tight security situation suddenly was not very tight. And you kept sort of showcasing this. You said, you know, people can get really close here. They can get really close. Well, lo and behold, they did.
Let me just say, Chuck, it's a very good thing that there were not any serious injuries that we're aware of or physical confrontations. But we saw signs, little hints that, you know, maybe security had some vulnerabilities throughout the day, namely the fact that there was a gentleman who was carrying a sign, and I'm not talking about the person that rushed at the motorcade, who was walking alongside the federal courthouse before Trump even arrived for the arraignment, carrying a sign that said, "This ain't Fifth Avenue," and he was immediately accosted by DHS officials and removed. But he was walking right along the building after this had all been taped off. And namely, that's really the heart of the problem here, at least from the federal government standpoint. We know that the U.S. Secret Service does have, and U.S. Marshals has jurisdictional authority over the actual courthouse itself, but they are cooperating and working with Miami police. And Miami police made the decision to have all these folks out here where you could actually walk onto the street, and you'll see behind me, there's this tape. There is a police barricade, and this was even fortified earlier today. And there's a street across the way where the motorcade came in and out that was cordoned off. But if you wanted to just walk down here, hundreds of people, Chuck, without any sort of detection, no metal detectors, there were police officers on the ground, but everyone was just kind of clumped together in this space, hundreds of people just standing right here within proximity to the building. And the irony to all of this is the U.S. Secret Service, which has commented on the general dynamic and said they were concerned about lack of a hardened perimeter, did say that they weren't necessarily concerned about the former president. They were concerned about the people out in this plaza, because it would just be so easy in a state like Florida, where gun laws are so loose, to carry a weapon. And they said if there was any level of combustion, things could go haywire in a second. What ended up happening is everything was pretty calm out here, but somehow someone was able to rush at the motorcade. How he got back there, no idea. Certainly none of the folks out here were able to gain access to the other side of the building, but he did, and rushed at the Trump motorcade with a sign, and as you said, was tackled by Secret Service. So it's going to be very interesting to see what Miami City Police Department has to say about the planning, the good part, that there was nothing that really blew up out here, but also the bad part, which is someone got that close to a former presidential motorcade.
There's no doubt that there is going to be probably an assessment of how to protect this courthouse when the trial itself and the next events there happen. Sam Brock covering all of the protests for us. Sam, thank you. Well, let's get a preview of what we can expect tonight in New Jersey at his golf club from Bedminster. As you can see right now, Donald Trump and his plane is on the tarmac here, getting ready to take off and head to New Jersey. We're already there. That's where we find Vaughn Hilliard. So, Vaughn, we have an idea of who's going to be in the audience tonight. In fact, one of the who's is a senator who ended up inadvertently helping the Biden administration get a nominee cleared because he decided to hurry up and get to Bedminster and skipped votes, and that's Tommy Tuberville, Republican of Alabama. But what have you learned? Who's going to be there tonight? What do we expect? Anything new to the former president's rhetoric?
Right. Donald Trump, I don't think has made it a secret to anybody. He's been quite explicit in stating that loyalty is key to his own political endeavors, but also the way that he suggested to the millions of Americans who have voted for him and are considering voting for him, is that it's the way to be successful for the conservative movement, the MAGA movement. Not only is Tommy Tuberville going to be here, but also a name, Bernie Moreno. He is from Ohio. He is a U.S. Senate candidate. Trump has suggested positive things about him in the past, leading to potential endorsement of him. But there's also Jeff Gunter, who is considering a Senate run in Nevada. He will be here tonight. And that is because when you look at the politics of this, Donald Trump still holds significant weight among the Republican electorate. And you see that in the polling that came out from CBS yesterday, in which 76% of likely Republican voters believe that this is political persecution, political targeting of Donald Trump. And, if you go back to last year, Chuck, Donald Trump, several of his endorsed candidates lost in the general election. He effectively purged the loudest critics within his party, the likes of Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and Tom Rice. And so when you look at the crowd here, Donald Trump is going to give these primetime remarks in front of potentially, a couple hundred folks here, but also millions of Americans are going to hear him on outlets like Fox, on OAN, on Newsmax. And the reality that Donald Trump has painted for those millions of Americans is a far different one than what is laid out by the Department of Justice and special counsel in that indictment released here this weekend.
Similar to the level of defiance that we saw.
Well, it'll be interesting tonight. I wonder if the rhetoric will seem repetitive rather than new, but we shall see. Vaughn Hilliard with a preview of what to expect. Vaughn, thank you. Joining me now is a couple of our legal experts to sort of break down what we didn't see today ourselves, but what they know happened in that courtroom. We've got Cynthia Alksney, a former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal analyst. And also with me is Bradley Moss, an attorney who specializes in national security issues, which, of course, this classified document situation is. Cynthia, let me just simply start with you. I think the biggest, small surprise is what we saw with the co-conspirator on the fact that somehow he's going to stay the valet, but they've been ordered not to communicate. He doesn't yet have legal representation in South Florida. This seems unusual to me. How unusual is this?
Well, I think it's pretty unusual, but he'll get the representation. There'll be a joint defense agreement, and they'll be able to talk with their lawyers present. It's a weird situation because of the employment agreement. And quite frankly, how is it going to be enforced? I mean, neither one of them is going to. Trump's not going to tell the truth
right.
about who he talks to about that. So we'll just see how that plays out. The interesting thing is down the road, if he ever flips, is there a danger to Trump if he has, in fact, violated the court's orders? But I'm not sure he's going to flip. People seem to be very loyal to Trump, even though he's never loyal to them. But we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out.
What would you be doing as a prosecutor right now to flip him?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job. Putting in the indictment the specific lies that he's dead to rights in that indictment. And once he gets a lawyer that's a South Florida lawyer, and once he has his other good lawyer, you just have to have conversations with him. He's headed to jail. And there's a guy who has a lot at stake and not a lot of options like Trump does. It's one thing, if Trump's convicted, you could make an argument that, they're never going to be able to actually restrict his liberty because he's the former president and somebody will pardon him. If there's you can make a bunch of arguments how something different will happen to Trump. This Nauta guy is a run of the mill, has lied to the FBI, and they've got him dead to rights. So he's going to jail. And you just have to have that conversation with him and with his lawyers that there's a one-way road on the loyalty train with Trump, which I'm sure everybody's quite aware of.
Bradley Moss, let me bring you in here. If you're representing Mr. Nauta, isn't it a no-brainer to plead and get out of prison? It seems as if he is not going to be able to avoid a conviction here. don't know. Yeah. Cynthia, let me go to you. I think we don't have Mr. Moss's audio. He doesn't have mine. Let me just throw the question to you. I mean, what attorney wouldn't be recommending that to Mr. Nauta?
None. I mean, I think that is the smart play to protect your client. And that's obviously, even no matter who's paying the lawyer for Mr. Nauta, their obligation is not to who's paying. Their moral, ethical, and legal obligation is to Mr. Nauta and to give him good advice. And I find it hard to believe that there's any advice that doesn't include taking a plea and trying to figure out how to stay out of jail.
Walk me through what the next 3 to 6 months are going to look like in this trial. You assume if the former president wants to do everything he can to delay, walk me through the start of the delay process, I guess, is the way to put it.
Okay. Well, the first thing that's going to happen, I mean, in addition to the arraignment of Mr. Nauta, is that the judge will issue a scheduling order, and we'll know something about if she's going to be a participant in the delay based on what the scheduling order looks like. And then there's a whole process of turning over the documents, of the lawyers getting security clearances, of the court figuring out how they're going to deal with the top secret documents. There's a whole aspect of the back and forth on how those documents are going to be introduced. Will there be the actual documents? Will there be substitute for the documents? Will we have agreement on what should be said? That's a whole way to postpone and to argue back and forth, and that can be a source of delay. So far, what I hear from the defense on our air is basically prosecutorial misconduct. That's not going to work. That's not going to be able to delay anything. Mm-hmm. There will be motions in an attempt to restrict the government's ability to use any of the information from Everett and Corcoran. The briefing and the back and forth on that can take some time. So the judge in this case has an ability to drag this out so that it could be after the election. And we'll have to wait and see.
Let me bring in, I think we have Bradley Moss here. Yeah. Right. Let me bring in Bradley Moss. I think we have you here. We were talking about essentially how to delay this if you're in the Trump side of things. I'm curious what you thought of Jack Smith's personal presence at the arraignment today.
Well, I think that was deliberate. I think that was to make clear to Mr. Trump, look, I'm here. I'm the one leading this. I'm the presence who's overseeing it all, and you don't intimidate me. Jack Smith took down war criminals. He's not intimidated by Donald Trump. But to sort of what my colleague was mentioning there a moment ago, a lot of what we expect to hear, a lot of the delay we expect to see is going to be in the pretrial motions. It's going to be efforts not just on the prosecutorial misconduct allegation, but fight. Everett Corcoran, his notes, the testimony before the grand jury, that was so critical to the indictment against Mr. Trump. The details were so critical. They have to try to get that in fights. He's pretty much done at trial. There's very little substantive defense at trial against those details.
Well, how do the other legal issues play into this? There's going to be a Manhattan trial. There already is that. Those motions are going. We have Fulton County, and we might have January 6th. In fact, just today, a grand jury in Washington, D.C. heard testimony from some of the alleged fake electors from Nevada today, which, of course, is another aspect of the Jack Smith investigation. Very quickly, Bradley Moss, how will that impact the timing of this trial?
It's going to cause some chaos with all these different cases, especially given that he's going to be on the campaign trail. How is the different pretrial discovery going to take place? How are these trials going to take place with someone who's on the campaign trail while having to be present for these different cases? How many of these different cases can they do at one time leading up to this election? We don't know.
It's going to be fascinating to watch and quite the spectacle and, frankly, quite the education, I think, for a lot of lawyers these days, for all of us. Cynthia, Bradley, thank you. And thank you all for being with us for this truncated version of Meet the Press Now. It's been a busy day. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, and NBC News Now coverage continues with this continuing breaking news story.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, live in Miami, and we are coming on the air on this day that is making history. Donald Trump pleading not guilty to more than 36 federal charges in the building just behind me here in downtown Miami. This is the first time we have ever seen this. You know that this is unprecedented, a former president facing federal charges. It is not the first time we have seen him indicted. We'll talk more about that, but here's what we saw in just the last couple of minutes here. His plane leaving Miami International Airport. He is now on his way back to New Jersey. Tonight, he plans to speak at his golf club there. We are going to bring you a special report on his remarks right here on this network on NBC News Now. We want to show you some of the scene here of what it was like literally feet from where we were as Donald Trump was leaving the courthouse, a quasi-campaign stop for the current Republican frontrunner for the 2024 nomination. He's meeting with the crowd at a popular Cuban restaurant. He was serenaded. People sang him happy birthday. It felt more like a victory lap than a post-arraignment stop.
What a great group of people.
And speaking just briefly, he gave his thoughts on the day's proceedings.
I think it's a rigged deal here. We have a rigged country. We have a country that's corrupt. We have a country that's got no borders. We have a country that's got nothing but problems. We're a nation in decline, and then they do this stuff.
These are the first court sketches of him inside that courtroom. No cameras in court, no video, no stills. So this is what we got, folks. You can see Donald Trump there. He's the one, obviously, in the red tie. He was flanked by his attorneys. And our team, who you'll hear from in just a moment, inside that room say he was stone-faced, crossing his arms, at some point looking visibly irritated at the proceedings. Then he walked out. And that's when things really got wild. Look at this. We don't see this. This is not normal. People rushing the motorcade, at least one person jumping in front of it, Secret Service agents having to sprint, essentially. Somebody ended up tackled. We understand, we assume that this person was arrested. And then there was this kind of like brawl that happened in front of the courthouse. Hundreds of demonstrators have been here on this sweltering hot Miami afternoon. You can see police officers telling people where to go. The security footprint here, part of the storyline that we're following. Here's what we're learning from our team, who watched the 47 minutes in person as it all happened inside that courtroom. The former president's attorney, Todd Blanche, is the one who spoke the words "not guilty" on the former president's behalf. We know the prosecutors are going to have to give a witness list, so the former president knows who he can and cannot speak to about the case. He is not supposed to speak to any witnesses about this. He also doesn't have any travel restrictions. He can keep his passport. Travel matters because, remember, he's a candidate running for office here. He's got campaign rallies all over the country. We understand that his alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, who, by the way, was with him at that Cafe Versailles stop, he will be arraigned later on June 27th. Remember why he's here. These 37 federal charges laid out in the federal indictment. You can sum them up like this, right? Mr. Trump is accused of keeping classified documents he knew he was supposed to have given back, showing them to people who shouldn't have seen them in the first place, and then refusing to give those documents back when he was asked to. We're going to get to all of it, the legal, the security, the political, in our hour-long special coverage here. And I want to start with our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett, our senior national correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, who is here as well. We've got Guad Venegas, who saw all of it go down at Versailles in the last 30, 40 minutes or so. Our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, is in New York, along with Chuck Rosenberg in Los Angeles. We'll get to more on the politics front in just a minute. Gabe, I want to go to you because you were there. You were in the room. You sprinted like you were a high school track star to get back down here to tell us what it was like. Obviously, an incredible moment as you saw the former president on the other side of the room from the prosecutors who are charging him federally, including, by the way, Jack Smith, who is in the back.
Incredible to see Jack Smith there. And for the record, Hallie, I was actually in a media overflow room. That's how I was able to get out earlier to be able to sprint out and bring those early reports. My colleague Garrett Hake was in there, and he talked about how it felt to be inside that room just a few feet away from Jack Smith. According to Garrett, he says that he did not see the former president turn around and look at Jack Smith at all. But I was watching through a monitor as well in that media overflow room, and we were all struck to see Jack Smith there just because of the magnitude of this moment, Hallie. Think about it. The former president of the United States facing federal charges, as you said, for the first time. And Walt Nauta, just several feet from him as well. Yeah. You saw in those courtroom sketches sitting two people.
Aid,
exactly. And to see him there as well. And the question heading into this hearing was the former president going to be able to get counsel here in South Florida to let this arraignment play out? And I know we'll get to that with Laura probably, but now we're also hearing that Walt Nauta did not enter a plea in this particular arraignment. He was not arraigned. He'll be arraigned later this month, as you said. Some something else that stuck out to me, we were waiting to see whether former President Trump would actually say not guilty on his behalf like he did in the arraignment several months ago in the hush money case. His attorney said it on his behalf this time. And again, this hearing lasting 47 minutes as we're now looking at that video of the former president leaving Miami. But just a surreal scene here playing out, Hallie. I was in New York several months ago. This one had a very different feel, but we were in there for several hours, about 5 hours or so, waiting for this hearing to play out. And all the security preparations beforehand. Largely, though, as you said, not a huge security breach here at the courthouse, just minimal protests. Local authorities were preparing for potentially thousands of people here. We saw perhaps several hundred throughout the day. Thankfully, no major security scares.
So, Laura, I want to get to you on what we saw, takeaways, and I want to look ahead, too, right? Because I don't think, and just so people know, we've been sitting together for the course of about 5 hours here talking. So I happen to know.
Felt like much shorter.
Exactly. I happen to know that you saw this, largely fairly pro forma, nothing super shocking happening here, except perhaps this long interlude where the judge was talking about who can Donald Trump talk with here. Give me, let's say, your top 2-3 biggest takeaways and what we should be looking for as far as timeline moving forward.
It's one of the things that struck me the most about today is how much of this is the normal criminal justice process for any criminal defendant and how much of this is the process that the former president of the United States gets. Obviously, most criminal defendants don't get to come in through an underground tunnel and sort of go through this process seamlessly and then go ahead on a private plane and chopper coverage. On the other hand, he has to sit there and hear these charges against him. He has to enter a plea just like everybody else. Yes, he didn't have a mugshot, but he was processed in the federal booking system. Let's stop for a minute. He was the president, and he's now been booked for having retained classified documents. That's extraordinary. We're numb to it, I think, a little bit because we've all been in the mix of it, and we're covering it, and this is not the second time. That should be a remarkable moment for any variety of situations. What strikes me, the judge warning both Mr. Trump and Mr. Nauta, despite the fact that they still work together, despite the fact that they traveled on that plane to Miami together, they are being told not to discuss this case. Why? Because there's worry that they could try to do a little bit of colluding when it comes to their testimony. Obviously, it's going to be very critical for prosecutors to secure that ahead of trial. And the judge, it sounds like, according to our reporting, not because the prosecutors raised it, but the judge said, I do not want you two talking about this case. Obviously, he recognizes it's an odd situation. Mr. Nauta still works for him. They can still talk, but they're not supposed to talk about this case.
Talk me through the timeline here, because, Gabe, and you'll jump in on the politics of this, too. It is likely that the former president's legal team, once they get assembled, will try to, in some ways, slow roll this thing, right? I mean, slow the timeline down.
That was the other point I was going to make about the extraordinary nature. He's facing 37 felony counts under the Espionage Act, and he doesn't have a full legal team. Full stop. That does not happen. You never have a case. I can't think of any case like this where someone has faced such extraordinary circumstances, especially someone who held the highest office in the land. And yet, even hours before this arraignment, we didn't quite know who was on his legal team. That's incredible. Of course, he has a former federal prosecutor. He has formidable legal representation. But still, he needs a team to represent him. And all we know about is these two attorneys at this moment.
And oh, by the way, he's also facing his 34 other counts in New York. And talking about that timeline, Hallie, while we don't know the timeline for this case, but that case in New York could potentially run up to these the primaries early next year. There's signs that that case could be heading to trial as early as next March. What happens with this case? And by the way, the other investigation in Georgia, this is all colliding with the U.S. presidential race. And as this GOP primary ramps up, of course, Hallie, as you know, I've been on the campaign trail these last few weeks with Governor Ron DeSantis and others. And now the GOP primary field is really having a reckoning. Some deciding how they're gonna play this. Now, Chris Christie and, of course, Nikki Haley coming out strongly against the former president. But so many others now are sticking by him. And where does this go from here?
That's right.
As Laura was alluding to, legally, this is so unprecedented because he doesn't have his legal team set up facing all these federal felony counts. politically what happens here. And just this afternoon, we saw that he is not taking his mind off of politics, heading to Cafe Versailles right after he left his court.
Capable co-anchor Gabe Gutierrez teeing us up for our next correspondent. Gabe, Laura, thank you. We'll see you later on this hour. I know. I appreciate your reporting. The aforementioned Guad Venegas is, in fact, at Cafe Versailles. Guad, a place that I think all of us here know well because it is such a typical kind of campaign stop here. And boy, that is exactly what we saw from Donald Trump. A campaign stop, not 12 minutes after he departed the courthouse where he'd been arraigned on federal charges. We're saying the word unprecedented quite a bit today in our coverage because factually it is. This is part and parcel for that. You were there. Give us a sense of what it was like in the room. We know that the former president continued to convey his belief that this is rigged. There is a corrupt system that is working against him, he thinks.
Hallie, I would also say another word that has been thrown around today, surreal. Seeing Donald Trump stop by today in what looked like a party with Donald Trump supporters. Now, Café Versailles is an iconic stop for many tourists in Miami, but also for locals, especially the Cuban-American community here. We're just down the street from Little Havana, very close by also to downtown where Donald Trump went to court. So we had dozens of people here early today, many of which did not know Donald Trump would be stopping by. This is a place where Trump supporters come protest normally. So they came out here with their flags. Cars were driving by all day, honking in support of those protesters. You can imagine what the reaction was like when they found out Donald Trump was stopping by the bakery. So we saw heavy police presence. The Secret Service arrived. They scanned people. They swept the area. It was really interesting, Hallie, to see the large group of supporters move into that area. They were swept and they were allowed to get right up to the door where Donald Trump entered that bakery. In fact, on his way out, he turned around and shook some of their hands. So many of them got to shake hands with Donald Trump as they were playing salsa music on speakers right behind our camera. So that was the scene here, people cheering, playing salsa music, singing happy birthday for Donald Trump as well, of course, supporting him right after he spoke to a lot of supporters inside of that bakery. And Hallie, this is, of course, a strategic stop. Miami is very important for Donald Trump, the Cuban-American community. You know, there was a study done by Florida International University, a poll that is, and that poll asked Cuban-American Republicans who they preferred as a candidate for the Republican Party. 37% still preferred Donald Trump versus 21% preferring Ron DeSantis. So Donald Trump still has strong support. You can hear a megaphone behind me that says Trump 2024, and of course the flex. And Hallie, the cars honking in support have not stopped all day. So we've seen a lot of support, not just the people that arrived, but those that are driving up and down 8th Street, which is the famous Calle Ocho here in Miami. So very important for him to come speak to these supporters that have stood behind Donald Trump time and again, the Hispanic community in Miami, predominantly that Cuban-American community. And I would say the other place where he has a lot of support is Doral, Florida, where his golf resort is and where he stayed. A lot of Venezuelan Americans also in that community. So Donald Trump came to court, Hallie, but he also visited two of the communities where he has the strongest political support here in Florida, which we know is very important moving forward as he plans to still run for president, Hallie.
It's a great point, Guad Venegas. Thank you. And as for that run for president, we are going to hear from Donald Trump in a more formal setting later on tonight at his Bedminster home. Things are set up. The chairs are in place. It is going to be the first time that the American public is set to hear from a former president and a leading contender now for the nomination after being brought up on federal charges, after being arraigned for federal charges. The question, of course, what do voters think in both the primary and perhaps the general election? We may not have all the answers yet, but I want to bring in Dasha Burns, who is at Mr. Trump's property here in Florida, Doral, as well as our political director, Chuck Todd, of course, of Meet the Press. Dasha, let me start with you on the ground. Do we have any sense yet of what we're going to hear from the former president? If I had to guess, I would imagine it is that same defiance and sense of grievance that we have seen from him already as he's held events in the days since this indictment dropped last week.
Look, Hallie, we have seen this time and time again. And while if you talk to legal experts, any lawyer will tell you that this indictment is more serious than any other legal problem that the former president has had. In terms of the politics of this, Team Trump is playing this in the same way that they have played every other lawsuit, every other legal issue. The last indictment in New York with Alvin Bragg, he's going after the prosecutor. He's going after the Department of Justice. And most importantly, he is talking directly to the American people, and he has become so good at this messaging, Hallie, and this is what makes it so difficult for his opponents. He is saying, look, this is a system that's not just coming after me. It is coming after you, the American people. It is coming after the America First movement and the Republican Party, and anyone that tells you otherwise isn't with us, right? And that's what makes his opponents in this primary have to walk this very fine line. And you've seen this really fascinating spectrum of where you have, you know, a Chris Christie on the one end and a Vivek Ramaswamy on the other end, perhaps his most supportive rival, and then others in the middle trying to thread this very, very difficult needle. But yeah, I expect that tonight we will hear him leaning into this as we've heard him do so before. He is using this moment that for us today, as all cameras were pointed on him all day, we reported on as this historic moment, an unprecedented moment where a former president, former leader of the free world is getting federally indicted. But those very same images, Hallie, I would not be surprised if they ended up in a Trump team fundraising email, because they are using this day and these very same images to rally support, to gain momentum here, and to really push him forward in this primary.
And there are many optics. Even though there were no cameras in the courtroom, there were plenty of visuals outside court, some that Donald Trump created himself, some that his supporters created, that I imagine we will see again. Chuck, bringing me to you here, which is where people are on this. Our first snapshot since the indictment dropped suggested that roughly half of Republican voters hadn't had their views changed by the details of this indictment, the national security violations that the Department of Justice alleges here. 14% roughly of those Republican voters actually had their minds changed for the better about Donald Trump because of this. It may be a different story in a general election, though. Help us understand it.
Look, it absolutely, we've seen this before. Donald Trump might have deep and loyal support among the, I guess, call it the MAGA base, if you will, of the Republican Party, but he continues to alienate those swing voters. But let me tell you something, Hallie. You know, Donald Trump, he knows how to fill a vacuum that's created. You know, Jack Smith didn't have a media avail today. There wasn't a spokesperson for the Justice Department reiterating the indictment today, but there was a spokesperson for Donald Trump feeding the cameras. Jack Smith didn't go to, say, you know, Freedom Plaza to talk about the importance of the rule of law today. Donald Trump went to Cafe Versailles, a symbol for many political folks on the right in South Florida. So this is where it's asymmetric political warfare. Donald Trump has a pathetic legal defense, but he has a robust political strategy. And that political strategy, in some ways, has overtaken his legal problems in that he's got massive legal problems. He can't find lawyers. He's going to figure out how to juggle discovery in multiple cases. Paying for this is going to be something that, obviously, he's got other people's money to do that. That's part of the legal defense fund he does. He never pays for this stuff himself. But what is legal chaos is successful political strategy here. And I think that this is what makes, I think, whenever the legal world tries to hold Donald Trump accountable, you know, he uses the norms that we all abide by to his advantage, right? He doesn't abide by them, but he knows his political opponents will, or he knows the folks on the other side of the legal community will. And he took advantage of that today, big time.
We have seen already some of these campaign emails, some of these fundraising emails from the former president. Started pretty much, frankly, Chuck, the moment I woke up, probably the moment most of us woke up, and has gone throughout the course of the day. We have also seen a few, and I want to be clear here, a few voices in the Republican Party, notably Chris Christie, go after Donald Trump. As this arraignment coverage was happening, Christie tweeting loser, loser, loser about the former president. It is my sense, Chuck, from talking with Republicans close to other campaigns in the party writ large, that Chris Christie is in some ways an outlier, at least in saying publicly some of this.
Yeah, look, he is. There's three categories, right, of Republican responses to this. Category one is the defiance, rally around him. You know, Kevin McCarthy, oh yeah, well at least bathrooms lock, garages don't, whatever he meant by that, trying to refer to where they found classified documents with Joe Biden. Then you have Chris Christie. This is very serious. He's, you know, how many more times you go down that road? Obviously, there aren't many Republicans who agree with him. And then there's the, what we saw with Tim Scott and Nikki Haley, John Thune, right, where you hear simultaneously an argument that says, well, there's a two-tiered system, but oh, by the way, this isn't good for electability. This isn't good for the general election. And I don't know if that argument works any better than Chris Christie's argument. Chris Christie's argument almost turns Republicans away and turns them off. But I don't know if the argument that says, hey, look, we know we don't trust them either, but hey, this is going to be a problem, and don't you want to win elections? I don't think that strategy is going to work either, Hallie. I haven't seen much evidence of it. Maybe you have.
Chuck Todd, Dasha Burns, thank you both very much. We've talked about now the political, right? We've talked about the legal. Part of the storyline here, not a big part, but at least part of it has been the security footprint with, as I look around here near our setup just outside the courthouse, most of the demonstrators, most of the protesters who were here gone. It looked very different just not even a couple of hours ago. Dozens and dozens of them, right? In the hundreds, perhaps not the thousands, although that's still a question mark showing up. And in this moment, you watched it live right here on this network. People running alongside the motorcade, one person seeming to run in front of it. It appeared that person was tackled or at least confronted by officers. And then this moment here with the cars in the motorcade, a small motorcade, carrying the former president, trying to make their way through. It is people from apparently all across the state, some from out of state, coming out to make their voices heard, to make their positions known. And listen, that is what we saw for most of the day. Sam Brock is joining us now with more on this. And Sam, you have some reporting here on what I think is going to be an important next part of the story, at least as it relates to a trial that may happen here in downtown Miami, the next steps in the process that may happen, and the perhaps disconnect between Miami police and the apparatus involved and the Secret Service. Talk us through.
Can you imagine, Hallie, if this is what the security footprint looks like for a trial, right? We got a test of that today, and it was pretty nuts. Now, on one hand, no one got injured, and there were, as you can attest to yourself, hundreds of people in the space where I'm standing right now, reporters, demonstrators, neighbors, all compressed right here. But the bigger issue today, as the day unfolded, actually ended up being one particular protester who, on the other side of this building, where the street is cordoned off, somehow managed to get himself in front of the motorcade and had to be tackled by security. And as you mentioned earlier, also prior to that, we're not sure if it's the same person or someone dressed similarly, was also confronted as the motorcade was making its way into the building. This is all problematic. The U.S. Secret Service says they have a good relationship with Miami, but they just want the public to know that what you saw here today, this particular template, is not from the U.S. Secret Service. This is Miami police deciding to allow a freedom of speech, if you will, folks to be able to get really close access to what's going on. I mean close, to the point where cars on Miami Avenue, which borders this building on one side, were honking and cheering on the crowd as the arraignment was going on. Now, I did speak with Francis Suarez, who is the mayor of Miami, and I asked him, what's going on here, and should we feel comfortable? Here's what he said. Do you have any idea why it looks like everyone is sort of compressed in the same area? Protesters, media, everyone is right here. Is that part of the free speech process?
I think we are managing the situation very well right now. There haven't been any incidents, and we obviously have a very large force, and we have contingency plans to grow if there's any issues.
Hallie, what is also interesting about this is then a statement from the U.S. Secret Service prior to all of this happening. They said they were not necessarily concerned about the former president. They were concerned about the safety of the people here, and specifically being in a state like Florida, where gun laws are so lax, where the governor, Ron DeSantis, and the legislature just rolled back what you would need even a permit to conceal carry here, that all you would need is one little moment, one escalation, and you could have combustion. Thankfully, that did not happen.
Because, Sam, it is important to underscore here, things were mostly peaceful, almost entirely peaceful, other than that confrontation we saw between police and a protester.
Without a doubt. There were a few conflagrations, if you will, a little flare-up here and there, largely between MAGA protesters and what we think is the guy who ended up throwing himself in front of the motorcade. But that was largely sort of the crescendo of action was between those two groups. What was also interesting, though, is just talking to the folks who came out here and discussing the details of the indictment and saying, well, look, I understand some of the conservative narrative or talking points about the fact this seems to be a two-tier justice system, but look at what's actually in the indictment. Are you still saying the same thing? Here's a snippet of my conversation with one woman, Betty. But he had nuclear secrets, weapons capabilities for the United States, for other countries that he was showing other people. That, in your mind, is that an example of patriotism?
You know what? There's a bunch of lies.
So you think the indictment is lies?
Yeah, there's a lot of lies going on. I have been educating myself. I'm not stupid.
So you're open to the fact that elements of the indictment might be true?
Or might be false, all of it.
Okay. Well, what's your position today is that you
I support Trump, 100%.
Hallie, there you go. It's sort of this blind support for the former president, irrespective of the facts of the indictment or even as the trial plays out, which we think it will in the coming weeks and months. And it'll be interesting to see how this all works out. Hallie.
Sam Brock live for us not too far from where we are in downtown Miami. Sam, thank you. That brings us to former Miami official George Colina. Chief Colina, thank you so much for being here. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about what you saw today based on the coverage. Would you have done anything different had you been in charge?
I might have had more uniform officers that were visible within the crowd. But for the most part, it's typically the way that we would handle something like this. I know for the outsider who isn't used to seeing this many people walking around, they're used to more physical barriers. It may seem odd, but it's been our experience in South Florida that when you set up a skirmish line of officers in riot gear, for example, it just seems like more people come, there are flashpoints, it kind of puts the message out that something's about to happen now. And so they try to avoid that. Now, what they do have is a lot of officers standing by. They have a very professional bicycle response team that's capable of handling anything that can quickly become between people to separate folks. I think what they were probably monitoring, Hallie, is how many counter protesters exist. Because that was always the question. I'm sure they knew that a lot of people were going to come out in support of Trump. This is Florida. He won the state of Florida. He won Miami-Dade County. The real question was going to be how many counter, and was it going to be necessary to have, what they call First Amendment zones for each group? And I think as that it evolved and it was fluid and they saw that there's really only a handful, I think maybe that's why they maintained that posture. Now, in terms of the Secret Service, they were embedded in a command center with the City of Miami Police Department, with the Miami-Dade Police Department, the marshals, the FBI. Certainly, I'm sure there was a lot of communication going on among all of them. I'm also sure they weren't pleased with that one protester that ran out front. And they probably weren't pleased with the stop at Versailles either, which, by the way, looked completely staged. That was not like an impromptu, Ron DeSantis visited Cafe Versailles. I wonder if there wasn't a little messaging there, that he owns it, because it was very popular for him as well.
We talked a little bit with Sam Brock about the potential for what it could look like during a trial here in Miami. What would you recommend doing differently? I hear you that we have heard this, that the Miami Police Department was looking at their community and what typically happens. And, I've covered, as you know, Donald Trump for a long time. I do typically see bike rack, right? Hardened barricades, et cetera. Would you recommend doing anything differently for a trial, let's say? Or do you think that the presence here is appropriate and, as you say, fit with what police in this area have seen in the past?
I'm guessing that they had a lot of officers standing by. In fact, I know they have because I communicated with the director of the county and with the police chief himself. So I know they had a lot of people standing by. For a trial, especially depending on what's allowed, what's introduced, who are witnesses, et cetera, I think that could be significantly more serious. This today was going to be procedural. Everyone knew what it was going to be. Everyone knew they weren't going to see the president, right? He was going to go underneath that garage. They really weren't going to get a chance to see him walk, like a perp walk type of thing, which could be inflammatory. And so I think that we're comfortable with today if there is a trial here, and I don't know that it's certain that it would be held here in Miami, but if it was, I suspect you would have areas where people would be allowed to come out just because there's a greater chance of a lone actor, somebody who's listening to a lot of this jargon on the chats that can become radicalized, for lack of a better term, and take a chance.
George Kalina, former Miami Police Chief. Chief Kalina, thank you so much for being with us here on NBC News Now. It's good to talk with you. Thanks. I want to bring in now our legal analyst, Chuck Rosenberg, as well as Danny Savalos, another one of our legal analysts. It's good to have both of you here. Let's take a beat here, because we have laid out the key points, the key highlights of what has happened here in the building behind me over the course of the last 3-4 hours or so. Chuck, I'll start with you. Most important takeaway that people should know, and what should we be looking for?
There's a long road ahead, Hallie. Every sort of occasion seems momentous in and of itself, but really, this is not the top of the first inning. It's the first pitch in the top of the first inning. And there will be procedural motions. There will be dispositive motions. There will be arguments in the federal district court. There will be discovery. There's a whole bunch of things that have to happen before we get to a trial. And a trial could be months, if not years away, depending on how some of those motions play out. So I would suggest that people do a couple of things, and I suggest this humbly. Read the indictment and take a breath. There's a lot of innings left to play.
Chuck, you do that as you do most things, which is humbly. I appreciate that. Stand by for 1 second, because Danny, let me ask you this. We saw Alina Habba, one of the former president's attorneys, come out and speak publicly to the, frankly, media who was here, also to the demonstrators who were in front of and behind her there. Felt more like a political defense than a legal defense. In the court of public opinion, that's one thing. In the actual courtroom, it's another. What do you expect, based on what we've heard publicly from those around Donald Trump, his team's legal defense strategy to be? One that would hold up, perhaps, in front of a judge?
Yeah, it's interesting, this whole theory of a two-tiered justice system. Whataboutism? Why not prosecute Joe Biden or other people? Why pick on Trump? There is actually a legal analog for this, and it's called selective prosecution. It's a motion that I do expect the defense will make, and they have to prove essentially that there are other similarly situated people, and the government, the prosecution, discriminated against Trump when it should have prosecuted these other people. Here's the bottom line. I've never seen or even heard of these motions succeeding. They're made, but that doesn't mean they have any real probability of succeeding. That doesn't mean the defense won't make the motion. They may argue that this is the rare case where we do have evidence of people that the prosecutors chose not to prosecute because they're politically known characters. So maybe that will get them some purchase, but the bottom line is they'll make that motion. It won't be successful. They'll make other pretrial motions in terms of probably motions to suppress evidence, whether it be testimony or, whether it be statements given. The bottom line is they don't even know yet because they don't have discovery. They can't really form their defense strategy from the indictment alone. Even though the indictment has a lot of detail, they need to get discovery. Only after they get discovery, and it will be terabytes of discovery, thousands, maybe millions of pages of documents that their eyes have to pass over. Only then really can they formulate their defense, and that'll include their motion practice.
We are going to hear from the former president in just a few hours when he arrives at his Bedminster home in New Jersey here. He is obviously going to be talking about what happened today. Is it possible that when he speaks on the campaign trail, when he speaks at events at his residences, that those words could be used in a court of law against him?
Yes, just like all the other words that have come out of his mouth that are now haunting him. There is an immutable rule since time immemorial, and it is this. Defense attorneys will tell their clients and the public at large, do not speak if you have any criminal exposure. And since time immemorial, people have heard that advice, ignored it, and gone on to speak, and then they see those words introduced as evidence against them later on at trial. It's the way of the world. I'm not entirely sure why humanity doesn't want to listen to that advice, but in a sense, it's part of what keeps us employed, us criminal defense attorneys.
Our legal analyst, Danny Savalos. Danny, thank you for being there for us to help us understand this throughout the day. And I know you'll be here throughout the evening. Thank you. We're going to have much more ahead live from Miami right here on NBC News Now this hour. We've seen supporters of Donald Trump at the courthouse today, but we are also watching what's happening online, how the discussion, how the words around the former president's arraignment is playing out in social media and more. Next.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We've been talking about law enforcement on high alert here in Miami. Again, the issue really relating to the arraignment that we saw from former President Donald Trump related to that 37-count indictment against him, including a count for his alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, his personal aide, somebody who we saw with him even after this arraignment happened at Cafe Versailles. Nauta not arraigned just yet. That is set to happen later this month. Obviously, there is also an element to this that is playing out, not just in person here in downtown Miami, but online as well. And for that, I want to bring in NBC's Brandy Zadrozny, who is joining us now live. Brandy, you have been monitoring some of this, right? We've seen today go fairly smoothly, other than obviously that one incident we talked about from Sam Brock. Anything on the horizon? Let's look forward here, Brandy. What are you seeing?
Yeah, what we saw online today actually mirrored a lot of what I saw on the live streams from Miami, which is, you know, this cast of characters. You had QAnoners, you had some Proud Boys, you had people in costumes, you had, you know, retirees seemingly with nothing to do for the day. It was just sort of this circus of people, and that was what we saw online, right? We saw Trump's biggest supporters supporting him. You saw a lot of silly memes, you saw just a lot of craziness, and you also saw some posts that were violent in nature, some posts about getting your guns, preparing for the next civil war, seeking some sort of retribution for this crime against Trump, they think. So some of that we did see, but it was fairly quiet in terms of online rhetoric about Trump. It seems like people are a little fatigued, maybe. The most popular post on some of the pro-Trump forums today was not about the indictment at all. It was about Starbucks and pride. So people have lost a little bit of the energy, I think, for this.
Yeah. Brandy Zadrozny, thank you so much for that reporting as you are keeping an eye, we know, on all things online rhetoric, et cetera. Brandy, thank you very much. Still ahead this hour live from Miami, much more to get to, including a look at how we got to this point in the first place. You may be asking yourself that or your friends that. We are answering that question, the many twists and turns as this particular special counsel case has led to this moment here in Miami. That's coming up step by step after the break. We'll also take you live to Bedminster, where Donald Trump is set to land not too long from now and then speak. You see the chairs set up. Our team is there on the ground. We'll bring it to you live in just a minute.
To today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We are back live from in front of that federal courthouse in Miami, where we saw that arraignment of former President Trump just in the last couple of hours. And that moment now begins a new chapter in an already 18-month saga that started pretty much the moment those moving trucks lined up on Pennsylvania Avenue after Inauguration Day. So just how did we get here? Watch. It starts just after the former president moved out of the White House in 2021 with boxes of classified documents stacked on a stage at Mar-a-Lago, according to the indictment. Some then moved to a bathroom. Around this time, the National Archives demands some of the classified documents from the Trump presidency they're supposed to have but don't. Then, a key moment that summer, the indictment says Mr. Trump allegedly showed a writer a document laying out a plan of attack, citing a recording. And Mr. Trump says, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, you know, but this is still a secret. Fast forward about 6 months later, Mr. Trump's personal valet and alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, returns 15 boxes of classified documents to the archives, according to the indictment. But that didn't stop the FBI from opening a criminal investigation. A month later, a D.C. grand jury came together. In June, a couple FBI agents and a DOJ attorney went down to South Florida and got a signed letter from Mr. Trump's attorneys saying, essentially, they'd turned over everything they had. That turned out not to be true because in August, the FBI carried out a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago and releasing this picture of documents laid out on the floor, something Mr. Trump didn't like seeing.
The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice.
Attorney General Merrick Garland named a special counsel to lead the investigation in November.
I signed an order appointing Jack Smith to serve as special counsel.
Now there's Jack Smith, tasked with looking at the January 6th attack and the classified documents case. Mr. Trump, now officially running to win back the White House, furious.
I took the documents. I'm allowed to. I have the absolute right to do whatever I want with them.
Over the course of the next 6 months or so, the special counsel issuing subpoenas and hearing from a lot of people in Mr. Trump's orbit, all leading up to last week when the Department of Justice unsealed the indictment, revealing those 37 felony counts against the former president.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
All of that, of course, leading to today, that first ever federal arraignment of a former president. He is saying plenty about it, Mr. Trump, speaking not just at a cafe here in Miami, a kind of campaign stop, if you will, but also set to speak later on tonight at Bedminster. We'll get there in a second. But you know who's not saying much at all about this? Anyone from the White House. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre today giving a kind of no comment on the questions related to this Donald Trump arraignment. But she did respond to accusations from many in the Republican Party that the Biden administration is working to help weaponize the Department of Justice. Listen.
The president has been very, very clear. The Department of Justice is independent. He wants to restore the independence of the Department of Justice, and that's what you've seen. That is why we have been very, very consistent. When it comes to criminal cases, we just do not comment.
While President Biden has largely stayed away from responding to the details of the indictment itself, First Lady Jill Biden has not overnight. At a fundraiser, according to the Associated Press, she says it's a little shocking that so many Republicans have responded the way that they have to this indictment, still thinking of voting for him, even with the allegations laid out by the DOJ. It is not something we hear often from her. I want to bring in Kayla Tausche now, who is live for us back home in Washington. Kayla, in many ways, the White House has zero interest. Let me rephrase that. In every way, the White House has zero interest in publicly saying much or anything about the arraignment today of Donald Trump. It feels like part of the strategy, insofar as it exists, is to show the president being presidential and let that speak for itself.
And that strategy, Hallie, could not be any clearer. Officials making a point to say that the First Lady's comments were unscripted and they were off the cuff. And speaking of off the cuff, just a few moments ago, President Biden himself making a joke at an event for the chiefs of mission around the world at the State Department and saying that when he met with President Xi, they had independent interpreters. He turned his notes in and he laughed and said, that's not a reference to the former president. But apart from some of those asides and a very emphatic President Biden last week to Peter Alexander saying that he never in any instance would direct the Department of Justice to bring or refrain from bringing any charges, the White House has repeatedly declined to say anything on this situation, and they want to keep it that way.
There's also a policy nexus, Kayla, as it relates to what we're seeing, right? Because you have, and what's been interesting to watch as this arraignment was unfolding today, you had not just obviously business as usual at the White House, but down Pennsylvania Avenue back home in D.C., over on the Senate side, you had Senator Mitch McConnell declining to answer any questions about this, sidestepping questions from reporters. There's very little love lost between those two, right? Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. But the senator said something along the lines of, well, there's lots of candidates in the race. I'm not going to be commenting on all of them. It is also true that Donald Trump is the only candidate in the race who is facing a federal arraignment and these federal charges. But you're seeing Senator J.D. Vance, too, for example, Republican senator, saying today he's going to hold up DOJ nominees until this investigation ends. He can't throw a wrench in the whole thing, right? But he can certainly slow things down, Senator Vance. This goes beyond, right? When you talk about the domino effect of this, there's like a ripple effect.
Right, and he can slow things down, Hallie, on that point. And he can do that until he decides to either drop his opposition or Senator Chuck Schumer, the top Senate Democrat, decides that maybe he can get 60 votes to override that opposition from 2/3 of the chamber. That's unlikely, but I think it's also worth noting that, Hallie, you know, there aren't that many people within the Department of Justice that this would actually impact, because the White House has nominated and confirmed 90 out of 118 appointments at the Department of Justice, according to the Partnership for Public Service. There are two high-profile nominations, a commissioner at the U.S. Parole Commission and another official that deals with violence against women that have been nominated that are currently sitting at the Senate. But apart from that, the DOJ is pretty fully staffed. And so this might be nothing more than political theatrics. And as far as Senator McConnell and others like Senator Thune, who also have been fairly quiet on this front, I think they're just hoping that this news cycle passes and they can move on to other talking points.
Kayla Tausche live for us in Washington. Kayla, great to see you as always. Former President Trump, as we speak, is on his way. He's in the air heading back to New Jersey to his Bedminster home. He's set to arrive sometime the next couple of hours ahead of that first speech after his arraignment here in Miami this afternoon. Again, Mr. Trump's first message to Americans who will be judging him from the ballot box this primary season, Republican voters at least. He is already trying to win so many of them over. Take a look at this moment as he was on his way out of Miami not too long ago. Watch.
Are you ready? Food for everyone. Food for everyone.
NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now. So, Vaughn, you are there at Bedminster. Set the scene for us. What can we expect tonight?
He is on his way. He will be landing into Newark International Airport, Hallie, before his motorcade will make its way here to his Bedminster private club, where there's a couple hundred who will be here in attendance. We are expecting primetime remarks from the former president. It's a little deja vu. It kind of feels like 2.5 months ago when I was at Mar-a-Lago when he returned from Manhattan and went on a half-hour speech in which he derided that investigation and that indictment as a witch hunt. And we should expect similar measures here today. I asked an aide close to the former president what we should expect, and he said you should expect, quote, a defiant President Trump. As much as it is a legal defense, it's also a political one. And when you look at some of the names of the folks who will be here in attendance tonight, you see some close political allies, but also some potential U.S. Senate candidates who see Donald Trump's political force within the Republican Party and among the electorate. We should note 2 months ago when Donald Trump was arrested. Since then, first arrested since then, his lead over Ron DeSantis has now doubled, Hallie. So tonight and the opportunity to address millions of Americans is an important opportunity.
You also have to look ahead to not just the primary season, Vaughn, but to the general election season beyond it. I think it's important to remind people that there is already a snapshot of where voters stand. In the sort of days since this indictment first dropped, we know that about half of Republicans haven't had their minds changed about this. But when you pull out and look more broadly at a population beyond simply the Republican base, about 80% of people polled believe that these national security allegations, these document allegations laid out in this indictment are concerning, are highly concerning. When you look at Republicans, just 38% of Republicans feel that way, Vaughn. This is the dynamic, the push-pull that is going to be trailing the former president for the rest of this primary season, because you know him, I know him. I think there's very little chance he's not going to talk about it, and he's not going to use it to rally people around him.
And he can't run from him. I mean, if there are trials, potentially multiple, happening at the same time and running in parallel to a general election, it will be front and center to the American electorate. And so for Donald Trump, it is grabbing his own narrative. And even if it runs counter to what the Department of Justice lays out in an indictment, he is portraying this as political persecution. And right now, his favorability among Republican voters, Hallie, is unchanged since October of 2020, a month before his last presidential election here. And he understands, and even his Republican rivals understand, that he still holds a clout among the Republican electorate. And I've talked to a great many voters over the last weeks about the investigation and the indictments, and they say, well, they may be looking toward another candidate in this GOP field. It is not because of these investigations or the indictments. Hallie?
What is it because of, Vaughn? Are they just sick of the drama?
It's the drama. It's the drama, and they see another Republican candidate, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, as a potential alternative, somebody who still wants to carry out that MAGA conservative platform, but without everything that comes with Donald Trump.
Vaughn Hilliard, we'll be talking to you again, I know, later on tonight as you are live from Bedminster. Vaughn, thank you very much. We've said this word a lot over the course of the last 56 minutes, right? That this is an unprecedented moment in American history. I've said it so many times, I can't even get it out of my mouth. But how does it fit in the scope of where we're at? We're going to get into that with historian Michael Beschloss right after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
A lot of questions tonight about what a president, what a former president can and cannot do. Questions about whether a candidate for president can still run for office if you're facing federal charges like Donald Trump is. The answer to that is yes. He could certainly continue to run. He has insisted he will continue to run. And if he retakes the White House after 2024, it will be yet another historic moment in a presidency, an administration, and a candidacy that has been full of them. Not always, perhaps, for the reasons that Donald Trump would have wanted. I want to bring in NBC News historian Michael Beschloss, who is joining us now. Mr. Beschloss, it is good to see you, as always. Donald Trump is somebody who I think cares deeply about his legacy and who sees himself as part of a broader sweep of history. I know it's tough to do kind of like the instant historical analysis, but I'd love to hear your shot.
This is a guy who wants more presidential power than probably anyone who has ever served. You know, that's what we saw during that presidency. And the other thing is that it's brought us to this day. Could I be blunt? What this day means in history is we have never, ever seen in American history a president with this much chance of winding up his life in a federal prison.
What should people, how will the next generation see this moment, Mr. Beschloss, if you had to guess? I know that's a tough one, but I wonder what the history books are going to write 2 decades from now.
They're either going to say that this was a president who did some bad things and was brought to justice by a fair system, or that this was a president who was unfairly treated by a political process. Same thing today. The only difference is that 20 years from now, historians will have a much firmer view based on hindsight.
Michael Beschloss, it's